Chapter 1. The resurrection plan for test subject 66666 is initiated. Pre-reading guide. 1. Background of the interstellar beast world. Males are numerous, while females are scarce. With females held in high esteem and males regarded as inferior, males are conservative, valuing chastity, embodying the virtues of exemplary husbands and fathers. 2. 1v5. Males are wholly chaste, a competitive arena for males. 3. The female protagonist is inherently fickle but will provide for each male lead. 4. No competition among females, a warm and sweet nurturing atmosphere, heavily female-centric. Dear angels may partake without worry, a worthy investment. 5. Check-in and storage area for thoughts. 6. Seeking a bookshelf, so as not to lose one's way. The author's integrity is commendable, ensuring a complete and uninterrupted narrative. Beep. Warning. Warning. Life genes of test subject 97026 in a cryogenic chamber are on the brink of collapse. The shrill electronic alarm echoed throughout the laboratory. The busy researchers' expressions shifted dramatically as they rushed to assess the situation. On the silver cryogenic chamber, various intricate instruments were connected. Inside lay the body of a middle-aged man. At this moment, his exposed skin was rapidly cracking, wounds spreading across his body like a spider's web. Quick, inject the life serum. It's too late. Voices filled with anxiety and panic rang out in succession. In mere seconds, the body within the cryogenic chamber suddenly shattered, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist. Damn it! Another failure. This was the last batch of test subjects. Can we truly succeed? Resurrecting ancient humanity from 1,000 years ago is inherently absurd. Amidst a chorus of disappointed sighs, the silver-haired vice president gazed at the central cryogenic chamber and suddenly spoke. No, perhaps there is still hope. The following day, as the piercing alarm sounded once more, the penultimate ancient human resurrection plan was declared a failure. The researchers could only place their final hopes on the cryogenic chamber numbered 66666. The transparent chamber resembled a crystal-clear ice coffin. Within lay a girl in a white dress, quietly resting as if merely asleep. Her hands were gently folded across her chest, her expression serene. Her lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, accentuating her delicate features, which appeared even more radiant and exquisite. Her facial features were gentle and tranquil, exuding a unique classical beauty reminiscent of ancient Huaxia. She resembled a white magnolia blooming softly in a spring night. Her beauty was devoid of aggression, yet possessed a distinctive charm that rendered one unable to look away for long. Despite having gazed upon her countless times, the onlookers could not help but marvel repeatedly. Oh, mother of life, she is undoubtedly the most beautiful female I have ever seen. There seems to be a magical allure about her, drawing one irresistibly closer. Yes, I feel the same. Me too. I wish to transform into a beast and cuddle with the little female. Perhaps she has been favored by the mother of life otherwise. It is hard to explain how her genes have remained stable for so long. I hope this little female can successfully awaken. I would gladly follow her side, even if just as a male attendant. Come on, the little female would never look your way. You octopus beastmen have ranked among the top 3 least favored partner species by females for 10 consecutive years. If you ask me, only a handsome and dashing male like the director deserves such a beautiful little female. Following this round of sarcasm, the octopus researcher, struck at a sore spot, was instantly enraged. Indeed, it was quite literally a jumping in anger. From beneath the researcher's white coat emerged a few pink tentacles, slapping against the hard, smooth floor with a thud, venting his frustration. You wretched lizard, what do you know? We octopus beastmen possess both an intelligent and alluring brain. Not to mention our humor and eloquence. Mere appearances are of no consequence. Though the director is handsome, that cold demeanor, what female could withstand it? Nearby onlookers nodded in agreement, thoroughly entertained. At that moment, with a beep, the laboratory door swung open. A tall figure strode in, his long, powerful legs moving with a measured grace, each step appearing meticulously calculated, rigorous yet composed. One could discern that he was likely a perfectionist. His footsteps grew closer. The silver-white trench coat billowed elegantly, yet could not conceal his aura of abstinence and indifference. The man's platinum blonde hair fell freely behind him, his attire immaculate and his appearance refined. His strikingly handsome features seemed to have been meticulously sculpted by divine hands. His eyelashes, also platinum, were long and thick, casting gentle shadows in the depths of his eyes. He halted, casting a cool gaze over the assembled researchers, his silver-gray irises seemingly harboring an infinite galaxy. Mysterious, frigid, devoid of any emotion. In an instant, the previously noisy researchers fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard within the laboratory. The octopus beast-man, who had been gossiping behind others' backs and was caught in the act, shrank back in fear, his tentacles curling tightly, wishing to hide himself like a little octopus ball. Once the atmosphere settled, the man withdrew his gaze, succinctly inquiring, "How is the progress?" "Director, the last batch of test subjects has also experienced gene collapse." The man appeared unsurprised, showing no signs of disappointment. "Is her condition stable?" "As always, cellular activity is normal, and there are no signs of gene collapse. Prepare the resurrection chamber." "Director, shall we commence tonight?" "We are not fully prepared. What if we fail?" The vice president hesitated. After all, she was their last hope. The others displayed expressions of concern, tinged with reluctance. Should the resurrection fail, this beautiful little female would meet the same fate as the other test subjects, dissolving into a cloud of blood mist, utterly vanishing. In the face of the crowd's worries, the man offered no further explanation but withdrew an object from his trenchcoat pocket. Under the bright lights, his long, slender fingers held a glass vial, within which flowed a thick, emerald-green liquid, shimmering with a luminous glow. "Life essence." The well-informed vice president was the first to exclaim, with the others soon following suit in excitement. "Is this the legendary sap from the Tree of Life? I've heard its effects are remarkably extraordinary. It can enhance the physical constitution of beastmen, heal any injury, and can even revive one who is on the brink of death. The director is incredible. Even life essence has been procured. I've heard that it's currently valued at over 100 million star coins per droplet, and yet it's still hard to come by. Prepare the instruments. We shall initiate the resurrection chamber in 10 minutes. The man interrupted the clamor with his succinct command. Then, he approached the cryogenic chamber, opening the door and gently cradling the girl as if she were a treasured gem. Her platinum hair cascaded gracefully alongside her. The onlookers were not surprised by this action, rather, they found it quite customary. After all, the last time the director had held that grotesque, human-faced bat's corpse, he had displayed the same gentleness. Everyone in the research institute knew, in the eyes of this godlike, emotionally detached man, all things were indistinguishable from the research subjects. 10 minutes later, everything was prepared. Inside the resurrection chamber, the girl was immersed in the emerald-green liquid, every inch of her fair skin adorned with an extraordinary golden glow. The surrounding researchers bowed their heads in silent prayer for her. The platinum-haired man remained unmoved. He placed no faith in ethereal deities, but instead believed solely in concrete experimental data. She was special, from beginning to end. The one he truly wished to resurrect was only her. And his confidence was founded on a vast array of supporting data. After expending over 5 years of effort and devotion, the moment had finally come to test the ultimate outcome. In the man's silver-gray, icy pupils ignited a flicker of fervent flame. He lowered his gaze, fixating on the girl's peaceful visage, his perfectly shaped lips parted slightly, issuing the final command. Commence the resurrection plan for test subject 66666. Chapter 2. Awaken my Ionia. Buzz. The instruments emitted a soft, trembling sound. The emerald liquid surged into the girl's skin pores, filling her with a vibrant life force that gradually awakened the cellular genes within her. The researchers fixed their eyes on the resurrection chamber, not daring to blink, fearful of any oversight. Yet, as fate would have it, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Just as the progress of resurrection reached its midpoint, The remaining life essence began to surge into the necklace around the girl's neck. To be precise, it flowed into the stone at the center of the necklace. It was a thumb-sized black stone, ordinary in appearance, no different from a pebble found by the roadside. Since previous instruments had detected no anomalies, the crowd instinctively overlooked this minor detail. Little did they know, a 1,000-mile dam could collapse due to an anthole. The vice president watched in disbelief as years of hard work seemed on the verge of being wasted, his anger flaring. Who was responsible for inspecting the items brought by the test subjects? It was me. A slightly inexperienced young researcher stepped forward, his eyes red with embarrassment, trembling as he confessed. It still defensively added a few words. Ancient director, I didn't mean to. The cryogenic chamber shouldn't be opened lightly. I could only use the instruments for inspection. These ancient beings were fond of adorning themselves with seemingly useless stones. I had assumed this one was merely ordinary. Well, it is now pointless to pursue this matter further. The man furrowed his brow slightly and interjected quietly. The vice dean suppressed his anger, gazing at the shattered stone still absorbing the liquid, his brow knitted in distress. Dean, shall we halt the process? There's no need. The man lowered his eyelids, his gaze settling on the girl's neck, a flicker of inscrutable darkness passing through his eyes. So the key to revival, was it? In the silence that enveloped them, time trickled away slowly. Uncertain how long had passed, only the hum of instruments remained in the quiet laboratory as everyone held their breath, anxiously awaiting an unknown outcome. The night deepened, the twin moons rotating. At last, the revival chamber ceased its function, the final drop of life essence wholly absorbed by the black stone. Yet, the sleeping beauty within showed no signs of awakening. Clearly, the experiment had failed. The last vestige of hope had utterly shattered. It's over this time. It truly is over. Have we been mistaken in our research direction all these years? Could it be that tens of thousands of experimental data are flawed? Sigh, it's all the fault of this wretched stone. I told you, resurrecting ancient beings from 1,000 years ago is sheer folly. What a pity for that precious life essence. Just as the researchers were engulfed in despair, the silent black stone suddenly shattered, erupting with a dazzling green light. They had no time to be astonished and instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes from the blinding radiance. The light persisted for a full 3 seconds. When it dissipated, the black stone at the girl's collarbone had vanished, replaced by a seed-shaped verdant mark. Simultaneously, the instruments beside the chamber, monitoring life signs, began to pulse rapidly. Thump, thump, thump. The heart of the girl, silent for a millennium, began to beat once more, each throb stronger than the last. The researchers could scarcely believe their ears, their faces etched with disbelief. After confirming the monitoring data thrice, they were overcome with joy, weeping with excitement that was almost uncontrollable. Resurrecting a being from 1,000 years past. This was undoubtedly a groundbreaking achievement in research. Once made public, it would surely cause a sensation throughout the Interstellar Federation. As one of the key contributors, they would be immortalized in history, sharing in this unparalleled glory. Meanwhile, the man paid no heed to the surrounding commotion, nor was he moved by the prospect of being remembered in history. He remained fixated on the reviving girl, as if the world in his eyes consisted solely of her. Moments later, the exuberant researchers finally regained their composure. When they noticed the girl's eyes still tightly shut, they realized they had rejoiced too soon. Why has the female organism's life signs recovered, but she remains unawakened? Indeed, I am eager to see her eyes. They must be beautiful. It's possible she has been asleep for too long. Her brain may require some stimulation. Let's not rush. Prudence is paramount. The man advised leisurely, his cold brow carrying an undeniable air of authority. You all should rest. We shall discuss matters again tomorrow. This statement served as a signal. After a long night, the weary researchers suddenly felt fatigue wash over them, yawning repeatedly as they began to leave. Soon, the laboratory returned to tranquility. The man stood before the revival chamber, his intense gaze meticulously traversing the girl's body, finally resting upon the emerald mark at her collarbone. the essence of the tree of life. Intriguing. He opened the chamber door, his slender fingers brushing against the mark. His fingertips glided over the smooth, delicate skin, the cool touch gradually warming with a hint of heat. I have changed my mind. How can a bird confined in a cage demonstrate its soaring capabilities? Perhaps I should witness your magnificent wings with my own eyes. Unlike his usual reticence, the man's indifferent voice now bore an alluring quality, akin to a lover whispering sweet nothings in one's ear. Awaken, my Ionia. His murmurs were tender and lingering, imbued with a chilling possessiveness and fervor. After a long while, the twin moons vanished from sight. Within the chamber, the girl's curled lashes fluttered, as if the wings of a butterfly were poised to take flight. In the next moment, a pair of deep, clear autumn eyes slowly opened, their depths shrouded in a misty haze, utterly enchanting. They evoked thoughts of the poetic landscapes of Jiangnan shrouded in rain, as depicted in ancient texts. The man could not help but silently marvel indeed. The girl's eyes were exquisite. He etched this beautiful gaze deeply into his heart, then quietly vanished into the shadows. Now was not the time for their meeting. A little more patience was required. After the silver figure disappeared, the dimly lit laboratory fell into an utter silence, leaving only a faint breath. Inside the revival chamber, when Jingshu raised her stiff arm, rubbed her eyes, and her blurry vision finally sharpened, her sluggish thoughts beginning to function. With great effort, she sat up, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, a cascade of questions flooding her mind. Who am I? Where is this? Am I still alive? When Jingshu felt as though she had slept a very, very long sleep, long enough that she could no longer distinguish the boundary between life and death, nor could she tell dreams from reality. Her chaotic thoughts were like a tangled ball of yarn, becoming more knotted the more she tried to unravel them. Yet, her bodhisattva instincts warned her that this was not a safe place. The air was thick with the scent of strange potions and a faint trace of blood. Under the alert of danger, when Jingshu could not afford to sort through her thoughts any longer, she hurriedly crawled out of the chamber. However, the moment her toes touched the ground, a wave of weakness washed over her legs, and she uncontrollably collapsed onto the cold floor. When Jingshu cried out in pain, rubbing her bruised knee, then gritting her teeth, she slowly stood up. Before she could readjust to her frail body, she looked up to find herself surrounded by countless silver ice coffins. In the dead of night, in this strange environment, with these eerie ice coffins. Chapter 3. The Blessing of the Mother of Life, despite her resilient spirit. When Jingshu could not help but feel a shiver run down her spine at this moment, she dared not linger any longer and stumbled towards the door with urgency. Perhaps it was the favor of the goddess of fortune, for she encountered no obstacles along her escape. Emerging from the laboratory with remarkable ease, outside the laboratory, when Jingshu clutched her chest, breathing heavily. Once she regained her composure, she glanced back at the sci-fi fortress, and in a fleeting moment, through the dimly lit entrance, she seemed to catch sight of those eyes, deep and mysterious like the galaxy. Was it an illusion? Wait! Why again? She turned her head and caught a glimpse of the twin moons faintly visible on the horizon, her heart suddenly quivering as she realized she might be ensnared in an unknown vortex. At that moment, she felt powerless to seek the truth. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, survival came first. When Jingshu took a deep breath, her gaze resolute, and then bravely ventured into the depths of the forest ahead. To others, this place may seem perilous, but for her, with her unique constitution, it was an exquisite natural sanctuary. After the girl, as hesitant silhouette melded into the woods, a white beast shadow stealthily followed. The moonlight was hazy, and the gentle breeze whispered through the trees, allowing only the faintest glimpse of resplendent white feathers. After a long while, the night deepened, shrouded in silence. Only the rustling of insects remained in the darkened thicket, while the resting creatures retained a degree of vigilance, wary of lurking dangers. Suddenly, a gentle female voice pierced the stillness of the night. "Mimi, could you kindly take me to a place to rest? In return, I shall help you groom your fur tomorrow, if you agree. Just meow. Mimi responded in a dainty tone, though it seemed to be under the weather. Despite the pitch rising, it could not mask the deep, rugged timbre of its voice. However, to Wan Jingshu's ears, this adorable cooing sounded like a melody from the heavens. She smiled, affectionately ruffled the creature's fluffy head, and then mounted the cat-like vehicle. "Good, Mimi. Let us set off now." "Ow, ow!" Mimi howled excitedly, bounding forth with a fragrant little female upon its back that it even thoughtfully slowed its pace, fearful of jostling its rider, exhibiting the professional qualities of a mount. Once the figures of both human and beast disappeared, whispers of beasts arose from the shadows. "Langmi, why did that little female call the boss Mimi?" "Oh right, isn't the boss called Kwangsha? But Mimi is quite a charming name." "Wah, I wish to be called like that by that gentle little female. As beasts, we must know our place. Can you compete with the boss?" "I cannot." "Wah." On the other side, the wind howled fiercely as the duo swiftly traversed the profound, dark forest, emerging into an expansive grassland. Beneath the vast, starry night sky, aided by the moonlight and starlight, Mimi's true form was finally revealed, a colossal figure akin to a small mountain, with powerful limbs, black and white striped fur, fierce eyes glinting with malice, and a regal king mark emblazoned on its forehead. This was no gentle, harmless little kitty. It was unmistakably a fierce and terrifying tiger, a mutated beast from the cosmos, renowned as the most dangerous and ferocious of its kind. Even a formidable beast-man with an A constitution might not escape from its jaws. However, at this moment, the seemingly delicate female, who appeared to require protection, boldly sat upon its back than on the boundless grassland. The girl rode the white tiger with abandon, her long black hair billowing in the wind, her delicate face devoid of fear, instead adorned with an indescribable nonchalance, resembling a gallant female general. Should this scene be captured and broadcasted across the Star Network, it would surely leave every beast-man in the cosmos agape. Yet for Wen Jingshu, this was nothing extraordinary. It was not her first time riding a tiger, nor was it her first encounter with a large predatory beast. Though the cat-like vehicle was somewhat bumpy, its speed was unparalleled. If she were to rely solely on her newly awakened frail body, she would never escape the forest tonight. About half an hour later, the white tiger's pace gradually slowed until it finally halted on a low rise. When Jingshu leaped down from its back, brushing the tangled fur at its neck while vigilantly scanning her surroundings. "Mimi, is this the place?" "Ow, ow." The white tiger whimpered softly, gently tugging at her skirt to direct her gaze towards a certain direction. Understanding its intent, when Jingshu quickly looked up to behold what lay ahead. Upon discerning the distant sight, her expression shifted from confusion and curiosity to sheer astonishment. Before her stood an immeasurable towering tree, even from 1,000 meters away, exuding an overwhelming natural power that could obscure the sun. More remarkably, its trunk radiated a brilliant golden hue, appearing to glow from afar. Its leaves sparkled in a translucent emerald green, akin to exquisite jade. The entire crown of the tree was enveloped in a gentle golden glow, as if countless fireflies danced within. The scene before her was so extraordinary that it transcended Wen Jingshu's understanding, shattering her worldview cultivated over 20 years. She stood in trance for a long while, her previous perceptions completely overturned. "Come, child." Suddenly, a tender and loving voice echoed in her mind, distant yet ethereal. Initially, when Jingshu thought it was a figment of her imagination, but the voice returned clearer than before. "Child, come to me." The distant tree swayed its branches, and the verdant mark upon the girl's collarbone began to glow. The call from the depths of her soul grew increasingly potent. When Jingshu's bright eyes gradually lost focus, her body instinctively moving step by step toward the magnificent tree. Meanwhile, the white tiger remained behind, gazing at the towering tree with a hint of fear flashing in its fierce eyes. Meow ow. As the little female ventured farther away, the white tiger let out a reluctant whimper before turning back into the forest. Not long after, beneath the towering tree, the emerald leaves wove into a cradle, gently cradling the girl as specks of firelight cascaded upon her, gradually coalescing into a golden orb. When Jingshu felt as if she had returned to her mother's womb, enveloped in warmth and utmost tranquility, within her unseen form, the golden light flowed through every vein and sinew. cleansing her essence and fortifying her body. The frail figure transformed, emerging from its cocoon, becoming extraordinarily robust and perfect, brimming with vibrant vitality. Simultaneously, the seed nestled within the girl's collarbone began to sprout, unfurling tender green leaves and gradually intertwining to form a heart-shaped mark. Time slipped away unnoticed, and as the golden orb slowly dissipated, it revealed a girl who had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Chapter 4. It seems he has found his muse. Her features became even more exquisite, her beauty surpassing the ordinary. Every aspect of her seemed to be meticulously sculpted by Enwa herself, resembling an unparalleled beauty that would captivate all within the realms of classical art. Her once sickly pale skin transformed into a creamy, jade-like radiance, glistening with a delicate sheen that a flawless visage, akin to ice and jade. This breathtaking beauty caused a certain beast perched upon the tree to momentarily lose its composure. A breeze rustled through, the leaves whispering softly. The girl seemed disturbed, furrowing her delicate brow in unease. That moment, the cradle swayed gently, and the tender voice soothed her. "Child, sleep now that I shall forever protect you." A familiar sense of comfort enveloped the young girl, causing her to relax her brow and drift into a serene slumber. When Jingshu succumbed to her dreams, the treetops swayed gently in the night. Amidst the celestial glow of moonlight and starlight, a white silhouette danced gracefully. Its elongated, snow-white tail feathers trailed behind, casting a shimmering, ethereal light in the IT alighted lightly beside the cradle, where beneath its feathered crown, a pair of eyes seemed to harbor the mysteries of the galaxy, reflecting the girl's delicate visage. After a considerable time, the white shadow lay quietly beside the girl, its vast, soft wings draping over her, shielding her from the night's penetrating chill. The quest for warmth is an innate instinct of humanity. The slumbering girl instinctively embraced the wings, nuzzling her cheek against them, her soft lips releasing a satisfied murmur. For the first time, the white shadow encountered softness it had never felt before, momentarily freezing in surprise, but soon returning to its usual composure, only seeking to ensure the safety of its research subject. Nothing more as dawn broke. The foggy sky bore witness to a golden ray of sunlight piercing through the clouds, cascading down upon this scarcely treaded primitive planet. Life began to stir. Small creatures emerged from their burrows to forage across the vast grasslands. Suddenly, a peculiar sound startled the timid mouse rabbit, sending it scurrying back into its in the distance. A small black dot shot through the sky with remarkable speed, gradually revealing itself as an unidentified flying object. Entirely silver in hue, resembling a miniature triangular spacecraft, its curves exuding a sense of futuristic elegance. Minutes later, the silver vessel descended not far from a grand tree. "Ding! Destination reached," announced a mechanical voice as the hatch opened. A shadowy figure emerged slowly, cloaked in an oversized black robe that obscured its form and gender, leaving only a pale chin and rosy lips visible beneath the hood. It appeared to be straining against some unseen force. Its teeth clenched tightly upon its lip, the pale skin flushed with a subtle hue, a bead of sweat trailing down its chin. Plop! The droplets splashed onto the emerald leaves, merging with the dew, causing the delicate blades to yield under the weight. Releasing the dew from their tips, Yunla dared not breathe, fearing that any lapse in restraint would unleash the surging tide of emotions within him. Overwhelming him and reducing him to a creature enslaved by desire, he trudged towards the sacred tree of life, and as he sensed its tranquil aura, the restlessness within him began to subside. Just as he prepared to exhale a sigh of relief, his breath quickened again, for today, mingled with the usual refreshing scent of the sacred tree, was an incredibly enticing sweetness. In an instant, the flames within him ignited as if fueled by a catalyst. Consuming the last vestiges of his rationality, beneath the hood, Mu Yunla's eyes glazed over, and his once clear voice became husky. A female? How fragrant! His keen sense of smell had never encountered such a unique aroma, one that held a fatal allure for him. Like a cat beast addicted to mint, he greedily sought out every trace of sweetness, his steps instinctively leading him towards the source of the enticing scent. At that moment, the golden red sun had risen, bathing the sacred tree of life in the morning light, its lush leaves shimmering with resplendent golden hues, further enhancing its divine majesty. And the cradle woven from verdant branches. The girl in a white dress lay serenely asleep, the dappled light casting a mosaic of shadows upon her delicate visage. A gentle breeze brushed past her hair, and time seemed to stand still. This picturesque scene, reminiscent of a masterpiece crafted by a world-class artist, captivated Mu Yunla, whose heart raced as if struck by electric currents, the rhythm of his heartbeat intensifying with fervor. It felt as though he had discovered his muse. In a fleeting moment, a myriad of inspirations burst forth in his mind like fireworks, illuminating his thoughts. Yet, when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the girl's soft lips, he hurriedly averted his eyes, as if burned. The gentle breeze flowed, the sun shone brightly, and the tranquil air resonated with the sound of the boy's hurried breaths. Overwhelmed with shame, Mu Yunla chastised himself internally. He could not. How could a devotee ever desecrate the divine? Not even as a fleeting thought. He struggled to restrain himself, tears welling in the corners of his eyes, his pale lips bitten until they turned white. Unbeknownst to the sleeping Wen Jingshu, she had inadvertently brought a pure-hearted boy to tears before she had even awoken. Half an hour later, Mu Yunla sat with his back to the girl, administering the final injection of a suppressive agent, successfully enduring the first wave of emotional turmoil for the year. However, he did not rush to depart, but instead remained by her side. With his emotions now calmed, the boy felt a complex mixture of feelings that he had never imagined encountering his muse in this remote primitive world. Thankfully, she had not yet awakened to witness his earlier awkward and shameful demeanor. Mu Yunla gazed intently at the girl's serene sleeping face, his eyes filled with fervent admiration, tinged with a hint of cautious reverence. He knew not why she had found herself in this perilous realm, nor from which main star she hailed, or whether she had a mate. All he comprehended was that from this moment forth, he would be her most devoted follower, vowing to safeguard his muse with his very life. Time flowed slowly as the sun climbed high in the azure sky. The girl's feathered lashes fluttered, heralding her impending awakening. The introverted Mu Yunla instinctively sought to hide, but found himself paralyzed. Unable to move away from her side, unwilling to squander even a single moment, the boy stood tall and straight, attempting to present a favorable impression to the girl upon their first meeting. Alas, his nervousness rendered him stiff, exuding an ominous chill, clad in a robe that shrouded him completely, resembling a figure from the realm of the dead. Thus, when Wen Jingshu awoke from her peaceful slumber, lazily opening her eyes, she was met with a starkly pale chin and a pair of eerily crimson eyes. She froze for a moment, her pupils dilating in shock, and the next instant, a terrified scream pierced the air. A ghost. Chapter 5. Old shadows and new birth. It was not that Wen Jingshu possessed a weak constitution. Rather, for someone afflicted with a terminal illness, nothing could be more terrifying than the appearance of a cloaked figure at the foot of her sickbed. Upon witnessing the girl's pale countenance, Mu Yunla quickly lifted his hood, his voice urgent as he explained, I am not a bad person. Please, do not be afraid. I will not harm you," revealing his true appearance. He presented a head of shoulder-length, snow-white hair, a delicate and exquisite visage, with lips as red as cherry blossoms. He resembled an androgynous beauty. His crimson eyes, far from frightening, sparkled like the purest rubies, clear and untainted. This gentle and harmless boy could hardly be perceived as a villain. When Jingshu regained her composure, she realized her earlier misjudgment, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she bit her lip, a rosy blush blooming on her cheeks. "I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else." No, it's my fault for startling you." Mu Yunla hastily waved his hands, his voice filled with remorse. Thus the misunderstanding was resolved, and the tense atmosphere gradually eased. When Jingshu regarded the flustered boy, whose limbs seemed unsure of where to rest, and could not help but chuckle, she extended her right hand towards him, taking the initiative to introduce herself. "Hello, my name is Wen Jingshu, the gentle one, and the tranquil Jingshu." "Hello, I am Mu Yunla," he replied, his gaze fixed on the girl's delicate, pale hand, his ears turning crimson, yet he mustered the courage to take her hand. Upon feeling the softness of her skin, The warmth spread from his ears to his neck. The small, tender hand of the girl felt as though it belonged to the soft clouds of Mengyun's star, evoking an irresistible desire to hold it forever. Despite his longing to linger in this moment, Mu Yunla, ever the gentleman, withdrew his touch after a brief encounter. After the introductions, Wen Jingshu refrained from immediately inquiring about her current predicament, instead taking a moment to untangle her jumbled thoughts. Just as she began to ponder, a verdant mark between her collarbones shimmered, and a wave of unfamiliar information surged into her mind. What is this? After receiving the profound insights imparted by the Mother of Life, the enigma that had long entwined itself around Wen Jingshu's heart was finally unraveled. It is now the year 3024 of the interstellar era. A millennium ago, the blue star was beset by a catastrophic nuclear pollution crisis, leading to resource depletion and frequent calamities, heralding the end of days. Driven by the instinct for survival, humanity was compelled to unite into a federation, venturing into the cosmos in search of habitable planets. However, the fragility of the human constitution proved to be a significant hindrance to combat the perils of space radiation and various unknown dangers. Scientists launched a genetic modification program for beastmen. Thus, humanity became a mere echo of history, while beastmen ascended as the rulers of the Interstellar Federation. Time has indeed flowed swiftly, Wen Jingshu murmured softly. Her expression somewhat dazed. She gazed longingly at the familiar yet alien planet, a profound sense of indescribable loneliness swelling within her. The passage of time had transformed the world. What once was is no more. This place is no longer her former home, but rather the original star of the Federation. Her homeland, her birthplace, her family, all that had once been has long been buried beneath the sands of time, leaving her as the solitary remnant forgotten in the river of time. It is difficult to discern whether this is sorrow or fortune. A gentle breeze rustled through, causing the girl's raven hair and the hem of her dress to dance in the air. Her delicate form appearing precarious and fragile, Mu Yunla, ever sensitive to the nuances of emotion, instinctively recognized the lingering sadness enveloping her. A flicker of concern flashed in his eyes, yet he was at a loss for words to offer comfort. Instead, he removed his robe and draped it over her shoulders, silently standing by her side in companionship. The robe, imbued with the boy's clean and warm essence, gradually cocooned Wen Jingshu. She returned to her senses. Looking at the young man whose face was etched with concern, the warmth of his presence gradually seeping into her heart. "Thank you. It's nothing, as long as you don't mind," he replied shyly, lowering his gaze in response to her gentle, compassionate eyes. Wen Jingshu smiled, the sadness and wistfulness in her gaze slowly dissipating. She was not one to succumb to despair, as her long battle with illness had instilled in her a deep appreciation for every moment of life. When Jingshu caressed the emerald mark nestled between her collarbones, a look of tranquility spreading across her face, the heart of life. This was the final gift bestowed upon her by her parents. She would honor their hopes by living well in this new world. Mu Yunla noticed the change in the little female's demeanor, the tension in his heart finally easing. The boy with white hair and crimson eyes broke into a smile, his eyes curving in delight. His bright expression lightened the remnants of melancholy, infusing him with the vibrancy befitting a youth. When Jingshu couldn't help but be reminded of a younger brother she had shared a hospital room with, who was equally shy and endearing, often silently accompanying her like a warm little angel. Unable to resist, when Jingshu affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, his silky white locks were smooth to the touch, utterly delightful and irresistible. In an instant, the boy's neatly styled shoulder-length hair erupted into a tousled mess. For beastmen, the head is a particularly vulnerable area, making such a gesture undeniably intrusive. Yet, Mu Yunla did not feel anger. Instead, he was overwhelmed with happiness. Teetering on the brink of fainting from joy, he instinctively leaned down, rubbing his head against the little female's soft palm, his pale cheeks flushing, a contented sigh escaping his lips. So comfortable, so happy, I want to be petted by the little female forever. When Jingshu observed the boy's blissful expression, reminiscent of a small fox being petted, in the next moment, she chuckled softly, shaking her head. What a naive little fox he was. Perhaps he was more akin to a little white rabbit. A minute later, when Jingshu gently combed through the boy's hair with her fingers, preparing to withdraw her hand. However, in the next second, she unexpectedly encountered something soft and plush, delightfully squishy and utterly squeezable. Ugh. The sudden contact elicited a muffled grunt from the boy. His face, as pale as snow, flushed a vivid crimson, captivatingly alluring, reminiscent of a bewitching fox spirit. Upon realizing this, when Jingshu hastily withdrew her hand, her curiosity drawn to the boy's head, where she discovered a pair of half-circular, pink beast ears, adorably fluffy and utterly charming. Her desire to pet them stirred within her, yet she restrained herself, knowing that ears, whether on humans or animals, are typically sensitive areas. Her previous action had indeed crossed a boundary. Mu Yunla, sensing the gentle caress on his ears vanish, instinctively let out a small whimper. Once he regained his senses, he cautiously lifted his eyelids to meet the girl's gaze, his eyes filled with a pitiful, beseeching expression akin to a good young male abandoned by a heartless female. When Jingshu, feeling a twinge of guilt, averted her eyes from his mournful gaze and hurriedly changed the subject. Yunla, can you take me away from here? Though Blue Star was her home planet, she had no intention of remaining here. Firstly, it was sparsely populated and hardly conducive to survival. Secondly, lurking in the shadows were unknown dangers. The memory of that mysterious laboratory weighed heavily on her heart. Upon hearing the little female's request, Mu Yunla's eyes brightened, and without a moment's hesitation, he readily agreed. Of course. Chapter 6. Do you like this model of starship? I shall gift you one. Mu Yunla was eager for the little female to accompany him, relishing the prospect of spending more time together. To be by the way, Jing, where do you reside on the main stars? Mu Yunla feigned calmness, but his ears betrayed him, turning a bright shade of red. Jingshu. Jingshu. Such a lovely name. If possible, I would like to call it out for a lifetime. When Jingshu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to speak the truth that I have no home, so I currently have no place to stay. Seeing the little female's despondent expression, Mu Yunla's heart filled with an overwhelming sense of compassion, and he began to conjure various tragic scenarios in his mind. If you don't mind, you can stay at my place. I have properties on all the main stars. Which planet do you prefer? Courtship is an instinctive drive for male beastmen. Even the reticent Mu Yunla momentarily forgot his shyness, striving clumsily to win the little female's favor. When Jingshu met the boy's earnest and sincere gaze, her heart warmed, and she soon broke into a radiant smile. Let us go to the central star. I will trouble you from now on. Yinlu, its, no trouble at all. Mu Yunla's eyes sparkled with excitement, his voice clear and pure, barely concealing his exhilaration. The thought of a future cohabitation with the little female made his ears and tail nearly spring forth in joy. When Jingshu noticed the boy's enthusiasm surpassing her own, a hint of exasperation flitting across her gentle, graceful face. How was it that, although she was the one seeking refuge, it felt as if he were the one gaining the advantage? Jingshu, shall we depart now? Mu Yunla could hardly contain his eagerness to whisk the little female away to his domain. Just a moment, I wish to bid farewell first. When Jingshu gently reassured the boy, then made her way toward the sacred tree of life. She pressed her cheek against the trunk, her posture affectionate and nostalgic, much like a child seeking comfort from a mother. Mother Goddess, thank you for granting me a new life. The sacred tree extended a slender branch, gently brushing her hair, a tender gesture imbued with reluctance, akin to a mother bidding farewell to her child. Child, may you soar freely henceforth, unburdened by worry that I shall forever watch over you. After parting with the Mother Goddess, when Jingshu returned to the hillside from the previous night, calling out towards the forest, Mimi, are you still there? Mimi, beside her, Mu Yunla's expression stiffened at the endearing name, his features becoming as cold as frost. Who was this Mimi that the little female seemed so familiar with? She had never called him Lele. After a while, when Jingshu's calls elicited no response, she felt a flicker of disappointment. Just as she resolved to return another day, the forest suddenly trembled, and a resounding roar of a tiger echoed through the skies. Oh, a powerful, muscular beast charged rapidly up the hillside, Its striking black and white fur stood out vividly against the grasslands. It was the white tiger from the previous night. Wen Jingshu's face lit up with joy as she waved enthusiastically. "Mimi, you've come." In stark contrast to her delight, the boy's eyes widened in shock upon recognizing Mimi's true identity. An S-class original beast. Sensing the imminent danger, Mu Yunla wasted no time explaining, swiftly hoisting the little female onto his shoulder as they fled. He was not afraid of the beast. With his strength, he could certainly fight it off, but with the little female by his side, he dared not take any risks. Protecting her was his utmost priority. Moments later, across the vast grasslands, the trio, a bewildered Wen Jingshu, a determined Mu Yunla, and the formidable beast, were locked in a rapid chase. The strong winds stung Wen Jingshu's face, snapping her back to reality as she clung to the boy's neck, observing his powerful back muscles. For the first time, she recognized the boy, who had always seemed so frail and weak. Possessed a remarkable strength. However, now was not the time for contemplation. Mu Yunla sprinted faster. Wen Jingshu, in a moment of urgency, wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned closer, urgently imploring, "Yunla, please stop. Mimi won't harm us." A gentle, warm breath wafted over Mu Yunla's ear. Enveloped in a faint, enchanting fragrance, he paused for a moment, instinctively slowing his pace. Yet, she was a primal beast, undeniably perilous. "Oh, not worry. Mimi is very well behaved. It was she who guided me out of the forest last night." When Jingshu reassured him, tenderly ruffling the boy's hair. If anyone else had claimed that a primal beast was amiable, Mu Yunla would have deemed them insane. However, if it was the little female, well, Jingshu must have her reasons for saying so. He halted, carefully setting the person in his arms down, his gaze betraying a hint of reluctance. The little female was both fragrant and soft, akin to a delicate cloud. Once embraced, he found it hard to let go. Upon their pause, the white tiger swiftly caught up. Meow roar. It excitedly pounced on the girl, its fluffy head nuzzling into her embrace, emitting a gurgling sound akin to a playful kitten. "Huh. That tickles, Mimi, stop it." The girl's laughter, as clear and melodious as silver bells, reached Mu Yunla's ears that he watched the frolicking pair, his initial wariness gradually morphing into jealousy. Why was this primal beast allowed such intimate closeness with the little female? Its course fur stood in stark contrast to his own, which was meticulously groomed each day, smooth and lustrous to the touch. Surely, the little female would prefer his refined appearance. In that moment, Mu Yunla felt an intense urge to revert to his beast form. Yet reason ultimately prevailed, for he did not wish to be mistaken by Jingshu as a mere promiscuous male. After a brief moment, when Jingshu sat up, simultaneously grooming the large cat while bidding it farewell. "Mimi, I must take my leave." The white tiger seemed to understand, nuzzling against the girl's palm with reluctance. "I will come to visit you in the future. You must take care of yourself." "Understand?" When Jingshu admonished with concern. Although Yuansheng was a paradise for primal beasts, the interstellar realm harbored many mercenaries who hunted them for a living. In the world of beasts, the law of the jungle prevailed where the strong dominated the weak. The towering, formidable white tiger whimpered like a pitiful, helpless kitten. Mu Yunla's lips twitched in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this was the ferocious S-class primal beast. He gazed at the girl who had tamed the white tiger, silently lauding her as his muse, truly gentle, beautiful, and strong. Before long, amidst the reluctant roars of the tiger, the two made their way to the starship docking area. When Jingshu beheld the sci-fi vehicle for the first time, filled with wonder, yet she quickly masked her astonishment. Nevertheless, the unfamiliar gaze she cast upon the starship was hard to conceal. The hint of confusion flickered in Mu Yunla's eyes. However, he did not wish to pry into the little female's secrets. He subtly changed the subject. "Oh, you fancy this model of starship?" It looks quite cool," she replied. "Then I shall gift you one," the boy declared nonchalantly, uttering the most extravagant words with the utmost casualness. Chapter 7. Mu Yunla. Actually, I came to Yuansheng because when Jingshu was momentarily taken aback, even though she was oblivious to the starship's value, she could surmise it was certainly not trivial. Yet the boy spoke of gifting it as if it were a mere trinket. "Indeed, The world of the affluent was beyond the imagination of the impoverished. When Jingshu quietly marveled at this, then gently declined the boy's generous offer, "No, that is far too precious. Although we are friends, I cannot impose on you." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunla, who had initially felt a pang of disappointment, instantly brightened. Jingshu had referred to them as friends. Did that not imply she did not harbor any dislike towards him? As for the notion of imposing, was it truly an imposition when it came to the little female? It was a matter of honor. After all, why did she choose to accept his offer and not anyone else's? As long as she wished, he would willingly offer all he possessed, including his wealth and even his very being. Before boarding the starship, when Jingshu cast a final glance at her homeland, her eyes revealing a flicker of nostalgia and confusion. Mu Yunlin noticed her sentiment and quietly approached to comfort her. "If you ever long for this place, I can bring you back. Thank you, Yunla. Let's set off." All right. The silvery starship slowly ascended, soon transforming into a fleeting meteor, vanishing into the azure sky. The small grass, blown over by the powerful gusts, trembled as it valiantly attempted to right itself. Just then, a sudden, fierce wind swept through, bending them once more in the golden radiance. A magnificent, noble white silhouette shone brightly. A gentle breeze caressed the pristine white feathers, carrying forth a soft whisper into the distance. "Ionia, I look forward to our true encounter." Meanwhile, aboard the starship, when Jingshu observed the automated controls with sparkling eyes, her face alight with uncontainable curiosity and astonishment. Although the Mother of Life had instilled interstellar knowledge within her, it was merely foundational, leaving her to explore the intricate details herself. However, this too was a source of delight, heightening her anticipation for the vibrant life awaiting her in the cosmos. Beside her, Mu Yunla found himself captivated by this new facet of the little female. Jingshu was a year older than him, her nature gentle and graceful, yet decidedly independent, treating him more like a younger brother. In her presence, she exuded the calmness of an elder sister. Now, witnessing her spirited demeanor, Mu Yunla found her utterly adorable, harboring a secret joy in his heart. After all, to let down one's guard and reveal one's true self was, in itself, a form of trust bestowed upon him. When Jingshu remained oblivious to the boy's rapt gaze, she turned her attention back to the window, gazing down at the increasingly diminutive blue planet, her eyes clouded with contemplation. "Yunla, why did you come to Yuansheng?" Although Yuansheng was one of the 7 principal stars of the Federation, it was merely a hollow title bestowed by beastmen in memory of their mother star. Its remote location and depleted resources, coupled with the presence of dangerous primal beasts, rendered it almost uninhabitable. Aside from the desperate bounty hunters, very few dare to tread upon this desolate planet. Therefore, Mu Yunla's long journey here raised suspicions. When Jingshu was gentle in nature, yet she was no Na'vi girl. Living in a hospital for years had made her accustomed to the machinations of self-interest and the coldness of human hearts. As a prominent figure once said, "Always assume the worst of human nature." Especially in a completely unfamiliar world, Mu Yunla could not discern the girl's expression, so he assumed her curiosity was innocent. Yet, the reason for his arrival on Yuansheng was indeed challenging to articulate. His cheeks flushed as he stammered, Does it concern me?" When Jingshu turned, locking eyes with the boy, the gaze that was usually as gentle as a tranquil lake seemed to harbor a thin veneer of ice, radiating a chilling aura. The unguarded laboratory, the lurking eyes, the fortuitous appearance of the boy. Was everything merely coincidence? Her distant, indifferent gaze pierced through Mu Yunla, causing his flushed face to turn pale, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. No, I harbor no ulterior motives towards you, nor any ill intentions." The boy immediately knelt before the girl. Panic and fear evident in his voice, he tilted his fair neck, his exquisite face a portrait of humility and devotion, akin to a lamb willing to be sacrificed. "Please believe me, my muse. I shall never betray you." When Jingshu lowered her gaze, quietly surveying the bee, in the next moment, she tightened her grip around his slender, fragile neck. With his vital area constricted, Mu Yunla did not struggle. Instead, he closed his eyes, surrendering his life to the girl's control. The oxygen grew thin, and the boy gasped for breath. Huff, huff, when Jingshu furrowed her brow. Perplexed, why did he appear so strange? However, Mu Yunla's utterly submissive demeanor temporarily quelled her suspicions. Suddenly, she released her hold, and the boy crumpled to the ground, coughing violently. Crystal tears drenched his snowy lashes, resembling melting snowflakes. Exuding a delicate fragility that evoked a deep sense of pity, that a flicker of guilt crossed when Jingshu's face. She knelt beside him, half embracing the boy, gently patting his back to soothe him. I apologize. I overreacted. Cough, cough. It's fine. Nestled in the warmth of the little female's embrace, Mu Yunla felt that even death at that moment would be worth it. He gazed intently at the girl's face. The dreary world of 19 years finally illuminated by a vibrant HUT last. His life bore significance that a few minutes later, the boy's pallor gradually returned to normal, his red eyes glistening with tears. Yet they still brimmed with trust as they looked towards the girl, reminiscent of a naive puppy that had learned to forget past grievances. When Jingshu's guilt deepened, she affectionately ruffled his hair. You are a year younger than me. If you do not mind, you may call me sister. Sister, Mu Yunla, with a soft and obedient demeanor, responded, his eyes sparkling with joy that seemed on the brink of overflowing. His sister had finally placed her trust in him. What a wonderful feeling! However, as if a thought crossed his mind, he hesitated before speaking. Will my sister find me repulsive? Of course not, when Jingshu replied without a moment's hesitation. To be fair, it is quite difficult for anyone to harbor negative feelings towards this boy before me. He is akin to a handful of pure, pristine snow, his ruby-like eyes clear as the deepest waters. Devoid of any impurities, his air of melancholy only adds to his fragility, resembling a beautiful youth straight out of a comic, innocent, delicate, gentle, and harmless. This is one of the reasons she is willing to leave with him. Even if he harbors certain unspeakable secrets, at the very least, he would not harm her, bathed in the gentle and accepting gaze of the young woman. Mu Yunla felt the dark shadows and self-loathing within him gradually dissipate. He lowered his eyelids, his lashes fluttering shyly, his voice barely above a whisper. Actually, I came to the original star because, Chapter 8, The Attack of the Skeleton Star Pirates, I have a passionate addiction. What? When Jingshu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her previously composed expression fracturing slightly. She understood and was profoundly shocked. The adage, do not judge a book by its cover. The sea cannot be measured by a single dipper, finally resonated with her. Who would have thought that this boy, as pure and innocent as snow, would be associated with such words? No, it was too much information. She needed to process it slowly. Noticing the girl fall silent, Mu Yunla, already sensitive and insecure, began to spiral into anxious thoughts. Does my sister find me disgusting too? His voice, hoarse, was tinged with a hint of tears, when Jingshu quickly retracted her chaotic thoughts and hurried to comfort him. How could that be? You're just unwell, and it can be treated. But it can't be treated. My father is the same, Mu Yunla explained gloomily. The suppressants have little effect, and I can only rely on the essence of the life-sacred tree to keep it at bay. Essence of the sacred tree? When Jingshu touched the mark between her collarbones, deep in thought, merged with the heart of life, she could be considered a part of the life-sacred tree herself, which is why the Mother of Life bestowed blessings upon her. Could she help Yunla? When Jingshu closed her eyes, focusing her mind, attempting to channel the life force from the mark, gradually, a mysterious warmth began to flow through her body. Gathering in her palms, Mu Yunla stared in awe at the emerald-green orb in the girl's hands, his heart racing with astonishment. Before he could process it, his instincts urged him closer to the warmth. Moments later, the boy rested his head on one Jingshu's lap, nuzzling like a spoiled puppy. The restlessness of his heat phase began to settle, sighing in relief, when Jingshu gently combed through the boy's soft, snowy hair with slow, tender movements. In that instant, Mu Yunla experienced an unprecedented tranquility, as if he were floating in a warm ocean. He closed his eyes in contentment, a soft sigh escaping his throat, slowly succumbing to the soothing sensation, and oh, I can't let this continue. If I do, my ears and tail will reveal themselves. but it felt so delightful. If it were his sister, revealing his beast form wouldn't matter. Right? After all, in this life, he never wished to bond with any other female in the vast, boundless universe. The journey was always lonely and protracted. Unbeknownst to them, drowsiness spread throughout the starship. The two nestled together in slumber, their dark hair and snow-white locks intertwining harmoniously, an exquisite contrast. The air was thick with tender affection. After an indeterminate period, the starship was suddenly jolted by a violent tremor, accompanied by a piercing electronic alarm. Warning! Warning! The starship's defense system is under attack. Startled awake, the two sprang from their dreams, and Yunla sat up alertly, his expression turning serious as he sensed the impending danger. He swiftly made his way to the cockpit, activating the protective shield. Soon, the ship ceased its shaking, and the external situation was displayed on the screen. At some point, an enormous, oval black starship had appeared in the vast cosmos, its hull emblazoned with the skull insignia, clearly indicating malicious intent. Yunla's expression grew graver. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, when Jingshu inquired with concern, "Yunla, what is that starship?" "It's a pirate ship," Yunla replied hastily, sending a distress signal to the security agency via his holographic device. He then picked up the bewildered girl and placed her in the safety pod. "Sister, hold on tight." "Okay." Knowing the urgency of the situation, when Jingshu dared not complicate matters. Almost simultaneously, inside the flagship of a federal fleet, an excited report rang out. "Chief, we have news." A distress signal just came in, reporting an attack by the skeleton pirates. "Pinpoint the coordinates and pursue at full speed." The mature and commanding male voice issued orders decisively. Meanwhile, the silver starship found itself in a precarious situation. Opposite them, the black starship unleashed a barrage of laser cannons, each shot imbued with devastating destructive power. Warning: the starship's defensive shield energy has dropped to 86. Activate manual control mode. Seated in the main cockpit, Yunla decisively issued commands at that moment. The boy appeared transformed, calm, rational, and fearless. His earnest profile radiated a distinct charm. In mere moments, Yunla's long, pale fingers danced across the control panel, deftly maneuvering the once cumbersome starship to evade successive attacks. However, the ship's interior was subjected to violent jolts and tremors. When Jingshu, feeling dizzy, covered her mouth, forcing back the urge to vomit. Hearing her discomfort, Yunla's cold demeanor softened with concern. "Sister, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Just focus on driving," she replied, gradually acclimating to the turbulence. Fortunately, her body had been remade by the Mother of Life. Otherwise, a human's frail constitution would have succumbed to such powerful shockwaves in an instant. She glanced at the unperturbed boy in the cockpit and finally understood why humanity had embarked on that reckless plan a millennium ago: survival of the fittest. Half an hour later, after an intense struggle, Yunla finally shook off the pursuing black starship. "Sister, it's safe now. That's wonderful." "Yunla, you're amazing," when Jingshu exhaled in relief, not forgetting to praise the boy, gently fixing his damp hair. Recalling his impressive maneuvers, admiration sparkled in her beautiful eyes. Yunla felt his ears flush with heat at her gaze, secretly relieved that he had diligently studied starship piloting at the academy. Otherwise, his sister would have been in peril, while the atmosphere between them was warm and harmonious. Aboard the skeleton ship, the pirates were in a state of furious disarray. "Damn it! That fat sheep is escaping too quickly. Boss, should we continue the pursuit?" "Forget it. We can't even see it anymore. Let us deliver this batch of goods to Dark Night Star first." "Right, this batch is of utmost importance." "Great thinking, boss. Stop sucking up and hurry up. If those hounds catch up, this haul will be wasted." With the pirate leader's command, the black starship sped deeper into the cosmos. Engaged in illicit dealings, the skeleton pirates had chosen a remote route. They never anticipated that a fat sheep would wander right into their path. Though their timing was unfortunate. While the rewards for this batch were substantial, the buyers were also pressing for delivery. Chapter 9. Does beast form equate to courtship? Following this, there were no further incidents along the way. Dark Night Star was an exceptionally unique planet, entirely black, its surface faintly shimmering with dim light. Upon sighting the familiar planet, The pirates erupted in cheers, prematurely celebrating the star coins they were about to acquire. However, their cheers abruptly ceased. Unbeknownst to them, a fully armed fleet had suddenly appeared ahead, imposing and aggressive. They were arranged in a semicircle, as if lying in wait for the pirates to walk right into their trap. "It's over, boss, it's the Federal fleet. How could those hounds be so fast this time? Who leaked our coordinates? Boss, we would never betray you. It must have been that fat sheep. Regardless, this isn't the time to discuss that. We should escape. Not good. There's another Federal fleet behind us. We're surrounded. Those damned hounds. They just won't give up. Abandon this shipment. Let be deemed our loss." A minute later, the black starship swiftly ejected a series of capsule-like escape pods. However, to their dismay, the contents were neither space pirates nor any cargo, but rather captured females. The tactic of abandoning the car to save the commander has long been a favorite ploy of space pirates, and it has proven effective time and again. The reason is simple. In a federation where females are rare and precious, ensuring their safety far outweighs the importance of capturing space marauders. The cosmos harbors countless unknown perils, and should a female become ensnared in a chaotic tempest, even the life-giving deity would be unable to rescue her. Indeed, amidst the triumphant laughter of the pirate leader, the Federal fleet halted its preparations for energy cannons. Yet he rejoiced too soon, underestimating the Central Star's resolve to eradicate them. On board the Federal flagship, in the control room, a massive blue screen emitted a chilling glow. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters in height, exuded an aura of formidable authority and coldness, instilling a sense of trepidation that deterred direct gazes. The second and third fleets were dispatched to rescue the females, while the first fleet was tasked with encircling the Skull Pirate Brigade. The man commanded with an unflinching demeanor, his voice laced with an unmistakable intent to exterminate this malignant tumor upon the issuance of orders. The fleet split into 2 factions, and an intense starship battle was on the verge of unfolding. Unaware of the brewing storm, 2 individuals continued to leisurely savor their nutrient drinks. "What flavor is this?" One Jingshu inquired, lifting a milky white nutrient drink with curiosity. "This one is the milk fruit flavor, the favorite of females, but if you don't like it, I have other flavors," Mu Yunla offered, presenting a box filled with an array of colorful nutrient drinks. When Jingshu examined the vibrant liquids with a smile, but ultimately declined, choosing the milk fruit flavor instead. After downing it, her expression gradually shifted from a blank stare to confusion, ultimately settling into a profound sense of disillusionment. It was neither particularly enjoyable nor distasteful. Rather, it evoked a disheartening sense of futility, as if she were lamenting the absurdity of life itself. "Yunla, besides nutrient drinks, do orcs consume other types of food?" "Yes, herbivorous orcs occasionally indulge in fresh grass leaves, while carnivorous orcs consume domesticated beast meat. Raw. Of course, it is cooked and roasted first. That's good." When Jingshu sighed in relief, although she was not fond of nutrient drinks. She found the thought of consuming raw flesh even less palatable. Fortunately, orcs retain some of humanity's dietary habits. Thus, she would not have to fear being treated as an outlier while living on the Central Star. "Sister, are you herbivorous or carnivorous?" I suppose I am omnivorous." "What about you, Yunla? By the way, what is your beast form?" When Jingshu suddenly recalled the adorable semicircular beast ears and felt a flutter of curiosity, unable to resist asking. However, she was taken aback when the boy's face turned as red as a tomato in an instant, his expression a mix of surprise, shyness, and a hint of sweetness. His gaze, both inviting and elusive, seemed to convey an unspoken longing. One might think he had just been proposed at Well, in reality, it is quite similar. In this era of peaceful interstellar relations, a beast form is an extremely private matter for orcs, particularly for male orcs. Their beast form serves not only as their weaponry, but also as their vulnerability. Thus, orcs generally only transform in battle or in the presence of those they trust implicitly. When a female inquires about a male's beast form, it is akin to sending a courtship signal, an unspoken custom. However, when Jingshu, as an outsider from the Federation, was evidently oblivious to this. "What's wrong? Why is your face so red?" The boy's fair skin made his flush exceedingly conspicuous, as if steam might rise from his head. She worriedly touched his forehead. "Wow, you're so hot." Do you have a fever? No, it's nothing. I'm just a bit wore. As Mu Yunla met the girl as concerned, clear gaze, a pang of sweetness mingled with a tinge of acidity, rose within him, seeing that he was fine. When Jingshu ceased her worries, she affectionately pinched the boy's flushed cheek and teased, Yunla, you truly resemble a bashful little rabbit. Does sister like rabbit beasts? Mu Yunla's tone betrayed a hint of disappointment, as the tuft of white hair atop his head drooped. What if she didn't like him because he wasn't a rabbit beast? I adore all fluffy cuties, when Jingshu, a self-proclaimed fluff enthusiast, answered without hesitation, her beautiful eyes seemingly morphing into heart shapes. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunla's spirits lifted, and he silently resolved to diligently apply fur care products every day. The cosmos is vast and magnificent, filled with peculiar planets, resplendent nebulae, and enigmatic celestial bodies. Time and space blurred the boundaries, and the distinctions between day and night faded. Yunla, how long until we reach the central star? When Jingshu yawned, her expression somewhat fatigued. Approximately 8 hours remain. Sister, you should rest in the sleeping pod. All right, is there a bathroom on the starship? A place to wash up. When Jingshu, who valued cleanliness, was accustomed to bathing before sleeping, Mu Yunla nodded. Yes, I'll take you there. Moments later, when Jingshu marveled at the bathroom, once again expressing her admiration for the conveniences of the interstellar era. Sister, which mode would you like to choose? Ocean, forest lake, hot spring. Each mode offered varying water temperatures and sensations, all of which would automatically adjust to the most comfortable range. Let us go with the lake. After issuing the command to the intelligent system, the spacious bathroom underwent a remarkable transformation. In the midst of a lush forest, a lake resembling emerald appeared crystal clear, its surface shimmering with rippling light. The air was infused with a refreshing natural fragrance, invigorating and delightful, while the melodious chirping of birds could be faintly heard. Oh wondrous. Chapter 10. Didn't we agree to embrace a solitary life together? How did you fall in love? When Jingshu surveyed the remarkably lifelike surroundings, exclaiming in astonishment, Indeed, technology has transformed life. Sister, this is a new outfit I haven't worn. Please make do with it. Mu Yunla smiled as he handed her the clothing. Thank you, Yunla. When Jingshu was touched by the boy's thoughtfulness, her eyes bending into a joyful smile, Mu Yunla's heart raced, struck by her radiant smile, his innocent red eyes appearing somewhat dazed. After a considerable pause, he clumsily exited, not forgetting to close the bathroom door. Truly a little rabbit. When Jingshu shook her head in amusement, then turned her expectant gaze towards the lake. Half an hour later, as the sound of water ceased, the girl sighed contentedly and emerged from the emerald lake. Her flawless form was graceful and enchanting, her skin luminescent like pearls, smooth as cream, with each droplet of water glimmering like radiant gems. She was as beautiful as the goddess Adeline by the water's edge. When Jingshu let her damp hair cascade down her back and activated the drying mode in the bathroom, in no time, she was dry and refreshed. While she marveled at the convenience of interstellar technology, she changed into her clothes. Mu Yunla's garments were quite oversized. Despite his slender appearance, he stood at least 1.8 meters tall. When Jingshu, not particularly short, found the black shirt she donned resembled a short dress, she examined the pants, realizing they trailed to the ground, and hesitated over whether to wear them. Meanwhile, Mu Yunla appeared agitated, restless as he anxiously watched the silent bathroom. He sent a message through his holographic communicator. When will the world be destroyed? Brother, do you know how long females typically take a bathe? If you ask again, I'll send you all some red bean paste. Is it appropriate for a single beast to ask me this? Wait, why are you suddenly concerned about this? Is there a female with you? Yes, I have encountered my muse. Not this, brother. Didn't we agree to remain solitary together? How did you fall in love? What is so great about females? Arrogant, selfish, heartless. When will the world be destroyed? She is different. Tell me the truth, brother. Did that female drug you? No, she. Just as Mu Yunla was about to clarify, he heard a commotion from the bathroom, that he hurriedly closed the chat window. Then reconsidered and changed his username. He didn't want Wen Jingshu to misinterpret him as a societal menace. That moment. On the other end of the communicator, A certain beast observe his friend S new username. The world is beautiful. She is too. And couldn't help but curse under his breath. Oh no. That naive fool must have been deceived by the cunning female, that I must go and wake him up. Otherwise, who will join me in destroying the world? However, before he could act, a panicked voice from his subordinate interrupted. Boss, it's bad. The Federal Fleet is currently encircling the Skull Pirate Brigade at the outskirts of our Dark Knight star domain. Isn't that good news? The loathsome vermin should have been eradicated long ago. However, boss, I fear they might bite us If they dare, I shall make their existence a living hell. The chilling undertone dripped with merciless resolve emanated from the leader. His subordinates gazing at his tempestuous demeanor, swallowing hard in trepidation. Boss, what shall we do? No, such an intriguing diversion is a rare opportunity. We shall indulge in it. The response was a casual chuckle. Yunla remained blissfully unaware that his friend was gearing up for a bout of violence. At that moment, he was ensnared in a mesmerizing kaleidoscope of colors from which he could not escape that a girl, as ethereal and graceful as a fairy, approached him slowly, clad solely in one of his shirts. Her raven hair cascaded down her back like silk, and her porcelain skin glowed with an alluring, peachy hue, suffused with warmth. The expensive black fabric clung to her form, accentuating her alluring curves, her waist delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand, exuding an aura of languid charm and irresistible allure. Particularly captivating were her long, supple legs, which bore a hint of luscious softness, glistening under the light with a delicate sheen. Yunla felt as though he was not stepping on the ground, but rather upon his own heart. In a daze, it was as if a volcano erupted in his mind. The next moment, the girl's voice pierced through the haze. Yunla, why are you bleeding from your nose? In the ensuing chaos, when Jingshu knelt on the sofa, one hand cradling the boy's chin while the other pressed a cloth to his nose, Yunla sat still, akin to a chastised child, too fearful to move. Yet, even seated, the enticing springtime view before him captivated his gaze. His cheeks flushed, and he hurriedly shut his eyes, but the fleeting vision of beauty lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. The blood flowed unabated. When Jingshu frowned at the stained cloth and reluctantly fetched another, a flicker of shame crossed Yunla's face. I'm sorry. Why apologize? It's merely a minor inconvenience. Do not worry. It'll be all right soon. The girl reassured him in a gentle tone. Yunla's expression grew increasingly mortified. He felt utterly wretched for having once again sullied the divine in his thoughts. Yet, how could he resist the allure of his muse? He longed not only to capture her likeness on canvas, but also to paint upon her alabaster skin. As the young man wrestled with his self-loathing, he was unable to suppress his infatuation. The flames of desire within him blazed fiercely, consuming his reason piece by piece. When Jingshu cleaned away the last traces of blood, preparing to rise when Yunla suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist, tumbling them both into the soft embrace of the sofa. Yunla, sister, you smell so good, Yunla moaned, nuzzling against the delicate curve of her neck, seemingly bereft of rational thought. His fair, exquisite face flushed crimson. His eyes clouded with longing, acting purely on instinct. Yet he did not overstep. He merely held her tightly. When Jingshu felt the heat of his breath against her neck, her worry intensifying. Yunla, have your symptoms advanced? I don't know. I feel so unwell. Yunla whispered, his voice laced with distress. His snow-white lashes glistened with unshed tears, and his striking features bore a fragile vulnerability. He resembled a snowflake on the verge of melting. Without delay, Jingshu summoned her life force to soothe him. Perhaps sensing her indulgence, Yunla pressed further, emitting soft sounds like a playful creature, his lips brushing against the skin of his beloved. I want my sister to hold me. Chapter 11. How I Wish to Hide My Sister Away. The delicate form in his embrace was perfectly proportioned, her skin smooth and radiant, imbued with a subtle fragrance that intoxicated the senses. Teetering on the brink of madness, the beauty of her skin exuded a bone-deep allure, so fragrant. Yunla held her soft, fragrant form tightly, his gaze fervent and entranced. He buried his face in her neck, inhaling deeply, akin to a cat lost in the ecstasy of catnip. When Jingshu felt the tickle of his soft, snowy hair against her expression tinged with exasperation, yet her voice remained tender as flowing water. Yunla, do you feel better now? Mu Yunla paused, a complex emotion flickering in his dreamy eyes. Why was his sister so gentle? Why did she treat him with such kindness? Such tenderness led him to believe he could be a little greedier. After a long silence, outside the starship, the dark, profound cosmos shimmered with distant stars, mysterious and resplendent, yet an inexplicable chill of solitude lingered. Inside the starship, however, it felt as warm as spring, albeit with a hint of oppressive heat. Mu Yunla reclined on the girl's lap, a look of satisfaction gracing his features as if he had indulged in catnip. His wet, ruby eyes sparkled, resembling the purest, most exquisite rubies, when Jingshu wore an expression devoid of emotion. She fixed her gaze on the creamy expanse of the boy's chest, avenging herself by pinching it hard. Was it too much to ask for a little compensation? Mu Yunla, taken aback by her boldness, let out a soft grunt, his body quivering slightly. Yet he puffed out his chest, eagerly leaning towards her, his bashful yet expectant gaze seemingly inviting her to indulge. Regrettably, to Wen Jingshu, he was no longer that innocent, snow-like boy. What modest, shy little rabbit? He was audacious indeed. After Wen Jingshu emerged from the bathroom once more, she unceremoniously commanded the boy, "Take me to the rest cabin. I wish to sleep." Her expression was calm, betraying no anger or joy, as if she were the eye of a storm. Although Mu Yunla felt a pang of anxiety, he harbored no regrets, whether his actions were involuntary or intentionally seductive. Perhaps only he knew he did not wish to remain hidden in the shadows. Gazing at her from afar, he yearned to devote himself entirely to his muse, not just his heart, but his body as well. Before long, within the rest cabin, a soft beep sounded as the door sealed shut. When Jingshu plunged into the plush bed, her taut body finally relaxing. The fabric of the starship's bedding was an enigma. It possessed the softness of cotton, yet the slickness of satin, lulling one into slumber without notice. Yet at this moment, sleep eluded Wen Jingshu entirely. She could not simply disregard what had transpired. To claim she felt no affection for Mu Yunla would be a blatant lie. He perfectly embodied her ideal type. Although raised as a refined lady, appearing gentle and serene, she was in truth quite formidable. She desired a partner who would place her above all else, forever yielding to her will, standing unwaveringly by her side, even against the world. Alas, such men were rarer than three-legged toads, now that she had finally encountered one. When Jingshu found herself hesitant to act. After all, initially, she had genuinely regarded Mu Yunla as a younger brother. That melancholic, aloof, sensitive boy resembled a creature abandoned by the world, eliciting her instinctive compassion. However, much to her surprise, he harbored desires for her that were anything but platonic. For a moment, when Jingshu found herself at a loss as to how to proceed. Outside the rest cabin, Mu Yunla was equally restless. He traced the red mark on his chest, reluctant to wash away the scent left by his sister. Yet recalling her distant gaze, he could not help but scorn his own base and shameless nature. The air in the starship felt eerily silent without her presence. Previously, Mu Yunla had never felt lonely or desolate. There was even a time when he spent an entire month alone aboard the starship, awaiting a rare celestial phenomenon. But now, as her scent gradually dissipated, his heart endured an unprecedented torment, akin to a fish on the brink of dehydration or a bird about to plunge to its demise. He teetered on the edge of despair, nearly breaking to tea last. After an interminable half hour, Mu Yunla could no longer restrain himself. He transformed into a swift, slender figure, racing towards the rest cabin. There lay his salvation. Meanwhile, in the dark night star region, a black starship's wreckage floated silently in the cosmos, its skull insignia shattered by energy blasts, scattered around like remnants of a fierce battle's aftermath. Director, all members of the Skull Pirate Corps have been captured. The second and third fleets have successfully rescued 12 females and are en route back. The Thien Yi starship has escaped. Shall we send someone to pursue? No need to bother with them. That madman, although straddling the line between right and wrong, would never dare cross the Federation's bottom line, a commanding voice replied coolly before shifting the topic. What is the condition of the females? Not good. They're in a state of severe shock. Those damned pirates kept them locked in the escape pods. The deputy sheriff gritted his teeth and scolded. For a full 2 days and nights, she was confined in a cramped, dark space, nearly consumed by cosmic turbulence. Even the most robust of male beastmen would face mental collapse under such circumstances, let alone a delicate female who has been meticulously cared for since childhood. This will cast an indelible shadow over her life. Dispatch medical personnel to provide comfort. Additionally, escort those space pirates to the interrogation room. I shall personally oversee the questioning. His authoritative voice grew colder, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. The deputy's face instantly lit up with excitement. The director's methods were not something ordinary individuals could endure. Those pirates were in for a treat. After a moment's hesitation, he reminded, "Director, there's also a young female among the private starship that sent the distress signal. Should we confirm her safety ourselves?" Indeed, when it concerns a female, we cannot be too careful. 3 hours later, aboard the Silver Starship, a notification chimed. The Federal Security Bureau has sent you a communication request. The snow-white fluff nestled in the girl's neck emitted a disgruntled grunt. However, the persistent alert from the holographic interface continued, and fearing it might disturb the sleeping maiden, he gently nudged her chin with his nose, loath to leave her side. Moments later, Mr. Moo, ensuring the safety of every female is our duty at the Federal Security Bureau. Please do not obstruct official business. Otherwise, we will charge you with the unlawful confinement of a female. Understood. Yunla reluctantly sent over the coordinates, immediately hanging up without waiting for a response, his unwelcoming attitude apparent. Soon, the silver-haired youth returned to the rest cabin, standing by the bedside, gazing intently at the serene face of the girl. Her thick, curled, snow-colored lashes cast shadows, concealing the gloom and anxiety in her eyes. How he wished to keep his sister hidden away. Chapter 12. Director, we are all good beasts. When Jingshu awoke, the Silver Starship had come to a halt at the federal flagship. She sat up in bed, instinctively reaching for her neck, where a lingering warmth seemed to remain. Beside her lay the clothes she had changed out of yesterday, exuding a faint, clean fragrance, clearly washed and dried with great care. When Jingshu couldn't help but admire the youth's thoughtfulness. Such considerate and meticulous behavior was hard not to find appealing. After changing into fresh attire, she stepped out of the rest cabin. However, upon entering the outer chamber, an atmosphere charged with tension enveloped her. Inside the starship stood a group of unfamiliar individuals. Yunla's expression was tense, his crimson eyes cold and dangerous, confronting them without yielding. These individuals were clad in dark golden uniforms, armed with laser pistols, tall and imposing, exuding a unique aura of iron and blood. Particularly striking was their leader, a figure of formidable presence, his gray hair cropped short, with a face chiseled like stone, sharp brows and piercing ice-blue eyes that radiated authority. His well-tailored uniform accentuated his inverted triangular physique, showcasing muscular contours that even fabric could not conceal. When Jingshu had no doubt that he could easily crush her with a single blow. Her instinctive wariness heightened. She quickly approached the youth, her tone laced with caution. "Who are you?" Her melodious, ethereal voice echoed, captivating all present. The security officers felt their hearts momentarily halt as they beheld the approaching maiden. Oh, mother of life, how can such a beautiful female exist? Her skin was fairer than the pearls of the ocean god star, her eyes more radiant than countless stars, and her lips more vibrant than the blooms of Aphrodite. And that sweet fragrance that could drive every beast-man to madness. In an instant, a myriad of fervent gazes fixated on Wen Jingshu, their astonishment and infatuation impossible to disguise. Yet, Mu Yunla reacted like a beast defending its territory, his entire being bristling with hostility, his exquisite face transformed into a fierce mask, radiating aggression as he stood protectively before the girl. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the S-rank beastman filled the air, rendering it almost palpable. Qin Su snapped back to reality, suppressing a strange sensation within him, and scanned his subordinates with an authoritative glare. Once everyone had regained composure, he removed his white gloves and strode forward to introduce himself. "Greetings, esteemed female. I am Qin Su, Director of the Federal Central Star Security Bureau. When Jingshu looked up at the imposing, handsome man, her first thought being how tall he was, at 170 centimeters. She barely reached his chest. His towering figure loomed over her, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. She instinctively took a couple of steps back before gently grasping his broad, bronze hand. "Hello, my name is Wen Jingshu." Qin Su lowered his gaze to her delicate hand, so soft it seemed almost ethereal, daring not to exert any force. After 2 seconds, he gentlemanly withdrew his hand and solemnly inquired, "Miss Wen, may I ask what your relationship is with Mr. Mu? Has he coerced or harmed you in any way?" "Of course not. He is my friend." "Friend? Then why does he not know your basic information?" Qin Su's words were sharp, his gaze piercing. He had spent years interrogating criminals, and his aura was laden with an intimidating chill. Even the most vicious space pirates would tremble before him. When Jingshu's heart skipped a beat, as if his hawk-like eyes could see through her very soul. Seeing her body tremble slightly, Mu Yunla felt a pang of pain in his heart. He shielded her once more, glaring coldly at the man. "You frightened her. My apologies, Miss Wen. Please do not be afraid." Qin Su observed the vulnerable and pitiful demeanor of the young female, his expression softening slightly as he lowered his tone. "You may speak candidly with us. If he has coerced you, we will have him arrested and brought before the Federal Supreme Court to protect your rights." At his words, when Jingshu's eyes flickered, she feigned fear, lowering her head and speaking in a soft, timid voice that I was captured by space pirates and ended up on the original star. He rescued me. But I lost my memory and only remember my name. Director, we are all good beasts. The young female's gentle and timid demeanor evoked sympathy from the beasts around her. The security officers nearby hurried to reassure her. "Do not be afraid, little female. That wretched band of space pirates has been apprehended. No one will harm you again. Indeed, we at the Security Bureau will ensure your safety. Those damned pirates. How could they lay their hands on such a beautiful female?" Qin Su regarded his mesmerized subordinates with a dark expression. "Have all of you forgotten your training against the allure of beauty? A mere flick of her finger, and you would likely be willing to give your lives for her. Wouldn't you? However, now is not the time to reprimand these fools." Despite the flaws in the young female's explanation, he could not apprehend her for interrogation. The laws of the Federation forbade it, and he couldn't bring himself to do so. If anyone were to be interrogated, it would be this male who displayed unseemly behavior. Qin Su restrained his intimidating presence, offering an apology that "I beg your pardon. I overstepped. Recently, space pirates have been rampant in abducting females, and we must be exceedingly cautious." When Jingshu's expression softened as she nodded in understanding, "It's all right. You are merely acting to protect the females, which I can comprehend, but by the way, are those rescued females all right?" "The situation is not good. They were confined in escape pods for 2 days and nights and nearly consumed by cosmic turbulence. They are exhibiting signs of post-traumatic stress," upon hearing the account. When Jingshu clenched her fists in anger. Regardless of the era, human traffickers deserved death, but the most pressing concern now was to soothe those suffering females to prevent irreversible harm. She calmed her emotions and earnestly made her request to the man. "Director Qin, I wish to help them." The young woman's voice was gentle yet resolute, her beautiful black eyes clear and bright, resembling dazzling stars. At a glance, one could perceive the immense strength, resilience, and beauty concealed beneath her delicate exterior. Qin Su momentarily stood in stunned silence. After a long pause, the tranquil depths of his ocean blue eyes rippled, softening slightly compared to his usual demeanor. "Very well." 5 minutes later, in the flagship's medical room. The latest white medical pods were neatly arranged, with various medical instruments and expensive medications displayed on nearby shelves. Unfortunately, they were of no use at present. The medical staff, hearing the terrified screams and curses of the females, wore expressions of despair, perhaps having endured the intimidation and torment of space pirates. These victimized females exhibited extreme aversion to male beastmen, making it impossible for even the most skilled healers to approach them. Fortunately, salvation arrived swiftly. Chapter 13. Director Qin, the unyielding and impartial. She must have her reasons. Upon seeing the cold and imposing man, the accompanying doctors felt as though they had found their anchor. "Director, they are reacting with great hostility. We cannot approach them at all. Should we resort to compulsory treatment measures? There's no need. Qin Su replied, then turned to the girl beside him, his expression grave as he earnestly instructed. I will rely on you from here on out that if you encounter any danger, be sure to call for help immediately. I shall remain at the entrance. They are of great importance, and so are you. The man's voice was cold and firm, yet the concern within it was profoundly sincere. When Jingshu felt a warmth in her heart and playfully blinked to lighten the somber atmosphere. Rest assured, Director, that I promise to accomplish the task. Indeed, I believe in you. For reasons unknown, Qin Su felt a peculiar fondness and trust towards this unfamiliar young female. After she entered, he silently stood at the door, fully attentive to the sounds from within. The tall, robust man remained motionless, resembling a knight's statue guarding a princess. Inside the medical room, upon Wen Jingshu's entrance, she sensed several pairs of eyes upon her, a mixture of vigilance and fear. When they realized she was female, their gazes softened somewhat, yet their expressions remained wary. Wen Jingshu did not rush, but instead softened her voice to greet them. Hello, I am also a rescued female. Perhaps due to shared suffering or the inexplicable warmth radiating from the girl, the females gradually accepted her. Once integrated into the group, Wen Jingshu did not dare to slack off. She mobilized her life energy while gently comforting them. Sleep now. You have merely had a nightmare. Soon, you'll return home. There, it is warm and safe, devoid of darkness and danger. The air shimmered with emerald light. Flickering with golden glimmers, the tranquil and serene atmosphere, along with her soft murmurs, gradually dispelled the gloom within the hearts of the females. Half an hour later, a series of steady breathing sounds emerged. The females relaxed their tense bodies, no longer shivering, and the fear and panic on their faces slowly faded. Finally, they all slipped into a peaceful slumber, when Jingshu gently touched the small deer ears of one female. Her brow furrowing with a look of compassion, the beast women, upon reaching the age of 18, would completely transform into human form, never to revert to their beastly shape. Hence, this little deer female was still a minor child. In that instant, when Jingshu's hatred for the Star Pirates deepened further, she tucked the females in and quietly exited the medical room. As the door closed automatically, she turned to see her loyal knight guarding her. Shoo! She silently gestured, then swiftly pulled him away from the premises. Qin Su lowered his gaze to the delicate, pale hand gripping his sleeve and obediently followed on the other side. Within the command room, several security and medical personnel anxiously awaited news. In a federation where the male-to-female ratio soared to nearly 1:5,000, any incident involving a female would weigh heavily on their consciences. Moreover, the male beastmen had been taught from a young age to protect the females, and they could not bear to see any of them harmed. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a white-haired youth appeared somewhat out of place. His expression was impassive, his eyes gloomy, emanating an aura of "don't bother me." When he saw the girl approaching, he instantly transformed from a reclusive mushroom into an exuberant puppy. Sister, you're back. Yunlu, have you been waiting for me? Yes, Mu Yunlu pouted, feeling aggrieved, and was about to embrace his sister and act spoiled when a sturdy arm blocked him. Qin Su cast a fleeting glance at the boy. She is tired. Let her rest first. The man's tone was forceful and domineering, as if the girl were his own. The youth's eyes instantly reddened with anger, glaring fiercely at the man, yet he quickly noticed the girl's pale complexion, and his anger was swiftly replaced by concern. Sister, let's return to the starship. When Jingshu nodded, indeed, she felt somewhat fatigued. Mobilizing life energy did not come without cost. Calming 12 females all at once had evidently exceeded her physical limits. However, she harbored no regrets. After the two bid farewell, joyous cheers erupted within the command room. Wonderful. These young females are finally safe. Miss Wen is truly remarkable. I wonder how she managed it. Those females were on the brink of a mental breakdown. Why do you care so much? Miss Wen is gentle and kind. How could she be like us rough male beasts? Wen Jingshu listened to the faint whispers behind her, a gentle smile lingering at the corners of her lips. The secret of the heart of life would forever remain buried deep within her heart, for she never underestimated the malice and madness of humanity. The silhouette of the young girl gradually receded, her slender form swaying like a resilient willow. Chin Su's gaze was profound, lingering long after she had vanished from sight. In truth, he had never fully dismissed his suspicions about her. Such a clumsy excuse, surely. Only those blinded by beauty would believe it. With her looks, how could that greedy band of star pirates possibly let her go? Even if she were to drift to the original planet, they would never relent. Moreover, how could such a delicate young female survive in the perilous environment of the original planet? Yet, when the image of her starry, radiant eyes surfaced in his mind, his typically hardened heart inexplicably softened. He thought, such a gentle and kind young female. Even if she harbors some secret, perhaps it is merely a matter of unavoidable hardship. After a tumultuous journey, the group finally reached the central star domain. Wen Jingshu had often imagined the appearance of the central star, but nothing could compare to the shock of seeing it with her own eyes. It was a cerulean planet, strikingly similar to the original planet, yet over 10 times larger. Countless starships of various sizes traversed its vicinity. Compared to the desolate and remote original planet, the central star was evidently far more vibrant and bustling. The central star, also known as Dawn Star, was the first habitable planet discovered by the Federation after the Great Catastrophe. After a millennium of development, it had become the political and economic center of the Federation. Mu Yunla stood beside the girl, recounting its history with enthusiasm. Its capital is named Pluto, which means rebirth. The Federation's Supreme Council, Supreme Court, and Central Security Bureau are all located here, which is why the city of Pluto has excellent security and a prosperous economy. You can settle here with peace of mind. Upon hearing the boy's considerate reassurances, a hint of warmth flickered in Wen Jingshu's eyes. She understood that he was concerned she might be frightened by the star pirates. His words were meant to instill a sense of safety within her. Wen Jingshu smiled faintly, nodding in understanding, then curiously inquired, Yinlu, are you a native of the Central Star? Chapter 14. Arrival at the Central Star. Capital Pluto. No, I was born on Ice Crystal Star. Yu Yunla's previously carefree expression suddenly darkened, that the shadow flickered in his pure red eyes, as if he had touched upon unwelcome memories. Noticing this, Wen Jingshu refrained from pressing further. She shifted her feet slightly, silently accompanying the lonely and melancholic youth, and Yu Yunla lowered his gaze, quietly observing the gentle profile of the girl. In an instant, the sorrow and pain that had stirred within him dissipated significantly. He had encountered his salvation in life. Why should he linger in the shadows of the past? Inside the starship, the two stood side by side, gazing at the approaching cerulean planet. An unspoken warmth flowed through the air. Just then, Mu Yunla's communicator beeped, and upon answering, he was met with an unwelcome face on the screen. The gray-haired, blue-eyed man remained composed and serious. Miss Wen, please accompany us to the Capital Hospital shortly. The medical staff will examine your condition and see if your memory can be restored. All right, thank you. Director Chin, there's no need for formalities. You are a distinguished female, and it is my honor to serve you. Chin Su regarded the calm and self-assured girl, feeling a slight stir within himself. The two exchanged only a few words before Mu Yunla hastily ended the call, leaving no room for this pretentious rival. Wen Jingshu was amused by his childish behavior and couldn't help but tease, aren't you afraid of offending Director Chin? I'm not afraid of him. I'm only afraid he will take my sister away. The boy's tone was tinged with bitterness, the possessiveness typical of males unmasked. Wen Jingshu's smile faltered for a moment, and she subtly shifted the topic. We must be nearing the capital, right? Yes, sister. Put on your outer robe. The matter of the abducted females is serious. There will likely be many beastmen watching. That Mu Yunla's expression was tinged with concern. In the vast expanse of the galaxy, males far outnumbered females, even with the Federation's implementation of a system allowing multiple husbands for a single wife. The stark reality remained. There were many more wolves than there was prey. Countless males lived their lives in solitary existence, while females, upon venturing outside, were inundated with declarations of love and pursuit. Moreover, with his sister's striking beauty, it was inevitable that a swarm of admirers would besiege her. Yes, these thoughts swirled in his mind. Mu Yunla's sense of crisis intensified. He hurriedly draped a black cloak over the young woman and adjusted the oversized hood upon her head. His movements meticulous and considerate, resembling a devoted husband attending to his beloved wife. When Jingshu sighed softly within, subtly attempting to deter the boy's overly affectionate gestures. "Let me handle it myself." Mu Yunla's hand froze. A flicker of hurt crossing his gaze. Was his sister still unwilling to accept him? Had he failed in some way? Upon noticing the redness at the corners of his eyes, when Jingshu gently caressed his head, offering reassurance, "We can discuss this later." Upon their arrival in the capital city of Pluto, Mu Yunla's premonitions were validated. The docking area was teeming with people. There were legislators offering condolences, anxious family members, journalists clamoring for interviews, and curious citizens. Even a dozen floating live-streaming drones. Beasts across the galaxy were riveted by the case of the abducted female. The Skull Pirate Gang was notorious for such crimes within the Federation. And now that this malignant force was being eradicated, it brought immense relief to the populace. Those damn pirates are finally facing justice. Once they stand trial, they'll have no good fortune awaiting them. Poor little females, they must have suffered greatly. Those vile pirates deserve the harshest penalties. Thanks to Director Cheen for apprehending them. Otherwise, who knows how many more females would have been harmed. Indeed, perhaps some of them were destined to be our future mates. Amidst the collective gaze of the crowd, a man clad in dark golden attire emerged from the starship, flanked by a regiment of disciplined security personnel. His captivating presence and formidable aura incited frenzied cheers from the throngs online. Director Cheen is here. So handsome. If Director Cheen would marry me, I would gladly relinquish my position as a male. Truly, Director Cheen is hailed as one of the most charismatic males in the galaxy. Thankfully, he has no interest in females, which spares me from competition. Hey, don't spread rumors. When has Director Cheen ever said he dislikes females? The fact that he has ignored countless declarations of love from them speaks volumes. TCH, maybe he just hasn't encountered his dream female yet. Hey, shouldn't we focus on the poor females who are victims here? I heard those rescued females are suffering from post-traumatic stress and haven't recovered yet. Cursed pirates! Oh, Divine Mother, may these little females find peace. The concerns echoed by the netizens mirrored those of the reporters present. A.S. Cheen soon made his appearance. Journalists rushed forward, eager to inquire. Director Cheen, how are the rescued females faring? Director Cheen, have all members of the Skull Pirate Gang been apprehended? Director Cheen. At the rear, when Jingshu felt her scalp prickling at the sight of the throng, she tugged at her hood and softly suggested to the boy beside her, "Shall we take our leave?" "All right." Mu Yunla's eyes brightened, and he swiftly shielded the girl as they made their escape from the scene. All attention was fixed on Cheen Su and his entourage, allowing the duo in their black cloaks to slip away unnoticed. Oh no, it wasn't entirely unnoticed. Cheen Su, surrounded by the crowd, caught sight of the two departing figures, his ice-blue gaze growing increasingly frosty. Meanwhile, when Jingshu sat aboard the floating Star Rail train, gazing down at the resplendent and dreamlike cityscape, unable to suppress her admiration that it's so beautiful, the intense starship battle prior had led her to form preconceived notions, imagining the interstellar age to be characterized by cold, sci-fi aesthetics. However, the reality was strikingly different. Pluto, as the Federation's most bustling and developed political and economic hub, was not a steel forest of towering skyscrapers and relentless traffic, but rather a romantic city where nature and culture were seamlessly intertwined. Its urban layout was loose and harmonious, with architectural styles reminiscent of ancient Greece. Distinctive buildings rose, their ivory bricks adorned with exquisite reliefs, exuding an artistic ambience. Lush greenery enveloped the surroundings, seemingly merging with the cityscape. The fresh air was filled with the delightful fragrance of flora, while clean, tidy streets bustled with passers-by, radiating an air of leisurely ease. The happiness index in Pluto must be exceedingly high, when Jingshu remarked, her beautiful eyes sparkling with genuine W. And Yu Yunla nodded, elaborating on the situation. Indeed, the Federation's welfare programs are remarkably generous, particularly towards females. Chapter 15, please. I fear pain. Advancements in technology have led to intelligent robots replacing the vast majority of manual labor. The material living standards of the beasts have surged, resulting in an intensified pursuit of spiritual fulfillment. Consequently, the entertainment industry within the Federation flourished. Upon hearing this, when Jingshu pondered, Perhaps this is also a means for the Federation government to alleviate the gender disparities. Mu Yunla's eyes glimmered with surprise and admiration. Sister, you are truly clever. The disparity in male-to-female ratios, coupled with the long lifespan of the beasts, could easily incite unrest if not soothed through other means. Have riots occurred in the past? Certainly, but that was a long time ago. Do not worry, sister. The Federation is currently peaceful and stable, with a strong emphasis on protecting females. As their casual conversation unfolded, the panorama of the interstellar era gradually revealed itself before when Jingshu's eyes in the azure sky. The advanced floating star rail train zipped by, leaving behind a trail of white vapor. In the blink of an eye, the pair arrived at their destination. When Jingshu gazed up at the red and white spire of the cathedral, somewhat astonished, "Is this the capital hospital?" "Yes, sister. Let us proceed with the examination." Despite Mu Yunla's awareness of the girl's mysterious origins, he couldn't help but worry about her well-being. When Jingshu chuckled softly, tenderly patting his head in reassurance, "Don't worry, Yunla, I'm fine." In stark contrast to the exquisite and opulent classical exterior, the hospital's interior radiated a pristine and grand ambience of gleaming white. Within the arched hall, an oval-shaped medical robot, half the height of a person, approached the two upon their arrival. "Hello, how may I assist you? Please schedule a physical examination for the young female beside me." "Yunla, aren't we supposed to meet with Director Qin?" "Sister, it's all right. I have star coins." When Jingshu observed the boy's proud expression, momentarily amused and exasperated. This isn't merely a matter of star coins. The purpose of her agreement to visit the hospital with Qin Su was to establish a clear path towards obtaining Federation citizenship. Not due to any medical necessity. Just then, as if summoned, the central cylindrical lift descended gracefully, revealing a tall and imposing gray-haired man who strode forward. "Miss One, you have arrived. Director Qin? What a coincidence." Upon locking eyes with his calm, ice-blue gaze, she felt a twinge of guilt for having abandoned him earlier. Are the females settled? Their families have arrived to accompany them. Now, it is time to focus on your own well-being. Qin Su's gaze lingered on the girl's charming curls, his typically cold and serious voice softening unconsciously. A few moments later, the trio arrived at the 5th floor, designated for female patients. "This is Dr. Pei, the most skilled physician at the capital hospital." Qin Su introduced the platinum-haired man beside him. When Jingshu scrutinized the strikingly handsome man with platinum hair, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. "How can someone be so perfect, as if they were a 3D model?" she remarked, then removed her hood, offering him a polite smile. "Hello, Dr. Pei." "Hello, Miss One." His voice resonated like a cold spring, distant and detached, mirroring his appearance. Regardless of the beauty before him, he maintained a professional demeanor. Addressing matters with formality, "Director Qin has informed me of your condition. Let us proceed with the examination." "Thank you, Dr. Pei." When Jingshu felt an innate apprehension towards doctors, responding with utmost obedience, the two entered the examination room. While Mu Yunla and Qin Su waited outside, in the interstellar era, not only was technology advanced, but medical practices were also remarkably sophisticated. There was no need for blood draws or x-rays. Simply lying in the medical chamber for a scan yielded results in no time. "Dr. Pei, how is Miss Win's health?" "Excellent." The man clad in white, after perusing the report, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and replied in a languid manner. "The genetic stability of the subject is sound. Cellular vitality is commendable. And her constitution is more robust than that of the average beast man." "But why has Miss Win suffered from amnesia?" "The causes of amnesia are manifold and are not necessarily related to physical constitution. It could be that her mind has endured a significant trauma, prompting a defensive mechanism within her cerebral cortex." A.S.'s words fell. An immediate silence enveloped the examination room, with each person lost in their own thoughts. Mu Yunla gazed with compassion at the frail and helpless girl, solemnly vowing, "Sister, from now on, I shall protect you with my life." Qin Su felt a flicker of pity in his heart, yet he did not forget his purpose. "Dr. Pei, is there a method to restore her memory?" "Indeed, there is. The most direct and effective approach is through cerebral stimulation therapy. However, it is inevitable that some pain will be experienced, The voice of the man in white remained cool and detached, as if merely fulfilling his duties as a physician. Yet for reasons unknown, when Jingshu detected a deeper meaning within his words, her body trembled slightly, akin to a startled bird. And oh, I fear pain. The girl's soft voice quivered with a hint of tears. Her delicate face drained of color, her slender brows furrowing, and her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. Such a heart-wrenching visage would soften the hearts of any beast man who beheld it, even the notoriously unyielding and cold-hearted director of the Federal Security Bureau, who now felt an unexpected pang of guilt. Was he being too excessive? Beside him, Mu Yunla was utterly distraught. He quickly enveloped her fragile shoulders, cradling her in his embrace, softly reassuring, "Sister, do not be afraid. We shall not proceed with the treatment. I will take you home." "All right." When Jingshu leaned into the warmth of the youth's embrace, a flicker of regret passing through her misty eyes. Just as the two prepared to leave, Chin-su suddenly obstructed their path. The imposing figure of the man loomed. Casting an oppressive shadow, he coldly fixed his piercing gaze upon the boy's crimson eyes, scrutinizing him with a sharp intensity. "As far as I am aware, you are neither her kin nor her mate. Are you attempting to take advantage of her vulnerability and abduct this lost female?" The harsh interrogation resonated throughout the treatment room, the atmosphere instantly becoming charged with tension. The youthful visage of Mu Yunla was instantly shrouded in frost, the crimson hue of his pupils spreading to engulf his entire gaze. Transforming into a ferocious beast's eyes, he stared unwaveringly at the man, his back slightly arched, embodying the predatory aura of a natural hunter, firmly locking onto the man. The confrontation between beastmen often commenced with a contest of dominance. The silver-haired man, however, did not yield. The air around him bristled with lethal intent, his icy blue eyes emanating an air of authority and chill. As if the very atmosphere had frozen in response, the confrontation loomed imminent. Meanwhile, the platinum-haired man observed the scene with a nonchalant demeanor, leisurely enjoying the unfolding drama, almost as if he were urging them to engage in conflict. Chapter 16. I suspect you of attempting to abduct a female and have the authority to arrest you. When Jingshu couldn't help but twitch her lips in exasperation. Why did this man still maintain an air of aloofness, as though he were untouched by the world? Did he not fear the chaos erupting on his territory? If it truly were to explode, she hoped he would not seek to blame her, for she possessed no riches. Despite her internal grievances, when Jingshu did not forget to advocate for the two men. "Director Chin, Yunla is not a bad person. He not only saved me, but also provided me shelter, caring for me throughout our journey. I have merely lost my memory, not my ability to discern right from wrong." Her intention to defend the youth was evident. Chin-su fell silent, the weight of her words sinking in, when Jingshu exhaled a sigh of relief and gently tugged at the boy's sleeve to comfort him. "It's all right, Yunla. Director Chin is not targeting you as a law enforcement officer. He is simply concerned for my safety." The girl balanced her words, neither favoring one over the other, and gradually, the tension began to dissipate. At that moment, the man in white spoke again. "Miss Wen, the Federation offers considerable benefits to females. Not only is there a monthly stipend of star currency, but upon reaching adulthood, they're also gifted a property free of charge. Therefore, you need not worry about lacking a place to stay." Upon hearing this last statement, the previously cheerful Wan Jingshu's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, in an instant, the previously relaxed atmosphere grew taut once more. Chin-su's brows furrowed tightly, his tone becoming even colder and more severe. "You concealed this matter from her? This is a matter between my sister and me. It does not concern you," Mu Yunla replied tersely, clenching his fists, unable to meet the girl's gaze. "Does it not concern me?" "Ha!" Chin-su issued a cold scoff, a rare flash of anger crossing his otherwise composed and mature visage. "As the director of the Federal Security Bureau, I have a duty to ensure the safety of every female. Now, I suspect you of attempting to abduct a female and have the authority to arrest you." "Wait, Director Chin." When Jingshu urgently grasped the man's hand that threatened to draw his weapon, repeatedly pleading, "Yunla did not mean to offend you. Please forgive his unintentional words. The suggestion to reside together was mine. He was merely acting out of kindness." Upon hearing his sister's imploring tone, Mu Yunla felt as though his heart were being torn asunder. For the first time, he despised his own impotence and recklessness, his cowardice and selfishness. What did it matter that he possessed an S-grade constitution? In this society governed by law, he could not contend against power and status. He might evade back to Ice Crystal Star to cling to life, but what about his sister? Mu Yunla's fists clenched tighter, his eyes a deep crimson, yet he remained silent, his head bowed in submission. He could no longer bring her further trouble. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Su's gaze remained fixed on the delicate hand that gripped his wrist. The faint bluish-purple veins against her pale skin were accentuated by his bronze complexion, rendering them all the more fragile. He could distinctly sense the subtle tremor and dampness of her palm. Meeting the stubborn gaze of the young female, Qin Su's resolve softened, albeit reluctantly. This shall be the last time. Should he ever harm you again, I will be the first to apprehend him. In truth, Qin Su was not overly suspicious or making a mountain out of a molehill. The violent upheaval of 5 centuries past served as a bloody reminder. When a ratio of males to females becomes severely unbalanced, females are viewed as rare commodities by those in power, subjected to plunder, confinement, abduction, and deceit, with no limits to their malevolence, even in the present era of peace. Many beastmen harbor designs upon females. Just like this instance, A.S. the director, Qin Su had interrogated countless criminals and witnessed the dark depths of human nature and the frenzied savagery of beasts. He could never gamble with the lives of victims. After averting this escalating farce, when Jingshu shed her usual gentle demeanor, casting a furious glare at the instigator, were it not for his deliberate provocation. How could they have nearly come to blows? She now harbored serious doubts about this seemingly dispassionate and aloof man, suspecting him to belong to a chaotic and malevolent faction. He had disrupted her plans not once, but twice. Contemplating this, when Jingshu could not help but glare at the man again. The latter responded with a faint smile, his visage, reminiscent of ancient Greek sculptures, suddenly coming to life, like a rare flower blooming upon a snow-capped peak. It dazzled beyond compare, rendering the world momentarily dim in its presence. Yet, to Wen Jingshu, it felt akin to a provocation. She was infuriated, feeling an unprecedented dislike for someone. The atmosphere around the girl grew increasingly oppressive. Beside her, Mu Yunla, mistaking her ire for his earlier concealment, anxiously apologized. "Sister, I'm sorry. I deceived you. Please punish me as long as you do not abandon me. You may do as you wish." The youth's head hung low, his silky white hair seeming to dim, his voice low and gravelly, laden with guilt and panic, akin to a small dog fearing abandonment by its master. When Jingshu snapped back to her senses, gazing at the youth with a mix of emotions, she was not truly angry. The boy, Mu Yunla, with his small schemes, was ultimately harmless. He had gone to great lengths to please her, to win her favor. Besides, regardless of the circumstances, it was he who had brought her away from the desolate planet. Moreover, throughout their journey, Mu Yunla had never forced her to do anything. How could she bear to chastise such a pure and innocent boy? "Then I shall punish you by having you gift me a painting, great artist." When Jingshu playfully ruffled the boy's snow-white hair, a mischievous grin gracing her face, that Mu Yunla, feeling his sister's familiar affection, suddenly lifted his head, his previously dim eyes sparkling as if illuminated by a galaxy of stars. "But a painting for you." To him, for whom painting was as effortless as eating or drinking, this hardly felt like a punishment. It was, in fact, a mark of favoritism. Indeed, his sister held him dear. Mu Yunlin nuzzled against the girl's palm, his face alight with uncontainable joy and sweetness. "All right, I will ensure that my sister is satisfied. I shall await the outcome with bated breath." The two individuals shared light-hearted banter, basking in a convivial atmosphere, while the two silent figures nearby seemed out of place. The doctor, clad in white, bore a detached demeanor, his gaze obscured by gold-rimmed glasses, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Meanwhile, Qin Su observed with a sense of inexplicable emotion as the small female, forsaking past grievances, smiled gently at the dubious young man, stirring a tumult of feelings within him akin to sipping a tart beverage. His eyes darkened, and his expression turned grave as he interjected the playful exchange. "Miss One, since you are currently unable to recover your memories, Let us proceed to the Public Security Bureau to reapply for your light brain. I will also arrange accommodations for you before nightfall. The surprise arrived too abruptly, when Jingshu momentarily stood in stunned silence, taken aback that this suspicious man had chosen to let her off the hook. The next moment, she was engulfed by a wave of exhilaration and joy. She turned to the silver-haired man, her beautiful eyes shimmering with sincerity as she expressed her gratitude. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Director Chin. From the moment she awoke in this unfamiliar world until now, the taut strings of her heart finally began to relax. Her ultimate goal had been achieved, and her cautious steps had not been in vain. Henceforth, she would be a bona fide citizen of the Federation. Chapter 17. The passenger seat is reserved for your future, mate. And Yunla felt a tinge of disappointment at not being able to cohabit with his sister. However, seeing her in high spirits, he refrained from voicing his discontent. Her happiness was paramount. Thus, the trio reached a consensus and prepared to leave the hospital for the Public Security Bureau. They could see the precipice of the door. When Jingshu, almost instinctively, glanced back, inside the treatment room, the man in white stood tall and elegant, his silken platinum hair cascading down to his waist, accentuating his divine visage that exuded an air of noble aloofness. Upon meeting the girl's inquisitive gaze, his cool lips curved ever so slightly, and he extended his long, slender fingers to slowly remove his gold-rimmed glasses, revealing a pair of eyes as mysterious and resplendent as the galaxy. When Jingshu's pupils constricted in shock, I at him. Even after exiting the hospital, when Jingshu remained in a daze, nearly stumbling. Sister, be careful. Miss One, are you all right? Chin Su swiftly caught the young girl by the waist, rescuing her from a fall. Due to the momentum, when Jingshu collided into the man's embrace, her forehead and nose meeting the hardness of his chest, causing her some discomfort, Yunla inwardly cursed for being a moment too slow and hurriedly approached with concern. Sister, does it hurt? Should we return to the hospital for treatment? No need. When Jingshu rubbed her forehead and quickly grasped the boy's hand. What's there to treat? The injury will heal in another 2 seconds. Chin Su observed the young female as flushed, delicate skin, and could not help but feel a pang of guilt. I apologize. Miss W. It's nothing. I owe you my thanks. Otherwise, I would have landed face first. When Jingshu waved her hand dismissively. However, she soon became aware of the heat radiating from around her waist, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. Director Chin, may I be released now? Chin Su, as if jolted from a trance, quickly withdrew his hand, yet the lingering warmth remained, sending ripples through his heart. Her waist is so slender, he could easily encircle it with both hands, and a faint blush crept onto the man's stern features, obscured by his bronze skin, rendering it nearly invisible. Yunla, noticing the momentary lapse in the man's demeanor, shot him a fierce glare. What a supposedly unyielding director. Clearly, he is merely a man swayed by beauty. Sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, when Jingshu hastily redirected the conversation, let us board the floating train. The floating Star Trek train served as the common public transportation of the interstellar realm. Akin to the subways of Blue Star, yet it traversed through the air, imbued with a futuristic sci-fi allure. Chin Su regained his composure, but did not echo the girl's suggestion. Instead, he activated his light brain and clicked a few icons. No need. Let's take my vehicle. As his words fell, a sleek, dark blue magnetic levitation vehicle materialized before the trio. Its design resembled a convertible sports car from Blue Star, with smooth lines and a metallic shell emanating a subtle blue glow, luxurious yet understated. Undeniably eye-catching. Strangely, it boasted no wheels, simply hovering above the ground, as if supported by a magnetic energy field. When Jingshu examined it with curiosity while internally reflecting on the impressive lineage of Director Chin. After all, how could someone so young attain such a high position without a significant background? Furthermore, arriving in a private vehicle to meet her, it seemed he had not entirely let go of his wariness towards her. When Jingshu sighed inwardly, though she maintained a polite smile towards the it is indeed an honor to ride in Director Chin's vehicle. Chin Su, exhibiting gentlemanly decorum, promptly opened the passenger door. However, he was met with the playful refusal of the young girl. Director Chin, the passenger seat is better reserved for your future mate. Yunla's expression brightened at her words, seizing the opportunity to cozy up to his sister. Sister, once I purchase a magnetic levitation vehicle. The passenger seat will be yours. Yunla was a genuine introvert, often cooped up at home for weeks on end. Previously, he had deemed purchasing such a vehicle unnecessary, yet he now thought it delightful to occasionally take his sister out for a drive. Indeed, he would need to buy an even more expensive one at all right. Let us board. When Jingshu playfully pinched the boy's cheek, chiding him lightly. Once inside the vehicle, Chin Su listened to the laughter and chatter from the back seat. Feeling an emptiness in the passenger seat beside him, his gaze darkened, and he tightened his grip on the steering wheel, swiftly directing the vehicle towards the Public Security Bureau. With a whoosh, the wind howled as the magnetic levitation vehicle sped away, like a streak of blue lightning. When Jingshu had anticipated a leisurely view of the scenery, only to be taken aback by the vehicle's rapid pace, blurring the landscape into mere shadows. Thankfully, the roof provided protection. Otherwise, the force of the wind could have swept them away. Before long, the trio arrived at the Central Public Security Bureau. Its responsibilities were extensive, encompassing not only the apprehension of criminals and maintenance of public order, but also the resolution of disputes and management of household registrations. As Chin Su provided an overview, he led the two into the Grand Hall. Within the spacious and brightly lit hall, numerous light screens floated, displaying a myriad of data as officers clad in dark gold uniforms busily attended to their tasks. The atmosphere was both solemn and dignified. Upon catching sight of the imposing figure radiating authority, the personnel greeted him in unison. "Director, welcome back." "Good afternoon, Director. And who are these two accompanying you?" Instantly, the curious gazes of the officers converged upon the pair. Aside from criminals, the director had never personally brought someone along, particularly a female. Several pairs of eager eyes fixed upon them, devoid of malice, only brimming with curiosity. Yunla stiffened, feeling somewhat out of place. Noticing his discomfort, when Jingshu discreetly grasped his cool hand to offer reassurance, she then removed her hood, confidently introducing herself to the assembly. "Good afternoon, everyone. My surname is One, and I am here to reapply for my light brain. This is my friend accompanying me." With that, she flashed a friendly smile at the crowd. In that instant, her smile seemed to possess a magical quality, freezing the previously bustling air. The officers beheld the charming young female. Their eyes filled with awe. Due to their profession, they had encountered many beautiful women, yet none had exuded such an enchanting grace, reminiscent of a classical beauty stepping forth from an ink-wash painting. Each expression, each glance, shimmered with brilliance, captivating their souls. Moreover, her fragrance was intoxicating, instilling an inexplicable sense of fondness and familiarity in them. The crowd could not help but murmur amongst themselves, "This young female is stunning. So unique. Oh, mother of life. I think I have fallen in love. I wonder how many mates she has. I would love to pursue her." "Don't be foolish. She is brought here by the director." "Isn't the director usually indifferent towards females? What has caused this change? Perhaps he simply hasn't encountered a female he fancied until now. Look at this, such a trivial matter, yet he personally brought her along. Our director might finally find a mate. The young lady appears barely of age, while the director is nearing 30, a case of an old bull courting fresh grass. Zhang Bian, have you lost your mind?" Daring to jest about the director. "Are you courting death?" Chapter 18. The Federation's favor for females, a monthly subsidy of 10,000 star coins. I am speaking quietly. Surely the director cannot hear me. Right? Huh. The director is known as the most perceptive hound. What do you think? Just as Zhang Bian felt a surge of anxiety, a deep and authoritative voice resonated behind him, akin to a devil's whisper. "Are you the newly appointed hound of the Bureau?" Zhang Bian's heart sank. He turned slowly, his movements stiff and sluggish, trembling as he replied, "Are reporting in. Director, my name is Zhang Bian." A name befitting you. Assist this miss when in retrieving her identity information. You have 1 hour. Chin Su casually issued a command, then led Wen Jingshu to select a light brain. Zhang Bian, entrusted with a significant task, wore a sorrowful expression, wishing he could cry yet finding no tears. With billions of people in the Federation, the vast sea of faces made it nearly impossible to locate accurate information within an hour based solely on a photograph, even with the assistance of an intelligent retrieval system. Time was of the essence. Alas, it was all due to his own loose tongue. Zhang Bian lamented dishearteningly. Just then, a gentle and melodious voice reached his ears. "Officer Zhang, your hard work is appreciated." Zhang Bian stared blankly at the beautiful figure before him. And after a long moment, he foolishly chuckled. "No, it's not hard at all." Observing this, his colleagues looked on with a mix of envy and jealousy, for no petite female had ever spoken to them with such tenderness. This new recruit was indeed fortunate. On the other side, before a crystal display cabinet, various styles of light brains were exhibited. Wristwatch style, necklace style, phone style, tablet style, a dazzling array of choices. "Miss Wen, you may select a light brain that you fancy." "Director Qin, may I inquire, what is the cost of the cheapest one?" For the first time, the affluent Wen Jingshu felt the embarrassment of being short on funds. Qin Su fixed his gaze on the delicate pink tips of her ears, a flicker of amusement dancing in his blue eyes. "Fear not, it's free." "Sister, the light brain serves as the identification for citizens of the Federation, and there are no charges for obtaining or replacing it." Mu Yunla chimed in. Wen Jingshu breathed a sigh of relief and chose a verdant green wristwatch-style light brain. Once adorned, it resembled a splendid jade bracelet, accentuating her slender wrist, which appeared even more delicate and smooth, as if made of cream. Before long, under Qin Su's personal guidance, Wen Jingshu successfully created her StarNet account, AS for her username. Without a moment's hesitation, she continued using her previous name. Nian Nian Ping and Yin was the affectionate nickname her parents bestowed upon her. Embodying their most sincere and fervent prayers, two well-educated materialists had prayed at every temple for their beloved daughter, beseeching the deities for her safety. Reflecting on her parents' loving faces, Wen Jingshu felt a pang in her heart. Her eyes growing misty. She would never see them again. "Sister," Mu Yunla, sensing her distress, exhibited a glimmer of sympathy in his eyes that he recalled her serene yet sorrowful words beneath the sacred tree. "I have no home." Nearby, Qin Su, ever perceptive, similarly detected the young female's melancholy. "Miss One, is something amiss?" "It's nothing, merely a longing for family," she replied, forcing a smile. "Do not be disheartened. I will assist you in locating your relatives as swiftly as possible." For the first time, the stern director Qin, often dubbed the cold-faced king of hell by the entire security bureau, offered such gentle consolation. He gazed into the girl's sorrowful eyes, feeling an involuntary ache in his heart. Yet, Wen Jingshu merely smiled at him, saying nothing, as if conveying everything in that moment. After a brief silence, Mu Yunla broke the tension. "Sister, shall we add each other's friends on StarNet?" "Yes, that sounds good. By the way, if Director Qin doesn't mind, may I add you as well? You are my only two acquaintances here, and I might need assistance in the future. Not a bother at all. You may seek me out for anything. Sister, of course, it would be my honor to assist you." Miss Wen this time, Qin Su's tone was remarkably sincere, driven not by duty, but by personal inclination. When Jingshu met their earnest gazes, feeling a warm surge within her previously cold heart. Perhaps in this unfamiliar world, she was not entirely alone. After the three of them became friends, Mu Yunla secretly changed his username to Sui Chong Lu and transferred a small amount of star coins to his sister. He didn't want her to feel the embarrassment she had when selecting the light brain earlier. His muse deserved the very best. Ding ding. The notification sound for a large transfer echoed from the light brain. Wen Jingshu curiously glanced down at the message. The moment she saw the 7-digit figure, her eyes widened in disbelief. Before she could refuse, another message popped up. Sui Chong Lu. Consider this alone. Don't decline, sister. Wen Jingshu raised her gaze to the youth, her eyes as clear and gentle as a spring lake, reflecting him deep within her heart. The two shared a silent understanding, an intimacy that others could not intrude upon. Qin Su furrowed his brow slightly, feeling an inexplicable pang of bitterness. "Miss Wen, time is of the essence. Let us see if we can recover your original identity information. If not, we may need to issue a new identity." Although Wen Jingshu was aware that the outcome was likely bleak, she still maintained a composed fa-ade, revealing no hint of distress. The group returned to the Security Bureau's hall. upon seeing them emerge. Zhang Baiyan hastily reported, "Director, we were unable to locate Miss Wen's information." Hearing this, a fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Wen Jingshu's face. "Sister, do not be saddened. You still have me," Mu Yunla comforted softly. Qin Su remained calm, his icy blue eyes as unyielding as a frozen sea, impervious to any storm. "Then let us proceed with issuing a new identification for Miss Wen." "Understood, Director." The efficiency of interstellar bureaucracy was remarkable. Within mere minutes, Wen Jingshu's new identity was successfully registered on the light brain. At last, she was free from the shadows of being an undocumented citizen, officially becoming a female citizen of the Central Star of the Federation. "Miss Wen, I've heard from the Director that you have lost your memory, so allow me to introduce you to the Federation's benefits and subsidies." Zhang Baiyan's demeanor was exceedingly warm. Female beastmen receive a monthly allowance of 10,000 star coins, with a medical reimbursement rate of 90, and free access to floating trains, as Wen Jingshu listened to the generous benefits enumerated. Her astonishment was utterly uncontainable. "In oh wonder," Yunla said, "the Federation treats females exceptionally well." This was not merely preferential treatment. It was akin to being pampered. It is worth noting that the purchasing power of star coins is comparable to that of Blue Star. Yet the Federation's prices are lower. Even in the bustling capital of Central Star, a monthly allowance of 10,000 star coins is more than sufficient for a female to live comfortably. Thus, in the interstellar realm, females can indeed enjoy a life of leisure. Let us also include the accumulated subsidies from the past 20 years for Miss Wen. Qin Su interjected suddenly. Zhang Baiyan's expression became awkward as he gently suggested, "Director, this might not be appropriate." Zhang Baiyan felt distressed. Was this not a case of abusing power for personal gain? What if someone reported it? Regardless of the consequences for the Director, he would undoubtedly have to play the role of a temp worker. Yet, Miss Wen had never enjoyed the Federation's subsidies before. Qin Su, unflinching, argued persuasively for the young woman, his authoritative voice exuding a powerful sense of conviction. She is now a citizen of the Federation. It is only right that she receives these compensations. Moreover, Miss Wen is currently homeless and without funds. For the sake of compassion and reason, we must extend our assistance. His righteous words left Zhang Baiyan in a daze. He scratched his head, pondering, and indeed found a certain logic in it. He glanced at the lovely and delicate young female nearby, suddenly feeling it was entirely justifiable. If being a temp worker was the price to pay, so be it. After all, his brother would bail him out. "Director, you are absolutely correct." Zhang Baiyan promptly shifted from his previously troubled demeanor and responded with newfound conviction. Adding Miss Wen's accumulated subsidies from the past 20 years results in a total of 485 million star coins that moment. When Jingshu felt a sense of disorientation, she finally grasped what it meant for a windfall to fall from the sky. Who could have imagined that just an hour ago, she was a penniless pauper, and now, please call her a millionaire. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, and her bright eyes sparkled like a sky full of stars as she gazed at her benefactor, feeling as though he was radiating a halo of light behind him. Qin Su felt his ears redden under the intensity of her gaze. He pretended to cough, making a fist and clearing his throat before continuing to instruct Zhang Baiyan. "Please submit the application. I will handle the approval point 3 minutes later." When Jingshu counted the cascade of zeros in her light brain account, unable to suppress her jubilant laughter. There's one more wealthy person in the world. Seeing his sister beam with joy, Mu Yunla felt a twinge of regret for not transferring one more zero earlier. Qin Su observed the youthful female's avaricious demeanor and found it inexplicably endearing. Zhang Baiyan, also grinning, patiently awaited for her excitement to subside before continuing to explain further benefits. Every female, upon reaching adulthood, can select a property valued at under 5 million in their designated area. "Miss Wen, these are the available properties in Pluto. Please take a look and see if any catch your fancy." With that, he projected a 360-degree panoramic view of each property, from charming Western-style villas to retro Chinese courtyards. Ancient Greek palaces to forest tree houses and seaside villas, an abundance of choices, each with its own unique charm, left Wen Jingshu feeling dazzled. She blinked her slightly dry eyes, momentarily unable to make a decision. "Officer Zhang, May I take a couple of days to decide? I would like to conduct some on-site inspections of course. I will send the property information to your light brain shortly. Take your time in making your selection. Thank you, Officer Zhang Jian. It is my duty to serve the citizens of the Federation. By the way, Miss One, do you have any plans for employment? The remuneration of Pluto is indeed the best in the entire Federation. Not only do we provide full coverage for 10 insurances and 3 funds, but we also offer a 4 days on, 3 days off schedule with a 6-hour workday. Females are entitled to menstrual leave, contract leave, embryo leave, maternity leave, and even mood-related leave. Furthermore, females enjoy priority in job recruitment. When Jing Shu was momentarily taken aback, this is not merely an interstellar federation. It is unequivocally a paradise for workers, especially the last privilege, which is simply a boon for women in the workplace that a millennium ago we suffered discrimination and endured in silence. Now, the tides have turned, and it is our time to enjoy privileges. One word: delightful. When Jing Shu felt a surge of emotion, yet after a moment's hesitation, she gently declined. Not for now. I have other plans. All right, if you ever reconsider, you might want to think about our security bureau. The benefits are quite appealing, Zhang Bian stated, puffing out his chest with pride. The security personnel around them straightened their spines, striving to present their most attractive selves, resembling a display of peacocks, in an instant. The air was thick with the pheromones of male courtship. Qin Su and Mu Yunla both wore expressions of displeasure. When Jing Shu, under the gaze of so many intense and expectant eyes, felt a twinge of embarrassment, her gaze flitted about, and she hastily replied, Your security bureau must have excellent meals. Miss Wen, would you care to join me for dinner tonight? Zhang Bian's eyes sparkled with eagerness, ready to invite the beautiful female to dine together, only to be interrupted by the deadly glare of his own superior. He sheepishly chuckled and promptly closed his mouth. Half an hour later. Miss Wen, all the necessary procedures have been completed. From now on, the monthly subsidy will be deposited into your Light Brain account on time.as for the property. Once you make your selection, simply come to the Bureau to complete the registration process. Thank you for your hard work, Officer Zhang. When Jing Shu smiled in gratitude, then shifted the topic. Additionally, I have a question I would like to ask. Miss Wen, speak freely. I am all ears, given that Federation females possess these special rights and privileges. What corresponding obligations must we fulfill? Or rather, what price must we pay? The gentle yet serious tone of the young woman echoed throughout the hall, and those present exchanged astonished glances. Never had a female posed such a question. They were born into nobility, cherished and adored by the Federation, family, and their male partners that TO them. These privileges and preferential treatments were simply their due, and no one questioned the rationale behind them. The hierarchy of gender, with females esteemed and males subservient, had long since become an unspoken rule throughout the galaxy. Qin Su regarded the young woman with a complex expression, a swell of admiration rising within him. She is indeed a clever and perceptive female. He stepped closer, meeting her clear, spring-like black eyes, and solemnly responded, Miss Wen, please do not feel burdened. As a citizen of the Federation, you merely need to abide by the law. You are a noble female, and your existence is a privilege for the Federation. The man's demeanor was grave, and his tone was both earnest and solemn, with his ice-blue eyes seemingly holding a vast ocean within them, calm, encompassing, and highly persuasive. Yet, when Jing Shu only partially believed him, every gift bestowed by fate comes at a hidden cost. If something is offered for free now, it is likely that someone before her has already paid the price. Nonetheless, with the assurance of the highest-ranking officer in the Federation Security Bureau, she felt a temporary sense of relief. When Jing Shu's brows relaxed, and a radiant smile graced her face, I understand. The once stagnant atmosphere resumed its flow as Zhang Bian interjected with a light-hearted jest to ease the tension. Miss Wen, if you are willing to accept several male partners, it will be the greatest contribution to the Federation. What do you think of our director? Chapter 20. Had their ship sunk before it even began? Graduating from the Federation's top military academy, with an S-level physique, young and accomplished, maintaining a pristine reputation, regarded as one of the most charismatic males in the entire galaxy. In order to avoid any subsequent misfortunes, Zhang Bian was ready to take the plunge. For some reason, Chin Su did not stop him this time. He clenched his fist, quietly observing the young woman. His heart, which remained steady while capturing criminals, was now uncontrollably out of rhythm. Mu Yunla glared coldly at the gray-haired man, his eyes brimming with hostility. After all, he had encountered his sister first. How dare this wild dog attempt to usurp his place? Meanwhile, when Jing Shu, once again in the spotlight, felt overwhelmed, the interstellar beastmen were far too direct and enthusiastic. She and Chin Su had merely met a few times. How they jumped straight to the matchmaking stage. Director Chin has aided me greatly. He is indeed a fine beast. When Jing Shu managed a polite yet awkward smile, as a token of my gratitude, how about I treat you and Yunla to dinner tonight? Would Director Chin care to join us? For the first time in his life, Chin Su received a card for a good beast. Leaving him with mixed feelings, he gazed into the young woman's eyes, which sparkled with sincere warmth, yet beneath the surface lay an almost imperceptible distance. Unfortunately, I have official duties to attend to. I wish you a delightful dinner, Miss Wen. Once the two figures departed, the personnel at the security bureau cast frustrated glances at their director. Zhang Baiyan was particularly distraught. Oh, mother of life, it truly was not his fault for failing to assist. It was simply that his teammate could not seize the opportunity, facing the disappointed gazes of his subordinates. Chin Su maintained a stoic expression, seemingly unconcerned. However, only he knew the profound sense of loss that surged within him at that moment. The gray-haired man slightly lowered his eyelashes, the ice-blue pupils appearing to be shrouded in a layer of ink. Inscrutable. Monitor her movements during this period. Director, are you referring to Miss Wen? The security personnel were astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief. The usually stern and impartial superior had shown such particularity toward the female. It turned out not to be due to infatuation, but rather suspicion. Had their ship sunk before it had even begun? At this moment, Zhang Baiyan could not help but interject, Director, although Miss Wen's background is unclear, I sense no malice from her. We should not treat her as a criminal. That I have heard that Miss Wen even helped treat those females on the mothership. What a kind-hearted young lady. How could she possibly be a bad beast? Indeed, I trust my instincts. The security personnel could not believe that such a gentle and kind female could be associated with the term criminal. Of course, they were not naive enough to take everything at face value. As trained hounds, their senses were remarkably acute, and they detected no trace of darkness or foulness within Miss Wen, only an essence akin to the warmth, purity, and brightness of the sacred tree of life. They rallied in defense of the innocent young female, while Chin Su remained silent. After a long pause, the clamor of indignation gradually subsided. He cast a faint glance at the crowd, disappointment evident in his sharp gaze. It seems you have forgotten the first principle of being a hound. From the moment you were bestowed with the badge of a security officer, you should remember, a hound must trust evidence above all else, not mere intuition. His deep, authoritative voice reverberated through the hall, each word striking heavily against the hearts of the security personnel. They were momentarily taken aback, then bowed their heads in shame. Chin Su retracted his gaze and continued in a low voice. Until we uncover the bait, remain vigilant at all times. Any negligence could lead to the emergence of the next victim. Since you have chosen to become hounds, you must honor this uniform. His steady tone carried added weight, as if he were addressing not just his subordinates. Yes, Director. The hounds responded in unison, their expressions serious. That moment, Zhang Baiyan realized his own recklessness. Yet deep down, he still could not believe that such a polite, friendly, and respectful young lady could be bait. Chin Su seemed to sense his hesitation. A flicker of complexity crossing his gaze, he too wrestled with the conflict between reason and emotion. But as an officer, he must suppress personal feelings. If I ultimately misjudge her, I will personally apologize to that time. Whatever her requests may be, I shall do my utmost to make amends. Would you be willing to serve as her male attendant if that young female asked? Zhang Baiyan blurted out, inadvertently voicing his thoughts. Chin Su. The rest. What a delightful surprise. Courage or rookie courage. Indeed, silence. Silence enveloped the security bureau that evening. Zhang Baiyan felt the chill in the air around him and swallowed hard. Had he just made yet another blunder? After a prolonged silence, The imposing and stern man suddenly spoke. "What is your beast form?" Zhang Bian quietly let out a sigh of relief, then proudly puffed out his chest. Reporting to the director, "It is the Siberian Husky. Excellent. Energetic. From now on, you will engage in an additional hour of morning exercises every day. No, please, director, I was wrong." Add a 1,000-word reflection. Handwritten, a mournful howl akin to that of a wolf echoed throughout the security bureau for an entire night, stirring the hearts of those who heard it to sorrow and tears. Meanwhile, when Jingshu remained blissfully unaware, lamenting for her pitiable little admirer, I could see that moment, she was leisurely strolling through the towering Sky Leisure Building, truly living up to its name. This grand structure, reminiscent of an ancient Greek amphitheater, soared hundreds of stories high, its circular form crowned with a transparent dome that seamlessly blended with the azure sky and fluffy clouds. Bathing the interior in splendid light, below lay a vast leisure plaza, interspersed with spiderweb-like floating escalators connecting each floor. Shops abounded, offering a plethora of goods and services spanning every conceivable realm of entertainment and indulgence, from nutritional supplements and clothing to luxurious items, such as maglev vehicles and starships. Here, anything you could imagine was within reach. Whether one sought leisurely browsing or an extravagant spree, the vibrancy and gaiety were palpable. When Jingshu surveyed the bustling crowd and couldn't help but exclaim, "If you like it, I'll accompany you shopping," Yunla struggled to suppress his trembling body, striving to ignore the surrounding clamor and suffocating atmosphere. Noticing the boy's unusual demeanor, when Jingshu quickly pulled him onto the escalator. "Never mind, I prefer tranquility. Yunla, what would you like to eat?" "I can have anything, just choose what you like, sister. Then shall I order vegetables for you as well?" When Jingshu gazed at the obedient and compliant youth, unable to resist teasing him, and Yunla's ears, hidden beneath his hood, flushed a deep "As long as it is for my sister, I will cherish it." Chapter 21. The romantic legend of the Aphrodite flower. When Jingshu did not expect that those who were shy would be so direct. Caught off guard, she momentarily faltered. Fortunately, at that moment, the escalator came to a stop, and the two arrived at an elegant and tranquil restaurant. The name was quite intriguing. Fate. When Jingshu chose this establishment because their signature dish featured ancient Huaxia cuisine. The rabbit from the flower family, no matter where it roamed, always yearned for the taste of home. Moments later, within the refined private dining room, dishes like braised pork, Immortal's Leap, and steamed crystal fish adorned the table, accompanied by a side of blanched greens. "Yunla, do you wish to order anything else?" "No, then, these will suffice." "Very well. Esteemed female, we shall prioritize your meal preparation. Kindly wait a moment." "Thank you," when Jingshu politely smiled as she handed the ordering device to the server. In this era of interstellar technology where intelligent robots were commonplace, human service had become the most luxurious. Typically, upscale restaurants would employ servers to demonstrate their regard for esteemed guests. The server, a young and handsome male beastman, was momentarily dazzled by when Jingshu's exquisite beauty, finding himself momentarily dazzled, but no need to be courteous. "You may leave now." Yunla's icy gaze bore in the motionless server, his subdued demeanor concealing the latent brilliance characteristic of an S-rank beastman. One Jingshu, observing the jealous youth, was about to offer some comforting words when suddenly a commotion erupted from the plaza below. "Ajun, I love you. Please marry me." One could not help but marvel at the robust constitution of interstellar beastmen, their voices booming even from dozens of floors above. "Ajun, you shall become my female master, and I will uphold my male virtues, becoming a dutiful husband and father. I will turn over all my star coins monthly, manage the household well, and never covet or create difficulties for you." Having undergone a physical transformation, when Jingshu's eyesight was exceptional, and she could clearly see the scene below, the crowd had formed a circle, and in the center, a tall and muscular male beastman knelt on one knee, passionately confessing his love to a female in a red dress. Express my most sincere and fervent feelings for you. I have personally gathered the Aphrodite flower." As he spoke, the male beastman produced a flower from seemingly nowhere, carefully presenting it before Ajun with both hands. This flower was extraordinary, resembling a burning rose. its vivid red hue strikingly beautiful. The layers of petals glistened with dew, while the yellow stamen cradled a shimmering golden flame. Had Wen Jingshu not witnessed it herself, she might have mistaken it for a magnificent work of art in a museum. From the gasps of the onlookers, she realized that this flower was indeed remarkable. The Aphrodite flower. Its original name is the blazing flame flower, originating from the blazing star, where it grows under extremely harsh conditions. Typically found only in the molten lava pools of fiery mountains, Mu Yunla explained. Legend has it that 500 years ago, a pair of lovers were deeply in love. However, in a time of turmoil, the female's family disdained the male beast man for his lack of strength, believing he could not protect their beloved offspring. Thus, to deter him, they set an impossible challenge for a C-rank beast man. Yet, undeterred by the peril to his life, the male beast man, armed with courage and determination, overcame countless obstacles and finally retrieved the hottest blazing flame flower from the heart of the fiery mountain. The hotter the flower, the more beautiful it is, yet the more dangerous it becomes. Ultimately, the female's family was moved by the male's sincerity and consented to their union. The previously useless blazing flame flower was imbued with new significance, bearing the name of the female. Henceforth, the Aphrodite flower became the flower of love, symbolizing a passion that is as fervent, sincere, and unwavering as flames. After listening to the tale, Wen Jingshu couldn't help but reflect, to express my most ardent affection. Bestow upon me the most beautiful name for a flower in my heart. How romantic! Mu Yunla gazed at the girl's radiant profile, his heart racing violently within his chest. That moment, he felt that 1,000 Aphrodite flowers would not suffice to convey his feelings. Sister, Jun, will you be my female master? An excited and resounding voice drowned out the boy's words. The crowd in the plaza was growing larger, and the atmosphere more lively, the proposal segment nearing its climax. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the female in the red dress accepted the Aphrodite flower from the male beastman's hands, her demeanor both graceful and tinged with a hint of shyness. "Achan, I do. From this moment on, you are my male partner. You and Wei must live in harmony and strive to bring forth a female offspring for our family." Soon Dadajen took hold of Achan's hand with one hand, and with the other, she grasped Wei's, her smile sweet and content. The two towering male beastmen nestled closely against their female master, exuding an obedient demeanor that suggested they would follow her every command. The onlookers showered their blessings, and the scene was warm and harmonious as the crowd dispersed. When Jingshu watched the trio depart hand in hand, suddenly reminded of a movie she had seen during a moment of boredom. Well, you three living life together is better than anything else. Beside her, Mu Yunla finally awaited the end of the commotion. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage once more. "Sister, esteemed female, your ordered dishes are ready." Just then, the server wheeled in a cart laden with food. The interruption was too timely for Mu Yunla, who shot a glare filled with suppressed ire at the server, whose presence had ruined the moment. The server shivered, sensing he had perhaps disrupted a romantic occasion, and hurriedly began serving the dishes. "Your meal is prepared, and this is a complimentary fruit wine from our establishment. Wishing you both a delightful dining experience." He spoke at a rapid pace before hastily exiting with the empty cart. When Jingshu raised an eyebrow in confusion, then seemed to realize something. "Is the owner of this restaurant exploiting the staff?" "Perhaps," Mu Yunla responded evasively, quickly arranging the cutlery for her. "Sister, please enjoy your meal. You have suffered these past few days," recalling the indescribable taste of a nutritional supplement. When Jingshu shook her head and promptly shifted her focus to the delectable dishes before her. A variety of ancient Huaxia delicacies, beautifully presented, filled the table. From their appearance, they resembled the dishes she had enjoyed back on Blue Star, truly tantalizing her appetite. However, she wondered how they would taste. When Jingshu picked up a piece of glistening red braised pork and savored it. Quite good. The meat is tender and succulent, rich yet not greasy, though perhaps a tad too sweet. Yunla, you should try some. All right. Chapter 22. My muse, I shall forever await your benevolence subsequently, when Jingshu sampled other dishes, each one unexpectedly delectable. Initially, she held modest expectations to eye in the interstellar realm a millennium hence, While some cultural legacies of the blue planet persisted, they gradually melded over the ages. Consequently, many cultural arts, architectural styles, and culinary customs evolved into entirely new forms. To her surprise, a portion of the Huaxia cuisine remained preserved here. As when Jingshu savored the familiar flavors of her hometown, she couldn't help but express her delight. This restaurant is rather impressive. Indeed, they have consistently garnered a stellar reputation on the Star Network. Not only do they employ five-star chefs, but they also source the finest and freshest ingredients. For instance, this ice crystal fish is a specialty of the Ice Crystal Star. Once it leaves the water, it perishes swiftly, Yu Yunla explained while meticulously removing the bones from the fish. Thus, once caught, it must be frozen immediately to preserve its freshness and transported by starship to the central star. Then I certainly do not regret spending several tens of thousands of star coins, when Jingshu remarked with a smile, lifting a piece of boned fish from her bowl to relish. The fish bore no trace of a fishy odor. Rather, its taste was exquisite and sweet. Even after steaming, it retained a hint of jellied elasticity. In truth, the ice crystal fish is most delicious when freshly caught, sliced as thin as gossamer, translucent and glistening. Paired with a secret sauce, it melts in the mouth, utterly divine. Wow, that sounds absolutely delectable. When I have the opportunity to travel to the Ice Crystal Star, I must sample this exquisite delicacy. At that time. Yunla, you must be my guide. Of course, Mu Yunla readily agreed, his gaze towards her brimming with affection. I shall ensure to catch the most exquisite ice crystal fish for you. All right, I shall hold you to that promise. Do not forget, she teased, I will not forget about you. Sister, by the way, Yunla, are you perhaps a runaway young master? When Jingshu propped her chin on her hand, a playful smile gracing her lips, her words were not unfounded. Beneath the soft lighting, the youth's snow-white hair fell to his shoulders, shimmering with a silky sheen. His ruby lips and white teeth were strikingly beautiful, and his red eyes sparkled like the finest rubies. Clear and pure, untouched by the dust of the mundane world, he exuded the essence of a pampered young master. Yet, an air of melancholy and solitude surrounded him, as if he were shielded from the clamor of the world, immersed in his own realm. When Jingshu felt a yearning to explore the depths of his inner world, I am merely an ordinary painter. And Yunla averted his gaze from her penetrating eyes, a hint of discomfort flashing across his face. Yes, that's so. When Jingshu raised an eyebrow, opting not to press further, I shall not tease you any longer, little painter. Come, let us toast to your care throughout this journey. She lifted a glass of milk fruit wine, pouring a cup for each of them, and Yunla inhaled the faint aroma of the wine, hesitating briefly before accepting the glass. Cheers to our revolutionary friendship and a bright future. When Jingshu exclaimed playfully, raising her glass and downing it in one go. With the atmosphere set, Mu Yunlin naturally felt at ease. The milk fruit wine bore similarities to the milk beer of the blue planet, with a hint of fruity intoxication and the smooth sweetness of coconut milk, devoid of any bitterness, leaving one yearning for more. Another round, delicious, let us have another. One cup after another before long, the two had polished off a 500 milliliters bottle of milk fruit wine. When Jingshu, possessing a commendable tolerance, only bore a light blush on her cheeks, while Mu Yunla, sensitive to alcohol, found a rosy hue spreading across his fair skin, from his cheeks to his ears and down his neck. His eyes were clouded with a hazy fog. Losing focus, in his inebriated state, the youth appeared quite docile, simply sitting quietly, gazing at her with his damp red eyes, a mix of heat and cautiousness, akin to a small mushroom peeking out from a corner. When Jingshu found the sight of this little mushroom utterly endearing, unable to resist, she reached out to pinch his rosy cheek, the smooth and soft texture, just as she had imagined. Why do you look at me like that? Sister, do you like the Aphrodite flower? Are you planning to gift me one? Yunla, do you have feelings for me? Though framed as a question, her tone exuded certainty. After all, when Jingshu was not blind to the special affection he held for her, she intended to converse earnestly with him tonight, and now, emboldened by the wine, she directly brought it to light. However, the unguarded Mu Yunla was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected candor. He stared blankly into her gentle, smiling eyes, his cheeks growing ever warmer. Perhaps fueled by the courage that intoxication brings, Mu Yunla finally yielded to his feelings, confessing the sentiments he had withheld. "Yes, sister, Jingshu, I like you," his words stumbled forth, revealing the awkwardness and naivety of youthful infatuation in that moment. Yet sometimes a blush on a youth's face can convey more than 1,000 love declarations. And sincere affection surpasses any bouquet of flowers. When Jingshu set aside her usual smile, rising to sit beside the young man, gently cradling his warm face, coaxing softly, "Yunla, may I ask for a bit of time? I do not wish to trample over your feelings casually, nor embark on a relationship hastily. So, will you wait for me?" Her eyes, shaped like delicate peach blossoms, appeared like beautiful crescent moons when she smiled. When she did not, they resembled the first blooms of March, tinged with a faint pink hue, seemingly intoxicated, yet radiating vulnerability. Yet when she gazed earnestly at someone, the depth of emotion within those eyes threatened to overflow. Captivating and enchanting, drawing one into her tender affection, Mu Yunla found himself entranced by those enchanting peach blossom eyes, his gaze fervent and longing, as if he wished to etch her newfound aspects deep within his heart. Gentle, vibrant, delicate, alluring. Regardless of which facet it was, as long as it was her, he adored her endlessly. Mu Yunla placed his hand over the girl's soft palm, the slender elegance of his fingers resting against her hand's back. His cool touch akin to a melting snowflake. "All right, that my muse. I shall forever await your benevolence until you cast your gaze upon me, even if just a little." The youth lowered his head, his snowy hair and lashes cascading downward like pure white wings falling from an angel in prayer. Humble and devout, fragile and pure, Mu Yunla slightly turned his head, his cheek pressing against her palm, as he bestowed a feather-like kiss upon her hand, his lips cool, yet his kiss was imbued with warmth. Chapter 23. Trending on the Star Network. Let the gossip begin. When Jingshu felt her heart flutter violently, an unfamiliar thrill rippling through her chest, deepening gradually in the tranquil private room. The two found themselves in close proximity. Foreheads touching, noses nearly brushing, their heated breaths intertwining, laden with a sweet tension that lingered just shy of their lips meeting. Time elapsed, and a gentle evening breeze wafted in from the terrace, carrying with it an unknown floral fragrance mingled with the coolness of the spring night, dispersing the tipsy haze and stirring the ambience. When Jingshu regained her composure, releasing her grip and feigning nonchalance as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, evading that still smoldering gaze. "It's getting late. Yunla, you should head home and rest. I'll be staying at the Qingtian Tower Hotel tonight." Perhaps due to the effects of the wine or the turmoil in her heart, her voice now bore a languid rasp, particularly alluring in the sultry spring night. Mu Yunla felt as though his ears were caressed by feathers, tingling with warmth, his earlobes growing even hotter. Yet he comprehended her subtle dismissal. "But, sister, Jingshu, I'm still hungry." Cough, cough. When Jingshu was caught off guard by a shy tone, choking slightly. Not being full is just not being full. Why say it in such a suggestive manner? "Sister, are you all right?" Cough, cough. "I'm fine, and I shall order you a few more dishes." "Just steak will suffice. Thank you." Jingshu. Mu Yunla spoke with remarkable ease, a stark contrast to the awkwardness of their initial meeting and the boundaries present when he addressed her as sister. This time, it was a sweet entanglement of ambiguity. Half an hour later, when Jingshu finally ensured the young man was well fed. After settling the bill, she initially intended to see him off, but unexpectedly, he ended up escorting her back to the hotel, arranging her room, purchasing fresh clothes, and advising her on safety precautions. The seemingly delicate young master turned out to be surprisingly attentive and reliable, exuding an aura of a devoted partner. "Jingshu, if anything urgent arises, you must contact me. My luminous brain stands ready for your service around the clock. My diligent steward, I am aware it is quite late. You should return now." Mu Yunla reluctantly cast a final glance at the beloved female before departing with a heavy heart. When Jingshu watched as the figure turned back repeatedly, a faint smile of helplessness gracing her lips, her mind fleetingly conjuring the thought that Yunla would undoubtedly become a virtuous husband and caring father in the future. Moments later, she entered the hotel room, which was exceedingly clean and spacious. The overall decor featured a comfortable, warm, yellow, minimalist style, and on the balcony by the window, several pots of unknown floral plants were arranged, exuding a fresh and delicate fragrance. The room was also equipped with a dedicated intelligent robot. When Jingshu tentatively tapped its round head, "Xiao Tian, I wish to take a bath. Certainly, it is currently 9:32 p.m. The outdoor temperature. I recommend the hot spring bathing mode for you." "All right, that will do." Before long, the young lady reclined in the circular hot spring pool, wisps of white mist veiling her graceful form, revealing only her smooth and snow-white shoulders. When Jingshu gently stirred the water's surface, causing droplets to rise in delicate tendrils of steam, painting her cheeks with a rosy hue, she blissfully closed her eyes. Yet the declaration of affection from the young man echoed in her ears once more. So fervent and sincere, it was impossible not to be moved. After all, who would not be enamored by a pure and beautiful youth whose heart and eyes were solely filled with oneself? However, before settling down, when Jingshu found herself disinclined to embark on a romantic relationship, she did not wish to be a parasitic flower dependent on another. Although females were privileged and pampered by the Federation, living carefree lives without the need to work, when Jingshu yearned for the autonomy to control her own fate, what others could bestow upon her, they could just as easily retract. Only that which she held firmly in her own grasp truly belonged to her. After her bath, when Jingshu changed into a silk nightgown and fetched a glass of warm water from the snack cabinet to replenish her hydration, the cabinet displayed exquisite pastries and beverages, all complimentary and appearing remarkably fresh. Likely replaced Daily AS for the adjacent wine cabinet, it showcased a collection of expensive vintages from various years. The proprietor truly knows how to conduct business. When Jingshu chuckled softly as she set down her glass, she then approached the bed, intrigued by the cloud-shaped large mattress. The robot stepped forward at an opportune moment to explain, "Esteemed guest, our hotel's bedding is made from a material known as Miami, which is soft and comfortable, promoting a tranquil sleep. Please rest assured in its use." "What kind of plant is Miami?" when Jingshu inquired curiously, settling onto the bed. Indeed, it was as soft and comfortable as a cloud, with a resilient elasticity that prevented her from sinking entirely. The sensation was remarkably unique, akin to the tangible clouds materialized from a dreamlike realm. Miami is not a plant, but a peculiar cloud substance originating from Dream Cloud Star. Dream Cloud Star. When Jingshu murmured softly, her interest deepening, she lazily reclined against the headboard before activating her luminous brain, eager to gather detailed information about the interstellar realm. However, as the pale blue light screen projected before her, a series of trending hot topics rapidly appeared. The Skull Star Pirate Group will face trial in 3 days at the Supreme Court, to be broadcast live across the Star Network. Comments flooded in. "Fantastic. I must vote for the death penalty. Death is far too lenient for these scoundrels. They should be exiled into the void of space, torn apart by tempestuous storms. Upstairs, I second that." Over 100 females. 3 have returned to the embrace of the Mother Goddess, and the vast majority suffer from severe psychological trauma, yet to recover. These vermin from Dark Knight Star deserve to perish. Hey, if you're cursing the pirates, why drag us Dark Knight Star into this? Heh, if it weren't for your so-called liberalism, those pirates wouldn't be so rampant. What good can come from the Forsaken Lands? When Jingshu observed the inexplicable escalation of insults, somewhat taken aback, was the reputation of Dark Knight Star truly so dismal? However, without a full understanding of the situation, she refrained from commenting. Whether the Dark Knight Star government colluded with the pirates or whether others were driven by greed remained uncertain. She continued scrolling through the trending topics until, suddenly, a familiar name caught her eye. The recent operation to apprehend the Skull Pirates is under the full command of the Central Security Bureau Director, Chin Su. Below is an interview with Director Chin regarding this operation. The interview footage lasted barely a minute. The man with gray hair and blue eyes donned a dark golden uniform, his sharp features exuding a cold and authoritative demeanor. His ice blue gaze was as keen as that of a hawk, and even through the light screen, one could feel the powerful aura he emanated. When the reporter posed questions, his responses were exceedingly formal and meticulous, exhibiting a remarkable emotional intelligence. deftly navigating the inquiries without faltering. The barrage of comments consisted solely of fans expressing their admiration. Chapter 24. Love-struck and infatuated. Brother, there's no saving you. Director Chin is so handsome and imposing. My darling, how I adore you. Truly the epitome of masculinity. One of the most charming male beings in the entire star system. Director Chin is flawless. S-class physique, intellect on display, exuding safety and overflowing with testosterone. He is truly my dream man. But he is so difficult to approach. Last time I tried to flirt, saying I'd lost my heart, he sent someone to take me to the hospital. That stings, sister. He wouldn't even personally escort you. The comments below erupted in laughter, when Jingshu chuckled as well, surprised by the popularity of Director Chin. However, it was evident he harbored a strong sense of caution. Recalling the scrutinizing ice-blue gaze, she shook her head and continued to relish the unfolding drama. The CEO of the Shao Corporation, representing Dark Knight star Shao family, has strongly condemned the Skull Pirate Group and stated that personnel have been dispatched to comfort the injured females. Princess Astoria is set to embark on a galaxy-wide concert tour. Let us eagerly anticipate the soul-stirring melodies of the siren. A mysterious and stunning female has been spotted at the Sky Tower. The light screen displayed the image of a petite figure clad in a black cloak, her wide hood billowing in the wind, revealing half of her exquisite and delicate profile. Beautiful things always capture more attention, especially in a world where males outnumber females. The comments surged. Ah, what a beautiful little female. I declare her my new wife. I need a secretary. I want all her information in 1 minute. Half a face is this stunning. I can only imagine how beautiful the whole face must be. She is probably not inferior to Princess Astoria. Both are beautiful females, yet their styles are distinctly different. One like a vibrant red rose, the other like a gentle and elegant white magnolia. Only little cubs make choices. They're all my wives. Upstairs, shameless. My wife is clearly lying in bed with me right now. Suddenly being mentioned, when Jingshu thought, well, it's quite amusing to stumble upon oneself in the gossip. Ding dong. It is now 11 o'clock p.m. Pluto time. Esteemed guest, for your health, it is advisable to retire early. Xiao Tian reminded her with remarkable intelligence, realizing how late it had become when Jingshu shut down the colorful Star Network world, helplessly pinching her aching temples. After more than an hour, she had absorbed little information but had indulged in plenty of gossip. Indeed, regardless of the era, gossip is an inherent trait of humanity, having been busy all day and consuming much mental energy. When Jingshu felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, yawning, she instructed Xiao Tian, please turn off the lights. Understood. Point one by one, the lights extinguished, plunging the brightly lit room into darkness. When Jingshu lay upon the soft and comfortable cloud-like bed, the ceiling above projecting the real-time starry night sky, in the serene and tranquil atmosphere, accompanied by countless twinkling stars, she soon drifted into slumber. Her gentle breathing filled the air as the young lady slept soundly, unaware that several men were tossing and turning in restlessness because of her the pinnacle of the Sky Tower. Within a resplendent European palace, a magnificent crystal chandelier sparkled brilliantly, illuminating the opulent decor and furnishings. Priceless world-renowned paintings adorned the walls, while vintage furniture crafted from rare woods and invaluable antiques gleamed with luxury. Each corner radiated an aura of grandeur. In the center of the hall, a leather armchair resembling a throne cradled a man with black hair, who lounged languidly, his long legs crossed casually. Clad in a well-tailored black suit that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, he exuded an innate elegance and nobility simply by being there. However, he appeared somewhat agitated at that moment. The man tugged at his tie, his thin lips releasing a cold inquiry. Pei Mengzhou, why did you release that experimental subject? Observation is also a part of research. The man opposite replied leisurely, his platinum long hair shimmering under the light. Xiao, you have waited for years. We're a few more months to you. Heh, is that what matters to me? The man let out a cold snort. Raising his chin in an expression of haughty arrogance, his inky black hair, reminiscent of thick ink, cascaded backward with force, revealing a visage as noble and handsome as a sun god. His skin was pale and cool. His bone structure exquisite, with sharp brows slanting into his temples, and beneath his deep-set eyes lay a pair of sparkling golden irises. His gaze was piercing, exuding the formidable aura of a dominant figure. What concerns me is your unilateral decision-making without my consent. Do you truly regard me? Let us not forget, I'm the largest investor in this project, Mr. Xiao. I believe I have not violated our cooperation agreement. Pei Mingzhou replied, her tone remaining calm yet unyielding. You provide the funding, and I provide the effort. I assure you a satisfactory outcome. But correspondingly, you must refrain from interfering in my research process. Xiao Yueshuan's expression darkened. Yet he strove to suppress his anger. When will the research results be available? It depends on the circumstances, she answered. I hope you expedite the progress. My time is quite precious. Oh, Xiao Yueshuan gazed at the man, who appeared to have already read her message yet remained unfazed, and a vein throbbed on his forehead. This insufferable man. I could just bite off his hair and see if he still maintains this aloof demeanor. On the other side, beneath a grand crystal dome, the stars twinkled above. Inside a disordered art studio, Mu Yunla scrutinized his half-finished piece, yet still felt it fell short of perfection, unworthy of his sister. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair, deciding to seek external assistance. Sui Chonglo. Brother, what kind of painting do you think is the most perfect? Call again, and I'll give you all red bean paste. I know how to kill perfectly. Call again, and I'll give you all red bean paste. Are you planning to gift that painting to that female? Sui Chonglu? Huh. Brother, how did you know? Call again, and I'll give you all red bean paste. Don't worry about that for now. Has she accepted your confession? Sui Chonglu. Not yet, but she is considering it. She has me in her heart. Call again, and I'll give you all red bean paste. Considering? Humph. She must be toying with you. That cunning female, Sui Chonglu. My sister is not like that. You cannot slander her, Sui Chonglu. Besides, even if she is toying with me, I would willingly be toyed with. Call again, and I'll give you all red bean paste. Have you heard the saying? A beast that does not love itself is like a rotten cabbage. Sui Chonglu. I do not lack self-love. I have always loved only her. Call again, and I'll give you all red bean paste. Love-struck and a sycophant, brother. You are beyond saving. I end chapter 25. The profession tailor for her, the director of the Cub Kindergarten. My sister would never abandon me. Yunla frowned, muttering softly in defiance. Just as he was about to send a message to refute, a notification popped up on the chat interface. The other party has refused to receive your message. Mu Yunla. He shut down his light brain, rolled up his sleeves, and continued his creative work. Forget it. I cannot rely on a tactless single male. I shall ponder this myself. He was determined to present his sister with the most exquisite painting. If one was insufficient, then 100 or even 1,000. Meanwhile, in a certain underground trading venue of the Dark Night Star, a tall young man clad in a dark green combat suit lurked in the shadows, frustratedly shutting down his light brain. Out of sight, out of mind. Once he finished his current tasks, he would fly to the Central Star and give his love-struck brother a good wake-up call, while also exposing the true nature of that cunning female, to see if she would dare deceive an innocent young man again, just as he fantasized about the satisfying slap in the face. Another man, also dressed in combat attire, approached him, whispering in his ear. After hearing the news, the tall young man's expression shifted multiple times, ultimately darkening as he revealed a look of intrigue. We need not concern ourselves with this matter. Relay this information to the Security Bureau. Let us do a favor for Director Chin. Understood, boss. At 11:30 at night, the Central Security Bureau remained brightly lit. Director, we have news regarding the bait. Is the intel credible? It should be accurate. It came from a Minji Security Bureau, said to be leaked from the Hidden Night side. Upon hearing this, Chin Su's brow furrowed as he scrutinized the intel, falling into contemplation. After a moment, a sharp glint crossed his face, and he issued a command in a deep voice. Gather the hounds. Prepare for an apprehension operation. Soon, fully armed hounds assembled, with Zhang Baiyan prominently among them. Having just finished his reflection and barely slept, he bore 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes. Yet this did not mask his excitement for his first mission. However, this excitement caused Zhang Baiyan to lose his filter. I told you, How could someone as gentle and kind as Miss One possibly be the bait? Director, surely you believe in Miss One now. Chin Su, rarely scolding his overly exuberant subordinate, lowered his gaze slightly. Despite his stern and impassive demeanor, a flicker of guilt surfaced in his ice-blue eyes. When we return, I will apologize to her. As various undercurrents swirled, the night quietly passed, a hint of dawn began to break, welcoming a new day. In a hotel room, the delicate curtains automatically drew open, the glass window ajar, allowing the golden morning light, fresh air, and floral fragrances to waft gently to the girl's face, awakening her from a cozy slumber. The girl murmured softly, lazily nuzzling into the soft cloud-like bedding. After a moment, she slowly sat up, rubbing her drowsy eyes. Esteemed guest, good morning. Good morning, Xiao Tan. When Jingshu stretched lazily, feeling invigorated and full of vitality. Upon hearing her greeting, a cheerful expression immediately appeared on Xiao Tian's face. Wishing you a day blessed by the Mother of Life. Our establishment offers complimentary breakfast. May I inquire your preferred flavor? Let me see. A sandwich and a cup of hot milk juice. Thank you. After freshening up and enjoying a simple breakfast, when Jingshu donned a long emerald dress, preparing to head out to view properties, as she approached the front desk, she suddenly remembered something and turned to the staff with a polite smile. Hello, please extend my stay for another 3 days. Good morning, Miss Wen. The gentleman from last night has already extended your stay for 7 days. Would you like to extend further? When Jingshu was momentarily taken aback, touched again by the young man's thoughtful gesture, and no need for now, she smiled gently, intending to open her light brain to send a message of thanks to Mu Yunla when she suddenly recalled that he had mentioned wanting to create a painting for her. Considering that artists require concentration, she decided not to disturb him. Although it was still early, the bustling skyscraper was already filled with numerous people, predominantly males, with only a scant few females present. The stark disparity in gender ratios during the interstellar era was vividly apparent at that moment. Thus, when a girl in a flowing emerald gown, exuding the grace and elegance of a forest goddess, appeared, she instantly became the center of attention among all present, feeling the weight of countless burning gazes. When Jingshu felt a twinge of regret. Had she known, she would have draped herself in that black robe. However, reconsidering, she thought, I shall be living here for a lifetime. I cannot hide away every day. With this in mind, when Jingshu disregarded the surrounding stairs and strode purposefully toward the building's exit, inevitably encountering numerous advances from males seeking her light brain number. Beastmen, by nature, were straightforward and candid. And when confessing their affections, they were even more fervent, showering her with a barrage of flowery compliments. Rarely did one encounter someone as shy and reserved as Mu Yunla, after rejecting countless advances. When Jingshu finally mastered skill, the cold stare, by adopting a demeanor that kept suitors at bay, most beastmen would not pursue further. Half an hour later, when Jingshu sat in a vacant maglev vehicle, exhaling a sigh of relief, as if she had survived a catastrophe. Esteemed passenger, please confirm your destination. First, head to the central ring. The towering skyscraper was located in the most affluent center of Pluto, where every inch of the inner ring was worth its weight in gold, and properties under 5 million would be rather modest in size. Thus, her initial consideration was for the central ring and outer ring districts. The maglev vehicle traveled swiftly, yet even so, it took when Jingshu nearly an entire day to view all the properties. As evening approached, she finally settled on a charming courtyard styled in ancient Huaxia aesthetics. Situated on the edge of the central ring, surrounded by residential neighborhoods, with natural landscapes beautifully arranged in lush greenery. The ambience was tranquil and comfortable. When Jingshu strolled through the courtyard, she pondered how to transform it into a beast world version of a kindergarten. Indeed, the reason she had declined a lucrative job offer yesterday was that she intended to open her own cub kindergarten. After all, what could be more delightful than being one's own boss? Moreover, within the realm of interstellar beast kind, the nursery for younglings represents a completely untapped blue ocean market. Just as humans categorize various age groups, the life cycle of beastmen is similarly segmented into infancy, shape-shifting, subadulthood, adulthood, prime, and old age. During their infancy, the younglings retain their beastly forms, and only after undergoing shape-shifting are they sent off to school. It is well known that children around the ages of 5 or 6 are particularly troublesome, and one can only imagine the chaos that stronger beast-kind younglings might wreak. The destructive potential could lead to a situation where parents leave for the day only to return to find their home utterly demolished, perhaps even receiving a new apartment as compensation. Many beastmen with offspring find themselves greatly troubled by this, especially the males, as they are typically the ones tasked with child-rearing. Last night, when Jingshu stumbled upon an intriguing forum while perusing information online, aptly named the Alliance of Parental Despair. Herein lay an array of lamentations from beleaguered parents, expressing sentiments such as, "I'm exhausted, let it all end. Who would want this little rascal?" Parents of canine younglings were especially forewarned. Make sure to choose chromium alloy doors. This was the hard-earned lesson from a parent whose home had suffered the ravages of 11 scratch doors. Who has it worse than me? My kitten insists on scratching the plush cloud bed of the female master. This wretched creature has left me without any affection for 3 months. Sob, sob, sob. Is there anyone who can help care for the younglings? My avian fledgling insists on relieving itself on my head every day. I simply can't endure it any longer. Good luck up there. We can't even manage our own. Consequently, when Jingshu discerned a business opportunity from this chaos, not only could she earn a living while caring for these fluffy creatures, but it bore a striking resemblance to visiting a cat CAF where one enjoys the company of cats without any cost. Except in this case, she would be compensated. As for the rambunctious younglings, she harbored no concerns. After all, she was a woman who had once conquered the African savanna. No matter how fierce the brainiacs, it would ultimately be transformed into a cooing, affectionate kitten in her capable hands. Thus, the role of nursery director was tailor-made for her. When Jingshu surveyed the expansive yard, a satisfied nod escaping her lips. Outdoor play area. Before departing, she gazed at the future nursery, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I suppose this counts as realizing my dream? Indeed, when Jingshu had harbored a childhood dream of opening a zoo. Alas, prior to facing her terminal illness, she had been preoccupied with studies, and post-diagnosis, she had barely been able to care for herself. Yet, fate can be remarkably whimsical. Perhaps the former version of herself could never have imagined that her future self would restart her life in a new world and fulfill her long-held dreams in an entirely different manner. As evening fell, the pink hues of twilight painted the sky like a dreamy filter, captivating all who strolled beneath it. The atmosphere was serene, and time seemed to stand still. However, at that moment, when Jingshu had no intention of indulging in the picturesque scenery, she hastily made her way to the security bureau. A security officer, spotting her striking figure, brightened and approached her with enthusiasm. "Greetings, esteemed female. How may I assist you today?" "Hello, I am here to register property." When Jingshu activated her holographic device, retrieving her identification information. After the officer confirmed the prior registration, he promptly processed her request. While waiting, she glanced around the hall, noticing the absence of familiar faces from the previous day. Piquing her curiosity, "Is Officer Zhang not here today?" It was understandable that Qin Su was absent. After all, as a director, he was undoubtedly busy and could not be expected to remain at the bureau every day. Yet, Zhang Baiyan, a newcomer, should ideally be undergoing grassroots training. Could it be that today was his day off? Just as when Jingshu pondered this, the officer cheerfully responded, "You mean little Zhang? They all went on a mission last night." "Last night? Was it that urgent?" "Indeed. Due to the confidential nature of the matter, I'm afraid I cannot disclose any further details." "That's all right. I overstepped." When Jingshu's expression shifted to one of apology, effectively halting the conversation. A few minutes later, the officer exclaimed, "Miss Wan, your property certificate has been registered to your holographic account." When Jingshu gazed at the red document on her device, her heart brimming with joy, and her polite smile transformed into one of genuine warmth. "Thank you. No. Thank you." The officer was visibly struck by her enchanting smile, momentarily taken aback. The previous day's chatter among the group had indeed been accurate. Miss Wan was both gentle and beautiful. Glancing at the column for her partner, he noted the absence of a male spouse and wondered what exceptional beastman could possibly be worthy of her. Their director was quite impressive, yet far too stern and serious. One could easily surmise he would struggle to elicit joy from a young female. I'll take my leave now, goodbye. Miss Wen, please do take care, and feel free to visit us again. After departing the security bureau, Wen Jingshu returned to the Qingtian Tower, intending to dine at the restaurant from the previous night. After a day of hustle, she had sustained herself on nutrient supplements for lunch and was eager to treat herself to a proper meal. However, as soon as she stepped through the door, a familiar figure caught her eye. Compared to the private dining rooms, the main hall was rather boisterous, with beastmen gathering to drink and converse, laughter ringing in the in stark contrast. One individual sat quietly in the corner, clad in a silver trench coat, sipping his drink, seemingly out of place amidst the revelry. He tilted his head slightly, exuding an air of leisure, his silken platinum hair cascading like a waterfall. The interplay of light and shadow added an enigmatic allure to his handsome features, drawing the attention of several females present, who discreetly cast glances in his direction. Some even boldly approached him to strike up conversations. Yet, in the presence of this sought-after man, Wen Jingshu felt an urge to distance herself. Taking a few steps back, she turned to leave, only to be called back by a familiar voice. Miss Wen, you're here again? Welcome back to our establishment. What would you like to order? Our chef has a special dish tonight. When Jingshu glanced at the eagerly speaking waiter, sensing that turning away now would be somewhat impolite. However, preserving her dignity was far less important than her safety to know. Miss Wen, what a coincidence. Unbeknownst to her, the man in the corner had approached her. The waiter's expression shifted to one of respect upon seeing him. Mr. Pei, do you know Miss Wen? Yes, you may go about your duties. Realizing escape was no longer an option, Wen Jingshu steeled herself and greeted him. Dr. Pei, what a coincidence. Despite her reluctance to engage with this perilous man, she understood that one lie would necessitate countless more to cover in this world. Rife with surveillance, she dared not leave any trace. Are you dining here as well? Yes, this establishment serves delightful ancient Huaxia cuisine. Indeed, it's quite enjoyable, though. I just remembered I have an urgent matter to attend to. Miss Wen, I recently discovered another method for treating amnesia. Rest assured, it won't be painful. The man's considerate tone carried a hint of reassurance. Yet to Wen Jingshu's ears, it was laced with a teasing undertone, as if reminding her of her previous inept performance. Annoyed and flustered, Wen Jingshu maintained her facade of politeness. How wonderful. I truly appreciate Dr. Pei's special concern for me. And no need for thanks. Saving lives is a physician's duty. The man seemed oblivious to her sarcasm, continuing with his courteous banter. Miss Wen, why don't we sit down and discuss this in detail? Both strikingly handsome and possessing remarkable charisma, they had inadvertently become the focus of the gathering, with some already speculating on how stunning their future offspring might be. When Jingshu thought to herself, this group is truly insatiable. She and he were not at all familiar. After all, a few minutes later, they entered a quiet private room, which coincidentally was the same one where she had dined with Mu Yunla the previous evening. What a twist of fate. The name of this restaurant truly seemed fitting. When Jingshu mused, though she couldn't shake a feeling of guilt, in the understatedly luxurious room, an antique vinyl record spun slowly, releasing a series of soothing, upbeat notes. Pei Mingzhou halted, gracefully pulling out a chair for her, his hand gesturing elegantly. Miss Wen, please take a seat. His every movement exuded gentlemanly charm, a seamless display of etiquette. Within this intimate space, the dim lighting created an atmosphere of intimacy. The man's godlike beauty seemed even more captivating, his melodic voice laced with an endearing tenderness that could effortlessly tug at one's heartstrings. In that moment, even when Jingshu, who harbored biases against men, found herself momentarily entranced, she adjusted the hem of her emerald green dress and gracefully seated herself. Dr. Pei, you seem quite familiar with this place. Are you a regular? Yes, I dine here occasionally. Then it seems the salary at the Capital Hospital is quite generous. Acceptable. Dr. Pei is truly modest. The prices at this restaurant are not trivial. When Jingshu let out a light laugh, her gentle voice reminiscent of a spring breeze caressing the surface of a tranquil lake. Yet, in the next moment, a chill suddenly emerged, solidifying the water into ice. Or is it that Dr. Pei has some other side profession? Perhaps he is engaged in researching certain projects. The young girl leaned slightly forward, resting her chin on one hand, her luscious pink lips exhaling soft breaths. Her pair of peach blossom eyes rose slightly, shimmering with captivating allure, creating an entrancing charm that could ensnare anyone who gazed upon her, leading them to fall into a tender trap. However, the man across from her remained as immovable as a mountain. "Miss One, you jest," Pei Mingzhou replied slowly, meticulously cleaning his cutlery, his demeanor calm and composed, revealing not a hint of vulnerability. "The hospital does not permit side professions, I guess that's so." When Jingshu raised an eyebrow. Non-committal. She straightened her posture, casting a fleeting glance at the red button beneath the table before seemingly jesting to probe further. "Dr. Pei, I must say, you seem quite familiar to me. Do you think we have met somewhere before?" Upon hearing this, Pei Mingzhou paused his movements and raised his gaze towards the girl. His expression turned serious as his eyes lingered over her features, as if attempting to recognize or recall something. After a lengthy silence, he finally relaxed his slightly furrowed brow and spoke. "Miss One, I believe I have indeed seen you somewhere before." As those words fell, Wen Jingshu's heart leaped into her throat. She had long harbored suspicions that the man before her, even if not from the original Star Laboratory, might still have some connection to IT, as the truth seemed poised to be unveiled. Her breathing quickened once again. She leaned forward, fixating her gaze on the man's face, unwilling to miss any subtle expression. "Where?" The young girl's exquisite visage magnified in Pei Mingzhou's eyes, the faint aroma of orchid wafting up to his nostrils, as if attempting to disrupt his thoughts. Yet he did not flinch, meeting her probing gaze earnestly and responding with utmost seriousness. "In a dream. Isn't that a rather cold joke learned from a colleague?" "Not funny." When Jingshu fixed her eyes on his infuriating face, inhaled deeply, and shut her eyes momentarily, finally suppressing the impulse to deliver a forceful kiss with her fist, she tugged at the corners of her mouth. Managing a smile that lacked sincerity, "I have received professional training and generally do not laugh easily. You articulate quite well, but please refrain from sharing such jokes again. Otherwise, I fear you might find yourself in a burlap sack on your way home after work." Infuriated, Wen Jingshu did not spare Pei Mingzhou a single glance until the waiters served the dishes. Pei Mingzhou, sensing her mood, also chose to remain silent, avoiding further provocation. In an instant, the previously lively atmosphere turned frosty. The two dined in silence, each absorbed in their meal. Perhaps culinary delights truly possess the power to heal the heart. After sampling a few new delicacies, Wen Jingshu's mood lightened somewhat, and her rationality returned. She began to question whether she had mistaken him for someone else. To confirm her suspicions, she donned a commercial smile once more. "Dr. Pei, why do you wear glasses while eating? Are your prescription lenses quite strong?" "I do not have any vision problems. I simply wear them to appear more mature. This way, I can command greater credibility in front of my patients," Pei Mingzhou explained, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses through the glass lenses. His light brown eyes remained calm and inscrutable. Indeed, he exuded an air of scholarly gravitas. When Jingshu bit her lip in frustration, the series of setbacks had left a knot of indignation in her chest. Whether to provoke him into revealing a flaw or harboring thoughts of retaliation, a glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes. "Dr. Pei, I have a suggestion. Why not shave your head? You would be the most mature director in the entire hospital." Though Pei Mingzhou was unfamiliar with the reference, he grasped the general meaning. Surprisingly, he did not seem angered. His expression remained largely unchanged, which only fueled Wen Jingshu's sense of defeat and irritation. She had never encountered someone so emotionally detached. Akin to a soulless automaton. No, that was not accurate. At least, Xiao Tian would still express affection with his eyes. Thus, a more precise description would be that he resembled a statue carved from cold jade, elevated and overlooking the masses, devoid of emotions or sentiments. How could a heart of stone ever awaken? Just as when Jingshu prepared to surrender, the man's voice suddenly resonated in her ears. "My hair is the feather of my beastly form. Therefore, it cannot be shaved." Pei Mingzhou articulated each word with gravity, his brows slightly furrowed, firmly rejecting her suggestion. Otherwise, I would become a bald bird and be ridiculed. His previously calm demeanor exhibited a subtle rise in pitch, almost hinting at an imperceptible grievance. Upon hearing this, Wen Jingshu immediately envisioned a scene, a featherless little bird being mocked by its companions, infuriated and eager to peck them, only to discover it could not take flight due to its baldness, which only fueled its rage. The entire bird turned crimson with indignation. The angry Pei little bird indeed. She couldn't contain herself, bursting into laughter. Pei Mingzhou observed the girl, who was laughing uncontrollably, and quietly interjected, "Aren't you trained professionally?" Cough, cough. I merely recalled something amusing. No worries. A bald little pink bird is also quite adorable, that wouldn't you agree, Dr. Pei? The silence that followed for Dr. Pei was deafening. Chapter 28. President Xiao. Female, you have successfully captured my attention. After Wen Jingshu had her fill of mockery directed at a certain little bird, she finally felt a sense of relief. Following this episode, she felt enlightened, instantly grasping the method to win over Dr. Pei. Dr. Pei, do you know what the longest journey I have ever taken is? The starship route from the central star to the original star? No, it is the path to your heart. Dr. Pei, I wish to buy a piece of land. Quick, ask me what kind of land. What kind? Your unwavering devotion. A barrage of cringeworthy, cheesy lines ensued. Even Pei Mingzhou found himself somewhat overwhelmed. The tides had turned. For the first time in his life, he tasted the bitter fruit of his own folly. Most importantly, Pei Mingzhou realized that in this initial skirmish, he had lost control. Everything was veering far from his intended plan. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the restaurant, an exceptionally distinguished guest arrived. The owner, flanked by all the waitstaff, stood respectfully on either side, bowing to the newcomer. Welcome, President Xiao, to our humble establishment. The man, flanked by admirers, was impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an air of nobility. His short black hair was neatly swept back. Revealing his strikingly handsome features, he nodded slightly to the crowd, his presence commanding respect. Lead the way. Certainly, President Xiao. By the way, Mr. Pei is also dining here tonight. It's rare for him to indulge in such leisure. Mr. Pei is dining with a beautiful female companion. Female? The man's eyebrows arched with interest, a hint of amusement crossing his face. Has this stone bird finally awakened? How intriguing. Meanwhile, in the private room, the cheesy lines continued to bombard Pei Mingzhou. Dr. Pei, I wish to accompany you to the romantic Blue Star. The Blue Star is anything but romantic. Its surface is riddled with dense forests and ferocious beasts, not to mention the vicious star pirate hunters. It is perilous. Pei Mingzhou wearily rubbed his brow, patiently trying to dissuade her. A rare look of helplessness etched on his otherwise indifferent features, as he feared that the young girl before him might recklessly return to the original star and meet her demise. After all, where could he find another like her? Even if he did, they would never be his Aeonia. She was truly one of a kind. Dr. Pei, you are quite impressive. You seem to know so much about Blue Star. Have you been there? When Jingshu gazed at the eloquent man with a sly smile, reminiscent of a cunning little fox with a scheme up her sleeve, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Humph, I almost managed to unearth the tower of the heavens too. 0 you little rascal, finally showing your true feathers. Pei Mingzhou pressed his lips together, his long lashes casting a shadow over his eyes, concealing a flicker of uncertainty. He himself was perplexed. Why was he, usually so calm and rational, allowing this girl to gradually lower his guard and even tolerate her incessant chatter? Was he under some sort of spell? As a naturally emotionally detached perfectionist who adhered strictly to plans, Pei Mingzhou found himself grappling with an unfamiliar emotion, confusion. What is it? Has Dr. Pei lost his memory? When Jingshu leisurely rested her chin on her hand, a hint of a mischievous smile playing at the corners of her lips. At that moment, Pei Mingzhou had already composed himself, his demeanor calm as he responded with impeccable precision. The characteristics of medicinal plants on the planet Gulen differ significantly from those on other celestial bodies. Hence he was somewhat familiar with the particulars at O. Dr. Pei is truly knowledgeable. When Jingshu remarked with a smile that was more than a smile, her suspicions regarding the man reaching a pinnacle. However, she had no intention of confronting him at that moment. Cautious of the proverbial bird that jumps at the slightest provocation, the once chattering girl suddenly fell silent. Leaving Pei Mingzhou feeling somewhat disconcerted, he observed her gentle yet distant visage, his lips twitching slightly before finally settling into a straight line. Mingzhou was, after all, the esteemed chief professor of the history department at the Federal First Academy. Just then, a deep male voice shattered the silence. Naturally, a man of such vast knowledge possesses a broad perspective. One Jingshu, startled by the unfamiliar voice, looked up to meet the gaze of an unexpected guest. Their eyes locked, revealing a man approximately 6 feet tall, dressed in a well-tailored blue suit that accentuated his perfect physique, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, embodying the golden ratio of a model. Yet, what piqued Wen Jingshu's interest most was his jet black hair, a rarity in the interstellar beast world where brightly colored shamate hairstyles were ubiquitous. And black hair was exceptionally scarce. Even when present, it tended to be a lighter shade of deep brown. Thus, the man before her was the first black-haired beast man she had ever encountered, evoking a sense of familiarity within her. Xiao Yueshuan, noticing the girl's unwavering gaze fixed upon his face, assumed she was yet another shallow female captivated by his handsome appearance, causing the intrigue in his eyes to wane slightly. Nevertheless, being well-mannered, he maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. "Good evening, beautiful young lady." "Good evening, sir." When Jingshu rose to politely return the greeting, sincerely complimenting, "Your black hair is quite enchanting." Xiao Yueshuan raised an eyebrow. "Is it not my face that is more charming?" For the first time, the dashing CO found himself praised for his hair rather than his looks, igniting a keen interest within him. Finally lowering his gaze, he began to scrutinize this intriguing female. The girl's skin was as smooth as jade, her black hair framing her red lips, delicate brows, and refined nose, while her pair of shimmering autumn eyes seemed to brim with unspoken tenderness. Clad in a flowing emerald gown, she exuded an air of gentle elegance. Xiao Yueshuan had encountered many beautiful females, yet she stood out as the most exceptional, reminiscent of a cherished ancient painting of a lady from Huaxia. Gazing wistfully from a balcony amidst a misty rain, exuding a timeless charm that was hard to forget. Meeting her captivating black eyes, he could not conceal the awe on his face. "Miss One, your eyes are equally enchanting. Even the most exquisite Nick's heart would pale in comparison before them." "You flatter me, sir," when Jingshu replied with a modest smile, her demeanor neither overly warm nor excessively distant when faced with this evidently distinguished man. Further piquing Xiao Yueshuan's interest. "My surname is Xiao. My given name Yueshuan. May I ask for your esteemed name?" "Miss Wen, my name is Jingshu." "Indeed, Jing denotes tranquility, and you are indeed a lady of grace." He observed that Mr. Xiao is a lovely name as well. Their conversation flowed pleasantly, leaving Pei Mingzhou, who had been forgotten in the background, slightly furrowed in concern. "Xiao, what brings you here?" "Naturally, I came to inspect my enterprises. Upon hearing that you were dining with Miss One, I thought I would intrude." "Mingzhou, you wouldn't mind, would you?" Xiao Yueshuan spoke in a familiar tone, his demeanor suggesting a close relationship between the two. Chapter 29. Shock. It turns out the physique of a beast man equals. "Please call me by my full name," Pei Mingzhou replied after a brief pause, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. "We have been close friends for many years. There's no need for such formality, is there?" Xiao Yueshuan feigned hurt, yet his mood was exceedingly buoyant. This cold and aloof stone bird had finally met its match. Meanwhile, when Jingshu, who had been observing with keen interest, sensed a subtle tension in their exchange. Why do these two appear not as friends, but rather as rivals? She pondered, unable to comprehend. "Well, I shall continue to enjoy my observations," she thought, taking another bite of her snack. Pei Mingzhou, aware of her curious yet excited gaze, chose not to dwell on this tedious topic. "As you wish, then, Mingzhou. You won't mind if I join you for dinner, will you?" "I haven't eaten yet." Xiao Yueshuan's voice was gentle, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. "Miss One, would you mind?" "Of course not," she replied, her gaze drifting to the remnants of their meal on the table, appearing somewhat troubled. Xiao Yueshuan, understanding her unspoken concern, immediately took a seat beside her. "Not to worry, I will have the kitchen prepare a fresh meal. Is there anything in particular you would like to eat?" "I am nearly full, Mr. Xiao. Please feel free to order." Before long, The table was cleared and replaced with an array of lavish dishes, predominantly exquisite Western cuisine. When Jingshu observed the man's elegant dining etiquette, pondering his identity, his refined upbringing, coupled with the evident poise he exuded, indicated a privileged background. His earlier mention of inspecting his enterprises and his surname, Xiao, further solidified her suspicions of Mr. Xiao. May I ask a bold question? Are you the CEO of the Xiao Group? She inquired directly. How did you deduce that? Miss Wen. Xiao Yueshuan set down his cutlery, intrigued by her perceptiveness. His status was unique, and to safeguard his privacy, he seldom appeared on the Star Network, while the name of the Xiao Group was widely recognized. Few knew the specifics of his appearance. Xiao Yueshuan held no suspicions regarding Wen Jingshu's intentions. After all, the unfamiliarity in her gaze upon entering had been unmistakable. Because you resemble a quintessential domineering CEO. Wen Jingshu replied without hesitation. Handsome, affluent, possessing an outstanding demeanor, towering height, and a sculpted physique. Clear's throat. Xiao Yueshuan nearly lost his composure, having never encountered such a bold female who openly discussed a male's physique in public. Are you teasing me, Miss Wen? A faint blush crept onto his face. Whether from anger or embarrassment was unclear. His skin, pale from lack of sunlight, made the flush all the more evident. His cold golden eyes shimmered with a mix of irritation, surprise, and unintentional shyness. What? When Jingshu was taken aback by his sudden inquiry, her expression one of confusion and bewilderment. Although she felt somewhat lost, she quickly denied, I did not, you misunderstand. Xiao Yueshuan's frustration mounted as he listened to her feeble defense. He had never anticipated being misled in such a manner. He had assumed this girl was not the type to be superficial. Now, she not only teased him, but also denied it, discussing a male's privacy in public. What else could it be if not teasing? His eyebrows furrowed in irritation, a faint blush still adorning his striking features. Unbeknownst to him, despite his vexation, he had yet to utter a harsh word, nor had he commanded his bodyguards to eject her, as he had done with previous, overstepping females. Privacy, Mr. Xiao. I apologize. Did I offend you in some way? When Jingshu leaned closer, her beautiful eyes shimmering with innocence and appeal, Xiao Yueshuan caught a whiff of her subtle fragrance. Feeling somewhat uneasy, his previously cold tones softening involuntarily. Ah, where's the offense? Should I spell it out? When Jingshu bit her lip in distress, utterly clueless as to which of her previous statements had been inappropriate, Xiao Yueshuan gazed down at the petite female before him, his attention drawn to her soft, inviting lips. Her full, supple mouth glistened enticingly in the dim light, sparking an inexplicable temptation within him. His gaze darkened, and he unconsciously swallowed hard. Was this little female attempting to seduce him? Even so, he would not easily forgive the earlier slight. He had to uphold his masculine dignity for the future female master. Forget it. Just be mindful next time. Mr. Xiao. Miss Wen did not intend to offend you. Pei Mingzhou interjected, sensing the tension and stepping in to diffuse the situation. She has lost her memory and, therefore, forgotten the social customs of beastmen. When Jingshu looked gratefully at the platinum-haired man, feeling as though a divine light shone upon him. Yet, confusion lingered in her heart. What unspoken privacy existed among beastmen? The information available on the Star Network had not mentioned any such matters. Sighing, she realized she would need to find a local to enlighten her. Thankfully, there was an immediate source of knowledge at hand. Dr. Pei, could you enlighten me about the cultural customs of beastmen? I fear I might unintentionally offend others. Pei Mingzhou met her pleading gaze and nodded slightly. First and foremost, one must not casually inquire about a beastman's beast form. Such questions are tantamount to asking for mating signals. When Jingshu nodded in surprise, suddenly seeming to recall something, her expression turning dazed. No wonder Yin Lu was so shy back then. Furthermore, one should refrain from discussing the physique of male beasts in public. The physicality of male beasts is directly proportional to their X abilities. After that, Pei Mingzhou chose not to elaborate further. But when Jingshu had already grasped the underlying meaning, she stiffly lowered her head, covering her burning cheeks with her hands, wishing she could immediately find a crack in the ground to hide in. So, she had just asked Xiao Yueshuan how old he was in front of Pei Mingzhou. Oh heavens! It was utterly mortifying. Was it too late for her to relocate to another planet? As the clear, melodious male voice fell silent, the air in the private room became laden with awkwardness. Under the gazes of the two male beasts, the girl blushed from her ears to her neck, her pale face seemingly brushed with a layer of rouge, leaving no doubt about her embarrassment. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yueshuan's own feelings of awkwardness and irritation vanished. Oh no, it should be said that they had shifted to the gaze of the mortified young woman with curiosity. As if observing a rare creature, he had never encountered a female so easily flustered, more so than himself, a teased male in the age of interstellar travel. For certain reasons, male beasts were more reserved regarding matters of intimacy, while females were rather open and unconcerned about trivialities. After a few minutes, Pei Mingzhou, ever perceptive, skillfully redirected the conversation. Lastly, one more thing, that if you do not intend to take a male partner, it is best not to mention the guarding moon seal in front of male beasts. When Jingshu nodded, the flush on her cheeks fading slightly. Yes, I will remember that. Chapter 30. Have you been secretly attending the Beast Academy without my knowledge? This time, she learned her lesson and refrained from mentioning anything inappropriate in front of the two male beasts, opting instead to research later upon returning. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Pei. When Jingshu had begun to change her perception of Pei Mingzhou, who patiently explained things to her, she then clasped her hands together and sincerely apologized to the dark-haired man. And, Mr. Xiao, I truly apologize for earlier. No worries. Ignorance is no sin. Xiao Yueshuan's expression was somewhat unnatural. He had long ceased to be angry, even feeling a twinge of guilt for teasing the uninformed young female. Since Miss Wen is a friend of Mingzhou, she's also a friend of mine, Xiao. From now on, all your expenses in the Qingtian building will be complimentary. The handsome and noble man spoke nonchalantly, as if he were merely handing over a shopping cart worth 100. When Jingshu was momentarily taken aback. Could this be the legendary domineering CEO? Truly, wealth knew no bounds. However, no reward without merit, especially since she had just teased him. When Jingshu felt undeserving of such a generous gift. Mr. Xiao, I appreciate your kindness, but since we are friends, there is no need for such formality. What do you think? Jingshu, Xiao Yueshuan leaned closer to the girl, his golden eyes resembling a warm sun, his deep and elegant voice intentionally softened, exuding a natural intimacy. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable fondness for this female he had just met. It was worth noting that the profit-driven CEO, Xiao, never engaged in unprofitable ventures. Today was a rare exception. However, when Jingshu did not take the term friend lightly, she understood that the seemingly approachable man concealed a profound coldness in his very essence. Unlike Pei Mingzhou's aloofness, which seemed to stem from a sense of independence, Zhao's demeanor carried an inherent arrogance of someone in a superior position. Such a person could converse with anyone because he was capable of accommodating others. Thus, while superficial friendship with him was feasible, forming a true bond was exceedingly difficult, unless he acknowledged you first. When Jingshu smiled gracefully, maintaining a courteous demeanor while keeping an appropriate distance, since I cannot refuse your kindness, I shall shamelessly accept this gift. In the spirit of reciprocity, in a few days, I shall prepare a token of appreciation from Mr. Xiao that I hope it will not be to your disliking, that it certainly will not. Then I shall eagerly await your token of appreciation, Jingshu. Upon hearing the still unfamiliar form of address, Xiao Yueshuan felt a pang of disappointment, yet a hint of anticipation arose regarding her forthcoming gift. At that moment, the previously silent Pei Mingzhou suddenly interjected. Miss Wen, what about me? Do you also desire a gift, Dr. Pei? Yes, if he is one, I should have one too. Hearing this, Wen Jingshu could hardly suppress her amusement. Dr. Pei, are you not behaving like a child vying for candy? Where is your aloofness, your composure? Very well, I shall also grant you a gift, but should you dislike it, you must not complain that I will not. Pei Mingzhou shook his head, gazing earnestly into the girl's eyes. That I will not dislike it. Under the warm yellow light, the man's light brown eyes took on a gentle amber hue. When he focused intently on someone, it created an illusion of deep emotion, as if a soft heart lay hidden beneath a tough exterior, so starkly contrasting with the cold, unfeeling silver eyes she remembered, when Jingshu's suspicions began to waver once more. Before she could contemplate further, Xiao Yueshuan's teasing voice interrupted her thoughts. Oh, Mingzhou, have you now taken to charming young females with sweet words? Have you been secretly attending the Beast Academy without my knowledge? Sweet words are a derogatory term. Pei Mingzhou corrected sternly, though his focus had strayed. Compliments would be more appropriate. When Jingshu couldn't help but chuckle at Pei Mingzhou's serious demeanor. Dr. Pei, you are truly well-versed. Wait, should I call you Dr. Pei or Professor Pei now? Either is fine. You may also address me by my name. Xiao Yueshuan. I can call you whatever I like, but for her, it's whatever is fine. All right. You've made your double standards clear. When Jingshu gazed at the refined and handsome man opposite her, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she pondered, I think I'll stick with calling you Dr. Pei. I'm accustomed to be by the way. Dr. Pei, didn't you mention before that? The hospital prohibits the pursuit of side ventures. The seemingly playful tone concealed a sharp edge. Yet, Pei Mingzhou revealed no sign of guilt or panic. Instead, he calmly explained, being a professor is my main profession. Being a doctor is my side venture. One Jingshu. Quiet. I'm thinking. The sight of the young girl's naive expression stirred Xiao Yueshuan's mischievous side. Jingshu, do you know? Actually, being the CEO of Xiao Corporation is merely my side venture, and my true main profession is... What? When Jingshu looked curiously at the dark-haired man, the latter smiled mysteriously, leaning closer to her ear, lowering his voice. The underworld lord of the Minji star. When Jingshu met his golden eyes, filled with mirth, and only then did she realize she had been playfully deceived, she shot him an exasperated glare. Her fair cheeks flushed with a hint of indignation. It must be said, the beauty looked exquisite even when vexed. Her expressive eyes flickered with a mix of reproach and charm, every frown and smile exuding a myriad of captivating emotions. Xiao Yueshuan felt as if he had been jolted by an electric shock, an odd sensation coursing through him. He cleared his throat twice to mask his discomposure, initially seeking to elicit a smile from the beauty, only to find himself in an awkward predicament. I shall drink to my own folly and apologize to Jingshu. With that, he picked up a bottle of fine wine from the table, pouring each of them a glass. The man's movements were pleasing to the eye. His long, pale hand grasped the glass stem, gently swirling it, each gesture radiating elegance and composure befitting high society. The finest glass, dedicated to the most beautiful female. A glass of well-aerated wine was placed before Wen Jingshu, its ruby-red liquid shimmering enticingly through the crystal glass, the rich aroma wafting through the air. Wen Jingshu lifted her glass, taking a delicate sip, savoring the taste. The texture is light and smooth. It's quite delightful. Your taste truly matches mine. Now, let's toast to our encounter tonight. I also toast to Mr. Xiao and Dr. Pei, Xiao Yueshuan, renowned in the business world. Displayed exceptional social skills, and after a round of toasts and laughter, the bond among the three had evidently strengthened. Even Pei Mingzhou had consumed a fair amount of wine as the meal came to an end. The atmosphere in the private room was exceedingly pleasant. However, as all good things must come to an end, seeing that it was nearing 9 o'clock, when Jingshu expressed her apologies and prepared to take her leave. Mr. Xiao, Dr. Pei, it's getting late. I shall head back to the hotel now. Thank you both for your hospitality tonight. And no need for such formality. Jingshu, Xiao Yueshuan smiled slightly, taking the girl's hand and graciously bestowing a kiss upon it. It is my honor to dine with such a beautiful female. Chapter 31. Let us compete fairly. Pei Mingzhou. The man's actions were exceedingly measured. He merely brushed his cheek against her hand. The warmth, mingled with the scent of wine, enveloped Wen Jingshu's hand, causing her slightly intoxicated cheeks to flush a shade deeper. Mr. Xiao is jesting. Miss Wen, would you like me to escort you back to the hotel? Pei Mingzhou timely came to the rescue of the young lady. However, after being steeped in alcohol, his originally cool and clear voice took on a seductive, husky timbre. When Jingshu observed the two strikingly handsome men, each with their distinct styles, and felt a compelling yet resolute refusal to engage, she certainly did not wish to hear any whispers about the unspoken rules implying that a beast escorting a female back to the hotel equated to a one-night affair. After politely declining, the trio exchanged contact details on their light brains. Pei Mingzhou's username was as indifferent as his demeanor. Simply P-E-I-I. In contrast, Xiao Yueshuan's username elicited a faint smile from Wen Jingshu. Moments later, she waved farewell to the two and hurriedly departed. Once her emerald figure vanished, the once lively private room fell into an extended silence. Xiao Yueshuan remained composed, languidly reclining against the back of his chair. His legs crossed, sipping his drink with a deliberate slowness. Pei Mengzhou, however, remained stiffly seated, an oppressive aura surrounding him. He removed his golden-rimmed glasses and fixed his gaze on the dark-haired man, his silver-gray pupils seemingly encased in frost. Xiao Yueshuan, you have overstepped, he stated coldly. In what way have I overstepped? You should not approach her. Are you referring to Jingshu? Xiao Yueshuan casually swirled his drink, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his lips. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Haha, who would have thought that the aloof Pei Academy director could feel jealousy? Pei Mengzhou ignored the man's jest. His voice is frigid as I see not come any closer to her. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to seek a different collaborator. In Pei Mengzhou's mind, a worthy benefactor should be as good as dead, uninterfering with his plans and certainly not approaching him. All right, I want to approach her. Just a rather amusing female, after all. Xiao Yueshuan responded with a mock agreement, yet a glimmer of darkness flickered in his golden eyes. I senti our long-standing friendship more important. Let us hope so. Pei Mengzhou delivered a succinct warning before rising to leave. Once he departed, Xiao Yueshuan's playful smile faded, replaced by a contemplative expression. The image of the young lady's radiant smile surfaced in his mind, igniting a familiar flutter in his heart, akin to a spark gradually spreading, searing and overwhelming, eclipsing the previous indifference. Xiao Yueshuan's gaze lingered on that solitary figure retreating, and he scoffed lightly. It is rare to encounter such an intriguing little female. I shall not let her slip away easily. Fair competition. Then, Pei Mengzhou, inside the hotel room, when Jingshu, having finished her shower, lay on the soft cloud-like bed, releasing a contented sigh. Today had been particularly exhausting. Viewing properties, testing Pei Mengzhou's boundaries, and finally, an unfortunate misunderstanding with Xiao Yueshuan. Although there were several gains, she felt utterly drained. As soon as she sank into the bed, sleepiness enveloped her. Just before drifting off, a vague thought flickered in her mind, something she seemed to have forgotten. What could it be? It felt significant. Cannot recall, forget it. So sleepy I'll think about it tomorrow. Easy, the next day. When Jingshu indulged in a rare lie-in. Clutching the soft blanket, she rolled about on the large bed. Once slightly awake, she squinted and opened her light brain that a pale blue screen floated before her. A bright red explosion icon catching her attention. Upon reading the content, her drowsiness vanished in an instant. The top trending news on the Star Network was the Federal Supreme Court's announcement. The trial date for the Skeleton Star Pirate Group has been temporarily postponed. With no specific date set, the uproar caused by this news was immense. Within just half an hour, the comment section was inundated. Why the sudden postponement? Surely, there must be some underlying issues. Those damn space pirates waste our Central Star's air with every passing day. I heard through the grapevine that there's a mastermind behind the Skeleton Star Pirates, so they were either assassinated or protected. Is it possible? Harming a female is a capital offense. Is the federal government really going to shield these beasts? Strongly demand the restoration of the original trial date. 1. As a citizen of the Federation, we have the right to know, encouraged by certain individuals. The discourse on the Star Network became chaotic, public outrage mounting. Yet, some rational netizens urged calm. Stop speculating. Even if you don't trust the court's impartiality, you should have faith in the integrity of the presiding judge. Right? Indeed, the presiding judge will surely seek justice for us females. Trust in the presiding judge, and await the latest court announcement. An invisible storm quietly settled. When Jingshu found herself intrigued by this esteemed presiding judge, she immediately searched for related information on the Star Network, only to discover that the judge's profile was classified, revealing only footage from previous cases. Upon seeing the figure seated in the judge's chair, she felt a wave of shame for her previous biases. Perhaps due to ingrained beliefs from the past 2 decades, she subconsciously assumed that those in high positions were all male. Yet, In reality, the footage revealed a middle-aged female judge presiding over cases with clarity and authority. Calm and wise, her demeanor was both formidable and just that eye in her perceptive gaze. There was no distinction between male and female, no hierarchy of status, and no disparity of wealth. Only plaintiffs and defendants, only fairness and justice. The black judge's robe she wore emanated a magnificent brilliance due to her charismatic presence at that moment, when Jingshu's admiration soared, and oh wonder netizens felt such reassurance. Indeed, with such a steadfast anchor. Justice would never be absent. After a considerable time, when Jingshu finally calmed her tumultuous emotions at that juncture, her assistant, Xiao Tan, kindly reminded her, esteemed guest, it is now 9 o'clock, a.m. sharp. I recommend enjoying a delicious breakfast. Timely meals are beneficial for your health. Xiao Tian, please order the same breakfast as yesterday. When Jingshu replied, recalling the tasks awaiting her that day, hastily rising to wash up. Moments later, while munching on a sandwich, she speculated on the reasons behind the trial's postponement. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her. She remembered hearing that Qin Su had been urgently assigned a task. Could it be related? As this thought crossed her mind, the sandwich in her hand suddenly lost its appeal. Although she felt somewhat uncomfortable with Qin Su's probing inquiries, he had indeed assisted her significantly. It would be ungracious to withhold even a word of concern. Resolving this, when Jingshu wasted no time and promptly sent a message through her light brain. Nian Ping in, Director Qin, are you well? Chapter 32. Oh no, it seems I've been flirted with by the domineering CEO. 10 minutes passed without a reply. Half an hour later, still no response. An hour went by, and there was still silence. When Jingshu stared at the empty chat interface, her unease intensifying, she considered making a call but hesitated. Fearing it might interfere with his mission, in the end, she resigned herself to waiting. Sighing, when Jingshu felt a wave of melancholy wash over her as she closed the chat window, that moment. There was nothing she could do but silently pray for his safety. When Jingshu stood and approached her wardrobe, changing into a casual sports outfit. However, she had no intention of venturing outside today. Instead, she planned to remain in the hotel to complete the design blueprint for the Cubs garden. The general layout had already formed in her mind. The courtyard would serve as an outdoor activity area. The first floor as the indoor activity zone, featuring an open kitchen. The second floor would be the Cubs' resting room. The third floor designated as her private living space. And the fourth floor would house a terrace garden with a swimming pool. The storage room would be located at the back of the courtyard, requiring only minor renovations. With the assistance of the intelligent light brain system, when Jingshu meticulously constructed the future model of the Cubs garden. At that moment, the sun shone warmly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. The tranquil solitude slowly passed until sunset, when Jingshu finally completed her masterpiece. She rose and stretched luxuriously. Next, she needed to find a construction team. But where to find one? When Jingshu furrowed her brow in frustration. She had never delved into the realm of engineering and construction, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of it, unsure of how to proceed. It was vital to consult someone knowledgeable to avoid being swindled. After all, it would be a trivial matter if she lost money, but if the project turned out to be shoddy, it would be disastrous. Gazing at the scant friends listed on her light brain, she decided to reach out to the well-connected CEO, Xiao. Nian Pingyan. Is CEO Xiao available? I would like to seek your advice on a matter AAA, Xiao Corporation CEO. I'm here. Has something troubled you, Jingshu? Nian Pingyan. I am planning to renovate a property and wanted to ask if you know any professional construction teams, AAA, Xiao Corporation CEO. I happen to have a construction company under my name. I will have the person in charge contact you shortly. Nian Pingyan. Is there anything I need to do? AAA, Xiao Corporation CEO. No need. I will arrange everything. You can discuss your requirements with the person in charge. Nian Pingyan. All right. Thank you so much, CEO Xiao. Nian Pingyan. Are you free this evening? I would like to treat you to dinner as a token of my gratitude. AAA Xiao Corporation CEO. I appreciate your kind gesture, but I am currently aboard a starship heading to Minji Star, regrettably missing out on a date with a beautiful lady. Nian Pingyan. When President Xiao returns. I shall treat you to a meal. AAA Xiao Sure Group President. Very well. AAA Xiao Sure Group President. By the way, why does Jing Shu still call me President Xiao? Is my name unappealing? Nian Yin Pinyin. Not at all. It is quite melodious. Nian Yin Pinyin. Yusun. Meanwhile, aboard a luxurious starship in the cosmos, Xiao Yusun gazed intently at the two words in the chat box, as if he could hear the sweet voice of the little female calling his name. A sound so delightful it resembled a celestial melody. A faint smile graced the handsome visage of the man. His cold and noble golden eyes softened, rippling with gentle waves. AAA Xiao Shi Group President. When we meet next, I wish to hear it with my own ears. It shall surely be more enchanting than any music in the galaxy. Wen Jingshu. Oh no. It seems I've been flirted with by the domineering president. She steadied her racing heart and resolutely flirted back. Nian Yin Pinyin. I suddenly feel that Yu or Sun Sun sounds even better. AAA Xiao Shi Group President. No way. I, the dignified president of the Xiao family. Nian Yin Pinyin. Is it truly unacceptable? Yu Sun Sun. AAA Xiao Shi Group President. I reluctantly allow you to use the second one. Nian Yin Pinyin. All right. Sun Sun. AAA Xiao Shi Group President. Indeed, little females seem to favor such endearing titles. Nian Yin Pinyin. Does Sun Sun not like it? Sun Sun. AAA Xiao Shi Group President. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. We shall converse another time. Nian Yin Pinyin. Farewell, Sun Sun. Your friend has gone offline. Please leave a message if necessary. Wen Jingshu observed the hasty disconnection of the chat, easily envisioning the man fleeing in panic behind the holographic screen. She couldn't help but smile, suddenly feeling that the domineering president was not so unapproachable after all, akin to a ragdoll cat from her neighbor's house. Outwardly aloof and elegant, proud and haughty, yet once it accepted you, it would lie down, exposing its soft belly for you to pet, and cling to you with affectionate coos. Wen Jingshu harbored strong suspicions that Xiao Yusun was, at his core, a cat. This would explain why he and Pei Xiaoniao's energies were so discordant. After all, it would be strange for natural enemies to get along. After teasing the proud president, Wen Jingshu felt invigorated and prepared to head out for a meal, while also selecting a gift to present. In the era of interstellar travel, industrial technology flourished, yet craftsmanship regressed to primitive levels. Many splendid cultural treasures and skills were lost within the torrents of history. After browsing for a considerable time, Wen Jingshu finally discovered a store specializing in handcrafted collectibles. Upon entering, the staff greeted her enthusiastically, as though encountering an acquaintance. Miss Wen, welcome to our store. You recognize me? Wen Jingshu scrutinized the unfamiliar face before her, firmly convinced she had never seen him before. Of course. Miss Wen is a valued guest of our skyscraper. The president specifically instructed us last night to treat you with utmost courtesy. I see. When Jingshu nodded in realization, she had become a supreme VIP client of the skyscraper, while others scanned their holographic IDs. She had her face recognized, and oh wonder, so many people admire the domineering president. She found herself fond of him as well. Miss Wen, what would you like to choose? Do you need any recommendations? I'll browse on my own for now. All right, just call me if you need anything. Inside the shop, shelves brimmed with an array of colorful and unique minerals, exquisite handicrafts, and time-worn antique collections. Wen Jingshu strolled leisurely, curiously inspecting each item. Soon, her gaze was captured by a pair of earrings. Their design was simple yet elegant, featuring a long silver chain adorned with a teardrop-shaped ruby, crystalline and flawless. The pear-shaped cut sparkled with a brilliant flame-like radiance. At a glance, Wen Jingshu felt this pair of earrings would be perfect for Mu Yunlu. Please wrap this pair of earrings. Miss, you have an excellent eye. This fiery crystal is a companion stone of the blazing flower, possessing miraculous effects such as treating cold bodies and alleviating mental strain. The staff spoke animatedly as they packaged the item, while Wen Jingshu listened with rapt attention, savoring tales from another world. After browsing for a while longer, a peculiar blue flower caught her eye. What is this flower? Chapter 33. Qin Su. He misses her. Its petals consisted of only 5, resembling a small star, in a deeper shade of icy blue, exuding a faint chill. Miss, it is not a flower but a type of mineral crystal. Mineral crystal? Indeed, It is known as the blue crystal flower, a specialty of the ice crystal star. Tea not only has calming and healing properties, but can also reduce gene instability levels. It is nearly impossible to find on the market, even at a price of billions of star coins. Upon hearing this, Wen Jingshu's expression turned puzzled. The staff seemed to perceive her thoughts and smiled as they explained. Our small shop certainly cannot procure such a precious treasure. This flower is merely composed of ordinary blue crystals. Its effects are negligible, generally serving only as a symbolic keepsake for peace. After all, for beastmen, nothing is more perilous than gene instability. For reasons unknown, Wen Jingshu recalled Qin Su. Compared to ordinary beastmen, his profession was evidently far more dangerous. Despite the Federation appearing peaceful and harmonious on the surface, many hidden shadows lurked beneath. There was no such thing as a tranquil existence. It was merely that someone bore the burdens for you. When Jingshu gently caressed the blue crystal flower, its coolness transmitting from her fingertips, and a pair of silent, icy blue eyes surfaced in her mind. Please wrap this one as well. Subsequently, when Jingshu explored the entire store but could not find another suitable gift, especially for Xiao Yusun. After he had assisted her immensely, she could not simply present an ordinary item. That would be too insincere. After contemplating, she ultimately decided to purchase some materials to craft a handmade gift for him. As for Pei Mingzhou, she considered gifting him a surgical scalpel or a pair of mature glasses. Miss, all your items have been packaged. The staff wore a radiant smile as they handed 3 exquisite gift bags to Wen Jingshu. How much is it in star coins? No need. The president specifically instructed that all your expenses here are complimentary. Really? Wen Jingshu felt a bit awkward, embarrassed by the thought of using Xiao Yusun's money to buy gifts, particularly for another man. Suddenly, she felt a pang of guilt akin to that of a kept woman being funded by her benefactor. Seeing her insistence on paying, the staff adopted a pitiful expression. Miss, please do not decline that if I accept your star coins, the president will be displeased. Very well. With a resigned sigh, Wen Jingshu retracted her holographic ID. Then I shall leave you a good review. You've worked hard to assist me. Really? Of course, your service was attentive, and your explanations were thorough. Thank you, Miss Wen. The staff was nearly moved to tears, and no one had ever proactively left them a good review before. Perhaps a good review was merely a trivial matter for customers, but for the staff, it represented a step towards promotion, especially since this commendation came from a female, in a world where males outnumbered females. The influence and appeal of females were undeniable, and no need to thank me. Your efforts deserve this praise. Keep it up. After completing the review on the Star Network, Wen Jingshu smiled encouragingly at the staff before turning to leave. The staff watched a retreating figure, waving a handkerchief in farewell, reluctant to say goodbye. I will work hard. Miss Wen truly is a gentle female. If only she were the president, not only would she receive complimentary services, but the entire building would be hers. Upon returning to the hotel, as soon as Wen Jingshu entered her room, her holographic ID chimed with a message notification. Guardian of Justice, do not worry. I shall return shortly. Meanwhile, in the vast and mysterious cosmos, a silver federal starship sped away from the domain of the Night Star. Within the ship's medical bay, a gray-haired man rose from the treatment pod. He was bare-chested, his muscular physique radiating robust strength, with a bronze skin adding a touch of wild allure. However, across his perfect male form, 3 fierce claw marks marred his abdomen, deep enough to reveal bone. Even after treatment, the wounds remained unhealed. The man, seemingly devoid of pain, silently took up a bandage and began to wrap it around his abdomen. At that moment, a doctor entered the room. Upon seeing the injured patient standing before him, he nearly lost his composure. Director, why are you up? Your wounds have yet to heal. With such severe injuries, you should remain in the treatment pod for at least 3 days. That's fine. I know my limits. The man's tone left no room for dissent, compelling the attending physician to awkwardly fall silent, though internally he harbored quiet grievances. Fortunately, the man was his superior. Had he been an unruly patient in the past, he would have already been restrained and taken to the treatment chamber. Qin Su paid no heed to the physician's mournful gaze as he swiftly donned his uniform and proceeded towards the command room. At that moment, the atmosphere within the command room was heavy with tension. Who would have thought that those individuals were colluding with space pirates? Truly a nest of vermin. The involvement of several families in this matter was likely. For how else could there be so many Class A assassins? Thankfully, the director was present. Otherwise, we might not have made it back. Point one could only wonder about the extent of the director's injuries. It should be nothing serious. Chin Su, clad in a pristine law enforcement officer's uniform, strode to the head seat, his demeanor as imposing as ever. What is the status of the bait? Report, Director. The bait has been administered a considerable quantity of dream spores and is now deranged and incoherent. Is there a treatment plan from the Capital Hospital? No news has returned yet. They are likely still conducting research. Upon hearing this, Chin Su furrowed his brow, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he made a resolute decision. Return at full speed and expedite the transfer of the bait back to Central Star. But, Director, your injuries, do as I say. Understood, Director. The officers, seeing their superior unyielding, had no choice but to depart with heavy hearts. Soon after, the once spacious command room was left with only the tall and solitary figure of Chin Su. He activated the holographic terminal, staring intently at the latest message. Nien Nien Pingin. All right, Director Chin, please stay safe and return safely. In that instant, it was as if a brilliant ray of spring sunlight pierced through the man's ice-blue eyes, melting the glaciers within into rippling waves of warmth. The urgency to return was not solely due to the pressing mission. He missed her. Meanwhile, the one he yearned for, Wen Jingshu, inexplicably sneezed, rubbing her nose and instructing Xiao Tian to raise the indoor temperature. Knowing that Chin Su was safe, her anxiously suspended heart finally settled. She closed the chat interface, ordered a flash delivery service online, and began organizing the gift she had purchased that day. Since Xiao Yusun and Chin Su had yet to return to Central Star, there was no rush. She would give Yin Lu his gift tonight. She wondered if he had finished his painting, as it had been 2 days with no contact from him. Feeling a twinge of concern, she initiated a video call. Beep. Chapter 34. The Flame Crystal Earrings and the Return Gift. The notification sound rang for quite a while, until she was nearly ready to give up when the other side finally connected. The figure of the snow-haired youth appeared on the screen, his ruby-like eyes still radiant, now filled with a look of sincere apology. Jingshu, I'm sorry. I was just painting and didn't hear the call. It's fine. Why are you still awake at this hour? It's only been 2 days since we last met, and you already have dark circles under your eyes. When Jingshu noticed the shadows beneath the youth's eyes and felt a pang of pity. There's no rush for the painting you promised me. Take your time. All right, I'll do as you say. Yin Lu obediently nodded, his snow-white hair bouncing slightly, appearing both adorable and innocent, like a little puppy. When Jingshu's gaze lingered on the youth's tousled hair, and her hand inexplicably itched. Through the screen, she reached out to gently poke his head, her eyes sparkling with mirth. That I bought you a gift. Remember to check it later. The gift? Yin Lu blinked in confusion, as if hearing the word for the first time. Yes, I visited a craft store today and found a piece of jewelry that suits you perfectly. So I bought it. I'm sure I'll love whatever you choose. Thank you. Jing Shu. Yin Li's joy was akin to that of a child receiving candy, his crescent-shaped eyes twinkling with starlight, sparkling as if he had obtained the world. When Jingshu's heart softened, and her gaze toward the youth grew increasingly tender. All right, the surprise will be arriving soon. Okay. Yin Lu gazed longingly at the girl's delicate face, not wishing to pull his gaze away until the screen went dark. The interstellar delivery service was remarkably swift. Half an hour later, Yin Lu held a delicate gift box in his hands, brimming with anticipation as he opened it. In the next moment, a pair of dazzling flame crystal earrings appeared before him. A radiant smile broke across the boy's face as he gently picked up one earring, caressing the flame crystal with tender reverence, the warmth igniting at his fingertips and spreading to his heart. Sister sentiment. I have received it. Yin Lu murmured softly, his voice clear yet slightly hoarse. Unable to conceal the profound and sincere affection he felt, he adorned his left ear with the earring, and as he reached for the other, he hesitated for a few seconds before slowly pulling aside his collar. When Jingshu had just finished her shower when she received a video call from Yin Lu on the screen, the youth with snow-white short hair and skin as pale as snow displayed a ruby earring on his left ear. The vibrant red against his snowy complexion was particularly striking. harmonizing beautifully with his crimson eyes. Adding a touch of allure to his already stunning features, he resembled a beautiful youth stepped out from a manga. When Jingshu was filled with astonishment and admiration. Yunlu, that earring truly suits you. I'm glad you like it. Jing Shuw, by the way, why are you only wearing one? There's another one, you know. For some reason, the boy's face suddenly flushed crimson, his eyelashes trembling as if delicate butterflies were poised to take flight at his fingertips, but he seemed to struggle yet also entice. When Jingshu, puzzled, continued to inquire curiously, "What's wrong? Are you not accustomed to wearing two?" "No, it's not that." Mu Yinlu bit his lip, striving to suppress the embarrassment and timidity rising within him. His sister had given him a gift, and naturally he ought to return the favor. The boy slightly lowered his head, the earring resting against his cheek, the striking red and pure white intertwining to create an enchanting contrast. He pulled aside his collar, his mesmerizing red eyes fixed intently on the girl. "The other one is here." An hour later, when Jingshu ended the call, still in a daze, her mind reeling, she had never anticipated that the simple, shy boy could exhibit such audacious behavior. Had he just been teasing her? Surely he must have been. When Jingshu covered her flushed cheeks with one hand and pressed the other to her wildly beating heart, burying herself in her blankets, attempting to forget the alluring, captivating scene she had just witnessed. Yet that beautiful image remained firmly etched in her mind, refusing to fade away, an indelible memory. Xiao Tian, turn off the lights. When Jingshu reassured herself that a good night's sleep would help her forget, that she would wake up tomorrow with no recollection. However, as darkness enveloped her, her other senses sharpened, and before long, she began to vividly picture that image of red plum blossoms against the snow. The atmosphere seemed to grow increasingly heated. For a fleeting moment, when Jingshu even felt a twinge of regret and longing, wishing she had personally adorned him with the earrings. When this rather inappropriate thought crossed her mind, her thoughts spiraled out of control, galloping away like a wild horse, never to return. "Oh, my pure soul has been thoroughly tainted by some kind of pigment. Mu Yunlu, you owe me my innocence." In the year 3024 of the interstellar era, on the morning of May 10th, when Jingshu experienced her first sleepless night, she rose from her bed like a wandering spirit, mechanically brushing her teeth and washing her face. The mirror reflected her future with startling clarity, revealing even the tiniest pores, making the dark circles under her eyes all the more pronounced. After splashing cold water on her face, she finally managed to dispel the embarrassing dreams from the previous night. 5 minutes later, as she ate breakfast, she angrily criticized the culprit. "Nian Yin Pinyin, are you satisfied now? I have the same panda eyes as you." Attached selfie, Sui Sui Chonglo. Did Jingshu not sleep well last night? Nian Yin Pinyin. Do you think I could sleep? Sui Sui Chonglo. I'm sorry, Jingshu, next time. Shall I keep you company while you sleep? My fur is very soft. It can serve as your pillow. Nian Yin Pinyin. You keeping me company would only make it harder for me to sleep. Sui Sui Chonglo. Why? Nian Yin Pinyin. I fear I might lose control. Sui Sui Chonglo. There's no need to control. My body, my heart, everything belongs to you. Nian Yin Pinyin. All right. You better be clean and waiting for me. Though fierce words may be spoken, when Jingshu merely seeks to indulge in her own whims at present, the nursery project is set to commence shortly. Although she will not be personally laying bricks, she will undoubtedly need to supervise the site daily, leaving her quite occupied in the days to come. Once all is settled, she shall savor a delightful feast. At 9 in the morning, the construction manager arranged by Xiao Yueshuan reached out to her. When Jingshu promptly sent him the design plans, articulating her requirements. Upon reviewing them, he readily agreed and invited her to inspect the site that afternoon to discuss the construction plan in greater detail. Naturally, she did not decline his invitation. His meticulous and professional demeanor only served to reassure her further. After a brief nap, the afternoon arrived swiftly. When Jingshu made her way to the courtyard, where a group of workers clad in blue uniforms awaited her. At the forefront stood a refined and amiable middle-aged orc, who greeted her warmly upon her arrival. You must be Miss One, am I right? Indeed, a beautiful and elegant female. Hello? May I inquire your name? My surname is Sure. You may call me Xiao Sure. Miss One. When Jingshu glanced at the middle-aged orc, who was a decade her senior and found it difficult to address him directly, opting instead for a more courteous title. Mr. Sure, I shall rely on you moving forward. Rest assured, Miss Wen, we would never take Mr. Zhao's instructions lightly. This evening approached, after the workers conducted their thorough inspections and measurements, when Jingshu and manager Sure finalized the specific renovation plans. However, when it came to estimating the costs, the two found themselves at an impasse. Mr. Sure, how could you possibly offer a 50% discount? Wouldn't that render your efforts futile? Fear not, Miss Wen. Mr. Xiao would never allow us to suffer a loss. Truly, that is unnecessary. I can afford over 1,000,000 star coins. Miss Wen, this is a small token of Mr. Zhao's goodwill. Please do not refuse it. After a spirited debate, when Jingshu ultimately conceded, she rubbed her temples and sighed, pondering how her debts of gratitude seemed to multiply. Miss, we shall return to prepare. Work commences tomorrow. You are welcome to check on our progress at any time. Manager Sure said with a cheerful smile, clearly pleased that he had fulfilled the task assigned by his superior, with promotion and salary increase within reach. When Jingshu nodded in acknowledgement, thank you for your hard work during this period. A moment later, the group gathered their tools and departed. Noticing the time was still early, when Jingshu decided to explore the surroundings and familiarize herself with the environment, while also visiting neighbors to lay the groundwork for future recruitment. Having spent over 500,000 star coins today, it was impossible not to feel a pang of regret. She eagerly anticipated the opening of the nursery, where she could earn money while playing with adorable cubs. Having long been enamored with the orc infants, after taking a stroll, she encountered an unexpected individual. Dr. Pei? What brings you here? The person was indeed Pei Mengzhou, dressed in a crisp white shirt and black trousers. With his platinum hair neatly tied in a high ponytail, exuding an air of coolness akin to that of a male lead in a romantic drama. I live nearby, and just got off work. When Jingshu eyed him skeptically, what is your door number? 1107. What a coincidence. I reside 1108. Would you like to visit my home? New neighbor. Pei Mingzhou leaned closer to the young woman, his light brown eyes reflecting the purple twilight, exuding an inexplicable allure. Yet when Jingshu felt an alarm ringing in her mind, she took a step back, feigning bashfulness as she politely declined. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Perhaps not. Rest assured, I shan't devour you. When Jingshu thought to herself, but I fear you might dissect me. Noticing her continued wariness, Pei Mingzhou stepped closer, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, protecting her within his embraced Tio onlookers. The tall, imposing male orc cradling the petite female appeared intimate. The atmosphere charged with a romantic undertone that a faint scent of coolness mingled with disinfectant wafted into one Jingshu's nostrils, momentarily disorienting her. Instinctively, she attempted to break free from his grasp. I could see that moment. The man tightened his hold around her waist, his cool lips brushing against her ear. Don't move. Look at the second streetlight on the left. When Jingshu froze, obediently nestling against his broad chest, she placed her hands on his waist. Feigning shyness as she tilted her face away, casually glancing upward. Indeed, a flicker of faint red light flashed past the second lamp on the left. In that instant, her mind erupted with chaos. Her heart raced, and her hands instinctively clutched her clothing, attempting to quell the rising tide of anxiety and confusion. Pei Mingzhou observed the crumpled state of his shirt, his expression contemplative, noticing her delicate hands tugging downwards. He finally spoke up. If you keep pulling, my pants will fall. His words snapped when Jingshu backed to reality. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly tucked the wrinkled shirt back into place. Even assisting him in adjusting his trousers. My apologies. That will suffice. Pei Mingzhou gently restrained her wandering fingers at his waist, his expression tinged with a hint of exasperation. Although he appeared emotionally detached, he was still a physiologically normal male orc. Moreover, her scent had an irresistible allure for him. Releasing the soft warmth of Wen Jingshu, he returned to the matter at hand. Are you now willing to visit my home? My neighbor. After pondering for a few moments, Wen Jingshu ultimately accepted the invitation. Though she had yet to ascertain whether he was connected to the laboratory, thus far he had shown no signs of intending her harm. Additionally, he might possess knowledge regarding the surveillance. 15 minutes later, a pure white European-style villa came into view. Upon entering, the interior was entirely adorned in immaculate white, leading Wen Jingshu to momentarily believe she had entered paradise. However, she could not deny that the current environment radiated warmth and brightness. Instilling an indescribable sense of security, she settled onto the soft, cloud-like sofa, her tense body gradually unwinding. Pei Mingzhou allowed her ample time to acclimate. After nearly 10 minutes, he changed into a comfortable cream-colored loungewear, his long hair cascading loosely behind him, with a few strands falling over his chest, presenting a more approachable and relaxed demeanor. Try this. A long, fair hand placed a cup of red tea before Wen Jingshu. Rest assured, it is not poisoned, Pei Mingzhou added, lifting his own cup to take a gentle sip. Wen Jingshu detected a hint of mischief in his tone and shifted the topic. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Dr. Pei, do you have a particular fondness for white? Indeed, white is the most perfect of all colors. When all light combines, it forms white, and white can also disperse into various colors of light. Yet, do you not find it rather monotonous? The essence of life is fundamentally monotonous. Wen Jingshu frowned slightly, shaking her head in disagreement. However, each day brings new encounters and experiences with countless possibilities for the future. Just as today a sunset is purple, yesterday it was pink, and tomorrow it could be orange or gold. Even if it is merely anticipating the sunset each day, life gains an added layer of intriguing significance. Upon hearing her words, Pei Mingzhou remained silent for a long while, as if enlightened by her wisdom, rediscovering the meaning of life. Yet in the next moment he suddenly asked with earnestness, Dr. Pei, is this medicine? Legitimate. What if it is overcast or rainy? When Jingshu retorted, are you impervious to reason? She shot him a glare, then proceeded to cut to the chase. Why are they surveilling me? Is it simply because of my mysterious background? I have never posed a threat to the Federation. That is but one of the reasons. They suspect you may be a bait. Pei Mingzhou did not hold back, providing her with a direct answer. When Jingshu's eyes widened in confusion, her mind swirling. Bait? You must have heard about the skeleton gang's abduction of females recently. Are you suggesting that the bait is connected to this incident? Perhaps the bait lures in females, only for the space pirates to carry out the abduction? When Jingshu recalled the nefarious trafficking methods of the human traffickers from her previous life, and suddenly, a brilliant idea illuminated her mind. No wonder Qin Su had always harbored suspicions against her. No wonder the Public Security Bureau continued to surveil her. The timing and location of her appearances were indeed too suspicious, and she lacked any federal identification to prove her innocence. You guessed it correctly. Pei Mingzhou elegantly sipped his red tea, calm and composed. The bait had been silent until now, and with an unknown identity, it was only natural that she became a prime suspect. Previously, when Jingshu keenly seized upon that critical point. Yes, Director Qin has successfully apprehended the bait. Unfortunately, she had been fed an excessive amount of dream spores, resulting in a state of confusion, rendering her unable to provide testimony. Wen Jingshu's heart, which had initially settled, began to race again. Even if she did not understand the intricacies of conspiracy, she sensed that a dark force was likely involved behind the scenes. Why wouldn't the puppeteers eliminate her directly? Surely they couldn't have suddenly found their conscience, could they? They dared not. Eliminating her at this juncture would undoubtedly be akin to fanning the flames, provoking the authority of the Federation, feeding her dream spores. On the other hand, could serve to delay matters, a desperate bid for survival. Hearing the term for the second time, when Jingshu could no longer suppress her curiosity. What exactly are dream spores? A highly addictive substance extracted from the dream mushroom of the dream cloud star. Once inhaled, it becomes impossible to break free from its grasp. If consumed in excess, it can very likely lead to a complete mental breakdown. After hearing this, Wen Jingshu felt a whirlwind of emotions. No matter the era, the harm of drugs extends beyond the individual, affecting society at large. She was uncertain whether the bait had been coerced or willingly complicit, but as a fellow female, she still hoped that the bait would awaken soon and provide testimony to assist the Federation in capturing those dark forces in one fell swoop. Are there any treatments available? Once dream spores enter the body, they merge with blood cells, rendering it irreversible. With the current level of medical technology, it is temporarily incurable. Pei Mingzhou set down his teacup, a slight frown creasing his brow, equally troubled. When Jingshu's expression fell, the glimmer of hope in her eyes gradually extinguishing. For a moment, the atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive. After a long silence, the man's cold, indifferent voice shattered the stillness. Miss Wen, do you recall the other method I mentioned last time? What method? The method for treating amnesia. Painless. When Jingshu's lips twitched, how could this man be even more stubborn than she was? Moreover, it seemed this topic was not to be easily brushed aside. Pei Mengzhou, enduring the girl's resentful gaze, retrieved a vial of potion from a nearby cabinet. This is a newly developed dream potion that can awaken the deepest memories within a person. Under the bright light, the pink liquid in the glass vial stood out, shimmering with an enchanting, mushroom-like glow. When Jingshu's heart skipped a beat, and she subtly shifted to the side. Dr. Pei, is this potion legitimate? Naturally. Dr. Pei, I suddenly feel that regaining my memory isn't as important as I thought. You don't believe me? This is not a matter of belief. It's a matter of life and death. If I drink that unverified pink potion, I fear I might meet my end right then and there. When Jingshu met the man's gaze, trying to keep her tone as gentle as possible. Dr. Pei, I have a question. You may ask. This so-called dream potion, have you tested it? Has it undergone clinical trials? Has it obtained a valid drug certification? A series of piercing questions left Pei Mengzhou momentarily speechless. After a 2-second silence, he honestly shook his head. None of that. When Jingshu plastered a businesslike smile on her face, all was left unspoken that moment. The purple twilight had transformed into a dim yellow afterglow. Gradually receding like the tide from the window, the sun set in the west, and night approached. The brightly lit living room remained illuminated. The graceful young woman lifted her teacup, sipping the slightly cool tea, and smiled sweetly at the man. Dr. Pei's tea-making skills are quite commendable. Thank you for your hospitality today. The tea was getting late. I shall take my leave now. Just as the young woman stood to depart, Pei Mengzhou suddenly called out to her. Wait. When Jingshu turned back in confusion, a hint of wariness lingering in her gaze. Dr. Pei, is there something else you need? I will try it now. Try what? Before when Jingshu could react, the man seized the dream potion and gulped it down. Her pupils dilated in shock, her body instinctively lunging forward to snatch the potion away. However, it was too late. The glass vial was empty, not a drop remaining. When Jingshu hurriedly cradled the man's chin, one hand forcefully patting his back. You must vomit it out. Spit it out. You won't die, will you? If you die, what will I do? Cough, cough. I'm fine. You better wait until I leave before you die. Cough, cough. Pei Mengzhou coughed even more violently. He firmly grasped the young woman's wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Thwarting her desperate attempts, I truly am fine. I won't die. Really? The girl lifted her head, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her pale face devoid of color. Anyone witnessing someone on the brink of death before their eyes would find it hard to remain composed. Upon realizing the man was unharmed, when Jingshu, in a fit of anger, punched his chest lightly. Are you pleased to scare me half to death? You just drink when told to? So obedient. Then why didn't you take off your glasses last time I asked? Perhaps due to the effects of the potion, a faint blush appeared on Pei Mengzhou's cold, jade-like features, and the distant look in his eyes was clouded with mist, resembling someone intoxicated. He lowered his head, resting it against the young woman's shoulder, his clear voice slightly hoarse, tinged with a hint of grievance. You didn't say. When Jingshu felt the warm breath against her neck, that heat seemingly spreading to her cheeks. Their proximity was too intimate. In the cramped space, an ambiguous atmosphere began to coalesce. When Jingshu pushed his head away, her voice turning icy. Pei Mengzhou, let go of me. Since you're fine, I shall take my leave. Don Tigo. Chapter 37. Gene Control Failure. The Fallen Angel Don't Go. Pei Mengzhou whispered, his long, powerful hand gripping the young woman's delicate wrist, his arm tightening around her waist. His embrace was impenetrable, as if it formed a cage to ensnare his prey. When Jingshu pressed her hand against his heated chest, finally sensing something amiss, she was both angry and amused, ruffling the man's long hair in frustration. I told you not to drink dubious drugs, didn't I? Look where that got you, playing with fire and getting burned. Thankfully, I didn't drink, cough, cough, but now is not the time for this discussion. I'll take you to the hospital. Don't become a little fool." Upon hearing the last few words, Pei Mingzhou seemed to be stirred by some memory, his emotions suddenly escalating, his brows furrowed, his expression pained, repeatedly murmuring, "I am not. I am not." No one noticed as small black feathers began to sprout from his temples, bizarre and peculiar. The previously radiant platinum hair beside him also darkened. This scene resembled Lucifer, the angel, descending from the sacred heavens, gradually transforming into an evil, frenzied devil. When Jingshu remained blissfully unaware, in the presence of a patient, she possessed a greater measure of tolerance and patience. All right, you're not. So be good, will you? I'll call for an ambulance." The young woman gently stroked the man's head, soothing him in a soft voice. Once his emotions stabilized somewhat, she immediately intended to call for help using her holographic device. However, before her fingers could make contact with the device, Pei Mingzhou suddenly flipped over, pinning her beneath him. The positions were reversed, the roles of attacker and defender completely altered, the initiative now firmly in the man's grasp. He seized one of the young woman's delicate wrists with one hand, while the other encircled her waist, rendering her immobile. Then, as if addicted, he buried his face deeply into her neck, greedily inhaling her sweet, intoxicating scent. "Ionia, you smell wonderful. You are mine." The man murmured in a trance, his powerful arms tightly encircling the person in his embrace, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. To become one, he appeared to be a refined, gentle doctor, yet he possessed a physique that belied such an appearance. When Jingshu struggled beneath him, gasping for breath, her face flushed with a mix of shame and anger, her eyes blazing with fury. "Pei Mingzhou, let go of me. What are you talking about? You've mistaken your identity. It cannot be wrong." When Jingshu, "You are my Aonia," Pei Mingzhou lifted his head, the glasses on his face vanished without a trace. Revealing a pair of eyes as crimson as blood, he stared intently at the girl's enchanting visage. His thin lips suddenly pressed against her cheek, showering her with a series of delicate and lingering pecks. Each kiss was imbued with an overwhelming sense of possessiveness, as well as a yearning and affection buried deep within, unbeknownst to him. For a full 1952 days, 19 hours and 26 minutes, he had grown accustomed to the girl's presence, having traced every inch of her brows and eyes countless times. How could he possibly fail to recognize her? Yet at this moment, when Jingshu was too preoccupied to heed the man's unusual emotions. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the dark feather at his temple, and instantly ceased her struggles, her expression frozen in shock. Your genes have gone out of control." Once the threshold of the beast gene's instability was reached, it would lead to uncontrollable beastification, mildly resulting in a loss of reason, or severely causing madness and harm. When Jingshu could not afford to ponder further and quickly summoned her life energy. Soon, the emerald mark between her collarbones began to glow, enveloping the two in an aura of tranquility and harmony. Pei Mingzhou momentarily paused, then, as if drawn by an unseen force, kissed the delicate curve of the girl's collarbone. When Jingshu trembled, bewilderedly gazing at the ceiling. How could he kiss the mark? Ever since the heart of life had merged with her, the mark had become the embodiment of her spiritual essence. "Let me go. Pei Mingzhou, you scoundrel," the girl exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation. However, the man only grew more exhilarated. "Aonia, you are being insincere. You clearly relish this." That it felt as if an entire century had passed. Under the purification of the life energy, half of the dark feather at the man's temple had transformed into white, while the other half remained ominously black. His handsome visage was both cold and enchanting, resembling a divine being or a demon, a celestial spirit or a mythical creature. Yet, those eyes remained as blood-red as ever. Pei Mingzhou reluctantly withdrew from the girl's neck, gazing at her tear-filled eyes with tenderness as he gently licked away the tears from her eyelashes. "Aonia, be good," the man coaxed in a soft, husky voice, but when Jingshu was evidently not swayed. Seizing a moment to catch her breath, she summoned her last ounce of strength and bit down on the man's neck in retaliation. Pei Mingzhou, however, did not release her from his embrace. "Aonia, if this brings you joy, I can be even rougher. Pervert," she cursed, her words dripping with sarcasm. "Owe it again." Pei Mingzhou's thin lips curled into a smirk as his long fingers brushed over the girl's luscious crimson lips when Jingshu retaliated without mercy once more. The man, consumed by his darkened state, fluctuated between moods. His expression turned cold as he grasped the girl's chin. "Aeonia, you are being disobedient. You must be punished." When Jingshu had no time to resist, as she was instantly engulfed by a torrential kiss, in that moment, the once frozen mountain of ice transformed into boiling magma. Outside, twin moons rose and set. When Jingshu languidly nestled in the man's embrace, while Pei Mingzhou gazed down at the obedient beauty in his arms, his silver-gray eyes narrowing in satisfaction, he rewarded her with a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Aeonia, so good. You are mine." After declaring his claim, he contentedly wrapped his arms around the girl, who had succumbed to slumber. Moments later, when Jingshu finally regained her composure, in truth, Pei Mingzhou had not engaged in anything below the neck. But the mark on her collarbone had indeed suffered. The once vibrant sapling had become a wilted cabbage. The first thing when Jingshu did upon restoring her strength was to kick the pervert beside her off the sofa. As if to vent her frustration, she kicked at the man's chest once more. Pei Mingzhou's skin was pale, and his figure was sculpted to perfection, with well-defined muscle lines and smooth, taut skin. The once domineering man now lay submissively at her feet. When Jingshu inexplicably felt a sense of satisfaction in her vengeance. Unfortunately, whether due to the man's robust build or the thickness of his skin, not a single red mark remained. When Jingshu touched her sore collarbone in frustration and kicked him twice more. Suddenly, the sleeping Pei Mingzhou let out a low groan. Startled, when Jingshu quickly withdrew her foot, eager to escape this dreadful place. However, in the next moment, the man's large hand shot out like lightning, grasping her ankle. "Let me go. I only stepped on you once. You just bit me so many times. What's the big deal about me stepping on you a couple of times?" The more she spoke, the more righteous she felt. Yet, the man not only refused to release her, but also exhibited a suspicious flush on his handsome face. Pervert. This time, when Jingshu was genuinely frightened, she kicked the man once, then forcefully pulled her foot away, not even stopping to put on her shoes as she dashed out, leaving the man alone on the ground, forlorn and desolate. Chapter 38. Moonlight, Shifting Sands Lantern, and Blue Crystal Flower Brooch. Upon returning to the hotel, when Jingshu was still somewhat shaken, yet a twinge of guilt crept into her heart. Not only had she glimpsed Pei Mingzhou's chest and abs, but she had also stepped on him. Would he seek her out for accountability tomorrow? Oh well, if he did, so be it. After all, he was the one at fault, who told him to recklessly consume counterfeit medication. Indeed, counterfeit drugs harm both the user and the innocent. She had saved him and ended up being taken advantage of. She still needed to settle the score with him. When Jingshu steadied her emotions, took a soothing bath in the bathroom, and then lay down on the soft bed, sleeping soundly until the following midday. However, her quality of sleep last night had not been great, plagued by nightmares of being pursued and pecked by a certain blackbird. After finishing her morning routine and looking in the mirror, she made an effort to encourage herself. It's fine. Just a rogue bird. If it dares to peck at me again, I'll pluck all its feathers and turn it into a bald bird." Taking a deep breath, she donned a bright smile on her face, ready to embrace the new day. Unfortunately, her pleasant day was soon shattered. Beep! The notification sound of her light brain echoed. Upon opening it, she was unsurprised to find the culprit behind her distress. "Pei, apologies, I lost control last night. Nian Pingyan. Was that losing control? It was clearly perverted. Pei, sorry, I didn't know sweet dreams would lead to gene instability. Nian Pingyan. So are you planning to give me more to drink? Pei, apologies, it won't happen again. Nian Pingyan. Is it going to be a next time? You are not allowed to mention the amnesia incident again. Pei, understood. Nian Pingyan. Also, did you have any awareness last night? Pei, no. I completely lost my reason in that uncontrolled state. I apologize for offending you and am willing to make any compensation. Nian Pingyan. Really? Swear it. With your hair. Pei. All right. Pei. I swear on my feathers that I did not intentionally offend Miss One last night. Nian Pingyan. If you break this oath, you will turn into a bald, pink little bird. Pei. If I break this oath, I will turn into a bald, pink little bird. Nian Pingyan, fine, I will not pursue this matter for now. Xiaozhou, you may leave. Pei, thank you for your comfort yesterday. Otherwise, I might have devolved into a primal beast. This is my gratitude. Beep, Pei has transferred 1,000,000 star coins to you. Nian Pingyan, no need for gratitude. Nian Pingyan, just, is your instability value really that high? Pei, the stronger the beast man, the more prone they are to instability to IT is the price of genetic evolution. Nian Pingyan, is there a solution? Pei, it can only be suppressed with potions or certain mineral plants. There is no cure. Nian Pingyan, I understand. Nian Pingyan, I hope you keep last night's event confidential. Pei, rest assured, I will keep it under wraps. After shutting down the cognitive interface, when Jingshu's serene expression was tinged with a hint of melancholy, she gently traced the mark on her collarbone. Letting out a soft sigh, it would be prudent for her to maintain a low profile from now on. Given her unique circumstances, an abundance of troubles would undoubtedly seek her out. In the ensuing days, tranquility prevailed, likely due to official measures suppressing public discourse. The fervent discussions on Xinguang regarding the postponement of the trial gradually subsided, as netizens were drawn to other entertainment gossip. Yet, Wen Jingshu, privy to certain insider information, understood that this was merely the calm before the impending storm. Fortunately, the bait had been apprehended, and she had cleared her name, thus avoiding entanglement in this intricate web of chaos. Recently, when Jingshu had taken to overseeing the construction during the mornings, deliberately avoiding the arrival and departure times of Pei Mingzhou, although she recognized that his previous outburst was unintentional and born of irrationality. She still harbored a sense of embarrassment. His behavior had been utterly outrageous, not only injuring her lips, but also depleting her spiritual essence time and again. Even now, she felt somewhat lethargic, as if all her vitality had been siphoned away. Meanwhile, the male demon, upon regaining his composure, expressed profound remorse. Noticing that when Jingshu had not accepted his initial compensation, he presented her with an exquisite green gemstone necklace, its heart-shaped gem a testament to his sincerity. Strangely enough, as she donned the necklace, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Cradling the green gemstone against her chest, she reclined on the balcony, basking in the sunlight. Tomorrow, she planned to forego her supervisory duties. Firstly, the construction team was exceptionally proficient and responsible. Secondly, the operation was primarily conducted by specialized construction robots, eliminating the possibility of negligence or carelessness. One could not help but marvel at the brilliance of intelligent robots in the interstellar age, which had replaced manual labor, rendering life more convenient and comfortable. It was no wonder that many in the Beastman community felt a sense of relaxation. Leaning back in a rocking chair, warmed by the sun, when Jingshu felt utterly lethargic, reluctant to move even a finger, Xiao Tian thoughtfully brought her a refreshing drink. Esteemed guest, would you care for a glass of tangy fruit iced beverage? The glass, exuding a chill, contained golden orbs bobbing within, resembling a fusion of lemon and kumquat, infused with the invigorating fragrance of passion fruit. Complemented with a touch of honey, the juice was perfectly sweet and tart, ideal for a sweltering afternoon. When Jingshu graciously accepted, gently patting Xiao Tian's round little head. Thank you, Xiao Tian. Not at all, esteemed guest. Would you like a massage service? Xiao Tian cheerfully formed 2 pink hearts with his eyes, eager to please. Before long, amidst the attentive and meticulous massage, when Jingshu sighed contentedly, feeling herself nearing a state of blissful surrender. After a brief moment of indulgence, she recalled the unfinished gift and, stretching her limbs, rose to her workstation. The table was cluttered with various tools and materials, but the centerpiece was undoubtedly the moon ornament, as large as a basketball. Its translucent shell encased golden moonstone sands, each grain shimmering with a delicate light. Enchanting and dreamlike, resembling a myriad of brilliant stars coalescing into a resplendent moon. After dedicating an entire afternoon, when Jingshu finally completed the base of the moonlight sand lamp, with the gift carefully stored away, her gaze was suddenly drawn to a brooch nestled in the corner of the workstation. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, the blue starflower appeared inconspicuous, lying in the shadows, its crystalline petals emitting a faint starlight. quietly reserved, much like a certain silent individual that a flicker of complexity crossed when Jingshu's eyes. Yet ultimately, she picked up the blue crystal flower brooch in the evening, after dinner, when Jingshu sent a meticulously organized document to Xiao Yueshuan. Meanwhile, in the luxurious yet understated dark-toned study of the Minji star, a dark-haired man reclined upon a dark red throne, a symbol of power, resting his chin on one hand, his eyes narrowed. An aura of life and death emanated naturally from him. Have those pests been dealt with? Young Master Xiao, do you still not trust us at Inya? Opposite him sat a youth clad in olive green combat attire. Hearing this, Xiao Yueshuan let out a cold snort, his golden eyes swirling with deep inkiness, dangerous and fierce that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Who knows if they have any backup plans? Should even one slip through our fingers, our Xiao family will be dragged down by these fools. You are indeed cautious, young Master Xiao. Truly befitting of the leader of the first family of Minji Star. The youth clapped and smiled, his face cherubic and seemingly innocent. Yet, those in the underworld were well aware of his ruthless disposition. Willing to employ any means necessary. One moment, he could be smiling, and the next, he would stab you in the back. However, when it comes to our benefactor, the youth has always been kind and attentive. The heads of those men have already been delivered. You can verify them shortly, young Master Xiao, to whom your efficiency at Inya is commendable. I shall increase your reward by 30%. Young Master Xiao is truly generous. The youth's eyes brightened, his smile becoming more sincere. As the transaction concluded, Xiao Yueshuan was about to dismiss him when suddenly, the cognitive interface emitted a distinct notification sound. Nian Nian Ping and Ding. You have a gift awaiting collection. Upon seeing this message, the man's expression transformed as if warmed by a gentle spring breeze. The coldness in his handsome features melted away, giving way to a soft curve of warmth. The youth beside him observed this transformation with a look of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. What followed left him utterly astounded. That moment, Xiao Yueshuan completely forgot that another person was present in the room. He gently touched the cognitive interface, replying with a simple acknowledgement, then eagerly opened the surprise. What appeared was a document. Naturally, the person on the other end could not possibly send a commercial contract. Could it be a love letter? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Yueshuan's heart began to race uncontrollably. In a mere second, he found himself contemplating everything from should I accept this pursuit, to how many tables should I reserve for the wedding, to what name should we give our future offspring. Yet, when he finally discerned the content of the document, it felt as though he had plummeted from the clouds. The corners of his mouth drooping instantly. On the screen, a bold and enlarged title read, Ancient Huaxia Cuisine. Unfazed, Xiao Yueshuan scrolled to the bottom of the document, and his anxious heart finally settled. Despite the invaluable nature of this precious recipe, which in the past would have brought him immense joy and prompted him to uncork a bottle of fine wine to celebrate, he now felt inexplicably despondent. However, the proud CEO was adept at concealing his true feelings to AAA Xiao Corporation President. Thank you, Jingshu. I truly appreciate the gift. Nian Nian Pingyan. I'm glad you like IT. By the way, when will you return? AAA Xiao Corporation President. I have some matters to attend to at home, and my return date is uncertain. Ninian Ping, and, should I send the completed gift to you? AAA Xiao Corporation President. There's another gift? Ninian Ping in. Yes, the previous one was a token of thanks. This one is a gift between friends. AAA Xiao Corporation President. You made it yourself? Ninian Ping in. Indeed. Making it by hand expresses my heartfelt sentiments. I hope you won't find my craftsmanship lacking. The corner of a certain underworld young master's mouth lifted once more. She has gifted me something. Something handmade. Xiao Yueshuan could not help but boast, emphasizing the latter part of his statement. In that moment, although his handsome face still bore a reserved smile, the curve of his lips could not be suppressed. Resembling a young beast in the throes of first love, that a mere word from the female could ensnare his thoughts, completely unlike the formidable underworld young master who wielded power in Minji Star. The cherubic-faced youth observed the sudden shift in the man's demeanor with curiosity, tentatively inquiring, Female? Xiao Yueshuan's smile faded, and he cast a chilling glare at the youth. Yi smiled innocently, secretly relieved. Thank goodness the person opposite wasn't a male beast. Otherwise, he would have to consider finding another benefactor. However, even if the individual were female, Yi found it hard to believe. The outside world proclaimed that President Xiao was extraordinarily talented and handsome, and undoubtedly the rightful heir to the Xiao family, treating females with gentlemanly courtesy. Yet, those familiar with him saw through the veneer of his polite exterior to reveal a nature that was cold, arrogant, and selfish. He once believed that this lofty man cared only for his own interests. Yet now, he was demonstrating such unique affection towards a female. How intriguing. With a hint of amusement, Yi teased. Did you not say, those superficial females only seek your beauty and wealth? She is different, Xiao Yueshuan replied calmly, a hint of unawareness softening his golden gaze. Hey, why does that sound somewhat familiar? In what way is she different? You wouldn't understand. You're just a single male. Xiao Yueshuan shot a sidelong glance at the youth, his eyes laced with disdain. In a fit of anger, Yi muttered to himself 3 times. This is the benefactor, before swallowing his indignation, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes as he wished the young master Xiao a swift return with his beloved. The man's fingers, distinctly knuckled, lightly tapped the table, neither affirming nor denying. Please excuse me. The matters I must attend to are pressing that I look forward to our next collaboration. Then I shall not intrude any longer, young Master Xiao. As Yi smiled politely, he silently scoffed. What pressing matters? Is it not merely a frivolous chat with a female? Bah, he is just another lovesick fool. Before long, the study was left with only Xiao Yueshuan, who gazed intently at the holographic screen, continuing to reply to messages. However, though his demeanor remained graceful and composed, a hint of urgency was difficult to conceal. AAAO of Xiao Corporation. Of course not. Your sentiments shall be cherished by me. AAA CEO of Xiao Corporation. May I have a glimpse of the gift in advance? In the brief silence while awaiting a response, Xiao Yueshuan finally grasped the true meaning of time drags on like years. Moreover, whether he was eager to see the gift or the person was something he could not articulate. All he knew was that since parting at the restaurant, the image of those captivating, watery eyes, the enchanting fragrance of orchids, and the alluringly delicate pink lips had gradually taken root in his mind, haunting him, stirring emotions he could not contain. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Arriving at the dark night star, his longing grew wild like rampant weeds in the endless solitude of the long night. Xiao Yueshuan once thought himself merely infatuated with beauty. Yet, when he encountered equally stunning females at social gatherings, he remained as unperturbed as ever, his heart like still water, unable to stir even a ripple, instinctively distancing himself to mask the unexplainable insecurity within in the interstellar beast realm. The virtue of male purity was of paramount importance. The integrity of a male was a crucial criterion for females selecting their mates. In the past, Xiao Yueshuan scoffed at this notion. But now, Chapter 40, he was not seeking the moon, but rather Wang Shu. Silently, he opened the pink cover of the male virtue manual, studying it word by word. Meanwhile, when Jing Shu, upon seeing Xiao Yueshuan's request, thought herself unoccupied and readily agreed. Nian Pinyin, of course, you are the master of the gift. It is your decision. Before receiving a reply, she directly initiated a video call. Startled, Xiao Yueshuan hastily tucked the manual into his bosom, then sat upright to answer the call. When Jingshu admired the handsome man on the other side, but her gaze was suddenly drawn to a pink corner peeking out from his embrace, resembling a book page. She could not help but feel intrigued. What's it you have in your arms? Cough, cough. It's nothing. Xiao Yueshuan swiftly tossed the manual beneath the table, maintaining an impassive facade. What is the gift you sent me? I've been eagerly anticipating it. Seeing this, when Jingshu did not press further but instead stood aside with a smile, revealing the surprise behind her. Dang, dang, dang. It's a moon lamp made of bright moonstone. I heard that the dark night star is perpetually shrouded in darkness, lacking sunlight, moonlight, and stars. Hence, I sought to bring you a full moon to dispel the darkness and illuminate your world. Xiao Yueshuan stared at the radiant moon lamp. His throat suddenly parched, and his heart felt a bittersweet ache. and one knew that the infamous young master of the underworld on Dark Night Star had a fatal weakness. He feared the dark. As a race capable of night vision, revealing this fact would surely elicit laughter from everyone. But it was a shadow he could not face, when the gentle and bright moonlight streamed through the holographic screen. Illuminating Xiao Yueshuan's face, the little boy who once despaired in a cramped dark box finally welcomed his own light. When Jingshu remained oblivious to the subtle change in the man, she continued to narrate her story. Her soft and melodious voice flowing like a gentle stream, calming the heart. Yueshuan, did you know? The moon also has a lovely alias. In the distant legends of ancient Huaxia, there was a goddess named Wang Shu. Each nightfall, she would ride her lunar chariot across the heavens, bringing light and warmth to the earth. Therefore, the moon is also known as Wang Shut. A look upon her is to find peace in my heart. Perhaps this is the subtle yet profound romance of ancient times. When Jingshu approached the window, leaning against it to gaze at the moon, a hint of nostalgia and sorrow concealed in her brow. The twin moons hung in the sky, indistinguishable from one another. But which or was the bright moon she had once shared with her parents 1,000 years ago? The young girl gazed at the moon, while Xiao Yueshuan's eyes were solely fixed upon her. The coldness in his golden gaze dissipated, reflecting only her gentle visage, as the shadows deep within his heart seemed to quietly be illuminated. The darkness no longer felt so frightening. He pondered, perhaps he was not in search of the moon, but rather of Wang Shu, the one who brought him light. Whenever I gaze at the moon, I inevitably long for home. Perhaps this is the bloodline of the Huaxia people etched into their very bones. When Jingshu lowered her eyelids, concealing her yearning, soon she looked towards the holographic screen, raising a gentle smile once more. Yueshuan, do you like this gift? Indeed. Xiao Yueshuan's tone was sincere, yet his eyes never left her, instead lingering on the girl. When Jingshu, seeing her efforts acknowledged, smiled brightly, as long as you like it, please provide me with an address, and I will arrange for the starship to deliver it. And no need. I wish to receive your heartfelt gift in person. Very well. That saves me a bit on shipping costs. When Jingshu playfully winked, instantly transforming from a gentle lady into a mischievous little fox that moment. Her exquisite and ethereal face was alive with vitality, like a begonia blooming in spring, captivating enough to hold anyone's gaze. Xiao Yueshuan's previously vague feelings surged like tumultuous waves, crashing against his heart with fervor. Tremors of affection echoed within him. Emotions difficult to conceal, he raised an eyebrow, masking the heat rising within his eyes. Feigning sorrow to tease her, Jingshu only cares for shipping fees and not for me. Alas, it seems that in Jingshu's eyes, meeting with me, a billionaire CEO, is less important than a mere shipping fee. It appears that our feelings have indeed cooled. The man, accustomed to the business world, had long mastered the art of wearing a facade, skillfully weaving humor into his charm. A modicum of insincerity could be spun into a tapestry of genuine emotion. Some words were best left unspoken, not meant to be taken to heart. When Jingshu was well aware of this and did not let his playful banter unsettle her, she leaned closer to the holographic screen, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief, her laughter like a blossoming flower. Of course I miss you. Yueshuan. The girl deliberately elongated the syllables, the two characters swirling around her lips, melodious and lingering, like a delicate feather teasing his ear. Xiao Yueshuan felt his ears tingle, a wave of warmth washing over his heart. The enchanting visage on the holographic screen seemed to draw nearer, her gaze captivating his very soul. Now, it was not merely his heart that burned. Even his body felt the heat. Xiao Yueshuan awkwardly turned his head away, clenching his fist to his lips to clear his throat, attempting to mask the blush creeping onto his face. It's late. Jingshu should rest early. Yes, you should also get some rest. When Jingshu, understanding, gracefully concluded the conversation, though inwardly she found it amusing. The seemingly flamboyant and carefree So was surprisingly pure-hearted. After exchanging goodnights, they ended the communication. As the beautiful dream woven by moonlight faded, Xiao Yueshuan returned to the stark emptiness of reality. He leaned against his lonely throne, feeling a sense of loss. Previously, Xiao Yueshuan had never experienced such emotions. He had pursued power, status, and wealth with single-minded determination, yet after obtaining them, he felt even more hollow inside. Until he met her. Looking at her smile, hearing her voice, he discovered an unprecedented sense of fulfillment within his heart. Xiao Yueshuan believed he had seen through the coldness of humanity and understood that the essence of marriage was merely an exchange of interests, just like his parents. Yet, when love suddenly descended upon him, he hesitated, afraid to open the door to his heart. Xiao Yueshuan closed his eyes, feigning sleep, his strikingly handsome face cold and sharp, yet a rare hint of confusion flickered across it, perhaps upon seeing her again. His heart would reveal the answer. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes and summoned his steward. Zhongbo, please retrieve the heart of Nyx from the treasure vault. Zhongbo, taken aback by the young master's command, wore a shocked expression. Thus far, the heart of Nyx was the purest and most exquisite gem on Dark Knight's star. Not only was it priceless, but it also significantly enhanced the combat power of beastmen. Since the young master obtained it, it had been kept in the family vault as a treasured heirloom. Why the sudden need for it today? Young master, should I inform the master? No need. My possessions are not for him to dictate. Understood, young master. Zhongbo gazed upon the man's frosty visage, a sigh escaping his lips. Chapter 41. The Blood Moon Festival. 5 centuries past, the blood and tears of females. Indeed, that incident from years ago had thoroughly chilled the young master's heart. Once a rift forms in affection, it becomes irreparable. Moreover, the master was unwilling even to bow his head. How could one speak of mending the bond between father and son? One could only hope that the two would refrain from causing further chaos over this Nyx's heart. For recent times had been anything but tranquil. The following day, at the Qingtian Tower Hotel, dawn broke with a gentle glow, and a soft breeze heralded yet another delightful day. When Jingshu had intended to venture out to inspect the progress of the construction, but was unexpectedly graced by the visit of a distinguished guest. She regarded the middle-aged female at the door with astonishment, clad in an elegant and erudite lady's suit. Her ocean blue hair elegantly coiled at the back of her head. She possessed a beauty marked by the mature charm of life's experiences. Akin to a blue lotus quietly blooming in water, those amethyst-hued eyes gazed at her with tenderness and affection. When Jingshu averted her gaze, suddenly feeling a sense of nervousness befitting an elder. Are you the president of the Female Guardians Association? My surname is Jiang. If Miss One does not mind, you may call me Aunt Jiang. I apologize for my abrupt visit today. Not at all. Please come in. When Jingshu hastily welcomed her esteemed guest, instructing Xiao Tian to bring forth 2 cups of tea, a few minutes later, the two sat facing each other on the sofa in the small parlor, exchanging pleasantries for a moment. Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit? I have heard that Miss One has assisted the rescued females and came to express my gratitude. It was merely a small effort. There is no need for concern. President Jiang, may I ask how they are faring now? They are mentally stable and will soon fully recover. That is splendid news. Upon hearing this, when Jingshu felt genuine joy for them. Jiang Xinlian sensed the sincerity in her tone, her expression softening with appreciation. Without further ado, she delved straight into the crux of the matter. Miss One, have you awakened the sacred healing power? Sacred healing power? Taken aback by the unexpected inquiry, when Jingshu paused, her thoughts racing to a vague realization. Noticing her reaction, Jiang Xinlian felt reassured. She extended her palm, gathering a faint emerald light. This is the sacred healing power, a unique gift from the life mother goddess to females. When Jingshu gazed in astonishment at the green light, sensing that its life energy resonated with her own essence, the T.O. verified this notion. She too extended her palm, coalescing a sphere of emerald light. Indeed, there was no discernible difference, save that her energy sphere was larger, greener, and more vibrant. Jiang Xinlian, witnessing this scene, grew momentarily ecstatic. Your sacred healing power is astonishingly powerful. Even 5 centuries ago, it would have been considered at least at the level of a sacred female. When Jingshu grew increasingly perplexed. What is a sacred female? Jiang Xinlian seemed to perceive her confusion and began to elucidate. You must have noticed, nowadays females do not possess sacred healing power. To be precise, their sacred healing power is hidden within, Unable to be externally projected, it can only be expressed through intimate contact to soothe the beastman. Why is this the case? When Jingshu could not suppress her curiosity, she had keenly sensed that a little-known history lay concealed behind this revelation. Upon hearing her question, Jiang Xinlian sighed softly, her gaze becoming distant and complex. This tale dates back to the Blood Moon Festival 5 centuries ago. In the past, not only did females possess sacred healing power, but males also wielded divine endowment, capable of manipulating various elemental energies, their combat prowess far exceeding that of the contemporary beastmen. However, the cost they paid was equally steep. Frequent use of divine endowment could lead to a loss of control in their beast forms, resulting in them devolving into mindless primal beasts. Fortunately, the sacred healing power of females could mitigate this loss of control. But is this not a good thing? Indeed, females and male beasts complemented each other, safeguarding one another. Yes, it was a blessing from the life mother goddess to us beastmen. Jiang Xinlian sighed deeply, her expression suddenly turning icy. Yet, some individuals, driven by insatiable greed and devoid of morals, exploited the sacred healing power of higher-ranked females, often taking more than one at that time. It became the norm for one male to possess multiple females. This behavior cascaded downward, and gradually, females were reduced to mere resources, abducted from various planets, and treated as commodities with price tags on the Dark Night Star. Females were seized, imprisoned, and humiliated, stripped of dignity and human rights. They were akin to livestock. Upon hearing this, a wave of indescribable fury surged within Wen Jingshu. The mere recounting of history was so harrowing that one could only imagine the despair and tragedy faced by those females at the time. Back then, there were no embryo fruits, and females could only give birth naturally, with the stronger male beasts finding it increasingly difficult to sire offspring. Females with strong sacred healing power had greater fertility. Thus, they were referred to as sacred females. However, this title brought them not honor, but calamity. Sacred females were scarce, and many families, desperate to propagate their lineage, treated them as family, shared wives. Jiang Xinlian's voice grew hoarse, as if each word was forced through gritted teeth, and one cared about their willingness. After all, who would take the feelings of a breeding tool into account? Natural childbirth is inherently life-diminishing, leading many females to perish in the delivery room. Even with her resolute spirit, Wen Jingshu felt a shiver run down her spine at this moment. Had she awakened 5 centuries earlier, she, too, would have likely faced a similarly harrowing fate. She clenched her fists, suppressing the rage that threatened to erupt. And what transpired thereafter? Under the oppression and torment of those individuals, the number of females dwindled. Yet instead of reflecting, they intensified their greed. This ignited the fuse for a great rebellion. In a world where the strong prey upon the weak, the upper echelon of male beasts monopolized the majority of resources, prompting lower-tier male beasts to unite in resistance, leading to a fragmented landscape of power and unending turmoil. However, regardless of the outcome, females remained mere spoils of war. Jiang Xinlian chuckled derisively. But those arrogant male beasts forgot that divine endowment was a gift from the Life Mother Goddess and could thus be reclaimed. Amid the chaos, the oppressed females united, offering their lives and sacred healing power in a blood sacrifice before the sacred tree, beseeching the Mother Goddess to reclaim her blessing. Upon awakening, the Life Mother Goddess learned of the transgressions committed by those male beasts and was filled with righteous fury, ultimately descending divine punishment. That night, the sky over the Dark Night Star was illuminated by the blood moon, exposing darkness and sin for all to see. This event came to be known as the Blood Moon Festival. From that moment on, the male beasts lost their once prized divine endowment and bore the mark of the moon's guardian. After forming a bond with a female for the first time, they were bound to be loyal to her alone. Forbidden from harming her and mandated to protect her with their lives, to dissolve the bond, the female's consent was required. Those male beasts who had committed unforgivable sins, drenched in the blood of females, ultimately met their demise as their genes collapsed. Chapter 42. Regardless of the circumstances, I will prioritize your safety. Upon hearing this gratifying conclusion, Wen Jingshu felt as if she had just quaffed a bottle of ice-cold cola on a sweltering summer day. An overwhelming sense of relief washing over her. Jiang Xinlian, observing her demeanor, couldn't he help but share a knowing smile. Indeed, the life mother goddess favored females. Following the Blood Moon Festival, although the sacred healing power of females could no longer be projected outward, it could still be utilized to soothe male beasts through bonding. Once bonded, male beasts were compelled to remain loyal to their female master, guarding her without fail and adhering to her wishes. Furthermore, with the mother goddess bestowing the embryo fruits, females were spared the agony of childbirth. However, due to the aftermath of that great rebellion, the disparity between males and females remains significant to this day. As Jiang Xinlian concluded her narrative, the history of 5 centuries past had come full circle, and the intricate web of events became clear. When Jingshu felt as if she had traversed a dream, her heart a tumult of emotions, and a myriad thoughts that danced on her lips transformed into a mere sigh of reflection. And oh wonder, today's females not only hold high status, but also enjoy substantial benefits. It is all a result of the sacrifices made by those valiant females. Jiang Xinlian's gaze softened further at her words. Child, I hope you carry no psychological burdens in the future, live in the present. To embrace the glory and privileges of being a female is the best tribute you can offer to them. When Jingshu nodded silently, her nose tinged with a hint of bitterness, perhaps those courageous females who bravely sacrifice themselves also wish for their descendants to live with dignity, rights, and the freedom to exist. The weighty atmosphere lingered for quite some time. After a pause, when Jingshu inquired, President Jiang, what is the true purpose of your visit today? If it is within my capabilities to assist, I will consider it. That I wish to request your aid in saving a female. I at that bait. Indeed, a flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Xinlian's eyes before she elaborated on the reasoning. The sacred healing power can purify the dream spores within her, restoring her sanity. However, my power is too feeble, whereas your ability to soothe 12 females at once indicates that your sacred healing power must be formidable. Certainly, regardless of whether you agree or not, I shall respect your choice. Jiang Xinlian's expression was gentle, and she did not exert forceful pressure, yet a glimmer of hope remained concealed within her violet eyes. To her surprise, when Jingshu readily consented, saying, Very well, I am willing. Thank you. Miss Wen, I owe you a favor. Whatever you request, I shall do my utmost to fulfill. Jiang Xinlian, overwhelmed with excitement, grasped the young woman's hand. Her joy evident. She had not anticipated when Jingshu's agreement would come so easily. Before arriving, she had scarcely held any hope. After all, who would wish to undertake such a thankless task? When Jingshu shook her head, not allowing herself to bask in pride. There's no need. Ultimately, I am merely aiding myself. An ancient adage from Huaxia states, under collapsed nest, how can there be complete eggs? As we are both female, we form a community of interest. Completely eradicate those lurking malignant tumors is equally a means of safeguarding my own safety. Jiang Xinlian gazed into those tranquil and serene black eyes, her admiration intensifying. You are a perceptive child. From now on, you may call me Aunt Jiang. Feel free to ask me anything. This was evidently a heartfelt closeness, in stark contrast to the formalities of their initial meeting. When Jingshu shyly smiled, Aunt Jiang, I shall trouble you for now on I would welcome your troubles. Jiang Xinlian observed the delicate and transparent young female before her, growing increasingly fond of her, wishing she could be her own daughter. Thoughts of her own child. Alas, how troublesome. Aunt Jiang, we should not delay. Let us depart at once. Very well. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the special treatment room in the capital hospital. However, fate intervened, and when Jingshu encountered the last person she wished to see. Miss Wen, how is your health now? Thanks to Dr. Pei. I just recovered yesterday. She looked up at the impeccably dressed man before her, desperately wanting to exclaim, good birds do not block the way. But with an elder present, she could only return a polite smile. Then I am relieved. Pei Mingzhou noticed the youthful radiance in the girl's demeanor, and his previously aloof expression softened slightly. He had initially intended to conduct a simple experiment, but had not anticipated his own uncontrollable behavior. Indeed, it was rather perverse. Ionia's description was not entirely inaccurate. Although he had gained much, it seemed to have come at the cost of his integrity, and he had even provoked AI Onia's ire. For this reason, he had specially posted on the Starnet forum, seeking advice on how to win a female's favor. With that thought, Pei Mingzhou's gaze fell upon the delicate necklace adorning the girl's fair neck. "Do you like the necklace?" When Jingshu found herself at a loss for words. Why did he only ask such trivial questions? "Dr. Pei, I have pressing matters to attend to. We can converse later." At this moment, Jiang Xinlian, who had been observing the exchange with interest, jovially interjected, "Jingshu, Xiao Pei is your attending physician. Since you are acquainted, I shall trouble you both for a bit." When Jingshu's expression froze, catching a critical piece of information within that statement. However, as it pertained to personal matters, she could not question Jiang Xinlian in her presence. Thus, she had no choice but to follow Pei Mingzhou into the examination room. Once the door closed, when Jingshu furrowed her brows, casting a suspicious glance at the man, "Did you already know about the holy healing power?" Pei Mingzhou nodded honestly. "Then why didn't you mention it last time?" "You did not ask." When Jingshu was momentarily speechless, unable to suppress her irritation as she shot him an exasperated glare. In his presence, she always found it difficult to maintain her genteel demeanor. Pei Mingzhou received her harmless glare with a hint of amusement flickering in his indifferent eyes. He adjusted his glasses, resuming his calm and serious demeanor as the attending physician. "The primary issue is that the dream spores have infiltrated deeply into the lungs and continue to divide and proliferate. If treated with the holy healing power, the purification energy required is incalculable. That I do not want you to take risks." His voice, as always, was cold, yet it could not mask the concern underlying his words. When Jingshu felt a bit awkward, yet warmth surged within her heart. Nevertheless, even with knowledge of the risks, her determination remained unshaken. "I must at least my testimony is crucial. It pertains to the safety of countless females, including myself. Therefore, I cannot stand idly by." Pei Mingzhou turned to regard her, his tone earnest as he assured her, "I will protect you. There's a saying, a thief may be a thief for 1,000 days. But there is no reason to guard against a thief for 1,000 days." When Jingshu replied, shaking her head with a light laugh, her bright eyes shimmering with resolve. "Now, Dr. Pei, you shall serve as my little assistant." "Understood." Pei Mingzhou observed her firm resolve and ceased to dissuade her. "Regardless, I will prioritize your safety. Dr. Pei, your demeanor leads me to believe you might be harboring a secret infatuation for me." When Jingshu teased lightheartedly, Pei Mingzhou, however, appeared contemplative. Secret infatuation. In psychology, this typically refers to one party harboring feelings for another without expressing them, possibly due to shyness, fear of rejection, or the other party being in a relationship. Yet, he found it difficult to comprehend such complex emotions. Chapter 43. Qin Su's return, afraid to face her cold and distant gaze. Inside the examination room, a middle-aged female was restrained within the treatment chamber, occasionally struggling desperately and screaming incoherently, appearing almost mad. Pei Mingzhou positioned himself before the young woman, succinctly explaining, "This is a side effect of addiction to dream spores." When Jingshu displayed no fear as she approached the man, calmly assessing the middle-aged female, her tangled, reddish-brown curls framed a gaunt face, reflecting the toll of considerable suffering. "What must I do?" "Close your eyes." After speaking, Pei Mingzhou took the girl's right hand and placed it on the patient's forehead, patiently guiding her step by step. "Focus your mind, release the holy healing power, and gradually infuse your energy into her. Do you see those pink light spots?" "Yes, many." When Jingshu seemed to enter a mysterious state as countless pink light spots floated before her, dreamlike and eerie. When she attempted to direct the emerald light clusters towards them, they fled in panic as if encountering a natural predator. "Have you ever played Snake?" Pei Mingzhou leaned closer to her ear, his previously crisp voice softening, inadvertently relaxing her demeanor. "What you need to do next is to consume them one by one, and if you cannot, do not force yourself." "All right, I understand." Following his guidance, when Jingshu endeavored to manipulate the light clusters to devour the pink light spots. Initially, it was quite easy. However, as time passed, the pink light spots dwindled while the emerald light clusters grew increasingly sated. Gradually, when Jingshu's complexion paled, Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, and her hands trembled slightly. Yet, she remained resolute, unwilling to abandon her task. Pei Mingzhou gazed at the stubborn girl. Sighing internally, he removed a green gemstone from around his neck and placed it in her left palm. It was unclear how long it passed. But as the last pink light spot was consumed, the middle-aged female's condition gradually stabilized. Finally, when Jingshu fainted with relief, Pei Mingzhou swiftly caught her as she collapsed, cradling her like a precious treasure. Upon exiting the examination room, he was met with two anxious gazes. The female has regained her senses. President Jiang can take this opportunity to soothe her and extract information. Do not squander her efforts. Jiang Xinlian nodded gravely. However, when she caught sight of the girl sleeping in the man's arms, guilt washed over her countenance. Before she could express her concern, Qin Su, who had hurriedly arrived, interjected with worry. What happened to her? She has exhausted her holy healing power. I am taking her to rest. Where are you taking her? Naturally, to the resting room. Pei Mingzhou replied while carrying the unconscious girl towards the adjacent room. Qin Su instinctively moved to follow, but the next moment, a faint warning rang sharply in his ear. Director Qin, it would be best not to follow. She will likely not want to see you upon waking. Has she discovered? Qin Su's steps halted abruptly, his blood seemingly freezing in an instant. He did not pursue whether Pei Mingzhou had spilled the beans. Once the seed of suspicion was sown, it would eventually sprout. Director Qin, your surveillance methods leave much to be desired, Pei Mingzhou remarked sarcastically, before coldly shutting the door. In that instant, the sword of Damocles hanging overhead finally fell. Qin Su stood frozen in place. His fist clenched, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. The stark white hospital lights cast down upon him, rendering his cold and imposing figure akin to a frozen statue, enveloped in an air of unspoken desolation. Jiang Xinlian observed the scene and pieced together the circumstances. Xiao Su, since you have misunderstood Jingshu, you should apologize sincerely. Regardless of whether she forgives you, it is far more constructive than evasion. Understood, Aunt Jiang. I comprehend. After a moment of silence, Qin Su softly responded, then resolutely made his way towards the lounge. He had never contemplated evasion. He merely feared confronting her cold, indifferent gaze on the other side, in the private lounge. A young girl lay upon a pristine, soft bed, her beautiful eyes tightly shut, her delicate face devoid of color, appearing frail and pitiful. Pei Mingzhou sat at the edge of the bed, letting out a soft sigh. His long fingers smoothing the furrowed brow of the girl. I told you not to be strong-willed. Why do you never listen? The girl seemed to be in a restless sleep, unintentionally emitting a soft whimper. Upon noticing this, Pei Mingzhou retracted his hand, only to catch sight of the fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Consequently, he retrieved a snow-white handkerchief from his pocket and gently bent down to wipe her brow. The man was tall, with broad shoulders. As he leaned closer to the girl, his imposing figure nearly enveloped her entirely. This ambiguous scene, witnessed by the newly arrived Qin Su, appeared to him as an act of impropriety. What are you doing to her? Qin Su admonished in a lowered voice, his ice-blue eyes ablaze with fury. He strode towards the man, ready to forcefully confront this shameless individual. Pei Mingzhou, sensing the impending attack from behind, calmly sidestepped. Director Qin, you are overthinking that. I am merely wiping Miss Wen's sweat, he replied, folding the handkerchief neatly before returning it to his pocket, his expression devoid of any sign of disdain, as if his fastidiousness had vanished in an instant. Qin Su, meticulous as ever, did not miss this subtle detail, and his heart sank further. Though he and Pei Mingzhou were not exactly friends, their professional interactions had rendered them somewhat familiar. A cold and detached doctor like Pei Mingzhou could never show special concern for a patient, unless he harbored ulterior motives. Qin Su's gaze darkened. What had transpired between them during his absence? However, now was not the time for such inquiries. He pulled back from his chaotic thoughts, lightening his steps as he approached the bed. His eyes quietly fixed on the girl. Noticing her pallid complexion, a wave of heartache surged within him. Director Qin, Miss Wen requires rest, Pei Mingzhou stated. I understand. Hence, I shall remain by her side, Qin Su replied. Dr. Pei, you may attend to your duties. Pei Mingzhou, this is my territory, yet you've taken the role of the host. In the end, neither man yielded. They stood guard at the girl's bedside like sentinels. However, midway through, Pei Mengzhou was summoned away by Jiang Xinlian, leaving Qin Su alone to watch over her. In the tranquil lounge, the man's burning gaze, filled with an invasive intensity, meticulously traced the delicate features of the girl. At this moment, his heart, aflame with longing, felt as if it were filled to the brim. Outside the window, the starry sky shimmered, with one star shining exceptionally bright, eternally surrounding the moon, rising and falling with it, akin to a knight sworn to protect, unwavering and loyal. When Jingshu awoke, it was already the dead of night. Perhaps due to the exceptional quality of her sleep, the weariness that had plagued her dissipated significantly. As soon as Qin Su, who had been feigning slumber by her bedside, detected her awakening, he immediately cast her a concerned glance. You're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? HM. Director Qin. Chapter 44. Jingshu, I implore you for another chance. What are you doing here? When Jingshu rubbed her drowsy eyes, her senses still dulled from sleep, momentarily forgetting past grievances. However, Qin Su could not feign ignorance. He removed his law enforcement cap, knelt on one knee. His head bowed in sincere apology. Miss One, I am here to apologize. The matter of the bait was a misunderstanding on my part. Please rise. When Jingshu sat up against the headboard, with demeanor surprisingly calm. Qin Su returned to his chair, sitting upright, his expression filled with guilt, resembling a soldier receiving reprimand. You were dispatched on an urgent mission to capture the bait, correct? If so, why continue to monitor me afterwards? When Jingshu locked her gaze with the man, her clear voice laced with frost, her origins were ambiguous, and suspicion was only natural. Yet, from beginning to end, she had committed no heinous act. She had even assisted captured females aboard the main ship. After arriving at the Central Star, the repeated probing could be excused, but he had continued to treat her as a criminal, surveilling her 24 hours a day until the true bait appeared. When Jingshu was no saint, unable to be devoid of resentment, Qin Su could not bear to meet her eyes. He lowered his gaze, a struggle flashing across his hardened, resolute features, until the truth is fully revealed. I cannot overlook any potential suspects. Very well, I understand. When Jingshu did not wish to prolong this futile discussion, between them, there was no right or wrong, only differing stances. She turned her head, closing her eyes to rest, exuding an air of coldness and detachment that kept others at bay. Qin Su's heart jolted, an unprecedented wave of panic surging within him. An instinctive feeling whispered to him that if he did not make amends soon, he would be haunted by regret for a lifetime. Miss Wen, I apologize for my offense and rudeness. I ask this apology for public or private reasons. When Jingshu's lips curled into a sardonic smile. If it is for the former, there is no need. That I understand the responsibilities you bear as the director of the Security Bureau. If it is for the latter, it is equally unnecessary. Once trust is fractured, it cannot be mended. The more Qin Su listened, the more guilt consumed him, as if his heart were being tightly gripped by a hand. Then, the girl's gentle yet nostalgic words struck him like a bolt from the blue. Qin Su, do you know, I once thought we were friends. Yet in the end, it was merely my own delusion. When Jingshu chuckled self-deprecatingly, a fleeting hint of vulnerability flitting across her features from now on. Let us part ways amicably, each to our own paths, no longer interfering with one another. Director Qin, please take your leave. Her voice was light as a feather, yet each word pierced Qin Su's heart like a sharp blade, leaving him bleeding profusely, utterly devastated. No. The man finally shed the facade of calm and composure. He grasped the girl's wrist, his blue eyes dimmed, nearly pleading as he implored, Jingshu, I beg you for another chance. I am willing to pay any price, be it compensation or punishment, as long as you are willing to forgive me. From now on, I will place my utmost trust in you, without reservation, this moment. Qin Su was no longer the powerful and imposing director of the Security Bureau, but rather an ordinary man desperately trying to retain the affection of the one he cherished, in the realm of love. The first to fall is the first to lose. Now, it was evident that when Jingshu had become the ultimate victor, holding the reins of control, she finally allowed herself to turn her face, bestowing upon the man a fleeting glance. Upon witnessing the unmasked affection within his blue eyes, she was momentarily taken aback, only for it to be replaced by a profound intrigue. When Jingshu suddenly changed her mind, harboring a bold idea. Soon, the snow-white covers were tossed aside, cascading down the edge of the bed. The girl stood atop the bed, gazing down at the stern man from her elevated position, resembling a queen surveying her domain. In her eyes, Chin-su was a creature that easily ignited a sense of conquest within females. Tall and robust, with broad shoulders and a mature, composed demeanor, he possessed the strength and authority befitting a formidable being, akin to an immovable mountain exuding an aura of safety. Yet his muscles were unmistakably defined. The bulging pectorals, the prominent biceps, the top back muscles, all honed through countless battles, brimming with virility and charm. The dark golden law enforcement uniform he donned was solemn and rigorous. When fastened to the topmost button, it concealed him entirely, adding an air of restraint to his presence. With his indifferent gray hair, blue eyes, and chiseled, commanding face, he exuded an unwavering steadiness that starkly contrasted with his wild, sensual physique. A striking juxtaposition that sparked curiosity about how such a cold and unyielding man might transform into something gentle and tender. When Jingshu smiled sweetly, akin to a spring bloom, yet equally enchanting as a red spider lily. Chin-su's fingers curled slightly, his prominent atoms apple-bobbing up and down. He did not deter the girl's actions. Instead, he clumsily closed his eyes. However, as darkness enveloped his vision, his other senses sharpened. He could detect her unique fragrance, an ethereal scent that seemed to seep into every crevice, nearly drowning him in its sweetness. He could hear her tinkling laughter, melodious and captivating, effortlessly stirring his heart. The man's blue eyes, deep as the ocean, felt his once proud self-control crumble under her gentle assault. Director, what if someone were to employ their beauty against you? What would you do? When Jingshu teased, her voice playful, she melted into his broad chest, tilting his chin up, exhaling softly. Chin-su took a deep breath, striving to maintain his usual solemnity. I have undergone professional training to resist seduction. I will not fall for it. Oh, is that so? When Jingshu raised her delicate brows, a surge of competitive spirit igniting within her, she reached out to caress the side of the man's face, her fingertips tracing softly over his skin, perhaps due to years spent enduring the elements. His complexion bore a certain roughness, accentuated by a hint of stubble. Yet, this ruggedness exuded a unique allure of masculinity and wildness. It seems it's time for you to shave, she teased, her playful tone imbued with affection, as if she were chiding her beloved husband who had just returned home. In an instant, Chin-su felt his heart stirred. Like a tranquil pond disrupted by a sudden breeze, he grasped the girl's delicate hand, gently blowing on her flushed palm. I apologize for my hasty arrival. I neglected to tidy up. Did you rush just to see me? When Jingshu smiled charmingly, her peach blossom eyes lifting slightly, glimmering with an undercurrent of tender affection. Though fully aware of its artifice, Chin-su found himself irresistibly drawn into the depths of her gaze. He nodded, his bronze skin tinged with a slight blush, yet he struggled to articulate any sweet nothings. Chin-su was typically a man of few words on the battlefield. He was a fearless warrior charging forth. In matters of the heart, however, he embodied the silent protector. But was this truly the case? As when Jingshu peered into his icy blue eyes, it was as though she could see through the calm surface of a lake, uncovering a smoldering ember of suppressed passion and a soul confined within a cage, stifled. Chapter 45. Tempered steel ultimately becomes tender and yielding. Chin-su. Have you heard of this? The girl tilted her head, raising his sharply defined chin, her fingertips gliding across his full lips as if she were admiring a cherished work of art. Those with such luscious lips are well suited for kissing. Would you care to try? Heat rushed to Chin-su's ears, and he shook his head, honest yet bashful. When Jingshu chuckled softly, leaning closer to his lips, her voice a sultry whisper, would you like to give it a go? Chin-su found himself entranced, his gaze fixed on her alluring pink lips, perfectly shaped and radiating health, plump and glistening, the upper lip adorned with an enticing bead, They resembled ripe berries ready for plucking. Drawing him in, his body, betraying his resolve, drew nearer until their lips were mere millimeters apart. The slightest utterance would bridge the G-A-P-I in that moment. Their eyes locked, breaths mingled. Chin-Su inexplicably found himself parched, as if his rationality began to crumble inch by inch. Ultimately, he succumbed to the enchantment, kissing her fervently. A flicker of triumph danced in Wen Jingshu's eyes as she wrapped her arms around his neck, passionately reciprocating his unrestrained affection. Moments later, their kiss ended, leaving the once innocent director with a suspicious flush. Yet, Wen Jingshu remained unperturbed, declaring the experience delightful. Indeed, it was quite pleasant. Her gaze grew dreamy as she stole another quick kiss from his enticing lips, her playful demeanor reminiscent of a flirtatious temptress. Yet for Chin-Su, this was a welcome indulgence. In that instant, it felt as though he had opened Pandora's box, unleashing the beast that had long been confined within him. He gazed intently at the captivating girl nestled in his embrace, tightening his grip around her waist, his eager eyes filled with anticipation. "Shall we try again?" "Not so fast," Wen Jingshu replied, extending 2 fingers to rest against his lips. "I suddenly recalled what you said earlier, that as long as I forgive you, you would pay any price. Is that so?" "Indeed." Chin-Su's voice remained steady and powerful, though the icy depths of his gaze betrayed a brewing storm. Wen Jingshu's eyes sparkled with mischief, reminiscent of a cunning little fox plotting mischief. In an instant, she swiftly produced a pair of black magnetic cuffs from his waist, waving them triumphantly before him. "Director, raise your hands and don't move. I hereby declare you under arrest." Chin-Su's expression shifted to one of shock, mingled with confusion. He had used these cuffs to apprehend countless criminals, but had never imagined they would one day adorn his own wrists. After a brief silence, he surrendered, willingly donning the shackles of love. Wen Jingshu patted his solid chest, her eyes gleaming with praise. What a well-behaved prisoner. Moments later, the tall man with gray hair and blue eyes found himself bound, his vulnerabilities laid bare before her. Wen Jingshu's gaze lingered on his sculpted chest, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she yearned to whistle in admiration, though she lacked the skill. Instead, she feigned haughtiness, offering a compliment. "Your physique is quite impressive." Chin-Su maintained his calm demeanor, graciously accepting her praise, his typically stern face softened with a hint of submission. In that moment, Wen Jingshu felt a surge of accomplishment. Perhaps this was the inherent flaw of humanity, admiring the strong, desiring to become strong, and attempting to conquer the strong. From her elevated position, she surveyed the man before her, satisfied with his compliance. Yet, it was still insufficient. Beneath the bright white lights, her gaze was filled with warmth, her smile increasingly captivating. She tilted his chin, leaning in closer. Pavlov's experiment suggested that mere punishment was insufficient. Appropriate rewards were also necessary, just as a well-behaved child deserves a sweet treat to encourage future obedience. The proud queen bent down, as if bestowing grace and glory upon her loyal knight. Her lips, soft and velvety like the most exquisite rose petals, pressed tenderly against his features, brushing over his sharp brows. Prominent nose and heated lips trailing along his chiseled jawline. The man closed his eyes tightly, surrendering to the cascade of gentle, fragrant kisses. Unbeknownst to him, the once rigid lines of his face softened, as if caressed by a gentle spring breeze. That heart, once impervious to countless barges, finally wavered at this profound tenderness. He could withstand the hail of gunfire, endure the pressures of danger, and endure hardships beyond the ken of ordinary men. Yet, in the end, he could not withstand this penetrating warmth. The final kiss lingered. Tempered steel ultimately yielded to tenderness. Thud, thud, thud. His heartbeat resonated powerfully, rapid and fierce, akin to the booming of a drum. When Jingshu smiled teasingly. "Your heart races rather quickly. Are you going to leap out to prove your loyalty? If cutting open my heart would prove my loyalty, then by all means." Chin-Su opened his eyes, his expression grave, his tone surprisingly serious, utterly devoid of jest. His glacier blue eyes had melted into a clear, bottomless pool, revealing the fervent, genuine, and tumultuous feelings within. Never mind that I dislike gory scenes. When Jingshu paused, a flicker of distaste crossing her beautiful features. She was no heart-excavating sorceress, after all. Moreover, a human heart was red, was it not? Were the hearts of beasts not also red? With a sudden lack of interest, she shifted her gaze to the man's waist. Did you bring your old companion? Her tone was casual, yet Chin-Su misinterpreted her intent. Cough, cough. He coughed violently, his face flushing a deeper crimson, his eyes betraying a mix of unexpected embarrassment and fluster. He appeared more like an innocent beast than the composed director he usually was. When Jingshu observed the man's rosy cheeks, arching her brow playfully, Why is your face so red? Are you thinking something inappropriate? What I meant by old companion is this. She flashed a mischievous smile, proudly displaying a sleek, jet-black laser pistol. Its design was striking and impressive, impeccably maintained, revealing signs of frequent use. Chin-Su recognized it instantly as his own sidearm, one that had accompanied him since he joined the security bureau at 20. He had dispatched countless criminals with this weapon, and it had borne witness to his trials and triumphs, his honors and accolades. Referring to it as an old companion was indeed fitting that a wave of nostalgia and reflection washed over his features. However, the next moment his pupils dilated in alarm as he beheld the girl twirling the gun with practiced ease. Careful! Put that down. Chapter 46. To his queen, he offers unreserved loyalty and trust. Chin-Su urged her urgently. His eyes filled with concern at in the peaceful and stable Interstellar Federation. Laser pistols were restricted weapons, seldom encountered by many beasts, let alone delicate females. A careless mistake could lead to dire consequences. Yet, when Jingshu, upon hearing his warning, not only continued her playful antics, but grew increasingly nonchalant with the firearm. Are you questioning my capabilities? Seeing her adeptness, Chin-Su relaxed slightly, releasing a sigh of relief that he straightened. Decisively admitting his error, that I was mistaken, that if you wish to follow me, you must offer your complete loyalty and trust, without reservation and never betraying the young girl softly murmured, each enchanting word weaving its way into Chin-Su's ears. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though countless strands of affection had intricately woven themselves into an expansive net called love, enveloping him entirely. Yet this time, Chin-Su did not hesitate. He willingly surrendered himself as a captive of love, bowing his head in submission to his queen. Rest assured, I shall forever cherish this in my heart. Such a good boy. When Jingshu planted a gentle kiss upon the man's lips as a reward, she held a laser pistol, the cold, hard barrel pressing with lethal threat against his sturdy chest. Chin-Su, are you truly willing to pay any price? Even your life? I am, with no regrets, Chin-Su replied with utmost sincerity. When Jingshu chuckled lightly, her response non-committal, the barrel came to rest at the left side of his chest. Near his heart, she deliberately paused. Are you afraid? Not afraid. Then why do you tremble? Chin-Su fell silent, veins subtly bulging on his forehead, appearing both restrained and composed. This moment, his life lay entirely in the hands of the girl before him. And no longer was she the gentle and graceful magnolia. She had transformed into a proud and fierce thorny rose, dangerous, deadly, and utterly captivating. Yet it was this very transformation that ensnared Chin-Su's heart. When Jingshu cast a teasing glance at the man, who feigned calmness, her eyes sparkling with mischief. What if it were here? Are you not afraid? The icy barrel of the gun slid upward along his chest, ultimately resting against his vulnerable throat. The girl's smile faded, her gaze becoming indifferent. Just moments ago, her lips had been kissed to a rosy hue, yet now they uttered words devoid of warmth. With a mere squeeze of the trigger, your throat would be pierced by the laser. Flesh and blood would vanish in an instant, leaving no chance for cries for mercy. Your life hangs by the thread of my whim. I offer you one last chance. When Jingshu leaned closer, whispering softly into his ear, enticing him. This is your final opportunity to retract your words. No, I have no regrets. Chin-Su gazed intently into her lake-like beautiful eyes, his tone grave and resolute. My body, my heart, and everything I possess now belong to you. You have the right to dispose of them as you wished. He closed his eyes, willingly arching his neck, akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting execution. Please, my queen. A flicker of emotion coursed through Wen Jingshu's heart. She released the trigger, but in the next instant, her delicate hand tightened around the grip, pushing the barrel deeper into his flesh. The skin of his neck indented slightly, his constricted throat sending waves of discomfort through him. Fresh air became increasingly scarce. Qin Su gasped for breath, yet he remained unyielding. The frigid, unyielding muzzle represented a deadly threat, and his body's instinct for survival ignited a frantic alarm within him. The adrenaline surged to its peak, sharpening his senses, flooding him with a torrent of memories and emotions. Anxiety, tension, exhilaration, sorrow, longing, regret. Yet there was no trace of remorse. Qin Su clenched his fists tightly, knuckles whitening, his body taut as he fought against the instinct to flee. At last, it felt as though an eternity had passed before a dull gunshot echoed through the air. Bang! The man's tightly clenched fists fell slack, the shackles that had long since shattered scattered, their remnants clanging softly in the stillness. In that moment of the gun's discharge, Qin Su's mind went blank, his blood seemingly frozen. Just then, a melodic voice, tinged with laughter, broke through the haze, pulling him back from the void. Congratulations, Qin Su. You have passed my test. Upon hearing his name, Qin Su slowly opened his eyes, his azure gaze still clouded with confusion. He stared blankly at the girl, instinctively responding, "At your service, my queen," when Jingshu beamed with satisfaction. Mentally claiming him as her own, since he had completely submitted, she chose to let the past be bygones. Casually, she tossed the gun onto the bedside table, then relaxed into the warmth of his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck with an affectionate demeanor. Qin Su, a seasoned lawman accustomed to the chaos of gunfire, possessed a mindset and will, unlike others, it wasn't long before he emerged from the shadow of near death. Observing the girl nestled against him, trusting and dependent, he realized she had finally accepted him. In that moment, joy and excitement surged within him like never before. He had never felt such elation, even upon achieving his first victory. Jingshu, thank you for your willingness to forgive me. The girl let out a playful hum, her languorous voice laced with pride. You must continue to perform well from now on, my knight, to your service. My queen. In that instant, the tense atmosphere in the room dissipated, leaving behind an unspoken bond of warmth and understanding. The man raised his strong arms, carefully embracing the fragile shoulders of the girl. He then lowered his head to kiss her forehead, his soft, warm lips trailing down to her eyelids. Nose and cheeks, tender kisses lingered, imbued with cautious exploration and a newfound appreciation, such is the nature of a hardened warrior's gentleness. When Jingshu reveled in his affectionate gestures, but gradually she grew dissatisfied with mere fleeting kisses. Taking the initiative, she passionately intertwined with him in a dance of intimacy. With the girl leading, Qin Su could hardly be timid. He tightened his embrace around her delicate form, while his other hand cradled the back of her head, greedily savoring her sweetness and fragrance. Sweet, pink bubbles of affection filled the air. Time slipped away unnoticed. Outside, the twin moons had shyly hidden behind the clouds, casting a hazy, indistinct shadow. Qin Su gazed at the languidly alluring girl in his arms, the tenderness in his eyes nearly spilling over, and he finally understood what it meant to be completely intertwined, body and soul. With no barriers, no grudges, no doubts, this unreserved love was what he truly desired. Qin Su cradled the beloved girl's face, solemnly and devoutly confessing, Jingshu, I adore you. Chapter 47. I shall forever protect you, just as I safeguard the Federation. From this day forth, I shall protect you eternally, just as I safeguard the Federation. The man's confession came as a natural progression, yet for Wen Jingshu, it was entirely unexpected. Even though it was not her first confession, her heart still raced. As a lawman, Qin Su was known for his integrity and noble character, never one to make promises lightly. Once he spoke, it was clear he had made a resolute decision to entrust his future to her. Thus, this declaration of affection was all the more precious. When Jingshu felt a swell of emotion, nuzzling against the warmth of his large hand, her peach blossom eyes filled with earnestness. Su, I will take responsibility for you. Though I am currently drawn to your handsome appearance, I will strive to genuinely love you in the future." Hearing the girl's candid admission, Chin-Su found himself momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, he furrowed his brows, seeking her guidance. "What must I do to win your affection?" "Well," she replied earnestly, "everyone has their strengths. You should endeavor to showcase your virtues." When Jingshu playfully tapped his muscular chest with her small hand, her bright eyes shining with anticipation, "Wouldn't you agree, Ah Su?" Upon hearing the girl's childlike coquetry, Chin-Su's gaze softened with indulgence. "All right, I understand." He opened his arms, his bronze-toned, sculpted chest subtly revealed. When Jingshu perked up, her heart exclaiming male guardian within. With no fabric to shield them, the man's robust physique was even more striking, his well-defined muscles exuding a raw, virile allure, overflowing with hormones. Yet, this seemingly flawless, statue-like physique bore a multitude of scars, old and new, from knives and bullets as well as claw marks, as if from a wild beast. The ghastly scars crisscrossed, grotesque and terrifying, evoking an involuntary shudder. When Jingshu's smile faltered, momentarily stunned, seeing her reaction, Chin-Su misinterpreted her silence as fear or disdain, his gaze dimming with a hint of bitterness. Indeed, such ugly, horrifying scars would be repulsive to any female. He had never cared for others' opinions before, but now he found himself lacking the courage to face her potentially reviled gaze. "Please don't look." Chin-Su lowered his eyes, softly pleading, his previously steady voice now trembling slightly, betraying a trace of insecurity and vulnerability. "They are very ugly." "They're not ugly. They're quite handsome." When Jingshu, regaining her composure, quickly reassured him in a gentle tone. "These are the honor badges of a victor." She lowered her head, delicately kissing each scar as if bestowing gentle pecks that fell like feathers, light and soft, imbued with boundless tenderness and heartache. Chin-Su's lowered eyelashes quivered abruptly, and in that fleeting moment, the restlessness and panic within him were curiously soothed. The girl's tender kisses seemed to land not on the scars but upon his very heart, fluttering like a myriad of butterflies that danced across his heart's edge, gently caressing and eliciting a delightful tickle. Yet, as they flapped their wings in unison, they stirred a deafening tempest of affection. At that instant, the last remnant of reservation within Chin-Su vanished entirely. He was utterly ensnared by her softness, unable to extricate himself. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of dog ears sprouted from his short gray hair, while their owner remained blissfully unaware. Evidently, his body was far more honest than his heart. When Jingshu looked up, her gaze landing on the pair of fluffy, twitching gray dog ears. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with affection as she seized his head, playfully ruffling it. "Ah Su, your ears are showing. How adorable. Let me touch them." "Ears." No. Chin-Su let out a muffled sound, a mist enveloping his ice-blue eyes. Yet when Jingshu persisted, her touch growing bolder, compared to the coarse strands of his hair. The velvety beast ears were soft and springy, radiating warmth, a delightful sensation beneath her fingers. She caressed from the base to the tips, utterly enamored, causing the ears to quiver incessantly. "Still not allowing me to touch? Look how excited your ears are, how much they enjoy it. Does your master not like it?" "Not that I dislike it, it's just." Chin-Su's bronze complexion flushed as he stammered an explanation. Due to the girl's position, he was forced to bury his face in her neck, inhaling the rich, alluring fragrance akin to orchids in a secluded valley. Her unique scent, it permeated through her porcelain skin, weaving its way into his nostrils, carrying an enchanting allure. Gradually, the fist he had clenched relaxed. He shut his eyes, surrendering himself to this realm of tenderness. That moment, when Jingshu gazed at the rosy dog ears, a mischievous glint flickering in her beautiful eyes. Yet she feigned curiosity as she inquired, "Is that so?" Without waiting for his reply, she playfully nibbled the fluffy tips of his dog ears. Her bite was gentle, tinged with curiosity and testing, yet sufficient to shatter Chin-Su's composure. Just as the flames of passion were about to ignite, a voice, sharp as a cold spring, abruptly extinguished the spark. "What are you two doing?" At the doorway stood a man, elegant as a jade tree, his demeanor perpetually aloof and detached, yet the atmosphere around him seemed notably subdued. The room's heated temperature plummeted to an icy chill, and a faint awkwardness permeated the air. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chin-Su felt an immediate pang of guilt. After all, they had just been frolicking on someone else's bed. However, he could hardly dwell on that now. Swiftly, he wrapped the girl in the quilt, concealing their intimate moment from prying eyes. Yet, when Jingshu exhibited not a trace of panic or remorse, with a playful smile, she shot a flirtatious glance at the stoic doctor, deliberately adopting a sweet, lilting tone. "What's the matter? As you can see, Dr. Pei, do you wish to join us?" She was no longer the shy girl of yesteryears, but rather Nugula Jing's as long as she could outdo the perverts in their antics. They could not intimidate her. The moment her alluring words fell, both men within the room cast her complex glances. Chin-Su appeared shocked yet slightly aggrieved. Was his master so swiftly seeking another dog? He pressed his lips together, shooting a fierce glare at the rival, the warning unmistakable. Pei Mingzhou paid no heed to the threat. He strolled to the window, opening it for fresh air. Once the room's intoxicating atmosphere and the unwelcome odor of a wild dog dissipated somewhat, he spoke coolly. "Miss One, I prefer exclusivity over sharing. Oh, what a pity," when Jingshu replied, undeterred by the rejection. Approaching the bedside, he gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Miss One, a delicate and exquisite creature such as yourself deserves a gentle and meticulous lover rather than a brutish wild dog." His voice, as clear as the chime of jade, deliberately lowered, shedding the usual air of distance and coldness, transforming into a lover's whisper. The handsome man, akin to a deity from the west, leaned closer to one Jingshu, his radiant platinum hair cascading down, enveloping her in a unique, faintly cool fragrance. His light brown eyes seemed to shimmer with warm amber hues, reflecting deep affection and focus, effortlessly igniting a flutter within her heart. In that moment, when Jingshu's heartbeat stumbled, clearly entranced by this man's seduction, which was evidently successful. Meanwhile, Chin-Su, sensing the girl's dazed expression, felt a dark cloud of fury descend upon him, not directed at her, but at the shameless beast before him. How dare he seduce his future mate right in front of him? Did he think he was dead? Chin-Su's sharp, cold gaze once again pierced the man, this time devoid of warning. The aura emanating from him brimmed with murderous intent, honed from the trials of blood and punishment, creating a terrifying presence. At that moment, Chin-Su was no longer the obedient loyal dog before Wen Jingshu, but rather the formidable chief of the Galactic High Security Bureau, instilling fear in countless criminals across the stars. Coupled with the innate intimidation of an S-rank beastman, any ordinary beast would tremble in terror beneath such overwhelming pressure. Yet, Pei Mingzhou remained composed, exuding an equally potent aura, unyielding in the face of Chin-Su's challenge. When Jingshu, witnessing this, felt a flicker of surprise. She had anticipated that the seemingly refined Pei Mingzhou was also an S-rank beastman. Wazati had said that S-rank beastmen were as rare as a needle in a haystack. Rarer than females? Why did it feel as common as cabbage to her? As the two S-rank beastmen engaged in a silent clash of dominance, the atmosphere in the room grew inexplicably tense. Chin-Su and Pei Mingzhou represented different archetypes of beauty. One, a rugged and stoic warrior. The other, an ethereal and delicate flower. Each had their merits, yet both were undeniably high-quality beastmen of the Federation. Despite the stark disparity in male-to-female ratios across the galaxy, many females pursued them, their popularity rivaling that of certain adored celebrities. At this moment, they were vying for one Jingshu's affection, one willingly becoming a loyal dog, the other proffering himself as a lover. Undeniably, when Jingshu felt a surge of satisfaction as she beheld the two handsome men flanking her, quietly competing for her affection, as if they were about to engage in a duel over her heart. After a while, sensing that the two beastmen were genuinely about to clash, she interjected soothingly, "Ah Su, come here and sit." Her languorous, alluring voice shattered the tense atmosphere. Instantly, the once ferocious wolf transformed into a docile puppy, obediently settling beside her. When Jingshu ran her fingers through his coarse gray hair, slightly regretting that she hadn't had enough time to touch his ears, being good, "I won't abandon you for anyone." Chin-Su replied softly, his previously stern features softening with barely concealed delight. He discreetly slipped his hand beneath the quilt, intertwining his fingers with her delicate ones. After this small gesture, the mature and composed chief momentarily resembled a child, casting a triumphant glance toward the doctor clad in white. Though Pei Mingzhou feigned indifference, a sense of annoyance brewed within him at the thought of another claiming what he considered his. A flicker of regret washed over him. Had he known, he wouldn't have granted Ionia her freedom. That way, she would forever belong to him. Yet this thought dissipated as quickly as it had come. He understood that Ionia would never willingly remain caged. If he attempted such a thing, her resilient spirit would surely lead to mutual destruction. With a wistful sigh, Pei Mingzhou brushed a strand of hair from Jingshu's face, pressing a tender kiss upon it. "And what about me?" His voice retained its characteristic coolness, yet an unmistakable hint of sorrow seeped through, as if he were lamenting a heartless abandonment. When Jingshu scrutinized the man's lowered golden lashes, her brows arching slightly. "Why does it sound like you're expecting me to take responsibility? We don't have a child together, do we? What do you want?" The young maiden leaned closer to the man, her slender, jade-like fingers lifting his chin. Her voice was soft and alluring, tinged with a hint of casual indifference. Yes, she moved with graceful abandon. The blanket gradually slipped away, revealing a scene of springtime beauty that dazzled the senses. The two imposing beasts present exchanged an involuntary roll of their throats. Pei Mingzhou gazed intently at the maiden's neck, his silver eyes behind golden-rimmed glasses growing darker with depth. Having tasted the sweetness himself, he knew all too well how intoxicating it was. Yet now, the marks he had once left had long vanished, replaced by the imprints of other beasts, numerous and glaring. Pei Mingzhou felt an acute discomfort, as if a swarm of insects were gnawing at his heart, accompanied by an unending ache and itch. He struggled to articulate this tumultuous emotion. Was it anger, frustration, or perhaps jealousy? All he knew was that he yearned to cover these glaring marks and imprint his own unique seal anew. Lost in thought, as if bewitched, he unconsciously leaned closer to the maiden, his heated breath caressing her snowy neck, growing warmer, drawing nearer. Witnessing this, Qin Su clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the urge to strike. Meanwhile, when Jingshu did not intervene in Pei Mingzhou's transgression, with a radiant smile, she admired the man's flawless visage, setting aside his gentle demeanor. Just this strikingly handsome face was enough to stir her heart. Time slipped away, just as Pei Mingzhou was about to kiss the maiden's neck. His lips were abruptly halted by a slender finger. "Dr. Pei, that's not permissible. You haven't answered my question." When Jingshu cradled the man's face with one hand, meeting his desire-laden, cool brown gaze, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of seriousness. "Of course, exclusivity is impossible, for I am quite greedy and wish to have it all. Thus, you are left with but two choices, to share or to depart." Upon hearing this, Pei Mingzhou fell silent, seemingly contemplating yet also hesitating. In that moment, the air grew so quiet one could almost hear a pin drop. Qin Su silently tightened his grip on the maiden's other hand, inwardly praying that this cold-hearted man would take the hint and retreat. After a lengthy pause, the delicate golden lashes of the man fluttered, and his pale lips slowly uttered a few words. "I choose." Chapter 48. I will feel pain for whichever of you is hurt. "I choose to stay." Amid the tension of racing hearts, the cool male voice finally spoke, but the content was utterly unexpected. In an instant, the atmosphere in the lounge shifted from silence to stillness. One Jingshu. Indeed, when one is rendered speechless, a smile often escapes. However, upon reflection, she was not particularly surprised by this ambiguous response. It was, after all, the familiar Pei doctor, maintaining his character as always, between A and B. He chose her. In response, Qin Su regarded him as deeply calculating that a sneer escaped him, his expression laced with derision. So the seemingly noble and detached Pei doctor can also resort to such petty tactics. I imagine he has quite the education in the art of seduction during his time at the academy, has he not? One wonders how many females he has toyed with in this manner. Clearly, love blinds even the most upright and stern, as Qin director had taken to irony. Upon hearing the disparagement from his rival, Pei Mingzhou's golden glasses glinted with a cold light. He leisurely pressed a kiss to the maiden's fingertips before straightening to meet the man's gaze. Retorting sharply, as Miss Wen's neighbor, my daily activities are well known to her. Yet, Director Chin, I have heard that the females who admire you line up from the Public Security Bureau to the city gates. Even the hotshot pop star Astoria has publicly professed her love for you on the Star Network. Each word was a gem, dripping with mockery. Pei Mingzhou's rebuttal was masterful, striking three birds with one stone, affirming his integrity, subtly highlighting his closeness to Wen Jingshu, and finally pointing out Qin Su's romantic entanglements to sow discord between them. That it was a deft maneuver, striking at the heart while preserving his own. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, Wen Jingshu would have applauded. Truly, the first professor of history at the academy possessed an unparalleled eloquence. One must never underestimate the beauty of words that can flow so gracefully from a delicate mouth. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Su's expression visibly darkened. His ice-blue eyes seemed frozen in frost. Piercing through his rival with a palpable intensity, he released the maiden's hand and stood up, his towering form exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Gray fur began to sprout from his robust arms, and sharp claws emerged from his fingertips. This was the semi-beastly state of a male preparing for battle. Pei Mingzhou, do you dare to duel with me in the arena? What is there to fear? Pei Mingzhou responded with an airy nonchalance, his platinum hair gradually transforming into a plume of white feathers as he too entered a semi-beastly state. When Jingshu, observing the escalating situation, coldly admonished them, "What are you two thinking, fighting in the middle of the night? Be careful, or you might be reported for disturbing the peace." Chastised by their mistress, the two men reluctantly sheathed their claws. Pei Mingzhou also retracted his feathers, his lips forming a slight frown. After being scolded by the formidable Aeonia, he felt discontented. It was clearly this wild dog who had ignited the flames of conflict. When Jingshu, bemused yet exasperated by the sudden sulking of both men, stood on the bed and gently patted their heads, soothing them with tender words. "All right, you two, both over 50 years of age, act a little more mature. Must you behave like children, always itching for a fight? Can't we just sit down and chat?" The 30-year-old Qin director felt an inexplicable stab in his heart. The nearly 30-year-old beastly Dr. Pei. I'll ask my colleagues tomorrow about how to maintain one's youth. Before long, under Wen Jingshu's loving guidance, the two mature beasts happily shook hands and made peace. She patted each of their heads, ensuring a fair distribution of affection, regardless of which of you is hurt. "I will feel pain for you." It must be said, when Jingshu possessed a touch of natural insensitivity, effortlessly weaving words that soothed the heart. "From now on, you must ensure your safety. Don't make me worry. Understood?" Before the petite and delicate maiden, two tall and muscular men nodded obediently like good boys. The scene was somewhat bizarre yet inexplicably harmonious. Satisfied, when Jingshu nodded but still felt a twinge of concern, offering a few last words of caution. "Mingzhou, you must promise not to consume any more counterfeit medicine. That it's not counterfeit." "All right, I want to." Pei Mingzhou felt aggrieved, but he remained silent, seeing his rival at a disadvantage. Qin Su could not help but smirk. However, before he could revel in his schadenfreude, the maiden turned to him with a probing gaze. "And you, during your mission to the Nether Night Star, were you injured?" "Ahem, nothing serious." Qin Su's body stiffened, a flicker of guilt flashing in his eyes, when Jingshu scrutinized him suspiciously from head to toe. "Really? I won't believe you unless you let me examine you." "I am truly fine, Jingshu, you needn't worry." "Dr. Pei, would you agree?" Qin Su subtly tightened his shirt while casting frantic glances at Pei Mingzhou, his expression a mix of pleading and veiled threat, as if to say, "You wouldn't want her to worry, would you?" Yet, he did not anticipate that Pei Mingzhou would not play by the rules and would instead navigate the complexities of male competition with finesse. "Jingshu, I have indeed heard about Director Qin's condition." Pei Mingzhou smoothly altered the nickname, adjusting his glasses with the air of a professional elite doctor. The ship's accompanying physician mentioned that Director Qin's injuries are quite severe, requiring at least a few days of rest. However, he disregarded the advice and left the treatment chamber as soon as the bleeding stopped. If this continues, his condition may worsen. Just moments ago, Qin Su had laughed with such glee. Now, he was filled with regret. He should not have expected anything from a doctor who carelessly consumed counterfeit medicine. At such a young age, he had already found himself under the thumb of a woman, and that accompanying physician had certainly leaked sensitive information. Upon returning, he would be punished to write a 1,000-word reflection. After Pei Mingzhou finished reporting, when Jingshu turned to the gray-haired man, her smile gentle yet chilling. "Qin Su, do you have anything left to dispute?" "I was wrong." Qin Su knelt directly beside the young girl, humbly admitting his fault with a remarkable sense of awareness. His towering height allowed him to embrace her waist effortlessly, even while kneeling on the bed. He voluntarily revealed his fluffy dog ears and gently took her hand, placing it atop them. "Please, punish me," he implored. Beside them, Pei Mingzhou, who was merely observing, was engulfed in confusion, his head adorned with a large question mark. What sort of punishment was this? It was clearly a reward. His gaze flickered, and he took hold of the girl's other hand, offering his assistance with understanding. "Jingshu, I have a rare mutated beast snakeskin whip at home. Would you like it?" Chapter 50. The Beast, that damned competitive spirit. Upon hearing this ill-intentioned remark, Qin Su's dog ears twitched in agitation. He knew all too well that no one could match the ruthlessness of a rival in love. Yet, as when Jingshu met the man's sincere gaze, she couldn't help but feel a tug at the corners of her mouth. A mutated beast snakeskin whip. It sounded rather painful. It seemed Dr. Pei was not only harsh on himself, but on others as well. However, she couldn't bring herself to inflict punishment on her beloved big dog, especially since he was currently injured. The whip could be spared. "I have no penchant for mistreating my patients. Once you heal, we might consider it." Upon hearing this, Qin Su's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his drooping dog ears perked up, trembling with enthusiasm. His tail almost made an appearance. As he nuzzled against the girl's palm, he cast a grateful glance at the white-clad doctor, silently thanking him for the unexpected support. Pei Mingzhou, receiving the glance, felt a sense of bewilderment. However, upon noticing the broken shackles on Qin Su's wrist, combined with his current exuberant state, he understood that a subtle expression flickered across the man's aloof and reserved visage. So, it could be played this way that I suddenly recall that I gifted the snake's skin whip away. Pei Mingzhou said, his face betraying no flush and his heart steady as he lied. He had no intention of letting this wild dog benefit from such a fine item. Good treasures were meant for his own use. If it was given away, then so be it. It's no matter. When Jingshu paid little mind to the man's change of heart, her primary concern remained Qin Su's injuries. She firmly squeezed his fluffy dog ears as a form of punishment and commanded in an unyielding tone, "Come here, lie down." Qin Su felt a jolt of electricity run through him from her squeeze. Extinguishing any thoughts of rebellion, he obediently reclined on the bed, his typically stern and authoritative face betraying a rare hint of embarrassment. In the interstellar realm, male beasts generally refrained from displaying wounds before females, as it rendered them vulnerable and weak. Yet after their previous encounters, Qin Su understood that Jingshu would not only refrain from despising him, but would also worry for him and feel sympathy. This realization enveloped his heart in the warmth of honey, sweet enough to conjure pink bubbles. Indeed, when the girl beheld his bandaged abdomen, her beautiful eyes instantly filled with concern. "It's already seeping blood." "It must have been from when you were just pressed down. Why didn't you say anything?" When Jingshu gazed at the large, blood-stained mark, her expression a mix of frustration and self-reproach. "Then aren't you afraid of pain?" "Not at all," Qin Su replied, gently stroking the girl's dark hair, his gaze soft as water. With the female in his embrace, he felt no joy could compare. A mere scratch or ache was of little consequence. Seeing his disregard for his own well-being ignited her anger, and she pressed on his wound. Hearing his stifled cry of pain, her previously fierce expression softened. "Humph, stubborn, if it hurts, just say so. No one has decreed that a male beast cannot cry out in pain." "All right, I understand." Qin Su felt warmth swell in his heart. Jingshu was always so gentle and perceptive. She cared not for public opinion, only for his well-being, such a delicate, beautiful, and kind-hearted person. How could he not be enchanted? Meanwhile, Pei Mingzhou silently observed the tender interaction between the two. Upon witnessing the concern etched on the girl's face, a ripple of emotion stirred within his indifferent silver eyes. If he were injured, Would Ionia feel the same way? Unbeknownst to him, the cold-hearted, ethereal being, untouched by the mundane world, gradually began to take on the hues of earthly emotions. Minutes later, after when Jing Shu had assessed Qin Su's wounds, she turned to the white-clad man, softly requesting, "Mengzhou, could you please help Su with his dressing?" "I'm sure." Rivalries aside, Pei Mengzhou still upheld the integrity of his profession. He summoned the medical robot for supplies and began to unravel the bandages. Before long, the blood-soaked wrappings were removed, revealing a gory wound on the man's abdomen, deep enough to expose bone that, in an instant, crystalline tears welled in one Jing Shu's eyes. How could it be this severe? "Didn't you see a doctor?" "It's nothing. My constitution is robust. I'll recover quickly," Qin Su replied softly, raising a hand to brush away the tears at the corner of her eye, only to be coldly halted by Pei Mengzhou. With a resigned sigh, he withdrew his hand, gently comforting her. "It's really not that painful. I've sustained worse injuries during missions. I've grown accustomed to it." When Jing Shu's heart ached for him even more upon hearing this, the corners of her eyes reddened, and her normally bright, playful gaze shimmered with unshed tears. Injuries worse than this. I can hardly bear to imagine. As the head of the Federal Security Bureau, Qin Su was indeed a figure of great renown and prestige. Yet, while the world beheld his accolades and glory, the struggles and pain he endured remained known only to him. When Jing Shu clutched the man's large hand tightly, the roughness of his calloused skin and scars pressed against her palm, sending a sharp pang of sorrow through her heart. Leaning in closer, she playfully bit his chin and feigned a fierce demeanor as she scolded, "If you dare to get injured this severely again, I want to speak to you." "All right, I promise I want tea." Qin Su chuckled, the bite mark on his chin only making him smile wider. Pei Mengzhou, witnessing his uncharacteristic reaction, felt a sense of disbelief. The illustrious head of the Security Bureau reduced to this. A mere word from the little female had him transformed from a fierce wolf into a foolish dog. How unremarkable that a moment later, Pei Mengzhou had finished dressing Qin Su's wounds and fashioned a charming bow from the bandages. Qin Su fell silent, suspecting this to be a sly act of retribution from his rival. And he had evidence. Meanwhile, when Jing Shu stifled a laugh, finding amusement in the sight of the muscular man adorned with a bow that a strong man deserves a bow. Dr. Pei's skill is truly commendable. Indeed, practice makes perfect. Pei Mengzhou accepted the compliment without modesty. Then, as if struck by a thought, he suddenly turned serious and asked the girl, "Are you hungry?" These three words acted as a triggering signal. In an instant, Jing Shu felt a powerful wave of hunger wash over her. Having skipped both lunch and dinner, coupled with the depletion of her energy throughout the afternoon and the chaos with Qin Su earlier, she felt as if she could devour an entire cow. When Jing Shu pressed her hands against her growling stomach, her cheeks flushing with a faint "Is there anything to eat?" Nutritional supplements would also suffice. Upon hearing this, the two men present would not allow her to go hungry. Qin Su gently caressed the girl's cheek, his deep, resonant voice laced with remorse that "I've been so preoccupied with myself that I failed to care for my beloved little female. I truly am an incompetent male. I'll order food for you online. What would you like? It's already 2 or 3 in the morning. Most restaurants are closed." Pei Mengzhou interjected calmly, tidying up the medical supplies and removing his white coat. "The hospital has a kitchen. I can prepare something for you." "Jing Shu, I have some culinary skills as well. I would like to cook for you too," Qin Su added, unwilling to fall behind in a show of affection. When Jing Shu, watching the man who had just been bandaged get out of bed, couldn't help but facepalm. That damned competitive spirit of the male beasts. Chapter 51. Feeding one's own little female. What could be more impressive than that? Half an hour later, Jing Shu stared at the 2 meticulously prepared dishes before her. Lost in thought, on the dining table stood a colossal 7-layer beef burger, teetering precariously. The golden brown bun housed layer upon layer of vibrant green vegetables and a thick, brown patty. The aroma of grilled meat and oil wafted through the air, enticing the appetite within her. Yet, she found herself at a loss as to how to begin. She scrutinized the burger, which was larger than her face. Hesitating to voice her thoughts, "What's wrong? Is it unappetizing?" Qin Su's tone held a hint of disappointment, and the light in his eyes dimmed gradually. This was his proudest dish, and he had added 3 extra layers out of concern that Jing Shu might not be full. Typically, he would only prepare a 4-layer version for himself. It's not that it's unappetizing. It's just, one Jing Shu stammered, searching for a delicate way to express her feelings. After a moment's thought, she resorted to sign language, pointing first at the burger and then at her own mouth. Qin Su's gaze fell upon the girl's cherry lips, and suddenly, realization dawned on him. I apologize for my oversight. I will make you a smaller one. Try my pan-seared steak. I've already cut it for you. Pei Mingzhou interjected with keen precision as he laid down his knife and fork, sliding the exquisitely plated steak before the young lady. On the pristine white plate, neatly arranged were perfectly cut pieces of meat, their surfaces glistening with a rich brown hue and a hint of pink. Adjacent to the steak was a delicately carved purple flower, adding an air of elegance. However, when Jingshu noticed the myoglobin, or blood, on the steak, causing her appetite to plummet instantly. Well, that's just splendid. Earlier, she couldn't bring herself to eat, and now, she found it equally unappetizing. As a true descendant of the Huaxia, she struggled to accept food that exuded such sanguine juices. Yet, given the thoughtfulness behind the gesture, it would be rather ungracious to dismiss it outright. When Jingshu picked up her fork and speared a slightly charred piece of steak. To her surprise, it was delicious, imbued with the rich aroma of grilling, while retaining the tender succulence of the meat. Each bite was flavorful and satisfying, slowly soothing her growling stomach and enveloping her in a sense of bliss. When Jingshu squinted her eyes in contentment, her willow-like brows arching gracefully, momentarily revealing a childlike innocence. Chef Pei's culinary skills are truly remarkable. I would adore it if you could prepare this again next time. Pei Mingzhou's lips curved upward as he wiped the oil from the corner of her mouth with a napkin, his cool demeanor softened by the gentle glow of the light. Before long, when Jingshu had devoured the charred portions, leaving only the center, marred by the myoglobin, Pei Mingzhou furrowed his brow slightly. Not fond of medium rare? Not particularly fond of raw food. Understood that I shall remember that. Pei Mingzhou nodded earnestly, as if he were recording a vital secret. When Jingshu met his attentive brown eyes, her heart fluttered, as if a playful deer had nudged. It is well known that a man's feelings for you can often be discerned from whether he holds you in his thoughts. And some easily overlooked details can reveal his sincerity and intentions. When Jingshu rested her chin on her hand, gazing quietly at the man across from her, he was methodically cleaning up the battlefield, his long, fair hands holding the knife and fork with elegance and composure. But he ate slowly, yet there was no hint of distaste upon his face. The man who was known for his severe cleanliness was now unfazed by consuming her leftovers, as if she were the sole exception to his fastidious nature. When Jingshu's beautiful eyes sparkled, a gentle smile blooming at the corners of her lips, radiating a warmth she had not previously displayed. Pei Mingzhou seemed to sense this shift. He raised his gaze to meet hers, and suddenly, the calm waters of his heart were stirred, rippling with emotions. In the intertwining of their gazes, sentiments quietly began to blossom. Just then, Qin Su re-entered, carrying a plate. Jingshu, I've made smaller hamburgers try them. The once cold and imposing man had transformed into someone infinitely softer. His once piercing blue eyes, which radiated an intimidating aura, now glimmered with warmth. He bore no resemblance to the straight-laced man who previously found delicate femininity bothersome. If the personnel from the Security Bureau were to witness this, they would undoubtedly remark that the law of deliciousness is timeless. Meanwhile, when Jingshu keenly examined the many hamburgers on the plate, unable to suppress a gasp of delight, Su, your mini burgers are so adorable. The plate held miniature hamburgers, each no larger than an egg, easily devourable in one bite, yet filled with ample toppings and even sprinkled with sesame seeds on the buns, crafted with a toy-like precision that I'm glad you like them. Qin Su sighed in relief upon seeing her satisfaction, not motivated by a desire to compete with Pei Mingzhou in culinary skills, but rather concerned that she might go hungry. After all, ensuring his little lady was well fed was his foremost priority. When Jingshu glanced at the mini burgers, then back at the man, the thought of such a towering, iron-willed figure meticulously crafting these charming morsels with his capable hands stirred an inexplicable sense of delight within her. Truly, he embodied the essence of a male caretaker. With Qin Su's expectant gaze upon her, Wen Jingshu picked up a mini burger and took a hearty bite. The softness of the bun, the tenderness of the patty, and the freshness of the vegetables exploded with flavor on her palate, creating an indescribable sensation of delight, especially when her stomach was so ravenous. After finishing one, she still felt a lingering desire for more. With a bright smile, she directed her gaze at the man, equally acknowledging his culinary prowess. Chef Qin's skills are quite impressive as well. Qin Su's face lit up with joy at receiving the future lady's approval. Earlier, he had felt a twinge of anxiety in the kitchen, fearing she might not appreciate such simple fare. However, this was indeed his signature dish, and thankfully, she found it to her liking. Nevertheless, he resolved to refine his culinary skills further. He was no longer a solitary beast destined for a life of solitude, but a content beast with a lady to care for. Thus, he needed to embrace the domestic skills he once disdainfully overlooked to better serve her in the future. After about 10 minutes, half of the hamburgers had vanished from the plate. When Jingshu dabbed at the corner of her mouth with a napkin, then covered her lips delicately as she let out a soft burp. The two men present couldn't help but smile at her adorable demeanor, a sense of accomplishment swelling within their hearts. Feeding their little lady was indeed no small feat, having filled her belly. When Jingshu did not forget to express her gratitude to the two culinary wizards. "Thank you for the delightful meal, esteemed chefs. Have you both eaten? I had some nutritional liquid." Upon hearing her concern, Qin Su's expression softened further, while Pei Mingzhou nodded slightly. Likewise, that's good to hear. When Jingshu's brows relaxed, and then she glanced out the window at the evening sky before suddenly inquiring, "By the way, where will you both sleep tonight? Shall I take the sofa while you two have the bed? Or are you going home?" The young lady's mental state has yet to stabilize, as her attending physician. "I must assist Chairman Jiang in continuing to monitor her condition," Pei Mingzhou replied earnestly, his excuse sounding so legitimate that it left no room for rebuttal. Qin Su silently clenched his jaw. He was resolute in not allowing this scheming bird to remain alone with Wen Jingshu. If he were to lose his future lady, he would have nowhere to lament. With a swift change of thought, Qin Su's serious demeanor took on an even more righteous appearance. "I also have no time to return. The matter of the trial cannot be delayed. We must interrogate the bait promptly tomorrow. Indeed, we cannot afford to waste time." When Jingshu nodded in understanding that I shall also inquire with Chairman Jiang if there is anything else I can assist with. Given the circumstances, let us all rest here for the night. After speaking, she looked at the two men, her gaze imbued with inquiry. Hearing her words, Qin Su and Pei Mingzhou could only concede, stepping back to accept the little lady's arrangement. Once the two men agreed, when Jingshu began to survey the room for suitable resting places, a large bed measuring 2 meters would be more than sufficient for two, but 3 people in such a space would be rather cramped. Thankfully, there was also a 1-meter-wide foldable sofa, which could accommodate another person. The dilemma now remained: who would sleep on the sofa and who would take the bed? When Jingshu furrowed her brows in contemplation, ultimately presenting the question to the two men, "Which of you would like to sleep on the sofa?" As soon as the words left her lips, a flurry of sparks ignited between the two beasts. Their eyes locking in a fierce exchange, the air around them seemed to crackle with an unspoken tension. They both understood the implications behind this choice, whether to spend the night nestled against the soft, fragrant little lady or to be left solitary and desolate on the sofa. The outcome of this situation hinged on this very decision. Qin Su's gaze flickered, and he placed a hand over his abdomen. Swiftly employing his pitiful act, "Jingshu, the sofa might be a bit small for me. I fear it might press against my wound. Although I'm not afraid of pain, I dread causing you further worry. As the saying goes, the most heart-wrenching often comes from the strongest. In this moment, the battle-scarred, iron-willed man bore his pain while uttering words of understanding. His typically stern visage displayed a hint of vulnerability, which would captivate anyone who laid eyes upon him. Noting the man's pained expression, when Jingshu's heart ached, "Asu, given your injury, it would be better for you to sleep in the bed." Seeing his ploy succeed, Qin Su subtly smirked, throwing a challenging glance at his rival. Pei Mingzhou remained unfazed, looking at the hesitant young lady and calmly uttering 3 words: "I prefer the bed." When Jingshu bit her lip, rendered speechless, Indeed, this was essentially his resting space that it would be unreasonable to take over and impose her will. Caught in indecision, her beautiful eyes flitted between the two men, after a considerable pause, under the heat of their expectant gazes. When Jingshu's expression turned earnest as she proposed a perfect solution. How about, I sleep on the sofa while you two take the bed? Qin Su, Pei Mengzhou, they exchanged glances only to swiftly avert their eyes. When Jingshu feigned ignorance of their mutual disdain, clapping her hands lightly with a playful tone as she declared, "Then it is settled. I shall take the sofa, and you two will occupy the bed." "Absolutely not," Qin Su immediately protested, his brows furrowing in disapproval. "You are a female. How can you be relegated to the meager sofa? It would be an injustice to you above all. Then I shall sleep on the sofa," he insisted. Upon hearing the man's concession, when Jingshu felt a twinge of exasperation, the 1-meter-wide sofa was akin to a single bed, crafted from the finest materials, and offered no less comfort than a proper bed. Thus, she did not feel wronged in the least, as the two of them remained in impasse. Pei Mingzhou interjected, "Never mind, let Director Qin have a bed. Compared to your injury, my aversion to unfamiliar beds pales in significance. At worst, I might suffer from insomnia." Strangely, they began to indulge in mutual concessions. When Jingshu observed this with a sense of bewilderment, had they not just expressed their reluctance to sleep on the sofa? Why were they now quarreling over it? At that moment, a faint light began to creep across the horizon outside the window. Overcome by drowsiness, when Jingshu could not suppress a yawn. All right, no more arguing. "Is it agreeable for us all to share one bed?" she proposed. "I shall take a shower first. You two carry on with your discussion." With that, she dismissed the two childish men and made her way to the bathroom. Once she departed, silence engulfed the room once more. The two men regarded each other with mutual disdain, clearly lacking anything of substance to discuss. Females invariably take longer in the bath, after a good 10 minutes had elapsed without her reemergence. Pei Mingzhou lounged elegantly on the sofa, casting a calm and resolute glance at the man at the other end. "Your parents will not approve of you marrying Jingshu, given the status of the Qin family. They will likely arrange for you to wed a female of suitable standing. Jingshu is the future female leader I have chosen. They have no right to interfere." Qin Su remained composed, his voice deep and unwavering. Pei Mingzhou raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, a trace of mockery glimmering in his silver eyes behind his glasses. "Yes, that's so. Yet they possess the power to meddle in Jingshu's affairs. You are their offspring. They will not trouble you, but rather make things difficult for others. If you cannot manage matters properly, do not bring her any distress." Qin Su's brows knitted together as a sense of unease welled up within him. Yet he coldly retorted to his rival, "I will handle family matters without your concern as for you. Jingshu is exceptionally talented. Her future will undoubtedly involve more than one male partner. If you cannot accept that, it would be best for you to withdraw early, lest you break her heart." Pei Mingzhou did not take offense. Instead, he fell into contemplation that a male partner. He had never considered becoming Jingshu's male partner before. The bond between a male and female was indeed an intimate and steadfast connection. Yet his possessiveness made it difficult for him to accept being merely one of many. Jingshu clearly belonged solely to him from the very beginning. After another 10 minutes or so, when Jingshu finally emerged from the bathroom, the warmth of her post-bath glow lingering about her, she donned a white shirt belonging to Pei Mingzhou, the collar slightly loose, revealing her elongated swan neck, with skin as smooth and radiant as jade glowing softly. She gracefully approached the two men, the hem of her shirt swaying gently along her alluring curves, captivating their attention. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted and the previously steady breaths of the two men became noticeably more rapid. "What are you two sitting around for? Who's going to shower first?" Chapter 53. Sharing a bed. Surrounded by males, the recently bathed girl spoke with a languid, sultry voice, soft and charming, laced with a hint of seduction. She leaned slightly towards Qin Su, waving her hand in front of his eyes. "Su, you mustn't let your injury come into contact with water. You need my assistance." Qin Su gazed at the enchanting visage before him, his blue eyes deepening as he felt his throat involuntarily tighten. For the first time, he realized how easily his resolve could waver. However, confronted with the sight of the beloved female emerging from the bath, even a sage would find it hard to remain unaffected. Taking a deep breath to quell the heat rising within, he feigned composure. Ahem. There's no need to trouble yourself. The hospital provides specialized waterproof dressings that's good to know, Wen Jingshu replied lightly. Before settling onto the sofa to play with her light brain, Qin Su was enveloped by the fragrant warmth of her presence. He felt an insatiable fire igniting within him. Clearly, this was the disadvantage of awakening desires. Had it been in the past, the innocent director would have merely blushed. Now, his mind was filled with uncontrollable fantasies, longing to embrace the beloved female for intimate contact. I will shower first. His face slightly flushed. Qin Su decisively stood up and strode toward the bathroom, his hurried retreat carrying the air of someone fleeing. Fortunately, when Jingshu was engrossed in the latest gossip on the Star Network and failed to notice his flustered demeanor. Soon, the sound of the door echoed, and the lounge returned to tranquility. Pei Mingzhou, who had remained silent until now, unabashedly turned his gaze upon the girl. The oversized white shirt she wore could not conceal her exquisite, graceful figure. The loosely draped fabric only served to enhance her allure. Unlike her usual gentle demeanor, she now exuded an enchanting charm akin to a bewitching fairy. Most importantly, this shirt had once belonged to him. Once a part of his wardrobe, it now enveloped her delicate form, clinging intimately to her every curve, as if they were seamlessly intertwined, inseparable. Upon realizing this thought, a strange sensation surged within Pei Mingzhou's heart. He struggled to articulate this unfamiliar feeling that if he had to describe it, it was akin to a freshly grilled steak. Hot, sizzling, and tantalizing to in summary, it was both tormenting and pleasurable. The prolonged gaze of the man, heated and fervent, was finally noticed by Wen Jingshu. Mingzhou, do you also enjoy this drama? She glanced at the light brain, which was playing the episode of The Overbearing Female Leader Falls in Love with Me, and hesitantly activated the external speaker. Before Pei Mingzhou could respond, a heart-wrenching roar erupted from the device. Sakura Dream Bingli Yuxuan. You are heartless, cold, and selfish. You already have 10 male partners, yet you still dare to provoke me. I tell you, as the president of the Dragon Corporation, I will never play second fiddle. Outyin, let me explain. I don't want to hear it. I refuse to listen. Long Outyin, I command you to be silent. I, Sakura Dream Bingli Yuxuan, hereby announce to the entire star system that even if I have 100 male partners, my one true love in this lifetime will always be you. Ooh, really? Of course. You are the one and only male partner I have chosen for my life. Yuxuan, you are so domineering. I love it. Male, you are stoking the flames. Pei Mingzhou silently observed the screen, where a captivating smile danced across the character's face. Moments later, he quietly moved beside the girl and swiftly muted the external sound. My appreciation for such refined art is rather limited. However, Xiao Yueshuan seems to have a profound understanding of it. Is that so? When Jingshu blinked in surprise, only to soon display a knowing expression. That makes sense. He is, after all, the archetypal overbearing president, so he must have ample experience. Yet this male actor is far too ostentatious. If it were Yueshuan, he would portray the role in a way that is true to himself, and, conveniently, you are his doctor friend. ISNT this overbearing CEO literature coming to life. Pei Mingzhou. By the way, do you think Yueshuan will call you in the middle of the night to help him with his stomach issues? When Jingshu chattered on, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. Pei Mingzhou pressed his lips together, offering a resigned explanation. Federal law does not permit mandatory overtime. Such actions violate citizens' right to rest. But isn't he your friend? Even brothers must settle accounts clearly. When Jingshu found herself momentarily speechless. After pondering for a moment, she suddenly looked at him with newfound respect, her expression earnest. Mingzhou, I want to learn from you. Learn what? To bravely say no to others, even if they are friends. Indeed, that is sound advice. As they conversed, they unconsciously drew closer together. Pei Mingzhou caught a whiff of the girl's unique fragrance, feeling it both familiar and novel. What shower gel do you use? When Jingshu appeared bewildered, caught off guard by the question. ISNT there, just one bottle in the bathroom. Upon entering the bathroom, she found herself puzzled by the sight of a large shelf that bore nothing but a solitary bottle of shower gel. It was then that she realized that the seemingly refined and pristine Dr. Pei, much like a rugged man, utilized a 15-in-1 product for his hygiene. That moment, Pei Mengzhou's confusion deepened. Why was it that the same shower gel, when applied to Ionia, yielded such different results? What was supposed to be a refreshing and elegant snow lotus scent now enveloped him in an alluring and intoxicating aroma that left him yearning for more, as if he were hopelessly addicted. When Jingshu noticed the man leaning in close, sniffing around her, she couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you doing? You look like a little puppy." The moment her words slipped out, they were overheard by Qin Su, who had just exited the bathroom. "A puppy? Was Jingshu calling him that?" He strode over with a spring in his step, only to find the two engaged in quiet conversation, their faces alight with laughter. His smile instantly faded, and with a stern expression, he seated himself between them. His voice clipped. "Dr. Pei, it's your turn to—" Pei Mengzhou averted his gaze from the girl's neck and made his way to the bathroom, his usually steady steps quickening. Once the unwelcome rival had departed, Qin Su gently tousled the girl's hair. "Jingshu, you should get some rest." "Okay," she replied with a yawn, shutting down her light brain as she walked toward the bed. To avoid being pushed to the edge of the mattress in the night, she unapologetically claimed the center of the large bed. Observing this, Qin Su lay down on her right side, his right arm conveniently wrapping around her waist. Clad in a bathrobe, the open collar revealed his well-defined chest muscles, and the drowsy Jingshu instinctively leaned closer. Not long after, footsteps approached, followed by the slight sinking of the bed as another broad and sturdy chest pressed against her back, accompanied by a coolness from a recent shower and the faint scent of snow lotus. Just before succumbing to slumber, the girl, wedged between two men, found herself drowsily pondering whether this could be considered having men on both sides. The next morning, bright sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow that illuminated the once dim room. On a vast, snow-white bed, three figures were nestled together. On one side lay a robust man with gray hair, his sleeping face still exuding a stern and resolute demeanor. On the other side, a similarly tall man with flowing platinum hair cascaded down his back, shimmering in the morning light, enhancing his noble and handsome features. In between them rested a petite and delicate girl, tightly embraced by both men, their strong arms possessively encircling her waist, a posture that spoke of intimate ownership. "Ugh, it's so hot," the slumbering girl murmured unconsciously, her fair and lovely face flushed with warmth that it was late spring, the morning air already tinged with a hint of summer's heat, and being sandwiched between two ardent males, she found it hard to sleep comfortably. Half awake and half asleep, when Jingshu felt as though she were nestled between two scorching furnaces, she attempted to turn away from the heat source, but it felt as if she were trapped within an impenetrable fortress. Unable to move even an inch, frustrated, she furrowed her brows, her entire face now ablaze with color. She pouted and lightly struck the solid wall beside her, but alas, the muscular barrier remained unyielding, only causing her hand to ache. With no success in her resistance and heavy drowsiness overcoming her, she resigned herself to lying flat, enduring the heat while trying to imagine herself in a snow-covered dreamland. Before long, she slipped back into deep slumber, while the two men beside her were roused from their sleep. Qin Su, accustomed to vigilance due to his profession, opened his eyes. The misty haze in his blue gaze dissipated instantly, revealing clarity and sharpness. When he looked down at the girl nestled in his embrace, his expression softened to one of gentle warmth that, in the past, Qin Su had always slept alone, viewing sleep merely as a physiological necessity rather than an indulgent pleasure. But now, he suddenly understood the ancient Chinese adage, a wife and children by a warm hearth. Cradling the soft and fragrant girl, he felt as if he were floating in the warm spring waters. Enveloped in comfort and happiness, he gazed intently at her serene and beautiful sleeping face, reveling in the freshness of the morning air, the brilliance of the sunlight, and the beauty of the world around him. Of course, there was one glaring exception, the man opposite him. Qin Su cast a displeased glance at his rival, his ice-blue eyes radiating a cold and commanding aura. Pei Mengzhou, however, was not one to back down. He returned the gaze with a dismissive glance, exuding an air of indifference and arrogance. The two S-class males silently engaged in a battle of wills, an invisible tension permeating the air as if sparks were igniting from their silent confrontation. As they continued to lock eyes, tightening their grips around the girl's delicate waist, neither was willing to cede an inch in the presence of the beloved female. Their pride as males forbade them from bowing to a rival. After a prolonged moment of intense staring, the two men remained locked in their affectionate gaze, their arms tightening around the girl, until a soft, displeased whimper escaped her lips. Once. They both instinctively eased their holds. Pei Mingzhou diverted his gaze, focusing instead on the girl's profile. Moments later, he abruptly rose from the bed. Seeing this, Qin Su mistakenly thought he had conceded. He raised an eyebrow, casting a triumphant glance at his rival. Pei Mingzhou paid no heed to such trivial provocation, striding directly towards the washroom. Once he had left, Qin Su enveloped the girl fully in his embrace, his powerful arms firmly securing her against his chest. The scent of her delicate form wafted through the air like a fragrant orchid. Satisfied, he planted a kiss on her hair, his expression brimming with delight. Approximately half an hour later, Pei Mingzhou emerged from the washroom, his platinum hair meticulously styled, gleaming with health. His handsome face was freshly groomed, presenting him as a refined and elegant young gentleman. At this moment, Qin Su could no longer dismiss Pei Mingzhou's intentions. His expression darkened as he inwardly scoffed, truly a scheming bird. Humph, how long can one rely on charm to win affection? He found Pei Mingzhou's behavior of pandering to be utterly distasteful. However, the next moment, he unconsciously felt his own rough face and scruffy chin, then quietly released the girl from his embrace. Rising to head towards the washroom, I'm just going to freshen up and shave. I absolutely want to indulge in any skincare like that pretentious bird. Meanwhile, on the bed, the scorching furnace finally vacated its spot. When Jingshu turned over, her cheek brushing against the cool sheets, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Yet, her moment of joy was short-lived as she was soon pulled back into a solid chest. Fortunately, Pei Mingzhou had just showered, and the lingering coolness on his skin made her less resistant. Ionia, Pei Mingzhou gazed at the girl's luminous and fair face, unable to resist leaning down to place a gentle kiss upon her. The tender skin felt like the softest petals, lingering on his lips and sending ripples of warmth through his heart. Despite having only slept for a few hours, Pei Mingzhou appeared vibrant and full of energy, devoid of any trace of fatigue. This was entirely due to his Ionia. His prior claim of being unable to sleep was no mere pretense. It was just that this time, he had not experienced insomnia or succumbed to the inescapable dark nightmares that usually haunted him. Last night's dreams had been filled with an unprecedented sense of peace and tranquility. Pei Mingzhou held the fragrant girl tightly, planting tender kisses along her cheek, as if they were lovers entwined in a passionate embrace. Ionia, he whispered once more, his deep, husky voice trembling slightly, laden with restraint and suppressed affection, as if he were desperately trying to contain the tumultuous waves of love within. Perhaps fearing that he might startle her, he could only softly call out his exclusive pet name for her, gradually releasing the pent-up feelings within. However, to one Jingshu's perception, the once cool ice pack beside her had transformed into a searing heat. Frowning in annoyance, she pushed against the man's rigid chest with her small hands. Ugh, go away. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Pei Mingzhou inhaled sharply and quickly seized her flailing hands, whispering, Ionia, don't move. Annoying, when Jingshu extended her other hand, seemingly determined to push the intrusive furnace away. Refusing to relent, Pei Mingzhou, reluctant to release his beloved, resorted to capturing both her hands. His cool demeanor showed a hint of helplessness as he softened his voice, patiently coaxing her, Ionia, be good. Will you? Chapter 55. Qin Su. What fragrance. This is pure male pheromone, the man murmured softly, as if coaxing a child, yet his silver-gray eyes grew increasingly dim and tranquil. After being confined, when Jingshu felt even more agitated, she struggled fiercely with her hands but could not free herself from the bindings. In a fit of exasperation, she delivered a kick that nearly startled the usually composed Pei Mingzhou into a cold sweat. Ionia, you are ruthless in your beauty. His deep voice carried a hint of melancholy, a touch of grievance, and a dash of relief. Fortunately, his quick reflexes had saved him from the girl's whirlwind kick. Otherwise, Pei Mingzhou exhaled softly, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He turned and pinned the girl beneath him, planting a punishing kiss upon her snowy neck. Pei Mingzhou greedily pressed his lips against her delicate skin, and the intoxicating scent of her body seemed to seep through her icy exterior, swirling around his nostrils and lingering in his heart. When Jingzhu was abruptly roused from her reverie, she hazily opened her eyes. Her misty, beautiful gaze glimmered with a hint of moisture. This pitiful, dreamy demeanor resembled a pear blossom weeping in the rain, stirring one's heartstrings evermore. Ionia, you are awake. Pei Mingzhou, when Jingzhu, already prone to morning irritability, was incensed at being awakened so early. What on earth are you doing? Revenge, he replied nonchalantly, the two words spoken with an air of righteousness. Dr. Pei did not bother to hide his pettiness and penchant for holding grudges. When Jingzhu was at a loss. Revenge? What have I done to offend you? You just kicked me what if I kicked you? When Jingzhu shot him an indignant glance, irritated by the man's stinginess. After all, he was a robust creature, impervious to such a minor blow. Moreover, she had not even held it against him when he had inadvertently tugged at her hair earlier. Pei Mingzhou offered no explanation, merely gazing at her with an inscrutable expression, feeling inexplicably guilty under his scrutiny, when Jingzhu suddenly had a fleeting recollection. Her gaze involuntarily drifted downward, her expression becoming increasingly unfocused. You don't mean there, do you? I'm sorry, I could be a bit cranky in the morning. You're hurt, are you? Not there, but here. Pei Mingzhou propped himself up beside her head, taking her hand and guiding it to his left chest. As when Jingzhu's eyes fell upon his torso, she beheld the broad, well-defined muscles beneath his open collar. Though not as robustly built as Qin Su, they were undeniably striking, resembling exquisite white jade meticulously carved. Each line was fluid and powerful, without a hint of flaw, and the skin was smooth and clean, with a hint of rosy undertones, surpassing even the perfection of 3D modeling. Unable to resist, she placed her hand upon his chest. Indeed, the sensation was as delightful as she had imagined, smooth as jade, yet yielding with the resilience of muscle. The cool skin beneath her palm gradually warmed, the strong heartbeat resonating with each pulse in her hand, synchronizing with the rhythm of her own heart. Unbeknownst to them, their heartbeats intensified, breaths grew hotter, and their lips inched closer, just as their lips were about to meet, when Jingzhu suddenly remembered something, a blush of embarrassment blooming on her cheeks. She quickly covered his lips. Wait, we haven't brushed our teeth. Pei Mingzhou, he wished to clarify that he had already brushed and didn't mind, but seeing her flustered expression, he chose not to press the matter. After all, they had a long future ahead of them. Ultimately, Pei Mingzhou placed a lingering kiss behind her ear, a deep mark filled with possessiveness, and a glimmer of satisfaction crossed his gaze before he released her from his hold. Once freed, when Jingzhu turned and embraced his slender waist, nuzzling her head against his chest, softly apologizing. I'm sorry for earlier. Please apologize to our little bird that I promise. I won't kick our little bird again. Pei Mingzhou fell silent for 3 peculiar seconds before earnestly correcting her phrasing. Not little. When Jingzhu, is that something we can say? Qin Su had spent a full hour grooming himself. When he finally emerged, he appeared refreshed and radiant. Even his bronze complexion seemed a shade lighter, accompanied by a delightful scent. Upon seeing him, when Jingzhu's eyes brightened, and she immediately leaped into his arms, complaining, Ah Su, why did you take so long? Cough, just trim my beard. When Jingzhu rose on her toes, cupping his face to examine him closely. Indeed, he looked considerably more handsome. Just then, a subtle fragrance of green bamboo wafted to her nose that, oh, did you spray cologne? No, it might just be my male pheromones. If that's the case, then Ah Su is a fragrant big dog. I like it. When Jingzhu's eyes sparkled as she smiled brightly. Compared to a scruffy little dog, she preferred a clean and fragrant one. Her sweet words instantly left Qin Su in a daze. his ears turning crimson as he bashfully covered his mouth with his fist to conceal the grin, threatening to break free. It seemed he would need to take better care of his appearance from now on. Yes, and my physique, he mused. Meanwhile, Pei Mingzhou, detecting the familiar scent of green bamboo, pursed his lips in silence. What male pheromones? It's clearly the male grooming products I bought this morning. After a moment, when Jingzhu commanded, I'll go wash up. You two order breakfast. Her tone was indulgent, showing no hesitation in issuing commands, since they were her men. She certainly wouldn't be coy. Qin Su and Pei Mingzhou readily complied. For centuries, serving the female had been ingrained in the very essence of male beasts, and Wen Jingzhu's unreserved demeanor clearly indicated that she did not consider them outsiders. They were more than pleased to oblige. Qin Su opened his holographic computer, meticulously searching for well-reviewed restaurants online, while Pei Mingzhou did the same, occasionally exchanging remarks to avoid duplicating their orders at tea this moment. Any previous tension between them had dissipated, revealing a surprisingly amicable atmosphere. This was hardly surprising, for in the minds of all male beasts across the galaxy, attending to the little female was of utmost importance. Any jealousy or rivalry had to be set aside. When Jingzhu returned, she was greeted by a lavish spread of breakfast, a delightful array of Chinese and Western dishes, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. Exquisite pastries, sandwiches, and milk, all beautifully presented. Did they arrive so quickly? She exclaimed in surprise, glancing at the clock that indicated a mere 10 minutes had passed. Qin Su pulled out a chair for her. Casually explaining, I added a few credits that is there anything you like? I like everything you ordered. When Jingzhu's eyes sparkled with affection as her sweet voice flowed like honey. After speaking, she planted gentle kisses on both handsome faces. A soft, fragrant kiss landed on their cheeks, leaving both Qin Su and Pei Mingzhou momentarily stunned. Seeing their reaction, when Jingzhu smiled brightly, playfully winking at them. Consider this your reward. Keep it up. Chapter 56. You three living well is better than anything else, it must be said. Wen Jingzhu's affectionate encouragement had a remarkably powerful effect. The two male beasts seemed to be invigorated, their eyes ablaze with enthusiasm as they vied to please her. Pei Mingzhou maintained a semblance of restraint, while Qin Su, the exuberant big dog, appeared eager to scoop his little female into his arms and feed her bite by bite. In response, when Jingzhu felt deeply touched but smiled and gently declined. Consequently, Qin Su regrettably retracted his hand and instead began to serve her food. Pei Mingzhou followed suit, using his chopsticks with precision and elegance, slyly pushing aside the vegetables Qin Su had placed on her plate. In just a minute or two, when Jingzhu watched in amazement as the plate before her transformed into a towering feast. Sensing the tower teetering on the brink of collapse, she swiftly snatched the topmost shrimp dumpling and deftly fed it to Qin Su. No need to serve anymore. This is sufficient. You should eat too. Delighted by the unexpected feeding, Qin Su savored the morsel, discovering for the first time just how delicious shrimp dumplings could be, watching the once quiet man now enjoying his meal. When Jingzhu finally relaxed, she picked up another xiaomai, preparing to take a bite, when she felt an intense gaze directed at her. Following the source of the gaze, she found Pei Mingzhou staring fixedly at her, specifically at the xiaomai in her hand that, in an instant, realization dawned upon her, and she hurriedly offered the dumpling towards him. Mingzhou, you should eat too. Pei Mingzhou accepted her offering with satisfaction, but when he encountered bits of wood, ear mushroom within, he subtly furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, he finished the xiaomai without complaint. The three of them continued to enjoy their breakfast in a comfortable silence, exchanging idle chatter from time to time, the atmosphere filled with warmth and camaraderie. Thus, when Jiang Xinlian arrived, the scene that greeted her was one of heartwarming bliss that, oh, you are all here. And Jiang, you're here. Please have a seat. Would you like something to eat? When Jingzhu greeted her enthusiastically, Qin Su and Pei Mingzhou echoed her sentiments. Politely acknowledging Jiang Xinlian's presence, no, I've already eaten. You all enjoy your meal. Jiang Xinlian playfully remarked with a smile, for as someone who had experienced similar situations, she immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere upon entering the room. The three children exchanged glances filled with a sticky intimacy, clearly communicating their intentions, leading to a favorable outcome. When Jingshu, faced with her elders, felt a twinge of shyness. She lowered her eyelashes and the tips of her ears. Pale as jade, flushed with a delicate pink. "Aunt Jiang, did you notice?" "Of course my eyesight is still sharp," Jiang Xinlian replied, settling beside the young lady, affectionately taking her hand and earnestly advising her. "Jingshu, both Qin Su and Pei Mingzhou are among the finest and most distinguished male beasts in the Federation. They are accomplished and virtuous. They will surely take good care of you in the future. Cherish what you have, but if they err, do not hesitate to discipline them." "I understand, Aunt Jiang." When Jingshu felt deeply touched by the motherly concern, sensing that Jiang Xinlian genuinely regarded her as a beloved younger relative, imparting heartfelt teachings and attentive care. Despite having only met the day before, the bond between them was enchantingly profound. Some individuals can grow weary of each other, even after decades, while others feel as though they have known each other forever, akin to family. Jiang Xinlian gazed tenderly at the obedient young female and couldn't help but sigh inwardly at how endearing she was, compelling her to care deeply. She turned her attention to the two males present, her gentle tone taking on a more serious note. "Both of you must uphold the virtues of masculinity and treat Jingshu well. It is an honor for you to have a delicate and exquisite female like her take an interest in you. Do not let it lead to arrogance. Should Jingshu ever choose to bestow upon you a fruit of her affection, you will then have your own little ones." When Jingshu silently observed Aunt Jiang as she admonished the two males, feeling an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, as if witnessing a mother-in-law establishing rules for her daughter-in-law. Nearly 20 minutes passed before Jiang Xinlian concluded her lecture, clearly demonstrating her support for one Jingshu. Qin Su's expression turned solemn as he nodded earnestly, pledging, "I will take good care of Jingshu. You can rest assured." He then fixed his fervent gaze upon the young lady, his blue eyes brimming with affection and devotion. I could see that moment. Qin Su felt a surge of warmth within him. Their future offspring, he mused, must be the cutest in the entire star system, or rather, the entire universe. He could never bear to scold them. Meanwhile, Pei Mingzhou also nodded slightly, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt Jiang, for your guidance." Jiang Xinlian was taken aback by his address, realizing that following a female leader brought about a remarkable change, even softening the demeanor of the typically aloof Pei Mingzhou. Alas, she wondered when her own son, with his lofty aspirations, would find a wonderful daughter-in-law like Jingshu. Jiang Xinlian sighed deeply within, shaking off her worries. She surveyed the trio before her, her face lighting up with satisfaction. "There is no need for thanks. It is far better for the three of you to live well." When Jingshu interjected, "Aunt Jiang, you've stolen my line." Amidst their lively banter, breakfast was soon concluded, with not a morsel wasted, as the two males devoured the feast with great enthusiasm. In the star system, the robust physique of the beastmen corresponded to their substantial appetites. Once the two diligent men tidied the room, Jiang Xian's expression shifted to seriousness as she broached the matter at hand. "Last night, I extracted considerable information from Meili. According to her, the Skull Pirates case involves several prominent families from the Dark Knight Star." As her words fell, the expressions of the three varied. One Jingshu's countenance changed slightly, her gaze flickering. "The Shao family, where Yusun resided, appeared to be among those families. Was the Shao family involved? Did Yusun know of this?" In an instant, when Jingshu's heart was in turmoil, Pei Mingzhou, noticing her distress, quietly took her cool hand in his long, strong fingers, slightly calloused yet warm, bringing her a measure of comfort. She believed that with Yusun's proud nature, he would undoubtedly disdain engaging in such sordid dealings. After a moment of silence, Qin Su pondered briefly, his demeanor returning to the stern authority of work, his attitude impeccably serious. "Is there concrete evidence?" "She has not produced any thus far," Jiang Xinlian replied, her tone somewhat subdued. The implication was clear to all present. It wasn't that evidence was absent, but rather concealed. Qin Su had encountered many criminals with such cunning, and without furrowing a brow. He continued to inquire, "What is her mental state? Can she endure an interrogation?" "She appeared to be in good spirits this morning. Director Qin, I will conduct a thorough mental assessment for her shortly." Pei Mingzhou interjected, clearly mindful of his responsibilities as her attending physician. Chapter 57. Had she not latched onto the thickest golden leg in the entire star system? Wen Jingshu's expression mirrored seriousness as she added, "If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to ask." "Very well. You are all good children," Jiang Xinlian replied, her smile warm as she regarded the trio. The Federation ultimately belonged to the youth. The more exceptional the next generation, the more at ease the elders felt. The four continued their discussion regarding upcoming arrangements, with the exception of Wen Jingshu, as the other three were quite occupied. Qin Su was tasked with the interrogation and gathering of evidence, while Pei Mingzhou focused on stabilizing Mei Li's physical and mental condition, for she was an essential witness. Jiang Xinlian would also continue to reassure Mei Li to ensure her willingness to testify. Once the serious matters were concluded, Wen Jingshu hesitated for a moment before revealing a detail she had discovered. "When I treated her yesterday, I found that the dream spores within her were almost embedded in her very bones, indicating they were not recently consumed but rather likely ingested over a prolonged period." Her revelation. The expressions of the others shifted. The peculiar nature of dream spores was not limited to their hallucinogenic properties. They also possessed a certain insidiousness. Once ingested, typical detection methods struggled to identify them unless subjected to comprehensive medical examinations. Despite being strictly prohibited by the Federation, dream spores continue to circulate, with some individuals secretly indulging in them to pursue ephemeral thrills and pleasures. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Su elaborated on the initial clues they had uncovered. "When we apprehended her, it was in an underground chamber. She was already unconscious, her body covered in scattered spores, and there were numerous disordered footprints surrounding her. We initially concluded that she had been force-fed the dream spores." As he reflected, he considered the possibility of her orchestrating the situation herself. Jiang Xinlian's gaze grew complex as she recalled the morning when Mei Li had tearfully claimed she had complied with those individuals' commands solely for self-preservation. "However, I don't fully believe her," she mused, suspecting that she might have been both coerced and tempted. The threads of evidence began to weave together, revealing a chilling complexity. The truth appeared far more intricate than it seemed. Although dream spores inflicted severe damage to the mind, they required a process to invade the body. Pei Mingzhou calmly analyzed. If a large quantity were ingested at once, it could indeed devastate one's mental state. But it could not penetrate the bones in such a short time that it seemed she had begun consuming them long ago. When Jingshu tapped her fingers lightly on the table, her bright eyes sparkling with intelligence. "If that is the case, let us boldly speculate. Mei Li may not merely be a bait, but could potentially be one of the masterminds. Throughout history, people have often fallen into a common misconception: a seemingly pitiful and frail woman versus a fierce, scarred man. The instinctual bias leads many to assume that the latter is the villain. Yet when faced with depraved and heartless criminals, conventional reasoning fails to apply. That it is vital to discard biases based on gender, appearance, and other superficial judgments. Qin Su, having interrogated a myriad of offenders, was unyielding and principled. With Wen Jingshu's insight, he quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Perhaps she is not unwilling to provide evidence, but rather too afraid to do so. If she is merely an accomplice, she could easily confess and lessen her punishment. However, if she is a mastermind, then those pieces of evidence would be her death warrant. And Jiang, I will trouble you to inquire indirectly later." Jiang Xinlian nodded in silence, feeling a lump in her throat as a chill crept into her heart. As the president of the Females Protection Association, she cherished every sister equally. Never did she anticipate that a female would exploit the kindness of her kin for selfish gain. Turning against them, such betrayal was all the more heartbreaking. Jiang Xinlian's eyes, a deep purple, contained a simmering fury as she struggled to contain her emotions. When Jingshu sensed her distress and gently clasped her hand, offering soft reassurance, "Aunt Jiang, you need not burden yourself with this. Evil knows no gender. It is merely the essence of malevolence. If the evidence is irrefutable, federal law will not grant her leniency due to her gender. Ultimately, she will receive the punishment she deserves." Hearing this comforting assurance, Jiang Xinlian felt a sense of relief wash over her. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she replied, "Jingshu, you are absolutely correct. She has betrayed the expectations of the Mother of Life, willingly forsaking the glory that belongs to her as a female. Thus, she can no longer be considered one of us. What we, as female protectors, ought to do is seek justice for the innocent female victims and uphold fairness. Rest assured, Aunt Jiang, our Public Security Bureau will exert every effort to gather evidence. Qin Su stated solemnly, his face serious that a single lie requires countless others to sustain it as long as we are determined. We will surely uncover the truth. After a moment, Wen Jingshu, sensing that her presence was no longer needed, decided to take her leave. You all carry on with your work. I shall return to the hotel. Should there be any need for assistance later, just let me know. Very well, and thank you for your hard work, dear child. Jiang Xinlian affectionately patted the girl's head. Then, as if recalling something, a hint of regret crossed her face. Ah yes, there is something I must apologize to you for, my dear. Regarding Mei Li's rehabilitation, I publicly claimed it was my achievement, concealing your involvement, but know that Aunt Jiang never intended to steal your credit. When Jingshu's thoughts shifted, and she immediately grasped the good intentions behind this action. The case of the Skull Pirates is vast and complex, and now is a critical moment. Should the mastermind behind it break free, it could put her in great danger, I understand. You are doing this to protect me. When Jingshu sincerely expressed her gratitude, her eyes filled with emotion. Qin Su and Pei Mengzhou shared similar expressions of gratitude. Fully aware that Jiang Xinlian's actions were not an attempt to claim glory, but rather to shoulder all the risks herself. Even if they could protect Jingshu, there is always the possibility of an oversight. Remaining hidden from the outset is indeed the safest course of action. After expressing her thanks, Wen Jingshu couldn't help but worry about Jiang Xinlian's situation. But Aunt Jiang, what will you do? If they come after you? Ha ha ha. Jingshu, you need not worry. They lack the audacity to assassinate the speaker's wife. Moreover, my dear Zhou has arranged for numerous bodyguards. Should they dare approach, I will ensure they do not return. Jiang Xinlian declared with a fierce confidence. When Jingshu widened her eyes in shock, realizing that Aunt Jiang was indeed the speaker's wife. This meant she had secured the most influential ally in the entire galaxy. Even after leaving the hospital and boarding Qin Su's maglev car, when Jingshu remained somewhat dazed, she turned to the man beside her, blinking her eyes in disbelief. Ah, Su, does this mean I can now walk through the Federation with impunity? Chapter 58. I still prefer your innocent and unpretentious self. Qin Su glanced sideways at his adorable little female companion, a smile flickering in his icy blue eyes. As he fastened her seatbelt, he indulgently echoed, Yes, yes, little crab. When Jingshu's cheeks flushed and she shot him a playful glare, if I were a crab, the first thing I would do is pinch that mouth of yours. That can be arranged. Qin Su leaned in, kissing the corner of her lips, the implication clear. When Jingshu playfully pushed his head away, Stop it. Focus on driving, slightly dissatisfied with the lack of a kiss. Qin Su suddenly recalled the 108 golden phrases that Zhang Baiyan had sneakily given him to win over little females. It was said to be an exclusive manual cherished by males across the galaxy. He had casually flipped through a page earlier and found a quote perfectly suited for the current moment. The diligent Qin bureau chief was quick to put into practice that he straightened his face, appearing even more cold and handsome, his piercing blue eyes narrowing slightly. Then he domineeringly tilted when Jingshu's chin, lowering his voice to produce a magnetic, charming tone as he commanded, Little female, I order you to silence my mouth. When Jingshu's little head was filled with confusion, was she still dreaming? Who was this strange, humorous man before her? Or was her typically stern and serious bureau chief? After some mental preparation, she finally accepted the reality. She exasperatedly swatted his hand away and pinched his cheeks, interrogating him. Where on earth did you learn these tricks? Zhang Baiyan taught me. Don't you like it? Qin Su mumbled, his handsome visage contorted as he was playfully manipulated. His cool and domineering image shattered. When Jingshu stifled her laughter, seriously assuring him, You've done well, but don't learn any more that I still prefer your innocent and unpretentious self. Really? Qin Su's disappointed expression brightened once more. When Jingshu's words implied that she liked him as he was, without needing to adopt any pretentious phrases or change himself out of course, she said, cupping his face and planting a kiss on his lips. All right, Sir Knight, it's time to set off. The soft kiss landed on Qin Su's lips like a dragonfly touching the water, and he happily raised his eyebrows, responding cheerfully, "At your command, my queen." That moment. The tall and handsome man had changed into a new outfit, his impeccably tailored dark golden uniform accentuating his gallant demeanor and striking presence. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, his sharp blue eyes focused intently ahead, his chiseled profile exuding a distinctive charm, resembling a gallant knight. When Jing Shu gazed at him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This was truly her bureau chief. He was uniquely himself, a vibrant spark in the universe. With a little female seated in the passenger seat, Qin Su drove exceptionally steadily this time. Unlike the last, when he had sped off like a blur, when Jing Shu relished the joy of the ride. She leisurely observed the scenery. Today appeared to be Friday, a designated day of rest in the Federation. Consequently, the streets were bustling with many beastmen, including a fair number of females. Most of them were tall and stylishly dressed, exuding a confident and vibrant aura, reminiscent of regal queens surrounded by a variety of handsome males, relishing their lively company. Speaking of which, it seemed that after millennia of genetic optimization, individuals in this world, regardless of gender, were quite aesthetically pleasing. When Jing Shu enjoyed the sight of handsome men and beautiful women all around, her mood greatly uplifted. Just as she was lost in thought, the maglev car came to a stop at an intersection. The next moment, a deep male voice drifted from beside her. "Are they handsome?" "Very handsome," when Jing Shu instinctively replied, only to turn and meet a pair of mournful blue eyes. She chuckled awkwardly and quickly added, "But not as handsome as you, really?" "Yes, yes. You are the most handsome in the universe in my heart." When Jing Shu turned slightly, tilting her head to plant a heavy kiss on the man's cheek. It must be said that certain big dogs were quite easy to appease. A sweet word or two paired with a kiss sufficed. Once she had appeased him, when Jing Shu turned her gaze away from the handsome males and instead focused on the fluffy little cubs. Many beastmen, taking advantage of the day off, were out enjoying the company of their young ones. The cubs were still too young to morph into their human forms, thus they clung tightly to their parents. Some were adorably wrapped around their father's legs like little sloths. Others perched on their father's head like mischievous eaglets. Still others lazily draped around their mother's neck like white snake babies. Among them, one particular cub stood out, drawing the attention of passers-by who cast curious glances. It was a little puppy, held by the scruff of its neck, its entire body covered in muddy, wet dirt. Rendering its original fur color unrecognizable. One could only wonder where it had been playing. Judging by its father's furious expression, it was likely to face a stern reprimand at home. When Jing Shu couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at the poor little creature. "Oh dear baby, stop having fun there. You are about to face a great calamity." The little puppy seemed to sense her gaze, locking eyes with her, its round, soulful eyes widening in surprise. "What a pretty big sister. She is looking at me. Wow, she is still looking at me. Is she my friend? Hee hee, pretty sister, wait for me. I will grow up soon and marry you." The little puppy's dreams of grandeur made its mouth stretch into a wide grin, its pink tongue happily lolling out. After a moment, it suddenly remembered its current embarrassing state, quickly covering its eyes with its little muddy paws to hide its shame. Seeing this comical act, its father couldn't help but be intrigued. "Hey, you little rascal, you know how to reflect on your actions? Consider yourself fortunate. I'll go easy on you. Whimper, 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 Dad. Don't scold me when we get home. I'm so embarrassed." "What are you whining about? You are not displaying the might and grandeur of our Alaskan lineage at all." A mournful wail echoed through the heavens, the lament of a puppy tugging at the heartstrings of onlookers, eliciting bursts of laughter from the crowd. In that moment, the air was suffused with a vibrant sense of joy. When Jing Shu, swept up in a lively and harmonious atmosphere, could not help but beam with a radiant smile. Her anticipation bubbling over as she envisioned the future splendor of a nursery for these adorable little creatures. The sheer cuteness of these furry darlings was undeniably heartwarming. "Jing Shu, do you have a fondness for puppies?" Qin Su inquired, his eyes sparkling with expectation as he observed the girl's beaming countenance. "Absolutely," when Jing Shu replied without the slightest hesitation. "Fluffy creatures are the most delightful." As this thought crossed her mind, The image of the man's gray, beastly ears suddenly flickered in her mind, igniting a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. By the way, Sue, I still don't know your beast form. If you cherish the little ones, I could hatch a whole brood, he offered, his straightforwardness causing a blush to creep up his neck, even though they had already been candid with each other. However, in his heart, the girl before him had long since become the recognized female sovereign of his life. He belonged entirely to her and felt no need for concealment. And why beast form is that of an Alsatian wolf dog. An Alsatian, when Jingshu exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of surprise, followed by a furrow of confusion. But why are your beast ears gray? I have a trace of the Howl Moon's silver wolf bloodline. Chin Su disclosed his secret without reservation. If not for the inappropriateness of the current setting, he would have transformed into his majestic beast form to showcase his formidable physique, sturdy muscles, and immense strength before his future female sovereign. Perhaps such a display might endear him to her even more. What ill intentions could a big dog possibly harbor? He merely sought to please his master, the Howl Moon's silver wolf. Even without witnessing the beast form, the name alone sent waves of excitement coursing through Jingshu. That sounds so cool and impressive, she exclaimed, her bright eyes sparkling with fervor as she scrutinized the man beside her. So, Asu truly was a big wolf dog. His personality perfectly encapsulated the suspicion of a wolf and the loyalty of a dog. There was no place more suited for him than the Security Bureau. Moreover, Alsatians are renowned for their high intelligence and strong obedience as police dogs. Most importantly, he was undeniably handsome. Chin Su felt a surge of delight at the increasingly fervent gaze of the young female. It seemed that Jingshu was genuinely intrigued by his beast form. Would you like to see it? He inquired. Yes, I want to touch it too, when Jingshu replied eagerly, a flush of excitement coloring her cheeks. The thought of an Alsatian with the Howl Moon's silver wolf bloodline sounded both imposing and magnificent. I want to ride it later and see how majestic it is, unbeknownst to Chin Su, who was completely oblivious to her thoughts of riding a wolf. He would have readily agreed had he known. He would have happily indulged her for as long as she wished. He gazed at the girl, whose face was alight with anticipation, his expression suffused with tenderness and indulgence. You can touch it when we reach the hotel. Okay. When Jingshu could hardly contain herself, yet she restrained her eager hands, silently fantasizing about how she would pet the cool, big wolf. It had to be a delightful experience, with plenty of affectionate strokes. Speaking of which, during her time in the interstellar beast world, she had hardly had the chance to pet any furry creatures. A white tiger. Meow. Little female, have you forgotten about the adorable ones in the original forest? A few minutes later, a stunning azure magnetic levitation vehicle sped towards them and came to a halt before the towering skyscraper. Chin Su was the first to exit, swiftly moving to the passenger side to open the door for the young woman. Although the door could have opened automatically, he took it upon himself to do so. This gesture was not merely a display of his thoughtfulness, but also a sign of respect towards his future female sovereign. When Jingshu took note of this small detail and felt immense satisfaction. Whether it be a boyfriend or a husband, what girls truly desire is simply a considerate attitude. If he couldn't even tolerate the smallest of tasks, how could she expect anything more from him in the future? In this world, whether it was Chin Su, Mu Yunla, Pei Ming Zhou, or Xiao Yueshuan, along with other male beasts, they all excelled in this regard, constantly revolving around their female sovereigns and prioritizing her feelings above all else. Furthermore, these male beasts were not only handsome, but also upheld their masculine virtues, even hatching their offspring. When Jingshu found herself increasingly fond of this world, she linked her arm with a man's and tilted her head curiously, asking Sue, how do you male beasts hatch your young? By transforming into our beast forms to incubate. Chin Su's face turned slightly red, feeling a tad embarrassed, yet a flicker of secret delight danced in his eyes. Was Jingshu's sudden question a hint? Did she wish to have a puppy with him? He would certainly fulfill his duties as a father beast and take good care of the eggs. When Jingshu nodded thoughtfully before suddenly focusing on the man's tall and robust figure, a hint of concern crossing her face. But wouldn't that crush them? No, the embryos are soft and elastic, so they won't easily get hurt. Oh, does it hurt for the females to give birth? Although I've never given birth, my mother beast said it just pops out. Chin Su cleared his throat awkwardly. He patted the girl's head as they walked into the skyscraper, explaining the basic knowledge of the beast world in detail. After a month of consuming the embryo fruit, the female would lay the embryos, which were only the size of a chicken egg. Moreover, giving birth would not harm the female's body, but on the contrary, it would provide nourishment and enhance her vitality. This was one reason why females generally lived longer than males. Wen Jingshu felt genuinely elated after hearing this. For thousands of years, countless women had suffered the pains of childbirth, with many even perishing in the delivery room. The experience of childbirth was akin to traversing the gates of hell, and this was no exaggeration, but a grim reality paved with the blood and suffering of innumerable women. The severe adverse reactions during pregnancy, the excruciating pain during labor, and the series of postpartum complications. Even though gynecological medicine on Earth had made continuous advancements, it could not entirely erase these enormous costs of childbirth. Little did she expect that, a millennium later, women had finally ushered in true liberation from the burdens of childbirth, when Jingshu silently expressed her gratitude to the benevolent and great mother of life. After her prayer, she brought her drifting thoughts back and eagerly posed another question to the man. So, does that mean the more females give birth, the longer they live? In theory, yes. However, most females are reluctant to have too many offspring. Why is that? When Jingshu blinked in confusion, before the man could respond, she suddenly recalled a certain post, and enlightenment dawned upon her. I get it. It's probably because the little ones are too noisy, right? Yes, especially for those with multiple male partners. Each person has a pup, and soon the house is overrun with them, leaving no room to spare. The earnest Chin Su provided an example, while subtly dropping hints. When Jingshu was well aware of his subtle intentions, she lowered her head, stifling a chuckle, and then feigned a sigh of regret. Really, I was thinking of having a whole soccer team in the future. Now that she understood that giving birth had only benefits and no downsides, she was no longer averse to the idea of having puppies. After all, they would just pop out with ease. At most, she'd have a few more pops. Plus, the arduous tasks of hatching and raising the young would all fall to the male partners. The female sovereigns would merely need to play the role of a carefree manager, occasionally showering them with maternal affection. A soccer team? Chin Su's expression froze. How many little pups would that entail? And, if each had a pup, how many male partners would that require? No. If there are too many males, where would that leave my place in your heart? He abruptly halted, locking eyes with the girl, and earnestly made a solemn promise. Don't worry that if you love the little ones, I can hatch a whole brood. Chapter 60. Marla. The president's house has been robbed. Guffaw, a whole brood, huh? When Jingshu covered her mouth, laughing so hard that she nearly trembled. Forgive her for her low humor threshold, but the thought of a mighty, robust black wolf dog squatting in a nest like a doting mother hen, hatching eggs, the imagery was simply too amusing. Seeing the little female in such high spirits, Chin Su mistakenly believed she truly adored puppies. One brood, not enough? He hesitantly inquired, before his face suddenly took on a resolute expression, as if he had made a momentous decision. Then, 2 broods? 2 nests were already the utmost limit he could incubate. Shifts were split between day and night, and when fatigue set in, he would doze off while still tending to the eggs. Furthermore, he had heard that hatching eggs was no easy feat, laden with numerous considerations. Upon returning, he intended to seek guidance from the elder beast and his older brother regarding the intricacies of incubation. The gray-haired man wore a serious expression, as if he had already rehearsed the hatching process in his mind. Witnessing this, Wen Jingshu couldn't help but laugh heartily, her delicate and graceful face resembling a blooming mountain flower. Bright and lively, with her crescent-shaped peach blossom eyes radiating sweetness that warmed the heart. Passers-by, who had been glancing over, were now utterly captivated. 2 male beasts, distracted by the sight, collided into each other with a thud. Wincing in pain, yet reluctant to divert their gaze, Chin Su naturally noticed the intense stares from the onlookers. He furrowed his brow slightly, subtly positioning himself in front of the young lady to spare her any discomfort. After a while, when Jingshu finally stifled her laughter, she embraced the man's arm and playfully shook it, her voice, as always, soft and melodious. now tinged with a hint of sweetness as she coquettishly spoke. All right, no need to think about that. You aren't hatching eggs right now, that I have no plans for offspring at the moment. We have just started dating, and I wish to savor the joys of sweet romance a bit longer. Having been single for so long, Wen Jingshu did not wish to rush into the grave of marriage. She simply wanted to relish the pleasures of dopamine release and the allure of a man in his prime, with his beauty and strength. Hearing this, Chin Su's expression momentarily faltered. He observed their intimate posture and the young female's affectionate gestures, suddenly realizing that a little cub seemed somewhat superfluous. That you're right, there's no rush. Forget about the cubs. Let's not mention them. Between a wife and cubs, I would unhesitatingly choose the former. What cubs? I am busy snuggling with my lovely wife. My heart and eyes are filled only with you. Chin Su leaned down to kiss the top of the young lady's head, his cold and sharp features softened with tenderness. When Jingshu was taken aback by the man's sweet words, she raised an eyebrow, playfully poking his robust chest, teasingly remarking, "So the usually stern director can also utter sweet nothings. It's the truth. Your words are sweet. Do say more of them. I enjoy listening." "All right," Chin Su replied earnestly, secretly contemplating learning some sweet nothings online upon their return. The internet was replete with charming phrases to woo a young lady, something the former director Chin had scoffed at, but which the current Chin Su was now diligently studying late into the night. "Ding! The 106th floor has arrived. We wish you a pleasant visit." The two stepped out of the floating lift and soon arrived at the hotel lobby. The front desk staff's eyes lit up upon seeing the familiar figure. "Miss Wen, you are back?" "Yes," Wen Jingshu replied with a slight smile and a polite nod. The front desk staff's eyes shone even brighter, eager to strike up a conversation. However, the next moment, a sharp glint shot through the air, causing him to shudder. Following the gaze, he saw a tall, imposing man with rugged features, his icy blue eyes piercingly fixed on him. The man's law enforcement uniform and the aura of authority he exuded signified his extraordinary status. The front desk staff immediately lowered his head, silencing himself. He dared not offend such a person, unsure of the relationship between Miss Wan and him. Yet, observing their intimate demeanor, it was evident that it was far from ordinary. The front desk staff's curiosity burned within him, and, as soon as the two departed, he couldn't contain his excitement and opened his device, posting this sensational news in the hotel staff's private group. "Oh my, the president's household has been robbed." "What? The president's household is gone." "What? The company is going bankrupt?" "What do you mean? Clarify." "Just now, Miss Wen brought a strange male beast to the hotel, and they were holding hands. I was terrified, thinking the company was going under. But wait, isn't Miss Wen our future president's wife? A beautiful young lady like her, having multiple husbands is quite normal. If only she could notice me. I would, quick, someone wake up the one upstairs. Alas, poor president, just returned from a business trip and his home gets robbed. What a tragedy. President, please come back. Don't get stuck in that awful business trip. If you don't return soon, your wife will truly be lost." Just as the hotel staff were engrossed in their gossip, a particular message abruptly interrupted. "Wang Shu Sunyu. Return immediately. Keep a close watch on that little thief." The front desk staff nearly dropped his device, astonished. "What? The president? How is he in this group? Oh no, he won't fire me for stepping into the hotel with my left foot first. Will he?" The front desk staff's face fell, feeling disheartened. Meanwhile, Wen Jingshu was brimming with excitement, eager to try something new. To Su, quickly transform into your beast form. "I want to touch. Just a moment." Chin Su, seeing the young lady's impatience, affectionately ruffled her hair before deftly unbuttoning the first button of his uniform. Wen Jingshu, puzzled by a strange action, asked, "Wait, why are you unbuttoning? The beast form is much larger. It might tear the clothes." Upon hearing this, Wen Jingshu realized she had asked a rather foolish question. "Oh, I see. Do you need to take it all off?" Chin Su did not respond, but a hint of crimson crept onto his bronze visage. Understanding dawned upon Wen Jingshu. However, although they had frolicked the previous day, they had not fully revealed themselves to one another. The thought of seeing the man completely naked caused her cheeks to flush. "Should I step away?" "No need. I will ensure your satisfaction." The man's deep, rich voice whispered in her ear, low and enticing. Wen Jingshu, that statement sounded rather peculiar. Was it her imagination? As a meticulously tailored dark gold uniform yielded to his deft fingers, an unspoken tension filled the room. Two breaths, heated and rapid, intertwined, seeming to raise the very temperature around them. When Jingshu gazed at the man's gradually exposed chest, the solid muscles faintly visible through the white undergarment, she bit her lip lightly. Her beautiful eyes wide open, clearly captivated by the irresistible allure of the man before her. Chapter 61. In my heart, this is the most exquisite blue crystal flower. Chin Su noticed the young lady's fervent gaze, and a smile flickered in his eyes as he deliberately took his time unbuttoning. Indeed, the tantalizing sight stirred Wen Jingshu's impatience. She rose on her toes, reaching out to help him remove his clothing. Just then, an urgent video call came through to Chin Su's device, and on the screen appeared a platinum-haired man clad in a white coat, his cold eyes peering over gold-rimmed glasses. "What are you two doing?" With the doctor's interruption, when Jingshu not only missed a glimpse of the chiseled abs, but also failed to touch the imposing figure of the mighty wolf beast. She could only regretfully squeeze his chest through the shirt, attempting to satiate her yearning, while simultaneously buttoning him back up and softly reassuring, "Business is important. You go ahead and attend to it. Once you're done, show me your beast form." "All right," Chin Su replied reluctantly, his gaze lingering on the young lady in his arms, filled with a greedy and infatuated longing, tracing every inch of her delicate face, etching it into his memory, yet still unable to gaze upon her enough. Minutes later, when Jingshu had finished straightening his uniform and stepped back to admire his tall and upright figure. "All right, my director is truly handsome." "Jingshu," Chin Su softly called her name, his blue eyes brimming with deep affection and reluctance. The case at hand was intricate and entangled, involving many parties, and yes, the director of the Central Security Bureau. He bore full responsibility for uncovering the truth. The days ahead would undoubtedly be filled with busyness, and it remained uncertain when he would see her again. Chin Su wrapped his arms around the young lady's slender waist, holding her tightly, wishing for nothing more than to be with her always, never to part. In the tender embrace, the bitter sweetness of impending separation loomed over them that he found it increasingly difficult to loosen his grasp on the soft, fragrant figure in his arms. When Jingshu reciprocated the embrace, feeling the warmth of his broad chest, which emanated a profound sense of security. In her first love, she had yet to fully experience the sweetness of romance, but was already grappling with the sorrow of parting. The two held each other in silence, with neither uttering a word, silently wishing for time to slow down, to linger in this moment forever. Alas, even in an advanced interstellar era 1,000 years hence, time travel remained an unachievable dream. Realizing the hour was growing late, when Jingshu hastily urged, "All right, we should head back. Don't delay important matters." Chin Su tightened his embrace for a brief moment before decisively releasing her soft form. Before parting, he cupped her face in his hands, leaning down to plant a lingering kiss on her forehead. "Wait for me to return." "Okay," when Jingshu nodded earnestly, then rose on her toes to plant a gentle kiss on his lips, a farewell kiss. "Awaiting your return, there's a reward in store." The young girl playfully winked, instantly lightening the somber atmosphere. Chin Su couldn't help but curve his lips, his heart swelling with both reluctance and a burgeoning sense of anticipation. "Lately my duties have kept me exceedingly busy. You must take good care of yourself. Should anything arise, feel free to seek assistance from Zhang Bian. Do not overexert yourself." When Jingshu obediently responded to the man's concern, Chin Su gently caressed her hair, gazing deeply into her eyes before turning to leave like a tea that moment. However, the girl abruptly called out to him, "Wait, I still have something to give you." When Jingshu chided herself, tapping her forehead, then hurried into the workshop. In less than a minute, she returned, cradling a deep blue velvet box, rushing back with urgency. "Here, a gift for you, not a gift. Indeed, it's something I made with my own hands." Chin Su accepted the box, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, momentarily at a loss for words. In the galaxy, it is customary for male bees to present gifts to females, and this was crafted by her own hands. Regardless of its nature, the weight of her heartfelt intention was invaluable. Moreover, considering the time invested, this gift must have taken several days to prepare. During that time, he had harbored doubts about her. even surveilling her. He felt utterly wretched. In an instant, Chin Su was nearly overwhelmed by a tidal wave of guilt. What's wrong? When Jingshu looked up at him, puzzled. Hurry, open it and see. I'm curious if you will like it. I do like it. Chin Su's voice was somewhat hoarse and dry, as if struggling to contain the tumultuous emotions within. Don't brush me off. You haven't even opened it. When Jingshu playfully chided. Unable to resist. Reluctantly, Chin Su composed himself and carefully opened the box, his face betraying his anticipation. The sun shone brightly, illuminating a stunning blue crystal flower brooch, lying upon the black velvet, dazzling in its icy blue brilliance. In that moment, Chin Su's heart surged with an overwhelming sensation of tenderness. The blue crystal flower symbolizes trust. It is beautiful. I adore it. He admired it quietly, hesitant to touch it, fearing he might mar this profoundly significant gift. The man's affection and reverence were unmistakable. When Jingshu couldn't help but beam with joy. Then, a hint of shyness colored her cheeks as she explained, however, it's not a real blue crystal flower. It's made of blue crystal stone. Yes, I understand. Yet in my heart, this is the most beautiful, precious, and unique blue crystal flower. Chin Su spoke earnestly, his piercing blue eyes fixed upon the girl, brimming with ardent and profound affection that seemed almost to melt her. When Jingshu felt her ears flush under his unabashed gaze, as long as you like it. Here, let me pin it on you. All right. Chin Su bent down slightly to allow the petite female to reach his chest. The solemn and dignified dark golden uniform was enhanced by the vibrant blue crystal flower, adding a touch of brilliance while preserving its elegance and mystery. When Jingshu nodded in satisfaction, then feigned arrogance. Lifting her chin, this is an honorary medal bestowed upon you by your queen, my most loyal knight. I await your triumphant return to your command, my queen. Chin Su took the girl's hand, slightly bowing his head. Placing a kiss upon her delicate hand, akin to a knight pledging his most sincere vow to his queen. The German Shepherds are an exceptionally loyal breed. Once they recognize their master, they remain devoted for life. 2 minutes later, a sleek blue vehicle sped towards the Capitol Hospital that moment, outside the special treatment room. Zhang Baiyan craned his neck, peering into the lobby below, seemingly awaiting someone. Recent cases had seen new developments, and the hound were back to work before they could catch their breath. Meanwhile, he, a novice, had been deemed clumsy and dispatched to run errands for the director. This task was neither particularly difficult nor easy. After all, it was the direct superior, and one couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive, fearing a slip of the tongue or a misstep. Before long, a tall and imposing figure entered the lobby. His nearly 2-meter tall, muscular physique exuding an aura of authority, making him quite conspicuous. Zhang Baiyan's eyes lit up, and he hurried to welcome him at the elevator. As the doors opened, Chin Su met the eager, silly smile of his subordinate. What are you doing standing here? Chapter 62. Dr. Pei, how did you know that Jingshu gave me a gift? Director. I'm here to welcome you, of course. Zhang Baiyan's face was plastered with a sycophantic grin. While internally he felt a swell of self-admiration, he truly was a genius. His knack for flattery was instinctual. If this were ancient Huaxia, he would certainly be regarded as a top-tier eunuch, favored and trusted. However, to his surprise, his superior did not appear pleased. Instead, his expression darkened. Am I that old? The man's frosty gaze pierced through Zhang Baiyan, his deep, authoritative voice dripping with a chilling intensity. Zhang Baiyan shivered involuntarily. Realizing he had misspoken, he quickly denied. Not old. Not old. They say male beasts are in their prime at 41. You're only 30 this year. You're at the peak of your charm, with the allure of a mature male. The young females adore beasts like you. Upon hearing this flattery, Chin Su's dark expression softened slightly. Seizing the moment, Zhang Baiyan hastily shifted the topic. Director, have you used that book of secrets? Did Miss One like it? Naturally, Chin Su replied nonchalantly, then handed a small booklet to him. However, it's not due to your book's merits. She said she liked me just as I am, without needing any changes, speaking of his beloved female. The man's stern visage softened, and a sweet smile graced his lips. Zhang Baiyan clutched the booklet, his mouth twitching. Who understands family? Even a steel-strong male like the director is liked. I'm handsome. I speak well. Why don't any young females take notice of me? Zhang Bian sighed inwardly. While maintaining a cheerful facade, such an outstanding male beast as the director, it shows true discernment on Miss Wen's part. Qin Su replied with restrained acknowledgement, then subtly straightened his chest, his vibrant blue eyes glimmering with expectation. Do you notice any change in me today? Change? Zhang Bian was taken aback, unable to fathom. Doesn't he, the director, wear his uniform year-round? How could there be any change? He scratched his head in confusion, mustering the courage to scan his superior from head to toe. Suddenly, a flash of blue caught his eye. Zhang Bian's realization dawned. Director, that brooch is stunning. Did Miss Wen give it to you? She made it herself. The young female made it herself? Zhang Bian was momentarily dumbfounded. Disbelief etched across his face. Once he regained his wits, he felt as if he were submerged in sour juice, bubbling with envy. Ugh! Damn it! Why does this steel-strong male beast get to enjoy such privileges? At that moment, a small husky's heart crumbled. Meanwhile, the instigator, having reveled in his triumph, swaggered away, leaving Zhang Bian in a river of sorrow. Upon entering the treatment room, Qin Su fortuitously encountered his rival, an excellent opportunity he could not let slip by without boasting. He feigned nonchalance, adjusting his collar to let the blue crystal flower brooch dazzle in front of his adversary. Pei Mingzhou glanced at the man blocking his path, his brow furrowed, ready to speak, but was preempted by the latter. Dr. Pei, how did you know that Jingshu sent me a gift? Jingshu mentioned she made this with her own hands for me, while blue crystal flowers are exceedingly rare in the galaxy. This one is truly unique. Dr. Pei, wouldn't you agree? Pei Mingzhou, confronted by his rival's blatant display, finally lost his composure. He shot a cold glare at the man, his expression devoid of warmth. Director Qin Su, bored, decided to take a stroll outside the hospital. I'm quite busy. With that, Pei Mingzhou sidestepped the man and exited. His stride remained steady and powerful, yet each step seemed to falter, revealing the turmoil beneath his composed exterior. Back in the lounge, Pei Mingzhou retrieved a necklace from his pocket, his slender, pale fingers delicately caressing the emerald. It's just a brooch that he and Ionia share, a couple's necklace, which she wears daily. Clearly cherishing his gift. Why did Ionia only give that wild dog a gift? Doesn't he deserve one as well? Or perhaps Ionia doesn't hold any affection for him? The man pressed his thin lips tightly together, lowering his eyelids, while his pale, golden eyelashes trembled gently, resembling fallen feathers abandoned in the wind, exuding an indescribable sense of desolation. Within the towering confines of the Skyline Hotel, Wen Jingshu remained oblivious to the fact that a seemingly trivial gift had ignited a fierce conflict. After finishing her lunch, she decided to check on the progress of her new home's construction. To her delight, the results were quite promising. In less than 10 days, nearly half of the work had been completed. Various models of construction robots moved efficiently and orderly, akin to a colony of ants, diligently constructing their nest. When Jingshu felt both surprise and anticipation, realizing that she would soon be able to move into her new abode. Furthermore, the building materials from Xingji were environmentally friendly and harmless, alleviating any concerns regarding formaldehyde and the like. After inspecting the construction site, Wen Jingshu returned to the hotel with peace of mind. That evening, after taking a shower, Wen Jingshu leaned against her bed and began to play on her holographic device. Upon seeing a list of friends, she could not resist sending a message to a certain individual. "Yu-sun, are you doing well on Minji's star?" An hour passed, yet her device remained silent, devoid of any response. Disheartened, Wen Jingshu closed the chat window, a wave of worry washing over her. Previously, Yu-sun had publicly released a statement of condemnation, suggesting he might be unaware of the skeleton star thief incident, indicating that there was likely some turmoil within the Shao family, in a vast family embroiled in various interests. Factional struggles were, naturally, not unexpected. Though she was unaware of Xiao Yu-sun's exact status within the family, his position as the president of the Shao Corporation certainly suggested he held significant sway, yet being at the center of such turbulence often indicated peril. Sighing in melancholy, when Jingshu lost interest in her holographic device and decided to retire early for the night, perhaps due to the fatigue of the past few days compounded by her heavy thoughts. She swiftly drifted into a deep slumber, in the warmly comforting room. The girl's breaths were shallow and prolonged, the silvery moonlight cascading across the floor, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and serenity. Meanwhile, on the distant Minji star, a tempest of intrigue brewed beneath the surface. Yi Lu, the largest mercenary organization in the galaxy, was renowned and feared across the stars, especially in the chaotic realm of Minji Star. Where few were unaware of its formidable reputation. This day, Yi Lu maintained a 100 success rate in their missions, with never failure. Here, one could post any bounty task, even the assassination of the Speaker of the Federal Assembly, provided one possessed sufficient star coins. However, despite their illustrious reputation, Yi Lu remained shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing the location of their headquarters until this moment, within a dim and eerie underground base. A voice rang out, "Boss, boss, we VE struck gold, we VE struck gold. We're rich. Look at you, what a remarkable achievement, making a little extra pocket change." No, this time, Yi Lu is genuinely rolling in wealth. Someone just posted a bounty on the dark web, offering a staggering 10 billion star coins. Oh, 10 billion. E raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A slender, elongated finger twirled a dagger like a delicate butterfly, its tip glinting with a chilling radiance. What is the task? Assassinate a female. A female. E paused, retracting his previously carefree demeanor, his expression growing serious. What is her identity? I'll check right now, and no need. I've got a hunch. That E pondered for a moment, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Boss, who is it? A precious female. Someone is willing to pay a fortune for her life rather than capture her. Don't you find that strange? E countered with a question. Oh, right. That does seem rather peculiar. His subordinate scratched his head, appearing somewhat puzzled. So, what is this female's identity? Who else could it be besides the bait? The bait? But wasn't she captured by the hounds? Why go through the trouble of assassinating her then? E cast a sidelong glance at his burly subordinate, feeling exasperated by his lack of comprehension. Bai, you should occasionally exercise that brain of yours. What other reason could there be besides a threat to the interests of the individual behind the scenes? Bai, still bewildered, refrained from retorting, merely offering a timid correction. Boss, I'm a bear, not a pig. Oh, it doesn't make much difference. That Bai, feeling both indignant and aggrieved, squatted in a corner, drawing circles. Ignoring him, E continued to twirl the dagger, deep in thought. However, I'm quite curious how the Central Star managed to eliminate the dream spores. That bait was ruthless not only to others but also to herself. She consumed a full 10 grams. 10 grams? ISNT that worth 1,000,000 star coins. Bai's eyes widened in shock, followed by a round of lamentation. If only that money were given to me. Then I could feast on Xylan snow honey like it was a meal. Feast on it? E scoffed at his subordinate's lack of ambition. Look at how many good teeth you have left of a legendary steed of Chiyu, and you don't even have a single sharp tooth. Aren't you embarrassed to disgrace your ancestors? Whoa, boss, I was wrong. I promise I won't eat honey again. Hearing this absurd promise, E couldn't help but roll his eyes. All right, let us push this task aside. Boss, aren't you going to reconsider? That has 10 billion star coins. Besides, that bait is no good female. Precisely because of that, she should be tried by the federal court to give the victim a measured justice. He spoke indifferently, his emerald eyes deep and inscrutable, evoking a sense of mystery. Bai, unable to grasp the convoluted reasoning, asked straightforwardly, Boss, when did you become so righteous? You foolish bear, what do you understand? This is called professional ethics. Oh, well then, boss, you're truly noble. I shall return the bounty now. Wait. EE's gaze sharpened as he called out to his subordinate. Those foolish tycoons. Oh no, the cash cows. Had they already paid the reward? Indeed, that as soon as the words left his lips, someone's eyes lit up with the shape of star coins. Cough, cough. Bai, have you ever heard an ancient saying from Huaxia? What? To eliminate evil and uphold good, to rob the rich and aid the poor. I understand now. A child could be taught. Boss, you're trying to get your hands on that money. Cough, cough. Can mercenary work be called greed? All right, transfer the star coins to me. However, boss, If we take the money without doing the job, what if it gets out? Never mind. Those people 1T last long. If the employer dies, it counts as completing the task. Huh. M.O. was bewildered, greatly shocked. By the way, pass this information to the Central Security Bureau. This way, Director Chin will owe me 2 favors. As he issued his orders, he counted the string of zeros in his holographic account. A pleasant smile creeping onto his face. After M.O. left, he opened his holographic device, kindly sending a free piece of information to a certain individual. Little did he expect that the old man from the Shao family would become involved as well. Not surprising. These hypocritical old foxes are all of the same ilk, appearing respectable and well-dressed while engaging in more sordid activities than even those of Yin Yilu. Nevertheless, a grand performance is about to unfold. How delightful! Let the chaos reign. The bigger, the better. This world is simply too dull. One must find some amusement. The youth laughed with a wicked and frenzied glee, his emerald eyes shimmering with a bewitching glow in the darkness. Simultaneously, within the old residence of the Shao family, an intense argument erupted in the antiquated main hall. Why do you insist on getting involved? I've already dealt with those parasitic branches, and they had not yet made their move. As long as our main branch remains prudent, we want to be implicated. Why must you wade through this murky water? Xiao Yusun erupted in fury, his voice nearly a roar, his golden eyes filled with crimson veins. In that moment, he had lost all semblance of his previous nobility and grace. Unfilial son, you wretched child. I am your father. How dare you shout me like that? Where's your upbringing? A middle-aged man, elegant in appearance, but with hair turning gray, reprimanded in exasperation. Upbringing. Xiao Yusun suppressed his rage, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. Your offspring. Have you ever taught me anything? Didn't I hire the best etiquette teacher for you? What more do you want? Moreover, I am not only your offspring, but also the patriarch of the Shao family. Can you not see the bigger picture and empathize with your father? Xiao Fu employed both soft and hard tactics, wearing an expression of profound sorrow, utterly oblivious to his own faults. Upon hearing his words, even though Xiao Yusun had not harbored any expectations, his heart inevitably sank a little. He offered a self-deprecating smile, fixating his gaze on the obstinate, increasingly muddled patriarch of the Shao family. Considering the overall situation, your current actions are dragging the Shao family into the abyss. But isn't everything fine now? Xiao Fu retorted with a facade of bravado, yet the flicker of guilt in his eyes betrayed his insecurity. He had been deceived by other families, who warned that the disgrace of a collateral branch, if exposed, would tarnish the reputation and esteem of the entire Shao clan. Thus, it seemed more prudent to silence them entirely. The moment he returned, regret washed over him. Fortunately, it was not too late to halt the course. After more than 20 years, you remain unchanged. Xiao Yusun inhaled deeply, disappointment heavy in his heart. Chapter 64. It turns out he is not the young master, but the little prince of the castle. For the sake of familial interests, everything else is disregarded. You are fully aware of the sordid affairs of those families, yet still choose to entangle yourself with them. Have you forgotten the fate of your mother beast all those years ago? At this remark, the once arrogant Xiao Fu hunched over, his murky eyes clouded with remorse as new lines etched themselves at the corners. Though in the prime of life, he resembled a weary old beast. His lips trembled violently, and after many years, he finally uttered a long-buried apology. I am sorry for your mother beast. Xiao Yusun listened in silence to his father beast's heartfelt confession. Yet his expression revealed no hint of emotion. Your apology comes too late, he uttered flatly, then turned on his heel without hesitation. Upon returning to the desolate master bedroom, Xiao Yusun activated his light brain and revisited a particular message. Even through the screen, he could sense the warmth of concern emanating from IT that moment. A gentle warmth surged into his heart, dispelling the chilling despair and sorrow that had enveloped him. Xiao Yusun extended his finger, yearning to touch the comforting moonlight through the ethereal screen. But then, as if recalling something, a flicker of pain crossed his eyes, and his fingertip recoiled as if struck by lightning. Ultimately, he shut down the light brain, collapsed onto the grand bed, and shielded his eyes with his arm, sinking into a profound self-loathing. He had just condemned those individuals as filthy. Yet was he not the same? How could a flower born of mud remain untainted? As the scion of the Shao family, having navigated the shadows for years, his hands were already stained with blood. Moreover, he inherently bore the selfish and frigid bloodline of that person. Was he worthy of loving others? Did he deserve to be loved? The man lay despondently on the bed, his inky black hair disheveled and obscuring his brows, while his taut jawline exhibited a cold pallor. Outside the window, the night was thick as a dense fog, silently seeping in, devouring the surrounding light and warmth. On this starless night, as usual, neither stars were visible nor the moon to be found. Only boundless darkness and solitude remained. 3 days later, since the news of the assassination broke, Mei Li had been in a state of constant unease. Chairman Jiang and Qin Su seized the opportunity, one playing the role of the good cop and the other the bad cop, finally coaxing her into a confession. Mei Li was well aware that with her accomplices turned enemies, her only chance of survival lay in dragging them down with her. Thus, she presented evidence of other instigators' crimes as leverage for negotiation, seeking a reduction in her sentence. However, Mei Li had now become the passive party, requiring the protection of the Public Security Bureau, leaving her with no room for negotiation. Consequently, the stern Qin director did not relent, proceeding with official business, informing her that the matter would ultimately be decided by the Federal Supreme Court. Mei Li found herself powerless, compelled to cooperate with the interrogation. Hoping to earn merit for her transgressions, leads began to surface. A colossal storm was brewing in an instant. The undercurrents surged, heralding an impending tempest. Meanwhile, the principal beneficiary, Wen Jingshu, remained at ease, having distanced herself from the eye of the storm. In a plush furniture showroom within the towering edifice, the luxurious yet tasteful decor showcased an array of exquisite furniture, each piece bearing a hefty price tag. However, armed with her domineering black card, Wen Jingshu felt no trepidation. With a casual wave of her hand, she indulged in a lavish shopping spree, selecting items not for their expense, but for her personal preference. This, I will have them all reserved. Please have them delivered to me in a few days. Certainly, Miss Wen, just notify us when the time comes, and we will promptly arrange for delivery and installation. All right, that will be all for now. After Wen Jingshu completed her furniture order, she cast a glance at the chat list on Guangnao, noticing that none of her 4 friends had made a sound for Qin Su and Pei Meng Zhou. It was needless to say, they were undoubtedly swamped with their own affairs, and she, being considerate, refrained from disturbing them. However, Xiao Yueshuan had yet to respond even until now. Yet, given the current tense situation, no matter how much she worried, she felt utterly powerless and could only silently pray for his safety. Then there was Mu Yunla, who had sent her a message for days prior, stating he needed to concentrate on completing his final painting. Hence he might not respond promptly. Yet, time had flown by, and still, there was no word from him, which inevitably caused her some concern. Contemplating that she had nothing pressing to attend to today, she resolved to pay him a visit. She summoned an autonomous maglev vehicle from the roadside and set off toward the address Mu Yunla had previously provided. The vehicle sped along, traversing increasingly remote areas. Half an hour later, on the outskirts of the city, the maglev halted along a winding mountain road, arriving at a desolate hillside. When Jingshu alighted, she was astounded by the breathtaking scenery before her. The mountains were adorned with lush, verdant trees, interspersed with a riot of vibrant flowers. In the distance, a sapphire lake nestled within the forest exuded an air of serene mystery, captivating the heart. The occasional melodious chirping of birds added a touch of life to the tranquil ambience, reminiscent of the vibrant transition between spring and summer. Amidst this idyllic paradise, a magnificent European-style castle stood proudly atop the hill, reminiscent of Neuschwanstein Castle. Its two-toned red and white facade boasted 6 stories, with an exquisitely classical dome crowning the top, embodying the elegance and grandeur of a medieval noble fortress. When Jingshu approached the castle's entrance, she couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It seemed that Yunla was no mere young master, but rather a prince residing within this castle. Perhaps Mu Yunla had granted her access in advance, for she found it remarkably easy to enter. However, the interior of the castle was not adorned in the opulent splendor she had envisioned. Instead, it exuded a dimly lit, almost eerie atmosphere. The wall sconces cast a warm, yellow glow, creating a stark interplay of light and shadow, while an unsettling silence enveloped the air that a shiver ran down her spine as she feared the emergence of a ghoulish vampire from the shadows. Glancing hurriedly around the first floor, she ascended the grand spiral staircase. The castle's layout was peculiar. Each floor's staircase opened into a corridor that seemed to lead deeper into an endless abyss of darkness. The corridor walls were adorned with paintings, predominantly in dark hues of black, gray, and purple, evoking a sense of cold detachment. Most of the artworks depicted strange and mysterious landscapes, while a few featured bizarre, abstract shapes and lines, instilling a sense of suffocating melancholy, as though a heavy gloom pressed upon her chest, making it hard to breathe. Particularly striking was one painting of a snow-capped mountain on the black canvas. A solitary white peak loomed, lifeless and still, exuding a profound sense of desolation as if abandoned by the world, devoid of any hint of hope for a brighter tomorrow. When Jingshu furrowed her brows and quickened her pace. Upon reaching the fifth floor, the ambience of the corridor shifted dramatically. Warm, inviting hues enveloped the space, and the beautiful young women depicted in the paintings came to life, each expression captured in exquisite detail. Whether in serene slumber, joyous laughter, or contemplative sorrow, the artist seemed to have bestowed upon the girl every conceivable sentiment of purity and beauty, as though she were an ethereal being untouched by the world. With each painting she beheld, when Jingshu felt a growing flutter in her heart. When she arrived at the final piece, she stood transfixed, overwhelmed by a wave of emotion that dulled her surroundings. She felt herself drifting into the painting's world, with memories becoming increasingly elusive, as if she had returned to a distant origin star. The golden morning light cascaded over a vast canopy of leaves, the verdant foliage rustling gently in the breeze, yet it did not disturb the slumbering girl beneath. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she lay peacefully in her emerald cradle, her otherworldly beauty emanating a soft, luminous glow reminiscent of a celestial angel. The morning light, the sacred tree, and the girl formed a divine tableau, yet the artist left no signature, instead inscribing the painting's title, Light of Life, with emerald leaves. When Jingshu lingered before this artwork for an extended period, the only sound in the quiet corridor being the rapid beating of her heart echoing in her ears, she had once believed that Mu Yunla's affection for her was merely a fleeting attraction. Yet now, each painting bore testament to his genuine feelings. Words could deceive, expressions could mislead, but art could not lie, and a painting required the artist's true emotions. Only with a heart brimming with pure, overwhelming, and sincere love could such vibrant and beautiful strokes be created. Realizing this, when Jingshu could not help but acknowledge that she had been deeply moved by such unfeigned love. Yet, she felt a twinge of hesitation. The emotion depicted in the final painting was so pure. It resembled a devout worshipper's reverence for a deity, devoid of any earthly desires. This contradiction troubled her. When Jingshu stared at the angelic figure in the painting, her expression complex. What kind of love did Mu Yunla harbor for her? Was it a romantic affection, or did he see her merely as an object of faith? Regardless, since she had been drawn into this, he must take responsibility. That exquisite and fragile boy, akin to a snowflake, was destined to become her devoted subject. A sly smile graced when Jingshu's lips, and a glimmer of ambition sparkled in her enchanting gaze. She ascended the final staircase with a regal grace, unhurried yet brimming with intrigue, reminiscent of a proud queen preparing to bestow her favor upon a favored consort. Meanwhile, in the studio atop the castle, golden rays of sunlight poured down through the vast crystal dome, illuminating the dust motes in a radiant glow, creating a heavenly atmosphere that felt sacred and untouchable. The studio was empty except for a pure, angelic youth, his silken white hair shimmering in the sunlight. Clad in a flowing black robe, the collar slightly open, revealing his creamy, porcelain-like skin. Though his physique was not robust, it concealed a formidable strength, with every graceful curve perfectly sculpted, akin to a masterpiece of art. His flawless skin gleamed like polished white porcelain under the brilliant golden light. He could see this moment. He was fixated on a painting before him, his gaze fervent and intense, betraying an unrestrained passion that a beam of sacred light illuminated the canvas. Depicting a figure akin to Aphrodite, the goddess of love, reclining amidst blossoms, her exquisite form draped in a veil of mysterious black fabric, exuding a captivating allure. Her enchanting eyes, alive with emotion, met the youth's gaze. Vibrant and compelling. Jingshu, the youth called out, lost in a trance, uttering the name of his beloved. Just then, the door creaked open, accompanied by a voice filled with shock and confusion. Yunla. At that moment, the sunlight from the dome shifted slightly, casting a brilliant golden beam that divided the space between the devil and the angel. The youth was shrouded in darkness, lost and despondent, while the girl stood in the light, pure and sacred. The contrast was stark and unmistakable. After a prolonged silence, the stagnant air in the studio began to circulate once more. Beneath the serene, luminous dome, when Jingshu stood at the threshold, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she surveyed the bizarre artworks adorning the studio. Her heart still reeling from the impact of her earlier realizations. She had been utterly mistaken. This was far from a devoted, pure-hearted worshiper. He was, in fact, a devil attempting to desecrate the divine. Jingshu. The figure in the painting materialized before her, her long-cherished muse. Yet Mu Yunla was in a state of panic. He dared not meet her gaze and instead hurriedly lowered his head, trembling with anxiety as he stammered, "Please, don't look. I beg you." "Why not?" When Jingshu raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she advanced toward the youth, her gaze glimmering with the thrill of the chase, akin to a predator stalking its prey. In response, Mu Yunla transformed into a startled rabbit, hastily retreating until he found himself cornered against the wall, curling up like an ostrich, burying his face deep in his knees. "Because it's so disgusting," his muffled voice, tinged with a hint of tears, revealed an overwhelming sense of inferiority and self-loathing. Mu Yunla's red eyes glistened with unshed tears as an indescribable panic washed over him. What should he do? How could he let his sister see this ugly side of him? Would she no longer like him? Would she cast him aside? At this moment, Mu Yunla felt as though he were plummeting from a precipice, utterly unable to struggle or call for help. He could only surrender to the overwhelming sensations of helplessness and suffocation, despairingly awaiting the inevitable shattering of his being. Yet he had never considered that beneath the cliff lay not the cold, unyielding stone, but a soft expanse of flowers blanketing the clouds. The gentle maiden caressed his head with her delicate hand, her voice as soothing and melodious as a spring breeze whispering past his ear. How could this be repulsive? Yunla was, after all, a charming strawberry glutinous rice dumpling, evoking an irresistible desire to savor him in one delightful bite. In an instant, it seemed as if Mu Yunla had finally landed upon the soft clouds. Blissfully dazed, he shyly lifted his head, his tear-filled crimson eyes glistening with anticipation and trepidation, resembling a fortunate little dog chosen by its master. Is it really true? When Jingshu said nothing, but her actions spoke volumes. She cradled the youth's face, her hands radiating warmth that ignited a fire within her heart. His lips, akin to rose petals, were a luscious red, perfectly plump, reminiscent of soft, juicy, strawberry-filled candy. Unable to restrain herself, when Jingshu leaned in for a kiss. Indeed, the taste was as delightful as she had imagined, and she narrowed her beautiful eyes in pleasure. Deepening the kiss. Chapter 66. Engaging in beloved activities with one's cherished person is the most exquisite experience in the world. When Jingshu meticulously traced the contours of the youth's lips, her touch gentle and tender, as if she were kissing a fragile snowflake, that Mu Yunla, caught in a rapture of her affection, half embraced her, his snowy lashes fluttering as he obediently accepted her adoration. Above them, the ancient clock's second hand had no idea how many circles it had completed. The youth remained still, merely tilting his fragile, alabaster neck, allowing the girl to indulge whimsically, like a pure white lamb willingly offering itself for sacrifice. Navi and innocent, a stark contrast to the boldness he had just exhibited, yet imbued with an indescribable contradictory allure. Seeing that the budding youth had yet to awaken to the truth of his feelings, when Jingshu smiled, bemused yet helpless, she halted her actions, their lips parting. Mu Yunla's cheeks flushed, his misty crimson eyes sparkling with shyness. Their foreheads touched, their noses brushed, and invisible pink bubbles began to swell between them, sweet as the fragrance of a patisserie. For a moment, silence enveloped them, the proximity of their bodies intertwining their heated breaths. Their heartbeats echoed like a drum, quickening and intensifying until they resonated in harmony. Thump, 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 like pebbles cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of emotion through the stillness. As their gazes intertwined, unspoken feelings surged forth, and it was unclear whose heart faltered first. Sister, Jingshu. Mu Yunla gazed intently at the beautiful visage so close to him, whispering softly the thoughts that had consumed him day and night. The desires and fears had finally found their resolution in this moment. He affectionately nuzzled the girl's nose, his damp, crimson eyes brimming with anticipation, like a spoiled little puppy. When Jingshu chuckled lightly, her eyes shimmering with brilliance, Mu Yunla felt a tingling sensation in his heart, his breath becoming erratic in rhythm with his racing pulse. His snowy lashes trembled, conjuring a misty, enchanting ambience. When Jingshu's gaze shifted slightly as she lifted his delicate chin, leaning down to his lips, coaxing softly, "Be good," Mu Yunla obediently tilted his head slightly. In the next moment, the girl once more pressed her lips against his, asserting her dominance with fervor and passion. Their snow-white and raven tresses intertwined, their skins brushed against one another. The familiar, subtle fragrance of orchids enveloped their senses. Outside, the sun blazed brilliantly overhead, the vast crystal dome allowing warm, radiant sunlight to cascade like a waterfall, its golden glow floating like divine light from the heavens. Within this tranquil, serene studio, a tender warmth flowed as the girl and boy nestled together. Their exquisite faces were drawn so closely that they resembled lovers sharing intimate whispers, their closeness akin to a breathtakingly beautiful painting. After a prolonged silence, when Jingshu leaned against the youth, her chin lazily resting on his shoulder, her lips, vibrant and luscious, resembled roses adorned with morning dew, captivatingly alluring. Meanwhile, Mu Yunla radiated an aura of vitality. Brimming with life, he nestled closely against her side, a profound sense of satisfaction and happiness swelling within him. Jingshu, what is it? Do you wish to kiss again? When Jingshu's languid voice, slightly husky, stirred the depths of his heart, Mu Yunla's eyes sparkled with hope. May I? No, came the girl's cold response, instantly draining color from his face, his previously exuberant expression fading into disappointment. Had he performed poorly just now? Was Jingshu dissatisfied? Noticing the youth's spiraling thoughts, when Jingshu shot him an exasperated glance. Let us take a break. I've just caught my breath. He was akin to a puppy that had tasted meat for the first time, unwilling to relinquish his grip, and his lung capacity was astonishing. She suspected that, had she not intervened, he might have continued kissing until eternity. I apologize. Mu Yunla's gaze fell upon the girl's swollen lips, an expression of guilt dawning in his eyes that it seemed he had indeed kissed a bit too fervently. Next time, I shall be gentler. Mu Yunla earnestly apologized, his fluffy head nuzzling into the crook of her neck, like a child seeking solace. When Jingshu chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling his snowy hair, unbothered by the slight dampness of her hands. The boy's breath was clean and crisp, reminiscent of the season's first snowfall. Even with the lingering essence of sweetness, it was not unpleasant, but rather carried a unique floral fragrance. Uncertain of what scent his shower gel possessed, when Jingshu pulled herself from her wandering thoughts, her gaze focused intently on him as she earnestly inquired, Yunla, do you still find this repulsive? Mu Yunla, hearing her words, pursed his lips, falling into silence. The shadows lurking in the depths of his eyes resurfaced, seeming as tangible as a gathering storm cloud. From childhood, the cold disdain of his mother, the harsh discipline of his father, and the peculiar gazes of his kin had instilled within him the belief that this uncontrollable desire was too grotesque, too filthy, Too disgusting. After meeting his sister, he had desperately suppressed his body's instincts, unwilling to tarnish the image of the pure and beautiful muse he cherished. Yet, the more he suppressed, the more it fought back. One Jingshu, sensing the turmoil and struggle etched upon his face, sighed softly. Desire is a fundamental aspect of human nature. Affection breeds desire, and desire gives rise to affection. The love between a man and a woman is a natural occurrence. She cradled the youth's bewildered face, her bright eyes glimmering like moonlit waters, gentle yet clear. Engaging in beloved activities with one's cherished person is the most exquisite experience in the world. Her soft and melodious voice flowed like spring rain, nourishing the arid soil of Mu Yunla's heart without him even realizing it, washing away the grime and shadows of the past for the first time. He summoned the courage to confront his inner self. His sister was right. Every person possesses their own desires and emotions. He simply had a bit more than others. Moreover, it mattered not how others perceived him. As long as his sister accepted him, that was sufficient. He was no longer the insignificant creature that went unnoticed. With newfound clarity, the weight that had long pressed upon his heart seemed to crumble in an instant. Years of pent-up grievances finally found their release. Sister, thank you. Mu Yunla wrapped his arms around the girl's waist, burying his head in her neck, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, a familiar and comforting scent enveloped him. Like a warm, safe harbor shielding the abandoned cub from the frigid wilderness. Nearly 2 decades of self-denial, self-loathing, and self-torment had led Mu Yunla to exile himself into the desolate solitude of his own heart. Sealing it away, he loathed this world, detested everything about it, including himself. Yet, unexpectedly, fate had smiled upon him one day. Mu Yunla held the girl tightly, his nose tinged with the salt of unshed tears, his eyes beginning to burn with emotion. He had finally welcomed the light of life that belonged to him. Chapter 67. I like you, Yunla. Drip, drip. A single drop of searing tear cascaded from the corner of the youth's eye, trailing down his chin and landing upon the girl's neck. Instantly, when Jingshu's eyes brimmed with compassion, she gently stroked the trembling lines of his back, softly reassuring him, "It's all right. It's all in the past now." When Jingshu refrained from probing into his past and offered little consolation, some pains must be gradually digested alone, for others cannot truly empathize. Rather than reopening his wounds, it is far better to quietly accompany him through this torturous journey. After a moment, Mu Yunla finally managed to regain his composure. He shyly lifted his head, his nose slightly reddened and his eyes glistening, resembling a small rabbit. Delicate tears clung to his long eyelashes, and combined with his exquisite beauty, he truly resembled a weeping pear blossom, evoking deep sympathy. When Jingshu's heart softened immensely, the fragile youth before her inspired an extra measure of tenderness and compassion. She gently brushed away the tears from his lashes, teasing him playfully yet tenderly. "So, Yunla is quite the crybaby, isn't he?" Her voice brimmed with unmasked affection, revealing her clear favoritism towards the bee. "Oh, why?" Yunla gazed at the small puddle nestled in the delicate curve of the girl's collarbone. A faint blush creeping across his cheeks, he hastily wiped his face with his robe, apologizing. "Sister, I'm sorry. It's all right. No need to keep saying sorry," she replied, a hint of exasperation in her tone, "that we don't need to be so formal with each other." When Jingshu noticed that the men in her life all had a penchant for apologizing, especially Yunla, who always appeared cautious, fearing to upset her. Yet, the more he acted this way, the more her heart ached for him. How could one not feel pity for such a vulnerable soul, lacking in security? When Jingshu did not conceal her feelings, her autumn water-like eyes brimmed with affection, overflowing with tenderness that was unmistakable. Mu Yunla, perceptive as he was, sensed her emotions instantly. In that moment, it felt as though he had been struck by a pie from the heavens, his mind blank and his entire being enveloped in a haze. "Sister, did you just say you like me? Is it true?" "Yes, I like you, Yunla." When Jingshu replied earnestly, her tone firm and solemn, a delicate blush tinged her fair visage, giving her an air of shy sweetness. Upon hearing this unexpected confession, Mu Yunla froze, his red eyes solely reflecting her enchanting figure. the tea that moment. It felt as if countless vibrant fireworks had exploded in his mind, filling the long empty chasm in his heart with a sudden warmth and sweetness. Coming back to his senses, Mu Yunla, filled with excitement, hurriedly confessed back, I like you too, sister. I like you so much, so much. The boy transformed into an exuberant puppy, leaping to tackle the girl to the ground, nuzzling into the crook of her neck. When Jingshu found his hair ticklish, and in a playful turn, she flipped him onto the ground, leaning in closely to his left earlobe, whispering like a siren. How much do you like me? Just how much? Mu Yunla blinked in a daze, seemingly pondering how to prove his affection. Seeing this, when Jingshu smiled radiantly and nestled into his sturdy chest, it must be said. The boy's physique was truly slim in clothes, robust when undressed. His skin was smooth and supple, exuding a delightful touch, yet beneath the taut lines of his muscles lay a powerful strength, an embodiment of youthful vitality. Mu Yunla's heart raced, and the ruby earrings dangling from his left ear swayed gently, reflecting a captivating hue. When Jingshu, captivated by the sight, couldn't resist leaning in for a kiss. Moments later, she admired the crimson flush on his earlobes. Quite pleased with her handiwork. This earring suits you perfectly, she remarked nonchalantly, teasing him further. What about the other one? Mu Yunla lowered his snow-white lashes, his cheeks blooming like peach blossoms, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. His voice barely audible. The ruby-like sparkle in his eyes shimmered with trepidation, shyness, and anticipation, as if he were unwrapping a one-of-kind gift meant for the goddess he adored. However, this gift was none other than himself. At that moment, the ancient clock in the dome struck 3 times, signaling noon, an opportune time for a sumptuous feast. Above the circular dome, the azure sky merged seamlessly with the transparent crystal glass. The entire studio laid bare beneath the heavens, epitomizing the essence of being enveloped by the sky and earth. No, it should be said that they were seated upon the canvas, for those paintings worth millions of star coins outside now served merely as a mat beneath them. In a moment of unrestrained joy, they lost themselves entirely in each other. Under the sacred dome, it had transformed into a paradise of bliss, the golden light seemingly tinged with sweet pink hues. Time slipped away unnoticed. Outside the window, a sliver of golden light broke through the gray horizon, transforming the gray-blue clouds into a riot of colors. Golden yellow, soft pink, deep purple. Utterly beautiful, to the foot of the mountain. A sapphire-like lake shimmered with glistening ripples that a gentle breeze swept across, causing the golden surface to ripple. The atmosphere was serene and peaceful, the classical grand castle bathed in a sense of tranquil beauty. The gentle waves of the lake ebbed and flowed, intertwined with the morning glow, lingering and tender. In the forest, lush trees stretched their branches comfortably, basking in the warm morning sun that a gentle breeze rustled through the woods. The clear, melodious birdsong rising and falling in harmony, composing a joyous prelude to spring and summer. Yet, the joys and sorrows of humans and birds did not resonate. When Jingshu found their noise bothersome. Outside her window, the golden dawn spread across the land, the dazzling sunlight illuminating a pair of intertwined mandarin ducks, making them appear even more affectionate. 2 shadows nestled together, as if destined to remain side by side until the end of time. Never to part. Waking from her slumber, it was once again the dead of night. The inky darkness was dotted with twinkling stars, while 2 moons nestled behind the clouds, peacefully drifting into dreams. A hazy moonlight cast a mystical shade over the ancient castle. At this moment, in the master bedroom on the top floor, when Jingshu lay lazily on her soft, cloud-like bed, half-closed eyes betraying her fatigue, her brows and eyes heavy, not even feeling inclined to lift a finger. Fortunately, she had consumed several nutrient liquids earlier, otherwise she would have been too famished to function. Yet her spirit still felt somewhat drained, like tea this moment, when Jingshu was exceedingly grateful for her healing powers. Otherwise, she would have found it impossible to rise from the bed. She yawned languidly, closing her eyes to rest. Suddenly, a certain culprit snuggled up from behind. Nian Nian, and Yunla tightly embraced the soft and fragrant figure in his arms, reveling in her unique tenderness and scent. feeling an overwhelming sense of contentment. Chapter 68. The contract mark of Mu Yunla, he gazed tenderly at the girl's delicate visage, his eyes sparkling with affection, his heart brimming with love and deep emotion. Nian Yen, the youth, newly acquainted with the feelings of love, wrapped his arms around his beloved, resting his chin upon her neck, joyfully calling her by her pet name. When Jingshu allowed his affection, responding lazily with a soft Nian Yen, Nian Yen, when Jingshu found the clingy little husband, as calls it, somewhat grating on her head. Turning to face him, she pinched his cheeks, pulling them to silence him physically. Mu Yunlo whimpered in a pitiful tone. His snowy hair cascading over his brow, cheeks puffed adorably, appearing both obedient and pitiable. His wet, puppy-like eyes blinked innocently, seemingly accusing the girl of her callousness. When Jingshu smiled back, her tone firm, "Is there anything else you want to say? If not, be quiet." Mu Yunla pondered for a moment, then suddenly seemed to recall something, excitedly nodding. His bright, twinkling eyes sparkled as if he indeed had something of great importance to share. Noticing his enthusiasm, when Jingshu raised an eyebrow, intrigued at "What is it?" She released her grip, planting a gentle kiss on the boy's flushed cheek to soothe him. Mu Yunla's eyes squinted with happiness, inching closer to her, pressing his cheek against hers. "Nian Yen, do you want to see the contract mark?" "Contract mark?" When Jingshu murmured in confusion, vaguely recalling the term, Mu Yunla succinctly explained. After the beastmen form their first contract, the male Shoyue sand transforms into the female's beastly mark. Shoyue sand? That red mole? When Jingshu's mind clicked as she remembered the bright red circle on the boy's abdomen during their candid moment together. She had thought it was merely a birthmark. Unaware it was the Shoyue sand mentioned by Pei Meng Zhou, symbolizing the male's purity. And oh wonder it was considered private. "Well, now it has turned into a contract mark," Mu Yunla replied shyly, a flush gracing his cheeks. He had been branded with a mark that belonged solely to her. From now on, she would be his female master, and he, her male beast. Moreover, he was the first. Mu Yunla nestled into the delicate nook of the girl's neck, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Humph! No matter what mundane creatures roamed the outside world, in his heart, she would forever remain the most extraordinary. When Jingshu, oblivious to the boy's expression, remained unaware that this snow-white, glutinous rice ball was, in fact, filled with sesame. "What does the seal look like?" she inquired with eager anticipation, hastily lifting the covers. "Darling, show me." The endearing term darling left Mu Yunla momentarily dazed. No one had ever called him that before. With such gentleness, such indulgent affection, in an instant, a void deep within his heart felt as if it had been filled, that he lifted his head, his cheeks flushed, gazing at the girl with tender longing, words hovering on the tip of his tongue. Bathed in the warm, soft glow of the bedside lamp, the boy's upper body was exquisitely beautiful, as if sculpted by divine hands. When Jingshu admired her handiwork with satisfaction, nodding in approval. However, what captivated her most was undoubtedly the seal upon his abdomen. Logically, as a human, she should not possess a beast seal, yet after merging with the heart of life, her body had been effectively transformed into that of the sacred tree. Thus, upon seeing the heart-shaped mark on the boy's abdomen, she was not particularly surprised. Yet, why was it red? She scrutinized the peculiar seal, her expression gradually becoming strange. The boy's fair, supple abdominal muscles were adorned with vine-like crimson patterns that spiraled around his navel, intertwining to form a heart. Beside her, Mu Yunla stared at the girl, his eager gaze reminiscent of a puppy seeking praise. "Nian Yen, is it beautiful?" "Yes, it is beautiful, though it does appear somewhat improper," when Jingshu replied curiously, poking at the seal. The smooth texture felt as if it were seamlessly integrated with his skin. Mu Yunla's ears turned crimson, grasping the girl's wrist. "Nian Yen, don't touch. Oh, so this is your weakness, darling," when Jingshu teased, her eyes sparkling mischievously. I could see her words. Mu Yunla's face burned even more intensely. When Jingshu gazed at the stunning ruby earrings and the heart-shaped seal, her red lips curling into a delightful smile. He was hers. Moments later, the teased little white rabbit could no longer resist and launched a counterattack. Mu Yunla pressed the girl beneath him, planting kisses along her neck while whining pitifully. Yin Yin, you're so mean, all right. I won't tease you anymore, when Jingshu chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling his hair. After a playful bout, the pair, now deeply attuned to one another, nestled closely together. Such was the nature of young love. Even in silence, simply embracing one another, feeling each other's breaths and heartbeats, and experiencing the warmth of their skin against each other, was enough to evoke profound joy. Mu Yunla held her tightly, one arm wrapped around her slender waist while the other served as her pillow, his chin resting atop her hair, contentedly inhaling her uniquely enchanting fragrance. Enveloped by the boy's tall and warm figure, when Jingshu found herself somewhat helpless, her face pressed into his neck. I senti it hot being this close? Not at all. It's perfectly comfortable. Mu Yunla insisted stubbornly, although beads of sweat had begun to form on his forehead, yet he could not bring himself to release the soft warmth in his embrace. Moments later, the boy's head felt as if it might ignite from the heat. His beast form was naturally a breed that despised warmth. After a brief moment of hesitation, Mu Yunla, like a thief, activated his holographic device, discreetly lowering the room's temperature. The advanced temperature control system of the interstellar era required no lengthy cooling period as air conditioning did in the past. Within seconds, the oppressive heat dissipated, replaced by a refreshing breeze. When Jingshu immediately sensed the change in temperature, she pinched the boy's supple waist, playfully remarking, "And you said it wasn't Mu Yunla." Embarrassed, pressed his lips together, then leaned down to place his lips against her forehead. "Yin Yin, do you feel cold?" When Jingshu thought he was genuinely concerned for her and was about to respond. But in the next moment, he drew nearer, tightening his arm around her waist. "If you're cold, you could come a bit closer to my body is warm." When Jingshu, her thoughts nearly spilled out in disbelief. Was this really her innocent snowball? She raised her head, meeting his clear, innocent red eyes, which looked up at her with naive curiosity. "Perhaps I'm overthinking this," she mused, but the next moment, the boy's alluring voice whispered in her ear. "Yin Yin, would you like a kiss? A kiss will warm you up." His exquisitely beautiful face leaned closer, those eager, excited eyes resembling a puppy spotting a bone. "No, I'm not cold," she replied, rubbing her sore waist. Expressionless in her refusal. Chapter 69. Baby, you are an adorable snow ferret. After being ruthlessly rejected by the female protagonist, Mu Yunla remained undeterred. He clung tightly to her slender, soft waist, affectionately nudging his nose and lips against her cheek. Yin Yin, when Jingshu looked at the boy's pitifully adorable demeanor, finding it hard to resist, in that moment, she truly wished to exclaim, "You little tormentor!" With a soft sigh, she cupped his face, aligning it with his rosy lips, and gave a perfunctory peck. "All right, there's your kiss. Yin Yin is wonderful." Exuberant after receiving the sweet kiss, Mu Yunla beamed with joy, embracing the warm, soft figure of Wen Jingshu. Their skins pressed intimately together. However, standing at 6 feet tall, despite appearing slender, his muscles were solid and powerful, rendering his embrace somewhat suffocating. When Jingshu playfully bit his exquisite collarbone, exasperatedly saying, "Don't hold me so tightly. I can hardly breathe." All right, Mu Yunla reluctantly loosened his grip, but as he separated from her warm skin, a sense of emptiness washed over him. He felt as if he were suffering from a condition of skin hunger, yearning to be pressed closely against Yin Yin to quell the hollowness within. Conflicting thoughts tugged at his mind, causing Mu Yunla to furrow his brow in distress. Minutes passed, and suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. "Yin Yin, can I transform into my beast form?" "Beast form?" The drowsy Wen Jingshu instantly perked up. Fluffy, soft, and adorable fluffiness. She sprang onto the boy, her bright eyes sparkling like stars, eagerly staring at him. Yes, I've never seen your beast form before." "All right, Yin Yin, wait a moment." And Yunla affectionately pecked the girl's cheek before preparing to transform. In the blink of an eye, the beautiful boy with snow-white hair and red eyes vanished. She gazed at the empty clothes on the bed, momentarily astonished, before quickly searching with concern. "Yunla, baby, where are you?" A soft, whimpering sound answered her. In the next moment, A small creature emerged from the clothes it was along. Delicate figure with smooth, fluffy fur, as pure white as snow, without a hint of color. Its ears, nose, and tiny paws were all a delightful pink, and its round, ruby-red eyes were adorably innocent. Instantly, when Jingshu felt as if struck by Cupid's arrow, her eyes sparkling with love. Wow, what a cute little snow ferret! She immediately scooped the snow ferret into her arms, caressing its fluffy fur, rubbing her cheek against it, and occasionally planting kisses in the face of the girl's enthusiasm. Mu Yunla, now transformed into a snow ferret, found himself a bit dazed. He hadn't expected Nian Yen to adore his beast form so much. While it was unexpected, the predominant feeling was one of joy. Nestled in the sweet, soft embrace of the girl, Mu Yunla felt blissfully close to fainting. He wrapped his fluffy tail around her wrist, his voice softening as he cooed. Whimper, whimper, baby, you are an adorable snow ferret. When Jingshu stroked his silky, soft fur, her eyes crinkling with happiness as her voice took on a playful tone. She kissed his tiny nose, petted his pink paws, stroked his tail, and playfully nibbled his little ears. She was utterly absorbed, unable to tear herself away from the delightful snow ferret. Mu Yunla, too, happily squinted his eyes, lying back and relishing the affection. He didn't think that his soft and adorable appearance diminished his beastly dignity. To him, as long as Nian Yen liked it, that was all that mattered. After half an hour, when Jingshu had thoroughly ruffled the little snow ferret, her hands unable to resist the allure of its fluffy, smooth fur, seeing that the little snow ferret was almost losing its fluff, she finally ceased her affectionate assault. She planted a kiss on his soft little belly and snuggled under the covers with him. Baby, let us sleep first. We can play again tomorrow. With a gentle sigh, Mu Yunlin nestled his entire body against her neck, licking her chin in a tender response. When Jingshu met his round ruby eyes, a smile blossomed on her face, and she affectionately ruffled his fluffy little head. Good night, my darling. Mu Yunla wagged his tail, blissfully curling up in the embrace of his beloved female companion as they both drifted into a sweet slumber. Before long, two soft and steady breaths filled the room, a harmonious intertwining of one person and one ferret, sharing an intimacy that was both comforting and fulfilling. As dawn broke, the first golden rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the dimly lit room and stirring the tranquil air. The radiant light caressed the youthful visage of the girl, casting a gentle glow that spoke of serene times, stirring from her sleep. She furrowed her delicate brows, lazily turning over, causing the little white ferret to slip from her neck, nearly crushed beneath her weight. Yet in a daze, Mu Yunlo woke abruptly, feeling a soft, cloud-like sensation that made him think he was still dreaming. Upon opening his eyes, happiness flooded over him, overwhelming in its suddenness. He blinked his adorably round eyes, his pink ears flushing a deep crimson, and his tail wagging in excitement. Don't be a nuisance. When Jingshu murmured, restraining the fidgeting little creature in her arms, her voice laced with sleepiness, surrounded by a delightful fragrance, Mu Yunla felt nearly faint with joy that a surge of warmth rushed to his head, leaving him in a blissful haze. In the next moment, the soft and adorable little white ferret transformed into a strikingly handsome young man. Blushing deeply, Mu Yunla held tightly onto his fragrant and soft female companion, nuzzling against her. However, now that he had tasted the sweetness, he could not help but nibble on the girl's ear, cautiously testing the waters. Nian Nian, I want. When Jingshu, still lost in slumber, could hardly comprehend his words, merely letting out an unconscious whimper. The young man took it as her consent, his crimson eyes sparkling with delight. An hour later, as the sun rose higher, its golden rays became increasingly brilliant, finally rousing Wen Jingshu from her sleep. With drowsy eyes and a palpable irritation from her lingering fatigue, she pinched the boy's waist. Mu Yunla, you're so annoying. It's too early for this. The teasing pinch sent a shiver down Mu Yunla's spine, and he leaned closer to her neck, pitifully complaining, Nian Nian, you called me baby yesterday. Do you not like me anymore? Who told you to wake me up? I wasn't done sleeping. When Jingshu's beautiful eyes glimmered with mock anger as she pinched her tormentor again. In response, Mu Yunla leaned in to kiss her ear affectionately, pulling her fragrant form tightly into his embrace, contentedly squinting his eyes. You sleep? I won't disturb you anymore. Chapter 70 Yin Yin. Will you marry me? Do you think I can still sleep now? When Jingshu shot him a glare, though there was a playful glint in her eyes, stretching languidly, she wrapped her arms around his neck, commanding him with an air of authority. All right, carry me to the bath. Of course, delighted to serve as female companion. Mu Yunla scooped her up in a princess carry and made his way to the bathroom. Half an hour later, in the living room, when Jingshu languidly rested her head on her boyfriend's lap, relishing his attentive massage. Please focus on my lower back. It's so sore. All right. Mu Yunla gently kneaded her smooth, delicate waist, his touch gentle and meticulous. His hands were remarkably beautiful, fair, slender, and elegantly long, with well-defined knuckles and nails that were perfectly rounded and smooth, devoid of any calluses. Thus, his massage was quite pleasurable, free from any rough discomfort. When Jingshu closed her eyes in bliss, her hands wandering beneath his shirt, caressing his soft, resilient abdomen, Mu Yunla's handsome face flushed crimson, bashfully lowering his snowy lashes, allowing her to explore as he continued his massage. His submissive demeanor resembled that of a newlywed bride, eager to please. Darling. When Jingshu suddenly recalled something important, wrapping her arms around the boy's waist, her affectionate peach blossom eyes gazing up at him. When do you want to register for our marriage certificate? In the interstellar realm, a marriage certificate was akin to the Red Book on Earth, signifying that their relationship had received legal recognition. Typically, after a female and male beast first bonded, the female would register at the security office, publicly declaring the male as her partner. Of course, some females would refuse to take responsibility after the fact. Those males without a registered certificate could only be referred to as male attendants. When Jingshu was not the type to abandon her responsibilities. Really? Nyen Nyen, do you truly wish to marry me? Mu Yunla's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression reflecting a mixture of astonishment and joy. Previously, he had only dreamed of being by her side, content with her occasional affections. Never did he expect her to offer him a formal title. How could I refuse? When Jingshu sat up, leaning against her boyfriend's sturdy chest, cupping his adorably bewildered face and affectionately resting her forehead against his. With such a cute baby like you, of course, I want to bring you home. In the future, I hope you can help me hatch a few little snow ferrets. They will surely be as adorable as you. When Jingshu playfully pecked his lips, her face aglow with joy, the mere thought of a future filled with fluffy little snow ferrets surrounding her, begging for attention, filled her with effervescent happiness. He could see that moment. Mu Yunla's heart was a whirlwind of emotions, surprise, gratitude, astonishment, anticipation, confusion, and anxiety. Ultimately, all he could muster was a resolute promise. Nyen Nyen, I will definitely take good care of our little ones. Yes, Yunla will surely be a wonderful father. When Jingshu tenderly stroked the boy's soft white hair, her eyes shimmering with a gentle springtime warmth. Indeed, I will. Mu Yunla tightened his embrace around her waist, burying his face into her warm, fragrant embrace. Responding in a muffled tone, he was determined to be a good father. Despite having no prior experience, he would care for their little ones with love, ensuring they always had a warm haven called home. When Jingshu did not interrupt his thoughts, simply brushing her fingers through his snowy hair, the scars of the past could not be erased, but new hopes could cover them. In the quiet room, they held each other closely, an unspoken warmth flowing between them. After a while, Mu Yunla lifted his head, the gloom that once shadowed his features dissipated. His red eyes bright as stars, shimmering with radiance, he nuzzled into the crook of her neck, his gaze filled with profound affection. Nyen Nyen, I'm so happy. Will this make you even happier? When Jingshu mischievously blinked and planted a soft kiss on his cheek. Mu Yunla's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Despite having shared the most intimate moments, this innocent kiss stirred his heart like no other. As long as it was her, any gesture would captivate his soul. He grasped the back of her head, returning her kiss with a deeper, more passionate embrace. With newfound experience, his kissing skills had improved significantly, each movement fluid and confident. When Jingshu clutched his collar, her body growing weak under his tender affection, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Minutes later, Mu Yunla gently kissed away the tears from the corners of her eyes, his hands soothingly caressing her trembling spine, calming the aftershocks of her emotions. Nian Nian, are you feeling better? I'd like some water. When Jingshu rested her head on her boyfriend's shoulder, lazily cooing like a proud, pampered cat, Mu Yunla relished in her dependence, a profound sense of fulfillment washing over him. He cheerfully fetched a glass of water, carefully feeding it to her. Once she finished, he tenderly rubbed her belly, asking with concern, Nian Nian, are you hungry? I can make you breakfast. No, I'm not hungry. When Jingshu shook her head. She had consumed several nutrient packs yesterday, which were yet to be digested. Though the taste was mediocre, they were indeed filling. No wonder they were essential for travel. Relieved, Mu Yunla hesitated for a few seconds before timidly making a request. Nian Nian, can we register first and hold the wedding later? He wished to prepare a grand and splendid wedding, one that his beloved Nian truly deserved. Sure, in truth, there was no rush for the wedding. She wanted to savor more moments of sweet togetherness with her darling. When Jingshu sat gracefully upon a young man's lap, intimately encircling his neck with her arms, her languid voice exuded a soft sweetness as she broached the subject of their bond. Intending to provide Mu Yunla with the security he so desperately needed, his sensitive and self-doubting nature often left him in a state of apprehension. Rather than offering him vague promises, she believed it far more reassuring to grant him a formal title, thus ensuring his peace of mind. Thank you for your understanding. Nian Nian, Mu Yunla beamed, the unease in his eyes dissipating entirely. His beloved Nian Nian was the finest female in the entire galaxy. Foolish darling, there's no need for gratitude. When Jingshu playfully pinched his fair, exquisite face, smiling indulgently, Mu Yunla shyly pursed his lips. Then I shall prepare my dowry with utmost diligence, he added. Furthermore, I must complete my credits and graduate from the academy as soon as possible. Wait a moment, when Jingshu exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. You haven't graduated yet? Indeed, I am currently in my second year at the first academy. Upon hearing this, when Jingshu gazed at the pure and innocent young man before her, feeling a surge of emotion. Darling, it seems you are still a pure-hearted young man. The waist of my darling is so slim, it will look even more beautiful when dressed, Mu Yunla asserted earnestly, fearing that his beloved might perceive him as too young and immature. However, when Jingshu's attention was drawn to another matter. You commence your studies in June? Yes, the Federal Academy typically begins in summer and autumn, with breaks in spring and winter. Does that mean you have half the year off? That has always been the case, Mu Yunla nodded, his tone casual, as if it were a commonplace occurrence to tea that moment. When Jingshu felt as though she had consumed hundreds of sour fruits, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sadness, who could understand the obsession of children from Huagua, who spent their lives counting down the days until they longed for vacations? A half-year's holiday was something they could scarcely dream of, seeing the girl filled with envy. Mu Yunla quickly reassured her. Although the vacation is lengthy, students generally accompany the clan elders on journeys to broaden their horizons. It is quite beneficial. Reading thousands of books cannot compare to traveling a myriad of miles. When Jingshu wiped away her envious tears, sincerely exclaiming, some invaluable insights and experiences are incredibly difficult to glean from books. Only by witnessing the vastness and expanse of the world firsthand can one truly grasp the essence of life and the significance of existence. Upon hearing this profound statement, Mu Yunla couldn't help but shower her with praise. Nian Nian, your words are truly magnificent. That wisdom isn't mine. It is an ancient adage passed down from our ancestors of old Huaxia. When Jingshu replied with a gentle smile, her curiosity piqued as she inquired. So, your last visit to the original star was also a chance to explore? Yes, my relations with my clan are strained. I have always traveled alone. Mu Yunla's head lowered slightly, his snow-white hair cascading down, failing to conceal the melancholy in his gaze. When Jingshu, feeling a pang of sympathy, embraced her young boyfriend tenderly and placed a gentle kiss on his eyelashes. Sweet baby, I will accompany you in the future. Okay, thank you, Nian Nian. Mu Yunla held her tightly, warmth radiating from his skin to his heart. How wonderful it was that he would no longer be alone as they nestled together. The heavy, sorrowful atmosphere soon dissipated. When Jingshu ruffled the young man's hair, her brows slightly raised, and a playful smile gracing her lips, and no need for thanks. You have already committed yourself to me. Besides, I too wish to explore the beautiful landscapes of various planets. Mu Yunla's ears turned crimson at her teasing, but when he heard her final words, his red eyes sparkled with anticipation. We can visit Dream Cloud Star. Nian Nian, you will surely adore it there. Darling, you have been to Dream Cloud Star? Yes, I have visited several times for inspiration. Then do tell me about the customs and culture there. Are there many delightful activities? When Jingshu leaned eagerly against the young man's shoulder. Keen to listen, as Mu Yunla gently stroked her silky hair, he patiently recounted, Dream Cloud Star is an extraordinary planet. Its ground is covered with dense forests and toxic mists, so most beastmen reside in the clouds above. Wow, that sounds like a fairy tale world. Indeed, the clouds on Dream Cloud Star are vibrant and colorful, each type serving a distinct purpose. Some could be used for building houses, others for fabric, and some are even edible. As Mu Yunla vividly described the wonders of Dream Cloud Star, when Jingshu became entranced, her heart racing with excitement, in the warm and harmonious atmosphere, time slowly slipped away. Sunlight poured in through the window, draping the two in a golden glow. Their laughter painted vivid scenes, and everything felt so splendid like a tea noon. Mu Yunla styled when Jingshu's hair and then thoughtfully inquired about her lunch preferences. Nian Nian, what would you like to eat for lunch? I adore everything you cook. When Jingshu wrapped her arms around her young boyfriend's neck, rewarding him with a kiss, with such a delightful little husband. What more could I ask for? I can simply await being pampered. Mu Yunla smiled brightly, his brows arching in delight as he affectionately kissed her cheek. All right, I will prepare a simple meal of 8 dishes and a soup. Nian Nian, would you prefer to eat downstairs or here? Downstairs, I want to be with my darling the entire time. When Jingshu cooed playfully, her enchanting eyes concealing a mischievous glint, to heal her sensitive. Love-starved little mink, the best remedy was to provide him with ample security. Setting aside other matters, sweet nothings should be showered upon him without restraint, in matters of the heart. It is most undesirable to remain silent. Sure enough, upon hearing such sugary words, Mu Yunla felt utterly delighted. I too wished to stay by Nian Nian's side always. Perhaps it was his beloved's affection that granted Mu Yunla the courage to reveal his true feelings without shyness. Before long, the two tidied themselves and descended the stairs together. Once aboard the floating lift that whisked them to the ground floor, when Jingshu cast a wistful glance at the young man. So, your family has installed a floating lift? You should have mentioned it sooner. I needn't have climbed all those flights of stairs that my apologies. It was my oversight. Mu Yunla wrapped his arm around the young woman's shoulder. Playfully kissing her ear, he had not anticipated that Nian Nian would come to visit. Otherwise, he would have gone to the hotel to meet her sooner. When Jingshu covered her darling little mink's mouth, choosing not to hold it against him. Never mind. Knowing now is sufficient. Next time you come to visit, we won't have to climb the stairs. Nian Nian is mistaken. This isn't my home. It's our home. Mu Yunla grasped her wrist and leaned against her neck, murmuring in a pitiful tone. Having already formed a bond, why differentiate between yours and mine? What is his belongs to Nian Nian? When Jingshu couldn't help but chuckle at his words, gently stroking his fluffy head. All right, it is my mistake. This is our home. A few minutes later, in the kitchen on the first floor, the spacious and bright area was spotless, with all manner of kitchen equipment neatly arranged and readily available. In truth, with the level of technology in the galaxy, chef robots had long been developed. However, Mu Yunla had no desire to take shortcuts. For the beloved female in his life, he wished to take matters into his own hands, as this would truly demonstrate his sincerity and respect. If he couldn't even care for his own beloved, how could he claim to be her mate? Mu Yunla first brought a plate of freshly cut fruit and placed it before the girl. Nian Nian, have some fruit to start. I will have the meal ready shortly. Please wait a moment. When Jingshu picked up a fruit resembling a strawberry and tasted it. So sweet. You should try some too. Mu Yunla leaned down to accept her offering, the sweet flavor bursting on his palate, filling his heart with joy. Nian Nian, this is the Red Queen's pearlberry. If you enjoy it, I shall buy more in the future. Sounds great. Let us share. When Jingshu beamed, eagerly, she pulled the young man into the kitchen. Let us cook. I will tie the apron for you. Moments later, when Jingshu admired the pink strawberry apron she had just purchased, smirking at her shy little husband. Darling, do I look good? Everything Yin Yin chooses is beautiful. With such a slim waist, you will look even more charming in it. Come, darling, bow your head, when Jingshu cheerfully instructed. Holding the apron out enticingly, Yunla's face flushed red as he obediently lowered his head. All right, you may raise your head now. When Jingshu expertly tied the apron around his waist, her fingers dancing like butterflies. In no time, a lovely pink bow was tied perfectly. Stepping back to admire her handiwork, she noted how the fair-haired, red-eyed young man stood tall and straight, resembling a slender poplar, both handsome and striking. The apron accentuated his narrow waist, making it appear even more delicate. Yet only she knew how resilient and strong he truly was. The adorable pink strawberry apron suited him perfectly, enhancing his youthful charm without any discord. My darling truly looks good in anything. When Jingshu embraced the slender waist of the young man, rising on her toes to plant a gentle kiss upon his Adam's apple, Yunla felt the warmth of her touch, his throat quickly rolling in response, a flicker of fervent light flashing in his crimson eyes. In the throes of youthful passion, he found it difficult to withstand such teasing, especially given the irresistible allure that the petite female before him possessed. Suppressing the tumult within, Yunla scooped up the mischievous girl and placed her upon the living room sofa. Yin Yin, be good. The kitchen smoke can harm your skin. Will you wait for me here? All right. When Jingshu blinked innocently, refraining from further teasing her easily embarrassed young boyfriend. Once he entered the kitchen, she languidly reclined on the sofa, leisurely munching on fruit while observing the pleasing motions of the young man. In the starry realm, there exist specialized vegetable washing machines and cutting devices, rendering the preparation of meals remarkably swift and convenient. Tea that moment. In the kitchen, the handsome young man donned in an apron cooked with utmost seriousness. His movements fluid and unhurried, akin to performing a beautiful piano piece. Sunlight illuminated his fair, exquisite profile, casting through the hazy ambience of domesticity a charm that was indescribable. When Jingshu rested her chin upon her hand, her eyes crinkled with a smile as she watched him, her heart unwittingly swelling with a sense of belonging. Half an hour later, the dining table was adorned with an array of 8 dishes and a soup, each exquisite in flavor, aroma, and presentation, stimulating the appetite immensely. Thank you for your hard work, darling, when Jingshu cradled the young man's handsome face and bestowed upon him a grand kiss. You truly are a model husband. She teased playfully. It's not hard at all. Yunla touched his kissed cheek, his gaze dreamy, as if he had received an extraordinary accolade. Cooking for Yin Yin is my honor. His words were not exaggerated. In the starry realm, males eagerly prepared meals for their female partners daily, hoping to win their affection and favor that a male standing within the family would soar if his culinary skills were acknowledged by his mate. Thus, cooking classes were a mandatory subject for every male beast. Oh, darling, don't say such formal things. Come sit down to eat. When Jingshu pulled the dazed young man beside her, her bright eyes brimming with anticipation. I can hardly wait to taste your cooking. Wait a moment. Yunla snapped back to reality, quickly retrieving a pristine napkin and carefully wrapping it around the girl. When Jingshu blinked in surprise, gazing at his approaching face, his skin was smooth and pale, his features delicate, radiating a youthful innocence. Yet those splendid red eyes were intensely focused, revealing an unexpected maturity, as if he were tending to something of utmost importance. Such a devoted gaze caused her heart to flutter. In that moment, when Jingshu suddenly grasped the allure of the young man vibe. Just then, a gentle call brought her back to reality. Yin Yin, it's ready. Yunla, finding her dazed expression particularly endearing, felt his heart soften. He affectionately caressed her cheek, and then placed a bowl of soup before her. First, have some soup to warm your stomach. Darling, you're going to spoil me into a little useless creature. When Jingshu playfully chided. Upon hearing this, Yunla frowned disapprovingly. Yin Yin is not useless. Yin Yin is also my darling that I wish to spoil Yin Yin forever, as long as Yin Yin is happy. When Jingshu met his sincere gaze, her heart's softest spot being struck, that he truly prioritized her feelings above all else. Even in jest, he treated her words seriously. How could she not cherish such a devoted young man? With a soft sigh, she leaned her forehead against his, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with tender affection, utterly enchanting. You always tease me. What should I do? It seems I like you even more now. Mu Yunla's cheeks flushed crimson. Nearly drowning in the sweet whirlpool of emotions, like one entranced, he leaned in toward the girl's delicate pink lips. Cautiously yet filled with hope, he made a request. Could I have just a little more? The warm breaths intertwined between them, their essences gradually merging into one. Of course. When Jingshu tenderly pecked his lips, her tone proud, unabashedly revealing her fondness and indulgence. You're my first male partner. I permit you to be a bit more greedy. Mu Yunla's expression froze in surprise. Then he eagerly responded to her kiss. Passionate and lingering, greedily seeking more affection. A minute later, when Jingshu gently pushed away the clingy young man, her lips now a rosy hue. As if freshly kissed, she playfully shot him a reproachful glance. Let us eat first. If we delay, the food will go cold. All right, Nyen Nyen, try this. And you eat too. In the midst of a harmonious atmosphere. The two enjoyed their lunch, and Yu Yunla's culinary skills were quite impressive, and when Jingshu found herself slightly overindulged, she reclined against the young man's embrace, allowing him to rub her belly, her posture lazy and relaxed. Darling, shall we head to the Public Security Bureau to register later? It would also help with digestion. Sure, I'll follow Nyen Nyen's lead. Mu Yunla was eager to become Nyen Nyen's legal male partner, readily agreeing. After about 10 minutes, they did not dawdle and tidied up before preparing to leave. Upon reaching the entrance of the ancient castle, Mu Yunla drove over a hovercar from the garage, executing a stylish drift as he parked right in front of Wen Jingshu. Nyen Nyen, this is my new car. Isn't it handsome? Quite pretty. Wen Jingshu assessed the bright red hue, finding it almost too ostentatious. Was Yunla aiming to be the most striking figure in the area? Unaware of his female partner's disdain, Mu Yunla cheerfully drove down the mountain. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. Having not visited in several days, they found themselves in a familiar place, feeling somewhat as if they were in a dream. Nevertheless, the joy in their hearts ultimately overshadowed everything else, hand in hand. They strolled into the hall, their expressions betraying the sweetness and happiness they shared. Zhang Baiyan, who had been idly passing time, looked up and was immediately taken aback by the sight before him. Oh my goodness, Director, your house has been robbed. Chapter 73. Contract certification. The first male partner, Wen Jingshu, spotting a familiar face, approached with a smile. Good afternoon, Officer Zhang. Zhang Baiyan appeared dazed, clearly still reeling from the shock. He blinked, his words tumbling out in confusion. Oh, it's Miss what I ate. Have you eaten? Wen Jingshu. Mu Yunla, so silly. Other officers, did this guy have mushrooms from Dream Cloudstar for lunch? Amidst the deafening silence, the atmosphere suddenly grew still. Ultimately, it was Wen Jingshu who broke the awkwardness. Officer Zhang, are you all right? Hearing the concern in her voice, Zhang Baiyan finally regained his senses, reflecting on his earlier blunder. He sheepishly scratched his head. My apologies, Miss Wan. I was just daydreaming. I could TS nothing. Wen Jingshu waved her hand dismissively before steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Could you assist us in obtaining a contract certification? A contract certification? With this gentleman? As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone present turned to Zhang Baiyan, speechless. The young couple stood before him. And that question, was it not akin to pulling down one's trousers to fart? Mu Yunla's expression grew cold, his piercing red gaze fixed on the man before him with an edge. Nyen Nyen and I have already entered into a contract. Issue the certification AS and S-Class Beastman. His senses were incredibly sharp. He naturally perceived the resistance emanating from the officer. All right. Zhang Baiyan, taken aback by the overwhelming pressure, forced a smile, abandoning his futile attempts at resistance. Alas, Director, I did my best. It seems you're destined to be the subordinate. Seeing the atmosphere stagnate, Wen Jingshu helplessly attempted to ease the tension. Officer Zhang need not worry. Yunla and Aksu have accompanied me throughout this journey, and our bond is profound and I will treat each of them well. Her words were artfully crafted, promising not to disappoint their director while subtly supporting Mu Yunla. indicating her intention to treat everyone equally. Upon hearing this, the onlookers displayed expressions of envy. What beastman wouldn't he wish for such a gentle, beautiful, and understanding female partner? Setting aside other considerations, at least they wouldn't he be neglected upon entering the door. Yin Yin. Mu Yunla tightened his grip on the girl's hand, their fingers interlocking, secret joy swelling within him. He knew he was special in Yin Yin's heart. When Jingshu playfully winked at him, her beaming eyes overflowing with affection, Zhang Baiyan, witnessing the affectionate exchange between the two, suddenly understood, if one were to analyze the situation. It was the director who had intruded upon their moment. Moreover, the young couple now had Miss Wen's promise, while he had yet to even catch a glimpse of a female partner. Alas, perhaps it is time to show a little compassion towards oneself. Just 3 minutes later, under an impressive efficiency, the contract proof between one Jingshu and Mu Yunla was freshly minted in the photograph. The two appeared strikingly handsome, their smiles radiant, exuding a remarkable compatibility. Before arriving, Mu Yunla had made a special effort to dress up, clad in a well-tailored pure white suit, his shoulder-length snow-white hair elegantly tied back, lending him a maturity and an air of refined elegance reminiscent of a dashing prince. Wen Jingshu, on the other hand, opted for a more natural look, merely applying a touch of lip gloss to enhance her complexion. Yet, even in her simplicity, she radiated an astonishing beauty, her delicate eyebrows, exquisite nose, and ruby lips revealing pearly teeth. Her skin resembled the finest jade, and her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with innate emotion, curving into crescent shapes when she smiled, captivating all who beheld her. Nian Yin, you are truly beautiful. Mu Yunla unabashedly wrapped his arm around the waist of his beloved, leaning in to whisper sweet nothings, when Jingshu playfully tousled the boy's charming little curls and returned the compliment. Baby, you look quite handsome as well. Their tender whispers did not escape the notice of those around them. The acute hearing of canine beastmen, especially those trained as hunting dogs, picked up on the affectionate term baby, instantly filling the air of the public security hall with an overwhelming sense of envy. Nearby, the sour fruits in the local market nearly faced a sales slump. Zhang Baiyan gazed sorrowfully at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Striving to hold back his tears at that moment, a bright red candy was presented before him. Here, Officer Zhang, please enjoy some wedding candies. Baby, please share some with the other officers as well, so everyone can partake in the joy. All right. Following the command of his beloved, Mu Yunla dutifully took the bag and began distributing the candies. The officers, witnessing this, wore expressions of astonishment. In the interstellar realm, there was no custom of distributing wedding candies upon contract signing. However, the prospect of sharing in the joyous atmosphere was undeniably appealing, and who knows, perhaps someday a lovely female would take a liking to them. Consequently, they all cheerfully extended their blessings, while Mu Yunla gradually lost himself amidst the chorus of "May you have 100 years of happiness. May you bear a noble daughter soon, and may you grow old together." Before long, the entire bag of wedding candies was gone, and the hall resonated with a festive ambience, sweet aromas of confectionery wafting through the air. "Baby, come here." When Jingshu beckoned her newly minted husband, who eagerly rushed back, she pinched a piece of peeled candy and placed it in his mouth. Is it sweet? Sweet, Mu Yunla mumbled, the sugary flavor enveloping his palate and filling his heart with delight. Nian Yin should also have some. When Jingshu nodded with a smile, tasting her own candy. Indeed, it is exceptionally sweet, sweet to the core. She leaned against the boy's shoulder, playfully teasing him close to his ear. Her voice, laced with candy, soft and sweet. Should I start calling you husband? For any male, those two words carry immense weight. In an instant, the boy's fair face turned crimson, his earlobes resembling ripe tomatoes, nearly steaming from embarrassment. Nian Yin, let's save that for home. Mu Yunla clung to his beloved, burying his head deep in her neck, pleading in a hushed voice. That moment, the endearing title echoed in his mind like a spell, igniting a fervent flame coursing through his body. When Jingshu gently touched the boy's flushed earlobe, realizing she may have overstepped, clearing her throat, she swiftly changed the subject. All right, we can save that for home. Meanwhile, the others were preoccupied with enjoying the wedding candies. oblivious to the public display of affection nearby. Otherwise, it's likely that someone would feel envious and might even attempt to measure up against this fortunate lad. After distributing the candies, the newlyweds prepared to depart. However, before leaving, when Jingshu casually inquired, "Officer Zhang, has your director been particularly busy lately?" "Well, it does seem that way," Zhang Bian replied, swallowing the candy in his mouth, his gaze evasive and hesitant. Noticing his discomfort, when Jingshu's brow furrowed slightly, an unsettling premonition surfacing in her heart. Surely, he wouldn't be on another mission, would he? Chapter 74. Are you saying the holy healing power can extend life? As Zhang Bian met the sharp gaze of the young female, his heart skipped a beat, realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much. After a moment of hesitation between concealing the truth and confessing, he ultimately chose to betray his superior. "Miss Wen, the director fears you might worry, so he instructed me not to disclose anything." Upon hearing this, when Jingshu remained surprisingly calm, "It's all right, go ahead, that I will explain him later. You won't be held accountable." Hearing this, Zhang Bian finally felt his anxiety ease. Indeed, it is far more prudent to appease the director's beloved than the director himself. She is the true powerhouse. "Miss Wen, I don't know much. Just 3 days ago, the director hastily summoned the hunting dogs for a mission. The rest of the information is classified, and I am not privy to it." "Thank you, Officer Zhang." When Jingshu nodded thoughtfully, calculating the timeline, it was the day before she sought out Yunla, the very day they had extracted clues from Meili. Thus, as soon as he received any information, he had set off on a mission without delay. Clearly, the situation was exceedingly urgent, but shouldn't he have left him without a moment to send her a message? Moreover, his injuries had not yet fully healed. Did he not care for his own well-being? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a frosty expression settled upon one Jingshu's delicate features, her gentle eyes now glimmering with a fierce intensity. Zhang Bian trembled at the sight. Miss Wen's wrath was truly terrifying. Reminiscent of a mother beast punishing a father beast, he silently swallowed his words of defense. He could only hope for the best for the director. Meanwhile, Mu Yunla, witnessing his beloved's anxiety and anger, felt a deep pang of concern and tenderly caressed her back, soothingly assuring, "Nian Nian, Director Qin is quite capable. He will be fine." Though he despised this rival, he did not wish for his demise. After all, Nian Nian would surely be heartbroken. Under Mu Yunla's gentle reassurance, when Jingshu gradually calmed her tumultuous emotions, taking a deep breath, she temporarily set aside her anger and worry. "Officer Zhang, I apologize for my outburst." "No worries, Miss Wen. You are merely concerned for the director." He shook his head. "Did he mention when he would return?" "Not a word," Zhang Bian replied, shaking his head. How could a rookie like him know such details? Even if he did, such confidential information could not be shared lightly. Understanding that she could not extract any further information, when Jingshu decided to spare him any more discomfort. "Officer Zhang, please inform me when your director returns." "Of course, Miss Wen, rest assured," Zhang Bian readily agreed. After all, Miss Wen was considered a semi-member of the public security family. It would be remiss to leave her in constant worry that a moment later, when Jingshu and Mu Yunla exited the Public Security Bureau. Once back in the vehicle, when Jingshu wearily rubbed her temples. "Baby, please hold on a moment. I need to make a communication." "Sure, Nian Nian, take your time," Mu Yunla replied understandingly, even thoughtfully activating the privacy shield within the car to protect her confidentiality. When Jingshu activated her holographic communicator, sending a video call request to Jiang Xinlian. The call was quickly answered. The woman with blue hair and purple eyes looked at her affectionately, though weariness was evident in her expression. "Jingshu, have you finally remembered your Aunt Jiang?" "Aunt Jiang, you seem to have lost quite a bit of energy." When Jingshu replied with concern, her unease intensifying. "Has something significant occurred recently?" "Sigh, I knew I couldn't keep it from you." Jiang Xinlian sighed, shedding her facade of strength. "Come over to my place. We need to discuss this in detail." Half an hour later, at the heart of Pluto, in the Dimercadia Palace, a grand circular tower stood majestically over a meticulously manicured green lawn, its platinum-colored paint exuding an air of solemnity and authority. A golden green flag fluttered at the dome's pinnacle, marking it as the political epicenter of the Federation. the residence of the Speaker of the Supreme Federation Council. Even from distance, the sight invoked reverence. Though when Jingshu had mentally prepared herself, she could not help but gasp in awe at the sheer magnificence of the structure. Mu Yunla, however, remained unfazed soon after. Guided by a servant, the two arrived at a small, exquisitely adorned garden where Jiang Xinlian had been waiting. Clad in a deep blue European-style gown, her blue hair elegantly styled, she exuded an air of grace and poise. Embodying the remarkable demeanor of a speaker's spouse, upon seeing them, her face lit up with warmth as she greeted, "Jingshu, you've arrived. Please have a seat. Aunt Jiang, I apologize for the intrusion." "Dear, there's no need to be so formal." Jiang Xinlian took the young woman's hand and seated her, then turned her gaze to the snow-haired boy behind her. "And who might this be?" "Aunt Jiang, this is my esteemed partner Mu Yunla." When Jingshu introduced gracefully, facing her elders, Mu Yunla appeared somewhat anxious, yet he maintained his decorum. "Hello, Madame Jiang, I am Yin Yin's partner, and I kindly ask you to look after her." Aunt Jiang Xinlian scrutinized the young man and discerned that he was a pure-hearted and good-natured child, which prompted a satisfied smile to grace her lips. "Oh, dear Mu, come, take a seat. We're all family here. Just call me Aunt Jiang and do not stand on ceremony." "Thank you, Aunt Jiang." Mu Yunla exhaled quietly, feeling a sense of relief as he gingerly seated himself beside the matriarch. His demeanor was shy and reserved, and he refrained from excessive pleasantries, quietly taking up the duties of serving tea and delicacies with utmost care for the matriarch. This attentive demeanor further pleased the observant Jiang Xinlian, who wore a look of contentment, complimenting, "Jingshu, this child Mu is quite remarkable. He knows how to cherish those around him, with him looking after you. Aunt Jiang can rest easy. Yunla is indeed exceptional." When Jingshu cast a gentle glance at the boy, whose ears were tinged with crimson, her gaze soft as water, yet tinged with a hint of guilt. Today marked the day of their bonding, which should have been celebrated in grand fashion. Alas, she would have to compensate him later. When Jingshu withdrew her gaze, her expression turning serious. "Aunt Jiang, what has transpired regarding Meili's case?" "Well, this case now involves more than just the trafficking of females," Jiang Xinlian responded, her smile fading, revealing a complex expression that it also pertains to a prohibited experiment from 20 years ago. That a flicker of unease crossed when Jingshu's heart, a subtle darkness sweeping through her eyes. What experiment? The experiment on the activation and manifestation of healing power. Upon hearing these words, when Jingshu's brows knitted together in concern. Activation, manifestation, could it be that the orchestrators intend to seize control of the healing power? A cascade of conjectures flashed through her mind, connecting the dots, and the truth seemed but a thin veil away. "Aunt Jiang, aside from lowering the risk of loss of control, does the healing power possess any other functions?" "Jingshu, do you know why females have longer lifespans than males?" Jiang Xinlian countered with a question, her gaze laden with depth. When Jingshu immediately perceived the implication, her shock rendering her momentarily dazed. "Are you suggesting that the healing power can also extend lifespan?" Chapter 75. The True Puppet Master. To be precise, it nourishes vitality, eradicates ailments, and brings the body to a state of perfection. However, this is enough to drive certain elderly individuals to madness. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Jiang Xinlian's lips, her violet eyes brimming with disdain and resentment. Living for centuries is still not sufficient. Truly, the older one gets, the more they fear death. When Jingshu fell silent at her words, beasts possess remarkably long lifespans, averaging over 200 years, with some tortoise-like creatures living even longer. Yet human greed knows no bounds. Those who have lived 200 years desire 500, and those who have lived 500 yearn for immortality. If Tang Sung were to stroll down the street, who wouldn't want to chase after him for a taste? However, what distinguishes humanity from beasts is the fundamental conscience and boundaries that govern them. Once these boundaries are breached, greed will eventually turn upon itself. The bloody lessons of the rebellion 5 centuries ago serve as a stark reminder. After a moment of silence, when Jingshu sighed lightly, returning to the topic at hand, this experiment must pose significant harm to females. Indeed, Forced activation will only damage the female body. Moreover, nurturing vitality demands a continuous supply of healing power. The meager energy derived from the experiment is utterly insufficient. Unless one possesses a level of healing power akin to yours, Jiang Xinlian said, her gaze fixed intently on the girl, as if marveling at an incredible miracle. To label it as a level of healing power is an understatement. Such a dense life energy. I have only sensed it from the life-sacred tree. Mu Yunlis sensed her fervent gaze and, shedding his earlier indifference, instantly became vigilant. He could remain unconcerned about anyone. But he could not tolerate any potential danger to his beloved matriarch. Jiang Xinlian, upon meeting the boy's wary eyes, felt not anger, but genuine joy for the young female. It is indeed a rarity to have such a devoted partner. Jingshu, you must never disclose your healing power to anyone. We, along with Xiao Su, have concealed the traces of it for you. Thank you, Aunt Jiang. When Jingshu was momentarily taken aback, then expressed her sincere gratitude. Reflecting on it now, she realized that some of her previous actions had indeed been insufficiently thorough. Yet fortunately, the kindness she had shown had been reciprocated positively. Whether it was Yunla, Su, or Meng Zhou and Aunt Jiang, they all considered her welfare wholeheartedly and no need for thanks. It is only right. Jiang Xinlian affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. Speaking of which, I feel quite guilty. This matter should not have involved you. You need not worry. Wen Jingshu replied calmly, shaking her head. An ancient Huaxia. There is a saying, every sip and every bite is preordained. Since I have received the gift of the Life Mother Goddess, it is destined that I must repay this cause and effect, whether early or late. Jiang Xinlian was taken aback by the girl's openness and composure, and after a pause, she let out a bitter laugh. How foolish I am to have lived half my life without grasping the profundity you possess. Every sip and every bite is preordained. Yes, if it were not for that incident 20 years ago, I would not have encountered Lao Zhou and her, nor would I have become the president of the Female Protection Association. The woman murmured to herself, a hint of understanding gradually surfacing in her violet eyes. Meanwhile, when Jingshu captured a critical piece of information from this brief exchange, connecting it to the previously faint healing energy, a truth was on the verge of revelation. Her expression became uncertain as she pondered, ultimately deciding against uncovering Jiang Xinlian's scars. However, the latter had already come to terms with it. I once believed that the nightmare from 20 years ago had long since dissipated. Yet unexpectedly, after so many years, those individuals have once again extended their claws towards other females. And it should be said that for the last 500 years, this war without gunpowder has never ceased. Jiang Xinlian's gaze was deep and distant, yet her eyes seemed to harbor something unspoken. She gazed intently at the girl, her voice imbued with an unprecedented solemnity, akin to conducting a formal ceremony of inheritance. Jingshu, would you care to hear a story? When Jingshu did not respond immediately. Instead, she fell into contemplation. She understood that this was not merely a tale, but perhaps something that pertained to the trajectory of their future. Beside her, Mu Yunlis silently held her hand, offering a measure of steadfast support. Regardless of what Nian Yin chose, he would unconditionally stand by her side. After a long while, when Jingshu still appeared somewhat indecisive. She was not a selfless saint, merely an ordinary person with her own selfish desires, wary of complications. Yet upon witnessing the fervent flames in those violet eyes, her heart was suddenly set ablaze. When Jingshu's expression gradually solidified with determination, and she solemnly nodded that I am willing. Upon hearing this response, Jiang Xinlian's face broke into a radiant smile, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. This story must begin with the last one. After the Blood Moon Festival, when the healing power vanished, some remnants of the Minji Star forces remained undeterred. They established an organization named Changxing. This organization is dedicated to extending the lifespans of beastmen, conducting various insane experiments in addition to the healing power activation experiment. There are numerous experiments involving genetic fusion of different beasts and human-beast hybrids. When Jingshu and Mu Yunla frowned deeply at this revelation. This organization was exceedingly wicked, and it was astonishing that the Federation had allowed their existence for so long. Jiang Xinlian seemed to perceive the confusion in their expressions and continued her explanation.